Chapter 61. Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. That's right. It's hard to say anything else. Whether the fatal training ground is messy or not is indeed decided by me. Lanlan. Our Lanlan is the one who can destroy the magma of Finghua Forest. Speaking of which, we still don't know how she destroyed the magma at that time. There are many analysis posts on the Star Network, but I always feel that it is still a little bit off. No matter what. The organizer said they are also investigating and will give us the answer. Just wait. Yu Sang words made Wei Chong on the opposite side very embarrassed. He wanted to refute a few words, but seeing that the other people around him actually showed expressions of agreement with Yu Sang, Wei Chong knew that it was useless to say anything. These people were obviously in the same group. Wei Chong looked at Mian Feng again. He saw that Mian Feng seemed to have integrated into them, and there seemed to be an invisible barrier between him and him. Yes, he had poisoned them, and he couldn't expect them to stand on the same boat with him as before. Exhaling, Wei Chong chuckled and said, "So this kid is so amazing. I admire him. I will be more polite when I talk to her next time." Wei Chong followed Yu Sang words, as if he was not angry at all when being criticized. At this time, if they really quarreled, it was because the other party had more people, and he was weak. Wei Chong did not want to break up with him. He had to stay here and find a way to complete the task. Anyway, it was just a few nice words, and it would not hurt him. As a spy, you must be able to bend and stretch. Wei Chong was able to put down his face. But Yu Sang looked at him even more unpleasantly after hearing what Wei Chong said. Yu Sang did not know that there was a word in Blue Star called green tea. He disliked Wei Chong because he disliked the tea flavor that Wei Chong unconsciously revealed. It looked too hypocritical. It got dark quickly. After dinner, everyone was ready to go to bed. At the same time, in the eastern part of Asia Star, at the entrance of the underground black market in Guiyu City, Cus put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at the graffiti-covered abandoned gate in front of him indifferently. Cus came here to find Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin had not contacted anyone since they separated that day. He seemed not to be afraid that any prisoner would take the opportunity to escape. I don't know whether he was confident that these people would not escape for Lanlan, or he had a plan in his mind, knowing that even if these people ran to the end of the universe, he would have a way to catch them back. There are 3 black markets in Asia Star, and the underground market of Guiyu City in the east is the largest one. There are many security guards at the entrance of the market. They are wearing inconspicuous clothes and scattered throughout the street. Once someone makes trouble in the black market, they will rush out immediately and kill the troublemaker on the spot. The person who opened the door for Cus was a vampire. His skin was pale, and his sharp fangs were hidden in his lips. Cus walked in casually. As soon as he entered, he saw the noisy and chaotic underground hall. There were many shops around, and Cus saw men and women tied to the door of the shop. Human trafficking, organ trading, arms trading. As long as you have money. Here, there is nothing you can't think of. Nothing you can't buy. Cus walked and strolled, and after a while, he looked at his light brain. Zhou Qin asked him to meet at 8 o'clock in the evening, and there were only 10 minutes left. In front was the underground Mecha Black competition venue, which was also the place where Zhou Qin asked him to meet. Cus bought a ticket and went directly into the stadium. On the field, 2 mechas were fighting desperately, and below, the audience's booing and shouting were endless. Bang! At this moment, one of the mechas showed his S-level weapon knife, and he pierced the hand joint of the other mecha with one knife. Only heard. Click. The sharp blade cut off the arm of the other mecha, including the shell and meat, and the opponent's entire arm fell to the ground. Ah! The scream of pain came out from the mouth of the injured player. The attacking player took advantage of the victory and pursuit. Clang. With a knife. He took advantage of the enemy's distraction because of the pain in his arm and directly cut off the opponent's neck. Because the mecha at the neck is particularly stable, the S-level weapon knife could not directly cut off the head, and only cut off half of it. The screaming player suddenly stopped. His head tilted to the side. His throat was connected to the tendons and skin. Half of his head was hanging on his neck, and the other half of his head was already hanging in the air. The winner was determined. Below, cheers and curses rang out. The winner cheered. The loser cursed. The underground Mecha Black competition has always been a fight for life. Cus found an empty seat and sat down, lazily watching the bloody scene on the field. The winner should be Zhou Qin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked to meet in such a place. Poor Zhou Qin actually has to make money by playing illegal games. This is the sadness of civil servants. However, Zhou Qin doesn't need to waste time making money. The funds to rescue Lanlan must be covered by him and Hu Qingya. The winning player was still wearing a helmet, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. The referee was holding his right hand, and he was enjoying the crowd and support from the audience below. Cus glanced at the light brain again, and planned to wait for Zhou Qin to come down, and then tell him not to play this kind of black game, or he would get injured and make Lanlan worry. Wow! Someone suddenly sat down next to him. Cus glanced to the side casually, and suddenly, he saw a familiar face with cold determination and indifference. Cus, eh? Zhou Qin had a cigarette in his mouth, but he didn't light it. He glanced at Cus, took out a ring from his pocket, threw it to Cus, and said, "Give it to Muyu. Let him transform it." Cus took the ring, and he used his mental power to probe inside. The next second, he was stunned. Flying fish? Zhou Qin looked calm. Yeah. Cus suddenly looked deeply at the young man in front of him, whom he had never seen through. A rare 3S ability user is willing to be a small warden on the prison planet. Let's look at the flying fish in this ring. The flying fish is not a starship, but a spaceship. It belongs to the spaceship of the first interstellar pirate organization, Ghostbreaker. Ghostbreaker has been famous in the interstellar world for more than 2,000 years. Everyone in the world knows that there is no treasure that Ghostbreaker cannot grab. Even if it is the Empire's carrier spaceship, they will grab it. They will also massacre all the Imperial soldiers on the spaceship. And their methods are even more brutal than those of the later rebels. Ghostbreaker has disappeared from the world for a long time. This interstellar legend that has been galloping for more than 2,000 years can be said to have disappeared extremely suddenly. 400 years ago, Cus asked someone to meet with the new head of Ghostbreaker. His purpose was to absorb Ghostbreaker into the rebel organization. But in the end, he never saw the elusive lord of Ghostbreaker. Then, suddenly one day, Ghostbreaker disappeared. At that time, rumors were rife in the martial arts world. Some said that Ghostbreaker was conquered by the Imperial army, and all the pirates were killed or injured. The so-called Lord of Ghostbreaker was also beheaded by the Imperial army. Others said that Ghostbreaker was cleaned up, and they no longer worked as interstellar pirates, but changed their livelihood. In short, no matter how the outside world speculated, any real information about Ghostbreaker never appeared in the martial arts world again. The ring in his hand was hard and a bit uncomfortable. Cus was silent for a long time, and finally asked, "Where did you get it?" Zhou Qin glanced at Cus. "Where is this?" "Black market." "Don't black markets sell everything?" "Cus, eh? Even if you sell everything, you can't buy the spaceship of Ghostbreaker. That was the former base camp of Ghostbreaker. Although hundreds of years have passed, there are no more murderous interstellar pirates in it. But it is a very precious thing for Ghostbreaker after all." Cus felt that Zhou Qin in front of him was very suspicious. "Are you from Ghostbreaker?" "At least you used to be?" Zhou Qin didn't even think about it, and denied it directly. "No." At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes came over. Cus took a glance and recognized the other party's identity. Cus had dealt with the boss behind the Ghost City Black Market before. Not only the Ghost City Black Market in Yaxing, but also hundreds of underground black markets on various planets in the universe. He was a big man who could not be underestimated. Putting the ring in his hand into his pocket, Cus rubbed his eyebrows slightly. This man must have recognized him, and came to greet him. If I had known earlier, I would have changed my electronic face before coming in. Soon, the black market boss walked in front of him. Cus was about to greet the other party perfunctorily, when he saw a respectful middle-aged man walk directly to Zhou Qin. He lowered his head, and whispered to Zhou Qin, "Ghost Lord, the things you want have been bought. The latest smart Barbie dolls, and the latest colorful skirts have been put in your room." "Cus, eh?" "Cus, question mark." Zhou Qin, eh? After Muyu got the ring with the spaceship, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow! Flying fish? This thing can also be bought? Our warden has some tricks." Cus sat opposite Muyu with mixed feelings. He didn't know what he thought of, and he suddenly sighed. Muyu was puzzled. "What's wrong with you?" Cus pursed his lips. "I just suddenly felt that some people are really secretive." Muyu had already started to connect the chip structure of the flying fish to his optical computer. He asked casually, "What do you mean by secretive?" "It's okay. How long will it take you?" Muyu said, "If it's just the internal modification, it will take at least 5 days. However, the flying fish is so famous after all. I think it's better to change the external part as well. It will take about 10 days to complete the whole modification. 10 days? Cuss frowned. Mu waved his hand. Don't worry. It's in time. Now the first line control of the fatal training ground is completely in Hu Qingyao hands. Then Sophia private soldiers, who will contain the Imperial Army of the Asian Star authorities, are also ready. Now there are spaceships for evacuation. Ino also used the private intelligence of those Asian Star officials to clamp down on these politicians. And you will be able to enter the competition tomorrow. Lanlan has your protection. These 10 days will be under our control. Ka sat up straighter at this time. Can you enter tomorrow? Muyu smiled. Yes. Your physical data will be changed at that time. And you will be replaced by a contestant. The furry giant panda, like a super large marshmallow, slept softly in the corner of the cave. Because of its bad sleeping posture, it has been using the human cub sleeping with it as pillows and pressing them under its head since some time. Lanlan had a dream. She dreamed that she had turned into Sun Wukong, with a 5 elements mountain on her body. When the mountain became heavier and heavier, Lanlan finally couldn't hold it in and woke up with a groan. As soon as she woke up, the little girl saw a big fur ball in front of her. She pushed the big fur ball with her little hand, and saw the big fur ball's fat body twisting and turning. Then changed its position and continued to sleep. Lanlan sat next to the giant panda in a daze. After staring at the giant panda for a while, the little girl smacked her little mouth. And then she lay down on the giant panda. The little girl weight was nothing to the huge black and white bear. The black and white bear took the opportunity to hug the little girl and began to snore happily. This sleep, the bear and the baby slept until noon, because it was still raining outside and they couldn't get out of the cave. No one called them. When Lanlan woke up again, it was already bright outside. The little girl sat up confusedly and touched her flat belly. Hungry? The people over there saw the little girl wake up and looked over. Lanlan looked at the big brothers. The little girl was still a little confused. She nodded blankly. Hungry. Su Ming took out the nutrient solution. Come and have breakfast. Lanlan got up from the ground. She didn't sleep directly on the ground. There were several big brothers' clothes under her. Lanlan picked up the clothes and staggered to the left half of the cave. Lanlan didn't eat the nutrient solution directly. She washed up first, and then sat among the big brothers. She ate the nutrient solution while feeding the puppy. Wei Chong watched the little girl every move from beginning to end. When the little girl finished eating, he chuckled and suddenly said, Lanlan, do you like playing games? The little girl held a nutrient solution bottle in her mouth and looked at the big brother she met yesterday with wide eyes. Games? Yi Ling and Yu Sang looked at Wei Chong with displeasure, wondering what this man was up to. The Mecha Soldier game is very simple, and is a game that children like very much. It's boring to be trapped in the cave anyway. Do you want to play for a while? The little girl eyes lit up, and she nodded quickly. Okay. Okay. Lanlan likes to play games. Wei Chong said again, but games have winners and losers. What if you lose? The little girl was stunned for a moment and scratched her head. Lost. Lost? Wei Chong said, if you lose, answer the other party's question. Okay. Of course you must tell the truth. Lanlan nodded immediately. Okay. Wei Chong briefly explained the rules of mecha soldiers. The general idea is that there are 3 types of soldiers: mecha soldiers, battleship soldiers, and logistic soldiers. Mecha soldiers can attack logistic soldiers. Logistic soldiers are in charge of the backup energy of battleship soldiers. And battleship soldiers can bomb mecha soldiers. After listening to it, Lanlan blinked her eyes to show that she understood. Just like rock, paper, scissors. She said, okay. Here it comes. Wei Chong said, muttering, the war is going on. What kind of soldier do you choose? Mechanical soldier? Logistic soldier? Lanlan and Wei Chong said it at the same time. Lanlan said the mechanized soldier. Wei Chong said the logistic soldier. Lanlan won. Lanlan was very happy. Great. Then can Lanlan ask Big Brother a question? Wei Chong smiled. Yes. What do you want to ask? Lanlan thought for a while. Big Brother, have you had breakfast? Wei Chong, Wei Chong laughed and nodded helplessly. I have eaten. Then Lanlan is done asking. The little girl said crisply. Wei Chong said, then continue. Wei Chong actually had a purpose. He wanted to get some information about her father from this little girl. The god of violence. The interstellar god of war. is a huge mountain that blocks the rebels from attacking the Empire. If this mountain is not removed, the rebels will never win the battle against the Imperial army. The simple game of mech soldier can not only bring you closer to the little girl, but also get you information, which is killing two birds with one stone. The second round of the game started. Wei Chong was still muttering, "The war is going on. What soldier do you choose?" Lanlan, logistics soldier. Wei Chong, battleship soldier. Wei Chong, unlucky. Lost again. Wei Chong smiled warmly. "You are awesome. You won again." "Ask again?" Lanlan asked again. "Big brother, did you eat yesterday?" Wei Chong, Wei Chong was at a loss. "I ate." Sure enough, this kid couldn't get anything out of him. Now just wait for him to win. The war is going on. Battleship soldier. Mech soldier. The war is going on. Logistics soldier. Battleship soldier. 10 minutes later, Lanlan grabbed her head. She was a little confused. She counted on her fingers for a long time. And the little girl frowned and asked, "Big brother, did you eat on the 7th of the last month?" Wei Chong, Wei Chong leaned against the wall of the cave on one side, his face full of despair. He said the same answer in a dead voice, "I ate." "Ah." Lanlan sighed, "Big brother, are we still playing?" Lanlan no longer wants to know whether Big brother has eaten. Lanlan can no longer remember the date. Puff, Yu Sang, who watched the whole process next to him, couldn't help laughing out loud. Su Ming and Su Yu were also laughing. And even Yi Ling, who usually didn't smile, curled his lips slightly and raised his hand to rub the little girl hair. That is to say, how could someone not win a single round after playing rock paper scissors for hundreds of times? Wei Chong, who had vowed to get information from the little girl before, raised his hand to cover his face. To be honest, he didn't want to get any information now. He just wanted to win this little girl. The man's desire to win was burning. One more round. The last round. Lanlan looked at the big brother with worry. She had no choice but to continue playing with him. The war is going on. Wei Chong, mechanized soldier. Lanlan, logistics soldier. Two words popped up one after another. Wei Chong looked at the little girl, who was obviously talking behind him in shock. There was a deep disbelief in his eyes. "You deliberately let me?" Lanlan, The little girl blushed. She thought she didn't let me in very obviously. But the big brother saw it at a glance. Lanlan stuttered, No. Lanlan doesn't know what the big brother is talking about. Wei Chong pointed at the little girl. "You are talking nonsense. You keep blinking your eyes. They said that you will never lie." Lanlan quickly raised her hands and covered her eyes with her two small hands. She shook her head frantically. No. Lanlan didn't blink. Wei Chong, Wei Chong felt a strong sense of being insulted. He had to rely on his own skills to win this little girl who had never even attended kindergarten. "Roll up your sleeves and try again." Bang! At this moment, a loud noise of unknown origin suddenly came from the valley outside. The loud noise appeared suddenly, mixed with the sound of the pattering rain, which made people feel inexplicably uneasy. At the same time, outside the abandoned port of Yaxing, Donald, who had just sneaked into Yaxing, met up with his men. "Have you locked on the location I sent you?" Donald had previously tracked the address his father had sent the secret letter to, and he had already ordered the spies stationed in Asia to search for it first. They should have some news by now. Several men looked at each other, not knowing how to start. Donald looked unhappy. "If you have something to say, just say it." After a while, one of his men spoke awkwardly, reporting to the young commander. "We did lock the position of the commander-in-chief before, but half an hour ago, there was a problem with the position." Donald narrowed his eyes, and the poisonous core flower on his neck was eerie and terrifying. "What's the problem?" The subordinate opened a live broadcast panel, pointed at the young man in the panel, and said embarrassedly, "This is the live broadcast of the contestant of Fatal Training Ground. This contestant is called Swell Bode, an S-level ability user. Half an hour ago, the commander-in-chief's position suddenly changed from the Century Hotel in the middle of Asia Star to the Crazy Canyon in the Special Corner State. After continuous investigation, we found that the commander-in-chief's information location seemed to have been transferred to this Swell Bode for some reason. This situation has never happened before, and we don't know why it happened." Donald immediately looked at the so-called Swell Bode on the big screen. This swell is about 200 years old. His live broadcast room is very unpopular. He is the least popular among the remaining contestants. There were not many comments on his live broadcast screen. This direction was actually heading towards Lanlan and the others. Would they collide with Lanlan and the others in a while? Ha! If they did collide, it would be a hot topic. Maybe we could attract a few people to our live broadcast room. It's too quiet here. Alas, to be honest, if he wasn't from the same planet, I wouldn't want to watch Swell's live broadcast. He's too boring. Not only is it boring, but he's also unlucky. He finally found a mountain car, but it exploded after just 2 days of driving. When his mountain car exploded just now, I was shocked, and even the live broadcast room was disconnected for 2 seconds. Disconnected? Donald caught something and continued to stare at Swell's face. Unfamiliar facial features. Unfamiliar appearance. He really didn't know this person. But how could his father's location be on this person? TSK. Donald was about to turn his eyes away. But at this moment, he saw the ugly sphere abode on the screen suddenly jump when he crossed a puddle. That jumping posture. Donald's pupils shrank. It's impossible. How could his father run into the fatal training ground? Also, is this the electronic appearance that his father is wearing? But can a live broadcast like the fatal training ground use a virtual appearance? Will it not be detected? Donald suddenly felt that he was completely confused. Is this his father? What is his father doing? At the same time, inside the cave, because of the loud noise just now, everyone would look at the valley outside from time to time. Lanlan was also watching. The little girl was forced to continue playing the mecha version of rock paper scissors with brother Wei Chong. She won 10 more times, and she was tired of winning. A casual glance outside the cave. Suddenly, Lanlan saw something. The little girl stood up from the ground instantly. She pointed outside and shouted, "Hey! There's a person over there!" As she spoke, a nimble and flexible figure really passed through the rain and white fog, gradually approaching them. Lanlan looked at the figure approaching from far away. Her cheerful expression slowly became dull. After a while, a pair of dark eyes on the little girl fair and clean face opened wider and wider. Then, she suddenly blurted out, "Dad! Everyone in the cave! ? Donald, who was watching the live broadcast outside, ? Chapter 62. Lanlan thought she had seen it wrong at first. Wasn't Ku's father in the Death Star? How could he suddenly appear in the mountains? Until the figure in the heavy rain came closer and closer, Lanlan was sure that she was not mistaken. This was Ku's father. Dad! 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 The little girl was so excited that she wanted to run out to find her father. As a result, her little shoulder was suddenly pressed down by a big hand. Lanlan turned around anxiously and saw that it was Brother Zero who held her. Big brother. That's Dad. That's Lanlan, Dad. Lanlan. What are you talking about? That's a contestant. Isn't your dad the god of war? Yusang frowned beside him. Lanlan scratched her little head and stomped her feet back and forth. Dadly is Lanlan, Dad. But Lanlan was originally. There's someone. At this moment, outside the cave, a young man in a wet and embarrassed state had walked to the entrance of the cave. The young man held a wet map of the competition venue in his hand. He seemed to have read the map and knew that there was a cave here. So he came here. But he didn't expect that the cave had been occupied by other contestants. The young man looked a little embarrassed. He raised his hand to wipe his face and said hesitantly, My name is Swell Bode. Excuse me. Can I take shelter here for a while? In return, I can pay you nutrient solution or mineral water, the young man said, unzipping his supply bag and taking out 2 bottles of ordinary nutrient solution and a bottle of mineral water from it. I leave as soon as the rain stops. I promise. He looked a little embarrassed, and his sleeves and hems were still dripping with water, looking inexplicably pitiful. Alas, although Swell was 100 years older than Major Yiling, the oldest among these people, because he was only an S-level ability user, he was always humble no matter who he met in the deadly training ground. Swell was a bit socially anxious. If the mountain bike hadn't exploded and the rain hadn't stopped, he probably wouldn't have insisted on staying. He didn't get along well with other contestants. Dad? Dad? Are you here to find Lanlan? Lanlan misses you so much. The little girl screamed at this time. And as she spoke, she wanted to break free from Brother Zero's hand and rush to her father. The young man at the door looked at the little girl in astonishment, as if he was surprised. How could there be a child here? And this child still called him dad? The little girl saw the strangeness and confusion in the young man's eyes. She was stunned for a moment. A little confused. Dad, don't you recognize Lanlan? Yiling picked up the little girl at this time. And Yusang and Suyu also stood up. They stood in front of Lanlan, separating the child from the strange contestant. You said you want to borrow a place to shelter from the rain? Yusang suddenly spoke. The young man was brought back to his senses by the voice, and his eyes turned away from the little girl behind him and turned to the face of the boy in front of him. He nodded. Yes. Is it okay? Yusang was about to say no, but Lanlan suddenly called this stranger dad for no apparent reason. He felt very strange and subconsciously didn't want this person to stay here. Before he could say anything, Wei Chong next to him suddenly said, of course. You don't need your nutrient solution and mineral water. You can keep the things yourself. If you want to stay, just find a place to sit. Yusang's cold eyes instantly glared at Wei Chong. What does this person mean? Wei Chong didn't seem to notice Yusang's displeasure. He even smiled deliberately and pointed at Yusang and the others to the new young man. They actually came yesterday. Everyone got together temporarily to avoid the rain. You don't have to care too much. The implication is, don't forget who the original owner of this cave is. They are all guests who borrowed the place to live. The owner is willing to accept new guests, and the old guests have no right to refute. The black hair on Yusang's face instantly condensed into ink. The young man gratefully put the nutrient solution and mineral water back into his bag, and sincerely thanked Wei Chong. Thank you. As he said that, he found a place outside the cave and sat down. Dad. Lanlan was held in the arms of Brother Zero. She pouted and looked at Ku's father over there sadly. Why did Dad ignore Lanlan and seem to not know Lanlan? The people had already stayed, and Yusang had no way to drive them away. He turned his head and looked at the little girl's depressed face. Frowning, Lanlan. What's wrong with you? Why do you call him Dad? The little girl muttered, because that's Lanlan Dad. I said your dad is the violent god. Lanlan couldn't explain it clearly. Dadly is Lanlan Dad. And Dad Kus is also Lanlan Dad. Lanlan has many other dads. Dad Val. Dad Warden. Dad Muyu. Dad Inno. Dad Kuzi. Dad Hyun. And so on. And so on. Yiling touched the little girl's forehead at this time. He wanted to see if she was sick and call people randomly. Several young men in the cave also began to circle around the little girl, checking if she was feeling unwell. Only the prince, who was sitting in the corner, squinted his eyes and looked at the young man at the door from a distance. Mian Feng also looked at the young man. After a while, as if it was telepathy between 3S ability users, Mian Feng suddenly turned his head to look at the prince. And the prince also looked at Mian Feng. Both of them had the same cautious look in their eyes. This young man was very strange. Not because Lanlan called him Dad, but because there was clearly a huge iron-toothed bear and a cold and cunning wind-red wolf in the cave besides them. But the young man did not even look at the iron-toothed bear and the wind-red wolf from beginning to end, as if he was not curious at all why they were in the same room with the two strange beasts. There must be something wrong with this person. Sure, Shu and Mian Feng are 100% sure. It's over. It's over. Brother Kus is not very good at acting. Why doesn't he take a look at the iron-toothed bear and the wind-red wolf? He is too indifferent to the iron-toothed bear and the wind-red wolf. This is not the reaction of an S-level contestant seeing a monster. Inno sat on the sofa in the hotel room, pointing at the new actor on the big screen. Muyu, who is working on the cabin system of the flying fish, took a look at the screen and frowned. On the Death Star. Where have you seen such a low-level monster? Brother Kus probably forgot that the 2S monster is already a very terrifying existence for 90% of the interstellar people. And he forgot to show fear. Inno shook his head. Look at Mian Feng and the prince. These two have an expression that they have seen through everything. I feel that Brother Kus has been exposed. Muyu pursed his lips. It shouldn't be exposed. I have introduced that. Sphera Bode's character template. His character is exactly the same as the real Sphera Bode now. As long as he resists recognizing Lanlan, it won't be so easy to be exposed. Inno sighed. I hope he can resist. Big brother. Lanlan doesn't have a fever. Nor is she dizzy. Lanlan is really fine. Lanlan wants to talk to Dad. Yusang was speechless. You can't recognize people. And you said you don't have a fever or dizziness. Lanlan. What do you think this is? Yu Sang raised a finger and asked the little girl seriously. Lanlan, eh? Lanlan said frustratedly. This is one. Lanlan knows one. Big brother. You put Lanlan down first. Yi Ling hesitated for a while, and finally put the little girl on the ground. As a result, as soon as she landed, the little girl ran away with a whoosh. The little girl rushed to the entrance of the cave, and her little head directly hit the arms of the young man at the door, regardless of the fact that the other person was wet. Lanlan happily hugged Cuss Daddy tightly, with a big smile on her raised little face. Dad? Are you teasing Lanlan? How could Daddy not recognize Lanlan? Dad loves Lanlan the most. Dad, don't ignore Lanlan. Lanlan misses you so much. Cuss endured and endured, and he just couldn't hold back the little girl body. He pretended to be surprised and asked, Who are you? Lanlan was anxious. She frowned. Dad, please don't say that. Lanlan doesn't think it's fun. I am Lanlan. Cuss gritted his teeth and continued to pretend. I don't know any Lanlan. In an instant, the little girl who shrank in the young man's arms suddenly froze. After a while, the little girl stood up straighter. She looked at Cuss' father in front of her with grievance. As she looked at him, her eyes suddenly turned red. Dad, are you angry with Lanlan? The little girl pouted her lips and said in a humming voice, because Lanlan didn't call Dad. When Lanlan left home, she promised her parents that she would call them to report her safety when she arrived at Yaxing. But Lanlan got lost later. And then Lanlan's communicator ran out of power. As the little girl spoke, she sniffed, ran back to get her small bag, and took out the children's flashlight that had run out of power. She stuffed the light computer into the palm of Cuss' father's hand. Dad, look, it can't be turned on. Cuss lowered his head stiffly and looked at the cartoon light computer in his arms. The little girl bit her lip. Moms and Dad said that when Lanlan got off the starship, an uncle would come to pick her up. Lanlan originally wanted to report to Mom and Dad after living in the uncle house. But Lanlan didn't see the uncle. When Lanlan went to find the uncle, many things happened. In the end, Lanlan light computer ran out of power. Dad? Cuss father. Can you please stop being angry with Lanlan? Lanlan didn't mean to not call Mom and Dad. With his fingers tightly gripping the laptop in his palm, Cuss listened to the little girl crying voice. His heart ached, and he had difficulty breathing. A second later, under Lanlan's cry, the man who couldn't even last 30 seconds suddenly hugged his baby daughter into his arms. He touched the back of her head and coaxed her softly. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. How could Daddy be angry with Lanlan? Daddy can't wait to love Lanlan. Dad was wrong. Daddy was just teasing Lanlan. How could Daddy not know Lanlan? Fuck. Muyu suddenly stood up from the table, shocked, looking at the father and daughter hugging each other affectionately on the screen. It's less than a minute. He blew himself up? Ino understood brother Cuss, but Lanlan is crying. Muyu, Ino sighed. Lanlan is crying. What can he do? If it were me, I would also hug Lanlan and comfort her. Muyu, Although this is indeed the truth. But less than a minute is too much. In the suspended car driving in the air, the temperature inside the car is getting lower and lower. Donald clenched his fists, and his nails had sunk into the flesh of his palms. Cuss father. Cuss. George Cuss. It's really his father George Cuss. Donald couldn't understand. Why did his father teleport from the hotel to the deadly training ground? Why did he change his identity and skin? And why, suddenly there was a daughter? Could it be that his father had been missing for so long, and secretly gave birth to a second child behind his back? The major live broadcast rooms have exploded now. The screen was full of comments that blocked out the faces of the people on the screen. What's going on? What's going on? Why did Swell admit that he was Lanlan's father? What the hell is Cuss' father? Isn't his name Swell Bode? At Baoshan. Baoshan. Isn't Lanlan your daughter? Thunderbolt from the sky. I'm dumbfounded now. Let me do the math. Baoshan and Lanlan mother divorced. So Lanlan mother later found a new partner. And this partner is Sfer. Sfer is Lanlan's stepfather? Is he the godfather? I remember that Sophia mother is Lanlan's godmother. We guessed the godmother. And we don't know if she is the godmother. There are also rumors outside that Sophia mother might be Baoshan's new girlfriend. Moreover, even if Sfer is Lanlan's godfather, why does Lanlan call him Cuss dad? The names don't match. I'm dizzy. I'm completely dizzy. Damn. I took another look at the Star Network. It's only been 3 minutes. And the related entries have climbed to the top 10 of the hot search list. You are worthy of it. My sister Lan, the top star in the Interstellar. When the whole world was exploding, the group of contestants in the cave were also completely stunned. What the hell? This is actually Lanlan, father? Suddenly, Yi Ling felt a sharp pain in his arm. Yi Ling immediately turned his head to look at Yu Sang beside him. Yu Sang was looking at him blankly and asked blankly, "Does it hurt?" Yi Ling said coldly, "What do you think?" Yu Sang immediately covered his head. "It's over. You are in pain. Then it's not a dream. This is real?" Yu Sang collapsed. What is going on? Just when everyone couldn't figure out the relationship between Lanlan and Wire. In the cave, only Shu and Mian Feng still felt something was wrong. The two of them squinted their eyes quietly and continued to observe the young man in front of them. Cuss held the little girl and coaxed her for a long time, and finally coaxed the little girl red eyes away. Lanlan sat in Cuss' father's arms, tugging at his clothes with her little hands, mumbling, "Dad, did you come here to find Lanlan? Are you here to take Lanlan home?" Cuss played with the little girl's soft hair. "Then Lanlan wants to go home with Daddy." The little girl nodded at first, but then she puffed up her cheeks hesitantly. Cuss noticed the change in his daughter's expression. What's wrong? Lanlan pursed her lips and looked at the other people in the cave with her big eyes. Everyone in the cave was also looking at her. They were either worried, nervous, or puzzled, and each pair of eyes was very complicated. Cuss asked, "Oh, are you reluctant to leave your friends?" Lanlan lowered her head and said in a very soft voice, "Brother Zero is not fully recovered yet. Brother Yusang's legs are still a little lame. Brother Mianfeng is poisoned. Brother Shu is always quiet. Brother Shuyue will braid Lanlan hair." Lanlan promised Brother Su Ming that she would tell Brother Su Ming the story of China. The little dog will follow Lanlan wherever he goes. Lanlan just met the giant panda yesterday. And Brother Wei Chong. The cave was very quiet. The little girl said a long list of names, and everyone listened to her in silence, until she mentioned Wei Chong. Wei Chong was watching the show on the side. He was stunned for a moment when he heard it. He didn't expect the child to mention him. He didn't have any friendship with the child, and he didn't show that he liked the child. But it turned out that he was just an acquaintance. Does he have weight in the eyes of this child? The little girl continued. Brother Wei Chong always loses when playing games. Lanlan has never seen such a stupid brother since she was a child. Lanlan wants to teach him how to play games so that he won't lose. Wei Chong, if you want to teach, you can teach. What does it mean to add the word stupid in front? Cuss rubbed the little girl hair and said in a clear and gentle voice, "So, after saying so much, you still can't bear to leave your friends, right?" The little girl didn't speak. Cuss pursed his lips. Lanlan actually didn't make any friends, although the parents in the Death Star loved her very much. She had never met any friends of the same age. Although these teenagers were not the same age as her, they were at least of similar age. Unlike their parents, almost every one of them was hundreds of years older than Lanlan. Cuss said, "There's no rush to go home. It will take 10 days to prepare outside, so there's no rush." The little girl raised her head instantly, her big eyes sparkling. "Really?" Cuss pinched the little girl's cheek. "When did your father lie to you?" Lanlan immediately hugged Cuss' father's neck and happily hugged him. After a while, the iron-toothed bear woke up over there. Lanlan saw the giant panda looking for food everywhere, and hurried to prepare a bowl of milk for the giant panda. As soon as the little girl left, a group of bad boys suddenly came out collectively. 7 or 8 of them surrounded the young man in front of him. Cuss' back was pressed against the stone wall of the cave. He looked at the group of little brats in front of him. Without them asking, he pretended to panic and explained, "I don't know that child." Everyone, Barrage, Huh? What? You just said you were Lanlan, father. The young man deliberately lowered his voice. I met Princess Nana before. She mentioned to me that a little girl ran into the fatal training ground. I didn't. I thought I would meet this child, and I didn't expect that this child would recognize me as her father. She obviously recognized the wrong person, but she was about to cry. I could only bite the bullet and recognize her first and coax her first. Yi Ling's dark eyebrows were deeply frowned, and he looked at the young man in front of him dangerously. Just coax her? The young man then turned on his light brain and called up his personal competition information. Look, my name is Farah Bode, from Kekel Moon Star. The marriage column shows unmarried. I have never been married. How could I have a child? The young man said it too sincerely. Yi Ling glanced at the personal information and checked the photo on the information with the person in front of him. It was indeed the same person. Outside the stadium. In the hotel. Ino was very nervous. Such a lame excuse. Can these people believe it? Muyu was about to say. Only fools would believe it. But at this moment, in the live broadcast room, Yu Sang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his chest and said, "Huh. So you were pretending. That's good. That's good. I was really scared just now. I thought you were really Lanlan father. Buddy, you are really good at acting." Muyu, Muyu's throat was stuck. And he said with difficulty, "Fools? There are not no." Ino nodded in agreement, but it seems that Yu Sang is the only fool. And everyone else has an expression of disbelief. Muyu didn't care much. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Because they have no evidence at all. Muyu said, glancing at his light computer screen. From the moment Lanlan called Cuss Dad, he saw that within a few minutes, 38 back-end permissions had already been vying to retrieve information about Sphere Abode. I believe that in a few minutes, all the ancestors of Sphere Abode will be dug out by these people. But unfortunately, no matter how they searched, they could not find any relationship between Sphere Abode and Lanlan. No one knew that the person in front of them was not Sphere Abode at all, but the rebel commander, George Cuss. No one knew that someone would be so bold as to replace a person outside the stadium with a person inside the stadium in front of the live camera in front of the public. In front of the live camera, with only 2 seconds of signal disconnection time. No one would have thought of such an absurd situation. Therefore, even if Cuss really recognized Lanlan, he only needed to make a perfunctory excuse. Even if these people did not believe him in their hearts, they had no choice but to believe him, because there was no evidence to prove that he was lying. However, this put pressure on them outside the stadium. They must not let anyone find out that the protective net had been opened and closed. And they must not let anyone find the real Sphere Abode. After Lanlan fed the giant panda a bowl of milk, she turned around and saw the older brothers surrounding Cuss' father. The little girl ran over and tiptoed to look inside. Yi Ling noticed the little girl and touched her head. "What's wrong?" Lanlan blinked and tilted her head. Lanlan wanted to introduce Cuss' dad to the older brothers. But the older brothers seemed to already know Cuss' dad. Shu leaned against the stone wall and suddenly said, "Introduce him." Yi Ling nodded. "Yes. Introduce him. We also want to know who your Cuss' dad is." Lanlan happily got into the crowd. She held Cuss' dad's hand and said with a smile, "Li Dad is indeed Lanlan father. But Li Dad left when Lanlan was very young. Yaya mother said that Li Dad was dead. But Li Dad was not dead yet. Yaya mother made a mistake. Then Cuss' dad. He is the father who grew up with Lanlan. When Lanlan was a child, it was Daddy Cuss who washed Lanlan diapers." The little girl blushed with embarrassment when she said this. Later, when Lanlan grew up a little, Daddy Cuss taught Lanlan to walk and made milk powder for Lanlan. When Lanlan cried in the middle of the night, Daddy Cuss would hold Lanlan and walk around the house all night. When Lanlan grew up a little, Daddy Cuss made a small swing, a seesaw, and a tree house for Lanlan, took Lanlan to go boating, and made friends with small animals. In short, Daddy Cuss was very good to Lanlan. Cuss lowered his eyes and looked at his baby daughter, who was crazy about showing off to her friends how good her father was. He just felt that because of Lanlan's departure, his gradually silent and cold heart finally warmed up again. Sure enough, he couldn't live without his little cotton-padded jacket. At the same time, in a certain floating car, Donald listened stiffly to the little girl on the screen, washing diapers, teaching her to walk, making milk powder, carrying her around all night, making swings, seesaws, tree houses, and taking her boating? Huh. Impossible. It must be fake. Chapter 63. After Lanlan introduced Cuss' dad to the older brothers, she introduced the older brothers to Cuss' dad. "Dad, this is Brother Zero. This is Brother Yu Sang. This is Brother Gecko." Ah, Brother Gecko is what Lanlan calls the older brothers. Actually, Brother Gecko is Brother Shu. And there are more. The little girl talked endlessly, and everyone didn't interrupt her. Just listened to her. After introducing the people, she started to introduce the small animals. She kept talking, as if she had endless things to say to her Cuss' dad. Later, the little girl even talked in detail about everything that happened since she entered the forest. sometimes talking about the alien pathogen, sometimes talking about the volcanic eruption. And she also emphasized that she was betrayed by an older sister. Lanlan obviously wanted to help her elder sister, but her elder sister was so fierce. She grabbed Lanlan and threw her to the ground. Lanlan was injured in many places. The little girl thought of that incident and started to feel wronged again. She rolled up her sleeves and pointed to 2 places with light red marks and said, "Here. Here. Dad. Look. It's here." Lanlan complained to her father excitedly. When her parents were not around, Lanlan could be very strong. But as soon as she saw her parents, all the grievances and injustices she had suffered came back to Lanlan's mind. Lanlan hummed and acted like a spoiled child with her father, and she would not stop being angry unless her father coaxed her. Cus held the little girl's wrist and looked at the marks on her arm. Li Jie had shown them the video before, and they had clearly seen in the camera how the woman named Wei Xuecha had viciously injured Lanlan. Recalling the frames and scenes in the video, Cus' cold eyes instantly released a surge of murderous intent. The moment the murderous intent exploded, a chilling repressive force suddenly appeared in the cave. Shu, Mian Feng, and Yu Sang, 3-3s, boys with sharp 5 senses, immediately raised their heads. But in just a moment, the murderous intent that flashed just now disappeared without a trace. Is it their illusion? No, it's not. That creepy feeling clearly happened in reality. But who is it? Who in the cave could have such a terrible deterrent power? The moment his murderous intent was revealed, Cus realized that he had forgotten to hide his emotions. He quickly restrained his breath and did not let anyone find out that something was wrong. However, the young man pursed his slightly hard lips tightly, and his rough fingertips groped the delicate skin of the little girl, and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Lanlan obediently shook her head. "It doesn't hurt anymore." But he emphasized, "But it hurt before." Cus held his daughter in his arms and let her sit on his lap. He said, "That big sister is really too bad. She actually bullied Lanlan. Did Lanlan take revenge on her?" The little girl tilted her head. "Revenge?" Cus explained, "That is, treat her the way she treats you." Lanlan pouted her little mouth and shook her head. Lanlan did not take revenge on the big sister. The big sister pushed Lanlan and, after she left, Lanlan never saw her again. Cus touched his daughter's hair. "Then next time you see her, Lanlan will push her too." Lanlan immediately agreed with a grudge. "Okay. The elder sister can push Lanlan. So why can't Lanlan push the elder sister?" However, if the elder sister is willing to say sorry to Lanlan, Lanlan can also not push the elder sister. But the elder sister must sincerely apologize to Lanlan, because Lanlan really suffered a lot of injuries and drank a lot of super unpalatable potions. Cus looked at the marks on his daughter's hand again. He actually knew that both Wei Xuecha and the Wei family had been completely dealt with by Li Jie. But that was not enough. Li Jie was too indecisive after all. He didn't kill them. Wei Xuecha only had 1 arm broken. Even if she broke 1,000 arms, could it be compared to a strand of Lanlan hair? Wei Xuecha's father was only paralyzed on one side, but he still had the other half. In short, it was too light. These punishments were too light. But it didn't matter. The real punishment would be implemented by them soon. Li Jie. Huh? The people of the Empire are not reliable at all. Cus said to the little girl again, "But Lanlan. If Lanlan can never see that big sister again, don't be disappointed. We just pretend that we never knew her." Lanlan nodded again, and she said obediently, "Lanlan will not be disappointed. Lanlan doesn't like that big sister, and Lanlan doesn't want to remember people who make Lanlan unhappy. Lanlan little head will only remember people who are good to Lanlan and people Lanlan likes, such as Cus' dad." The little girl said, hugged her father's neck again, and buried her little face in the crook of her father's neck. Cus was amused by the little girl's sweet words. He hugged his daughter and rubbed the back of her head. "You. How can you be so obedient? Such an obedient baby. Whose daughter is it?" The little girl said crisply, "It's my father's daughter." Cus laughed. "Yes. It's my father's daughter. It's my father's favorite Lanlan. On the floating car. Donald. Favorite fart. Snap." He turned off the live broadcast screen directly. The others in the car didn't dare to breathe for a moment. Time passed by minute, until the atmosphere in the car was about to freeze into ice. Donald suddenly spoke again. "What's good about my daughter?" No one in the car said anything. Donald emphasized his tone and looked at the person in front of him with a cold gaze. Speak. A trusted subordinate quickly replied, Not good. He swallowed his saliva. My daughter. Not good at all. Donald's heart, full of anger, was slightly relieved. He closed his eyes, leaned against the backrest of the car seat, raised his chin, and the poisonous flower on his neck was exposed again. What's wrong? The subordinate racked his brains. No. No. My daughter is too cute. Will it affect the speed of my father drawing the sword? Donald opened his eyes instantly. What did you say? The subordinate was sweating. Young master. Please forgive me. Another subordinate made a witty suggestion at this time. Young master. If you hate that child named Lanlan, why not let Wei Chong take her? The subordinate narrowed his eyes, and made a sinister gesture of wiping his neck. But what answered him was a heavy punch from their young master that was as powerful as thunder and breaking mountains and rivers. Donald punched the subordinate in the eye, giving him a black eye, and cursed, You are stupid. She is my sister? The heavy rain in the crazy canyon finally stopped on the second day. When the heavy rain stopped, the people who had been hiding in the cave for 2 days could finally go out for a breath of fresh air. The air in the forest was very good, and the heavy rain seemed to have washed the entire valley. The iron-toothed bear also began to run into the forest. Lanlan thought the giant panda was going home, so she decided to send the giant panda home. So everyone divided the work. Some people stayed in the cave to study how to get to the beacon forest before the pursuit training began. Some people went into the valley to see if they could find some backup supplies. And Shu, Yu Sang and Kus accompanied the little girl to send the iron-toothed bear home. This iron-toothed bear can really walk. Where does it live? The black and white bear in front had been walking for almost half an hour, and this place was already far away from the cave they had been in before. Yu Sang couldn't hold it in anymore and complained. Shu didn't speak. His pair of dark eyes always stared at the young man in front of him. The young man was still playing the role of the little girl father, and his big hand was always holding the little girl hand. Roar! At this moment, the iron-toothed bear in front suddenly stopped, then turned and went to a small green bamboo forest. The iron-toothed bear sat on the ground and began to dig bamboo shoots on the ground. After digging for a long time, it dug out a broken bamboo shoot with soil. The black and white bear took a bite and gnawed a mouthful of mud. Hey, giant panda, wipe it before eating. Lanlan walked over and helped the giant panda clean the bamboo shoots. But the giant panda seemed to be so rough when eating by itself. It still ate in a mess and didn't care about eating at all. Forget it. I do it. I'm used to digging bamboo these 2 days. Yu Sang rolled up his sleeves, took out his weapon knife, and began to harvest bamboo and bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest. He said to Kus and Shu, Don't stand there. Dig together. Dig faster. Cutting bamboo is not difficult. Soon, a full mountain of bamboo and bamboo shoots was piled in front of the iron-toothed bear. The iron-toothed bear ate with gusto, and seemed not in a hurry to go home. When the giant panda was eating bamboo, Lanlan was touching its fur beside it. She said as she touched it, Giant panda, Lanlan will be gone soon, and I won't be able to see you anymore. Will you miss Lanlan? The iron-toothed bear, who was only busy eating, didn't understand what the little girl was saying. It continued to spit out bamboo skin and eat bamboo hearts. But at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew. The wind was not strong, like a breeze, but with the wind came a pungent smell. Kus smelled this familiar smell. He was stunned for a moment. His brows suddenly frowned. He raised his head and looked around with a calm gaze, as if looking for something. At the same time, in the fatal training ground building, the beep-beep alarm sounded continuously. What's wrong? Hu Qingyao walked into the data detection room, looked at the red light flashing on the screen, and asked, why is the air quality in the Crazy Canyon area declining so quickly? The staff who tested the data were also confused. Director Hu. For some reason, the air in Crazy Canyon seemed to be polluted by something. In an instant, the air quality fell below the red line. We are still looking for the reason. Hu Qingyao narrowed her eyes and swept her sight across the live broadcast room screen next to her. Soon, she caught Lanlan's figure among the screens. Lanlan seemed to have no idea what happened. But from the live broadcast room, it can be seen that the color of the entire live broadcast room suddenly became dim, because the sky, which was originally as clean as water, suddenly became turbid. So the light radiation came down, and the light also became turbid. Hu Qingyao looked unfriendly. Can this pollution be controlled? The staff was sweating. It is an unknown polluted gas. And the coverage speed is very fast. Maybe. Scum? In a high-end hotel in Yaxing. Donald continued to watch the live broadcast room. However, as he watched the color of the live broadcast room slowly change, his face suddenly became not very good. The subordinates around him also discovered, young Marshal. It should be Wei Chong. Sure Shu and Yu Sang went out alone. Wei Chong probably thought that this was a great opportunity to take action. So he used our gasification weapon. Scum. Scum is very destructive. The air in this area will soon be strongly polluted. At that time, people in the pollution source, even 3S ability users, will. The subordinate suddenly stopped talking here, because he found that their young martial face was extremely dark. Donald stared at the subordinates around him with a gloomy look in his throat. He asked a question that was suppressed to the extreme. No one notified him. Are the commander and the young master in there? Subordinates, Ah? The commander and the others no. Who is the young master? Chapter 64. Scum. The initial research and development was personally conducted by Cuss. In the battle with the Imperial Army, the rebels were always at a disadvantage in some large-scale battles because of their small number of people. And the side magic weapon of gasification weapons is to win with fewer people and take the enemy by surprise. Cuss has always liked to use gasification weapons as the first shot to launch a surprise attack. But it turns out that doing evil really will be punished. Gasification weapons are indiscriminate attacks. As long as gasification weapons are used in an area, this area will become a heavily polluted restricted area for at least the next 200 years. Humans cannot survive in such a place. And animals and plants cannot grow in such a place. This place will become a wasteland. Destroying the environment is a first-degree felony in interstellar law. But as a rebel leader, how can he care about the laws of the Imperial Army? Cuss once wantonly used the scum to destroy the ecology. He didn't care about the consequences, because it was someone else who died anyway, until the person who died became him. He was bitten back by the evil he had done. That time, he was trapped in a dense forest polluted by the scum. This dense forest was like a maze, and he was trapped in it for 7 days. 7 days later, when he came out again, the rioting mental power almost killed him. The riot factor destroyed his fighting power. His brain was in extreme tearing pain every minute because of the mental collapse. The Imperial Army easily captured him. He went from being a high-ranking, invincible vanguard commander of the rebels to a lingering garbage waste who couldn't even hold high-level weapons. Yes, when he was imprisoned in the Death Star, Cuss was so weak that he couldn't even beat a C-level ability user. Why didn't he contact Donald once in the past 40 years? Is he really in the Death Star and unable to transmit information to the outside? No. If he wanted, he could contact Donald. But what about after that? How should he open his mouth? How should he tell him that the son who had worshipped him with all his life, his father, the father he was proud of and tried to be his life goal, has now become a puddle of mud? Cuss was at ease being a puddle of mud on the Death Star. He didn't want to see anyone. He just wanted to keep the last bit of his remaining dignity. Until one day, a pair of tender and soft little hands suddenly pinched him back to human form. Cuss, who was born in hell, never thought that a person like him could be favored by the God of the universe. Perhaps, for every prisoner with a story on the Death Star, the appearance of Lanlan was the rescue of the God of the universe. God gave them a daughter. The appearance of this daughter also pulled Cuss back from the muddy and wet abyss to the bright spring world. Lanlan actually cured his mental riot. The culprit, who had suffered decades of painful torture, disappeared completely in the unconscious touch of the little girl. This ignorant, sometimes silly little girl had no idea what her appearance had changed. Cuss' mental power was good. His force value slowly returned. He had a smart and cute daughter, and he could do anything for his daughter. If Cuss' belief before was to overthrow the Imperial Army, the rebels entered the house, and it would last for thousands of years. Now, he just wanted to be an ordinary father who revolved around his daughter. But why couldn't such a small wish come true? The smell of scum became stronger and stronger. He hated this smell so much that he wanted to find the person who released the gas and crush his skull. At this time, the two slow-witted new Generation 3S rookies finally noticed something was wrong. Yu Sang suddenly said, "Is the air here wrong?" Cuss looked at Yu Sang calmly. Cuss knew the characteristics of scum. In fact, this little polluted air could not hurt him now. And of course, it could not hurt Lanlan, who could seal all the alien pathogens. The air pollution on the Death Star was 1,000 times that of scum. So Cuss was not worried that Lanlan would be hurt. He was just very angry. Why do the things of the angry rebels still appear in his world? It's like someone is constantly reminding him that he is still the unforgivable rebel commander. And he is not the kind and gentle father Cuss in Lanlan mind. He doesn't want to be a rubbish commander. He just wants to be Lanlan father. He just wants Lanlan, who is disturbing his normal life. Lanlan didn't feel anything wrong with the air. But Brother Yusang suddenly yelled, which scared the little girl. Big brother? Lanlan looked at Brother Yusang in astonishment, wondering why the big brother suddenly called out. Lanlan, don't you smell it? There is a very bad smell in the air. It is the smell of pollution. The rebels like to use gasification weapons. We have had relevant anti-pollution training in the class of our military academy. This is definitely air pollution. Let's go! Yusang said, picking up the little girl and running. Wait! Shirshu suddenly called Yusang. Shirshu took off his protective suit, crumpled it into a ball, stuffed it into the little girl hand, and told her, use this to cover your mouth and nose, and try to breathe less. Lanlan did it without knowing why. Who knew that at this moment? The giant panda, who was eating bamboo, suddenly shouted, roar! Roar! As if it was very uncomfortable. The iron-toothed bear dropped the bamboo and suddenly began to roll on the ground. It also hit the stone with its head, as if only in this way could it relieve the inexplicable tingling in its head. Giant panda! Giant panda! What's wrong with you? Lanlan looked at the giant panda anxiously. Shirshu saw the appearance of the iron-toothed bear. His face was stern, and he pushed Yusang, asking him to take the little girl away quickly. Big brother, what's wrong with the giant panda? Lanlan wants to go see the giant panda. Yusang didn't stop at all, and ran away with the little girl in the blink of an eye. At this time, Cuss took out a bottle of healing potion from the supply bag of Swell. He walked to the black and white bear, grabbed its head, and forced it to drink the healing potion. Shirshu squinted his eyes, and watched the young man every move, until the bottle of potion was finished. The iron-toothed bear seemed to be better. After the body recovered, out of the instinct of the beast to avoid danger, the iron-toothed bear grabbed 2 bamboo shoots and ran directly towards the distant mountains, until the honest body of the black and white bear gradually disappeared. The cold voice of the boy suddenly sounded from behind. Are you okay? Cuss turned his head, and Shirshu was only wearing a thin gray underwear at this time, and he was looking at him with vigilance. Cuss lied. Our school has also done anti-pollution training, and I don't react much to this kind of smell. Shirshu sneered. What about the medicine? 2S alien beast caught at will, and even when the high-level alien beast was almost crazy with pain, he controlled it with one hand and then forcibly fed it medicine. Can ordinary S-level ability users do this? Cuss frowned and continued to lie. If I say that it actually has no strength, otherwise I can't control it. Do you believe it? Shirshu didn't say whether he believed it or not. He just pulled out the short knife from his supply bag, with the tip of the knife facing down. He took a fighting posture and looked at the young man in front of him calmly. This air pollution. You did it, right? Are you a rebel? Cuss, eh? I actually guessed it right, but I didn't guess it completely. Donald covered his face with his hands, with an ugly look. After a while, he was furious. Is it done yet? The men around him were still sending messages, and he was also very anxious. Young Marshal. That? Wei Chong can't receive our instructions in real time. We bribed the staff and used the automatic timing code to send the information in. But there is a delay. The protective net of the fatal training ground was too strong. They tried several methods, but they really couldn't communicate with Wei Chong in real time. The message he sent in now would not be seen by Wei Chong until tomorrow at the earliest. So, Donald smashed the ashtray next to him to the ground, and the glass debris covered the ground. The men didn't dare to speak immediately. Donald leaned forward, looking at the screen on the live broadcast with a gloomy face. Finally, he gritted his teeth, continued to send instructions. Tell him that these 2 people must not move. Wei Chong received a delayed message. At the beginning, he received the instruction that there was a little girl in the fatal training ground. This little girl was the daughter of the tyrant. As long as he took her away, it was equivalent to catching the tyrant weakness. After that, Wei Chong received another order. The young commander said that he should complete the task as soon as possible. Yaxing had other things waiting for him to do. It didn't matter if the little girl was killed. Now Wei Chong was executing the second order. Although he knew that there were 4 people in the bamboo forest, the young commander said it didn't matter. So he couldn't blame him for being cold-blooded. He just wanted to get rid of the prince and Yu Sang as soon as possible. As for the little girl and the young man named Swell, they were destined to be cannon fodder. Estimating the time, Wei Chong felt that it was almost time. He put away the vaporized weapon spray hidden in his sleeves, pretended to drink water, and took a temporary potion to restrain the scum in advance. Everything was ready. Wei Chong walked into the pollution source with a nimble figure. He wanted to confirm whether Shu and Yu Sang had been attacked by the mental power of the scum. At that time, he would make up for it in time. But he had just taken 2 steps. Big brother. Big brother. Here. Here. The little girl's scream came from a distance. Wei Chong looked around. And Su? He saw a petite figure dragging a boy and moving forward with difficulty in the turbid and bad air. Wei Chong quickly ran towards Lanlan. And as soon as he got there, he saw Yu Sang lying on the ground with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. And he had fainted. But the little girl was still very normal. And her face did not show any discomfort after being attacked by the scum. What's going on? Wei Chong asked with narrowed eyes. Lanlan was sweating profusely in anxiety. Lanlan doesn't know. Big brother was holding Lanlan and running in the mountains. But big brother suddenly fell down. And then big brother nose and eyes began to bleed. And then big brother fainted. The little girl was also panicked. But she looked at brother Wei Chong in front of her and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately. Big brother. You are nearby. Big brother. Can you help Lanlan carry brother Yu Sang back? Carry back. Hee. Wei Chong stood up with a cold expression. At this point, he stopped pretending. Lanlan. Do you know that this is a game? Everyone in the stadium is actually my enemy. Fuck. Wei Chong you. Damn. You are such a person? In order to win the game. Do you want to watch Yu Sang die? Lanlan. You quickly press the light brain for Yu Sang and let him withdraw from the game immediately. Help. Wei Chong you are a fucking rubbish. The barrage began to curse angrily. What is the difference between Wei Chong behavior and Rick before? Backstabbing teammates. Selling teammates. Fuck. Because they really liked Wei Chong. Many viewers felt that Wei Chong was 1,000 times more disgusting than Rick. Wei Chong could not reveal the fact that he was a rebel. So what if he was a big villain in the stadium? In this way, wouldn't it be reasonable to get rid of these 3 targets? Big brother. Lanlan looked at brother Wei Chong in front of her in surprise. She didn't understand what brother Wei Chong said. Haha. Wei Chong seemed very happy. His golden curly hair swayed slightly in the trembling laughter. Suddenly, Wei Chong took out an S-class weapon knife. He pointed the tip of the knife at the little girl in front of him. His handsome face was full of viciousness. I almost forgot. I can't let you go back and tip off. If Yu Sang dies, you will die too. Lanlan. You are not a contestant. Even if I kill you, it won't be a violation. After saying that, Wei Chong stabbed directly. And the tip of the knife was facing the little girl's chest. Lanlan looked at the silver knife approaching her. Suddenly, the words of Ku's father echoed in Lanlan's mind. Then Lanlan. Did you take revenge on her? Lanlan's little face was tense and bulged like a little pufferfish. She raised her hand angrily. Suddenly, she grabbed the hand of Wei Chong's brother, who stabbed at her, and held the knife. Wei Chong, Wei Chong frowned. He pushed forward with all his strength. But, what happened? How could this little girl suddenly become so strong? She could actually resist his attack? Wei Chong's face changed drastically. At this time, Lanlan, who had suffered a loss once, snatched the dagger from Wei Chong's brother. She spoke loudly, and her eyebrows stood up in anger. Big brother wants to bully Lanlan. But Lanlan disagrees. Dad said that how big brother treats Lanlan. Lanlan will treat big brother the same way. This is revenge. After saying that, Puff Lanlan stabbed the dagger into Wei Chong's chest. Wei Chong, damn. How did she snatch his weapon? Damn. Why can she pierce his protective suit? What's wrong with this child? At the same time, in the hotel outside the stadium, Donald looked at the scene in front of him. He breathed a long sigh of relief and pressed his eyebrows. Fortunately, she is fine. Chapter 65. Hurting someone is not an easy thing. When the tip of the knife pierced into the other person's body, Lanlan realized what she had done. Blood gushed out from the other person's chest. Lanlan's hand holding the handle of the knife suddenly trembled. The next second, the little girl's hand suddenly loosened. And with a pop, she fell back and sat on the ground. Wei Chong looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief. And then he looked at the panicked little girl on the ground. The wound of the short knife was not very deep, but the real pain was so clear. The little girl obviously had no experience, and she didn't stab a fatal place. But Wei Chong still couldn't understand. How could she hurt him? With a puff, Wei Chong's face was dark, and he directly pulled out the blade inserted in his chest. Ah! The moment the blood spurted out, Wei Chong didn't scream, but the little girl screamed in fear. Wei Chong sneered. He used his mental power to stop the bleeding wound. And then he spread out his left hand that was pressing the wound. It was full of blood, soaking his palm. He strangely stretched his hand in front of the little girl and showed her. That's it? Lanlan was shocked. She froze in place and wouldn't move. Wei Chong narrowed his eyes. And suddenly, he grabbed the little girl's wrist with his bloody hand. Ah! Lanlan screamed. She was shaking all over. The smile in the boy's eyes became more and more evil. And his mouth was grinning. And his expression was a little crazy, with such a little strength. Who can you kill? You haven't seen blood. Right? Ah? Lanlan bit her little mouth. Her voice was crying. And her big eyes looked at the bad brother in front of her. Big brother. You are not. You are sick. The smile in the boy's eyes faded. And his voice was cold. Let me tell you how to kill someone. As he said that, Wei Chong held the bloody short knife with his other hand. He kept looking at the little girl. But the knife in his hand suddenly stabbed at Yusang, who was lying on the ground. Swish. The knife was about to pierce Yusang's heart. The tip of the knife was only 1 centimeter away from Yusang's body. As long as he went down a little bit. A little bit. A little bit. Wei Chong, Wei Chong's face was dark. And he looked at the little girl, who blocked his wrist with one hand in shock. One of Lanlan's hands was held by the bad brother. And the other hand? Just before the bad brother stabbed brother Yusang, also held the bad brother hand. Lanlan cried and said, Big brother? Lanlan doesn't want to know how to kill people. Can you please not tell Lanlan? Wei Chong's tense voice came out of his throat. Let go. He struggled to get his hand out of the little girl's hand. But he couldn't get it out. Why is she so strong? What did she eat to grow up? Lanlan refused pitifully. Lanlan won't let go. Lanlan let go. Big brother will kill brother Yusang. Wei Chong gritted his teeth and pulled his hand out. It still didn't work. Even because he was too strong. The wound on his chest that had stopped bleeding again. I won't kill him. You let me go, Wei Chong said irritably. Lanlan pouted. Then the big brother also let Lanlan go. Lanlan looked at the big brother left hand holding her wrist, which was covered with blood. Lanlan was so scared. Wei Chong rolled his throat. Okay. Let's let go together. 3, 2, 1. The next second, the two of them held each other more tightly at the same time. Wei Chong, Lanlan, Puff, I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't laugh. But I couldn't help it. Let go together, X. Don't let go together, Hook. Cheating each other. Right? No sincerity at all. Right? Lanlan has 800 tricks. Right? Wei Chong looked at the little girl, who didn't keep her word in front of him in shock. Why don't you let go? Lanlan's voice was smaller than a mosquito. Big brother. You didn't let go either. I let go if you let go. Lanlan shook her head and muttered. Lanlan is just young. But Lanlan is not a little fool. Wei Chong, Then I should praise you for being smart. Right. Wei Chong let out a long breath. Okay. I give up. I won't kill you. Oh. My chest hurts so much. Hey. I haven't actually hurt you. But you really stabbed me. Lanlan looked at the bloody hole in the bad brother's chest with a guilty conscience. Although Lanlan said that she wanted to take revenge on the bad brother. The bad brother didn't stab Lanlan. It was Lanlan who stabbed the bad brother first. I'm sorry. The little girl apologized weakly. Why don't you let me go? Wei Chong roared. Lanlan still shook her head. Lanlan doesn't dare to let go. Lanlan is also very scared. But Lanlan thinks that big brother is more terrifying. Wei Chong closed his eyes fiercely and frantically mobilized his mental power. But, damn, his mental power was like dead. And he couldn't gather it at all. It was as if the little girl was holding not only his hand, but also his mental power core. Before, he had mental power to protect his body, but the little girl could still stab him. Should I say that she is worthy of being the daughter of the tyrant Jia? She is a monster of combat power at such a young age? Such an imperial bloodline will probably become the next enemy of the rebels when it grows up. Wei Chong narrowed his eyes and tried to persuade the other party. Then you can't let me bleed like this? Lanlan hesitated. Wei Chong frowned. Well, I let you go first. And then you let me go, Wei Chong said. And really let go of the little girl wrist gently. Lanlan immediately retracted her little hand. Wei Chong's eyes were deep. Can you let me go now? Yes, the little girl agreed. And then she immediately used the hand that had just been freed to grab the knife from the bad brother again. And then let go of the bad brother. Wei Chong lost his weapon and his face was tense. He pressed his palm against his chest. And his eyes looked at the knife in the little girl hand again. His sight moved back and forth between the little girl and the fallen Yu Sang. After a while, Wei Chong suddenly remembered something. When he saw the little girl just now, the little girl was struggling to drag Yu Sang. And after seeing her, the little girl excitedly asked him to carry Yu Sang back. What does this mean? It means that the little girl can't drag Yu Sang. But when the little girl blocked his attack just now, her strength was obviously terrifying. Wei Chong understood. This child doesn't know how to use her ability. Her mental level is obviously very high. At least much higher than Yu Sang. Otherwise Yu Sang would have fallen. And she couldn't be fine. She has high mental power and high force. But she doesn't seem to know it. It's her instinct to use mental power to resist air pollution. And it's also her instinct to use force to resist others' harm. She won't use her ability. She will only resist passively. Not actively. Wei Chong's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. In this way, he doesn't have to rush to finish off Yu Sang. Nor does he have to conflict with this child. With Yu Sang bleeding from all 7 orifices, his mental power must have been seriously righted. But the little girl couldn't drag him away because she didn't know how to use force. So he could only continue to soak in the highly polluted environment. This way, he can hold on for more than 10 minutes. Just more than 10 minutes. He doesn't have to kill Yu Sang. Yu Sang will die by himself. So, he just needs to do nothing and watch them slowly wait to die. Thinking of the 3 tasks, one of which is about to be completed. Wei Chong laughed out loud. Lanlan looked at the bad brother, who suddenly laughed strangely in confusion. She was scared and quickly put the knife she snatched from the bad brother into her small backpack to prevent the bad brother from getting the knife and hurting Lanlan and brother Yu Sang. Wei Chong didn't care about the weapon anymore. He looked at the little girl leisurely and said in a light tone, I was wrong before. But unfortunately, I was stabbed by you, and I don't have the strength to carry him back. Then you can find a way to take him away? I wish you success. Fuck. What a disgusting person. I'm so annoyed with him. By the way, I want to know why Yu Sang was suddenly so badly injured? They said it was air pollution. But on the other side, the prince and Sfer were still fighting. And they didn't seem to be affected. Lanlan and Wei Chong were also fine. Why did Yu Sang suddenly become like this? The audience certainly didn't know that Sfer was a powerful villain army commander under his skin. The prince was educated by the Empire's heir since he was a child. And his physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary 3S ability users. Wei Chong took a restraining potion. And Lanlan was not to mention. She was a bug. In the whole forest, Yu Sang was the only honest man. If he didn't suffer, who would suffer? Lanlan ignored the bad brother. She wiped her nose with the back of her hand. And the little girl, hey, shouted, hugged Yu Sang brother arm tightly, and pushed Yu Sang brother forward with great difficulty. Finally, after the little girl moved with all her strength, Yu Sang brother moved 1 centimeter. Sure enough, Wei Chong's eyes lit up. This little girl really didn't know how to use her abilities. If she had used half the strength she had used to grab his hand just now, she wouldn't have been unable to drag Yu Sang. But it's better this way. Now, Yu Sang is dead. Ouch. After Lanlan dragged brother Yu Sang a little bit again, she suddenly fell forward due to inertia, and her little face fell to the ground. And her face was immediately covered with wet mud. Lanlan couldn't help but groan, because of the pain on her face. Her eyes immediately turned red. She bit her lips, barely got up, and wiped her face with her sleeves. While wiping, tears fell down uncontrollably. Wei Chong calmly watched the pitiful appearance of the little girl. His eyes were cold. Poor Who wouldn't be pitiful? He had a miserable childhood. It was the young marshal who saved him at that time. He had sworn that he would be loyal to the young marshal for life. This little girl was not on the same path as him. He would not sympathize with her. And he would not betray the young marshal for anyone. Never. Donald pressed his forehead with a headache. On the screen, the little girl's face was dirty, and her nose and eyes were red from crying, which made him feel inexplicably upset. His subordinates did not dare to say anything beside him. He had been contacting Wei Chong. Now that Wei Chong was repeatedly committing suicide, he was afraid that the young marshal would be angry and vent his anger on him. Turn it off. At this time, the young marshal suddenly spoke. The subordinate was stunned for a moment. Ah? Turn it off. Donald looked away from the screen, not looking at the crying little girl. The subordinate swiped in the air and immediately turned off the live broadcast room on the wall. There was no sound, and the hotel room suddenly became quiet. After a while, the subordinate heard the young marshal ask again, "Did you see her block Wei Chong attack?" The subordinate immediately nodded. "I saw it." "How was it?" Donald asked. The subordinate was not sure what the young marshal meant. He hesitated for a while and said, very quickly, "Humph." The young marshal suddenly snorted coldly. The subordinate was shocked. "It's over. I can't praise her. I should criticize her. Right?" He quickly changed his words. Although she was fast, she was too reckless. It's obvious that she has not received any combat training at all. She is very unprofessional. Donald suddenly turned his head and frowned at his subordinate. The subordinate was stunned when he saw the young marshal's gloomy eyes. What happened? Hasn't he been disparaging her enough? But even if he wasn't, he wouldn't be angry. She's only 4 years old. Donald suddenly asked. Whose child is undergoing combat training at the age of 4? Subordinates. But, don't the rebels' children all start basic combat training at the age of 3? Let's not talk about others. When Wei Chong was a child, he learned to use a gun before he learned to write his own name. You still said he was great and must be trained. But now the subordinates understood that the young marshal still wanted to hear praise for the little girl. The subordinate said, "You are right. She is only 4 years old. But she can already resist young masters like Wei Chong. She is indeed very talented." Donald's casual evaluation, average. The subordinate nodded repeatedly. Of course. She can't compare with you when you were a child. But after all, they are both children of the commander-in-chief. Look carefully. Her eyes and nose are a bit like yours. Donald frowned. She looks like me. The subordinate nodded. Isn't it normal for a sister to look like her brother? Many brothers and sisters are cut from the same mold. Donald pondered. The subordinate tried to figure out his boss's thoughts. Not only does she look like you, but she also looks like the commander-in-chief. Especially her eyebrows. Donald began to recall. After a while, he raised his hand. Turn it on. The subordinate quickly turned on the big screen again. Then the two saw that the little girl on the screen had stopped crying. She used her sleeves to wipe her little face into a little cat. Then, as if she had accepted the fact that she couldn't drag the injured boy back to the cave, she simply stopped moving, sat there, opened her small backpack, took out a clean cloth from it, and began to wipe the blood off Yusong's face. Donald squinted his eyes and carefully observed the little girl every move. His eyes focused on her embarrassed and pitiful little face. Scanning. Fuck. Donald suddenly cursed. The subordinate was shocked and panicked instantly. Did he brag too much and was seen by the young marshal? In fact, the little girl didn't look like the young marshal. They are really made from the same mold. Donald blurted out. Speechless. Why does she look so much like me? Subordinate, Okay. Good news. The young marshal didn't find out that he was bragging. Bad news. The young marshal has some problems with his eyes. Marshal, what should we do now? Wei Chong suddenly exposed his ambition. Lanlan could not take Yusong away from the contaminated area. The prince and Sweer were still fighting in the bamboo forest. Feng Qilang happened not to come out with Lanlan this time. With no way out. If it drags on like this, Yusong will have no way out. Marshal Yi stood in front of the conference hall. He stared at the big screen in front of him with a sullen face. After a while, he said, "Call the President's Secretary's office." The Deputy General was about to call, but paused and was stunned again. The Marshal said to call the President's Secretary's office instead of the President's office? Isn't it asking the President to open the contact authority? Let the organizer contact the Prince in the background. And let the prince rush to Yusang and Lanlan to rescue them? As if he had guessed what the deputy general was thinking. Marshal Yi said in a cold tone, "The president is selfless, and will not agree to open up the authority." The deputy general sighed and said nothing. So he had to dial the communication of the president's secretary's office. After a while, a hoarse young man's voice came from the other side. "Marshal." Marshal Yi took another look at Yusang, who was dying on the screen, and walked out of the conference hall with the communicator. "Secretary Yu, I'm sorry." As soon as Marshal Yi opened his mouth, he threw out the unpleasant words. The president's secretary on the other end of the communicator, that is, Yusang brother, Secretary Yu, suddenly stagnated his breath. He wanted to curse at that time, but considering the other party's identity, he could only hold it back. "Condolences? Yusang is not dead yet. Why do you need to condole?" Marshal Yi listened to Secretary Yu's fierce and indignant breathing. His blue eyes deepened, and he changed the subject. "Of course, it's not impossible to save people." The rapid breathing over there suddenly stopped, and after a while, a cautious male voice sounded, "Do you have a way?" Marshal Yi looked at the deep and dark corridor of the office building in front of him, and he thought of how he begged the president last time to save Lanlan, and how the president loftily proposed the request of adopting Lanlan. Perhaps this method of repaying a favor with a favor is not exclusive to the president alone. Marshal Yi's tone was cold. "I can let Yusang withdraw from the competition, and withdrawing from the competition can at least save his life. Of course, not for free." Secretary Yu over there suddenly fell silent. Marshal Yi was not in a hurry, just waiting at ease. The president is determined to get Lanlan. If they don't want Lanlan to fall into the hands of that person, then at least they need to plant an eye and ear next to the president. Marshal Yi is actually unsure. On one side is his own brother, and on the other side is his boss, who has been loyal to him for many years. This option is not easy. If Secretary Yu chooses the president, then the words he just said to Secretary Yu will soon reach the president's ears. The president will also know that he actually has a way to save Yusang in his hands. In fact, Marshal Yi is not sure whether that method can succeed. But Li Jie did say that Lanlan will not be in danger at present, and they have a way to contact the inside of the deadly training ground. "Please save my brother." At this time, Secretary Yu finally made a decision on the communicator. Marshal Yi slowly closed his eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief, and hung up the call directly. Then, he called Li Jie. Muyu received a message from Li Jie. He was busy renovating the flying fish, and turned on his optical brain in an irritated manner. He switched to his authority in the background of the fatal training ground, and sent a command to Cus. "Yusang and Lanlan are in trouble. Don't fight to the end. Go find them and arrange for Yusang to withdraw from the competition." After sending the message, Muyu switched to the live broadcast room of Swell, and saw that the young man, who was fighting with the Imperial Prince on the screen, was suddenly stunned. Then, he touched his optical brain. The next second, he really didn't fight to the end and ran directly to the other direction of the bamboo forest. The message was successfully transmitted. Muyu sent an OK symbol to Li Jie, indicating that it was done. Shu was not actually unaffected by air pollution, but he resisted it with his mental strength. But this resistance could not last too long. He originally planned to make a quick decision and restrict the actions of this suspected rebel within the scope of violation and control him first. But suddenly, the opponent stopped his moves and ran out of the bamboo forest. Shu pursed his lips and took out a bottle of seaweed-flavored nutrient solution. This was his breakfast. He was not hungry at the time, so he saved it. When the salty and fragrant liquid flowed into his throat, a lot of vitality was poured into his body at the same time. His weak mental strength recovered a little, and Shu did not stop and quickly chased after the Swell. "It's useless to wipe him. Can you wake him up?" Wei Chong looked at the little girl, who was wiping the blood off Yusang with a clean cloth, with sarcasm. He glanced at his light brain. 3 minutes. At most 3 minutes later, this Yusang will definitely die. He has discovered that the blood in his ears has been stained with some yellow pus when it flows out, which should be brain matter. Lanlan didn't want to pay attention to this bad brother. This bad brother was too bad. Lanlan held Brother Yusang's head and continued to clean the blood on his face. Brother Yusang's face became paler and paler. Lanlan put down the dry cloth and gently stroked Brother Yusang's hair with her tender little hands. Once, twice, 3 times. Wei Chong raised his eyebrows. "What are you doing?" Lanlan glanced at the bad brother and pouted. Lanlan is waiting for Big Brother to wake up. As long as the blood is wiped clean and the Big Brother is relieved, he will wake up. Huh? Wei Chong sneered. What nonsense! Lanlan doesn't look at the bad brother anymore. The bad brother is the worst. Lanlan ignores him. Time passed by minute, and Wei Chong suddenly felt a little pain in his forehead. He realized that his temporary medicine was about to expire. Yes, the air pollution in the mountains and forests has almost reached its peak, and it is normal for the medicine to expire. Enduring the pain in his head, Wei Chong looked at his optical brain again. With such a strong pollution threshold, Yu Sang might stop breathing in less than 3 minutes. At most 1 minute. Wei Chong stared at the second hand on the optical brain. 29.30.31.32. When the second reached 60, Wei Chong instantly looked at the big and small in front of him with excitement. The little girl was still stroking the boy hair, and the boy in her arms. Suddenly, Wei Chong's eyes widened. The excitement in his eyes disappeared in an instant, and Wei Chong looked at the boy who slowly opened his eyes, while resting his head in the little girl's arms. Yu Sang's eyes were full of red bloodshot, which meant that his mental power was frantically agitated. But 2 seconds later, those crazy bloodshot slowly faded from the boy's eyes. Lanlan looked at Brother Yu Sang, who opened his eyes in surprise, and shouted, Big Brother, you are really awake. Because every time Cuss Dad fainted before, Lanlan would touch Cuss Dad and wipe his face, and then Cuss Dad would wake up. Lanlan thought, maybe this way can also wake up Brother Yu Sang. It's really true. Sure. The little girl was very happy. Yu Sang, who had just woken up from a trance, looked at the little girl in front of him with a black and white face. He was a little confused. What's wrong with me? Lanlan immediately shook her head. Nothing. As long as the Big Brother wakes up, it's fine. Yu Sang exhaled, and he felt his physical condition again. After a while, he said strangely, Hey, I haven't been polluted by the air. Has it harmed my mental power? My mental power is fine. Yu Sang was in a trance. Then why did I faint? Did I eat less breakfast? Low blood sugar? Low blood sugar of your big head ghost. Wei Chong, who was standing aside, couldn't accept it at this moment. One leg had stepped into the coffin, but she was rescued alive. This little girl, she is really too much. Chapter 66. Wei Chong's eyes burst into cold murderous intent. Yu Sang's life was at hand. He couldn't fail like this. His deep eyes narrowed. Wei Chong took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and threw it directly. Yu Sang reacted quickly, caught the bottle, and looked at Wei Chong. Lanlan also looked at the bad brother. The little girl's big dark eyes were full of vigilance. The bad brother had bad intentions. Did the bad brother have any bad intentions again? Drink some water. You look thirsty, Wei Chong said lightly. Hey, just delivering water? Is the bad brother so kind? Yu Sang did feel thirsty. He was about to say thank you, but suddenly, he saw Wei Chong's chest. Are you injured? When Lanlan heard this, her little face and ears turned red. She lowered her head guiltily and stirred with her 2 little hands. Wei Chong said indifferently, It's dangerous in the mountains. It's just a superficial wound. Yu Sang nodded when he heard it. He thought Wei Chong encountered some strange beast when he was looking for a bag of supplies in the mountains. Since Wei Chong himself didn't care, he didn't say anything. But Lanlan was stunned. She looked at the bad brother in confusion. Why didn't the bad brother say that it was Lanlan who hurt him? Could it be that the bad brother was hiding something for Lanlan? But isn't the bad brother a very bad big brother? He should say bad things about Lanlan and accuse Lanlan of being a bad kid who hurt people with a knife. Why did he cover up for Lanlan? Lanlan couldn't figure it out, and the little girl scratched her head in confusion. Children's thinking is very intuitive. She thought that the bad brother was doing her a favor by not saying bad things about her. In fact, Wei Chong was the one who didn't dare let anyone know that his injury was caused by Lanlan. If he told others, wouldn't it make people suspicious? Sure enough, Yu Sang didn't care much. He unscrewed the mineral water in his hand without any defense. I think there is something wrong with this bottle of water. Don't drink it. Wei Chong is so treacherous. Do you dare to tell Yu Sang how your injury was caused? Do you dare to tell me why Lanlan stabbed you? The bottle mouth slowly touched his mouth. Wei Chong quietly clenched his fist in the distance. It's getting closer and closer. He is about to drink the bottle of poisonous water. Big brother. At this time, Lanlan suddenly hugged brother Yusang's arm. The lips brushed against the bottle mouth. And Yusang looked at his arm pressed down by the little girl in confusion. What's wrong? Lanlan didn't know what to say. She just felt that the bad brother had a bad heart. And they shouldn't drink the bad brother water. Don't drink it. Why can't you drink it? Wei Chong on the other side pinched his nails into his palm fiercely. And he forced himself to calm down. I haven't drunk that water. Why do you dislike me? Lanlan wanted to say that she didn't dislike the bad brother. But she really didn't believe in the bad brother. Is disbelief considered dislike? Before the little girl figured it out, Yusang had already covered the bottle mouth neatly. Okay. Then I won't drink it. Wei Chong, shock. Wei Chong's voice was tense. She told you not to drink it. So you didn't drink it? Yusang looked at Wei Chong strangely. And said as a matter of course, yes. If she doesn't let me drink it, I won't drink it. What's the problem? Wei Chong choked. His voice was a little gritted. She didn't say why you can't drink it. Will I hurt you? Yusang looked indifferent. Then I don't care. I will do whatever Lanlan tells me to do. And I won't do anything she doesn't let me do. She is much better than me. I will definitely listen to her. Why are you so excited? Wei Chong, Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. Yusang. You are a 3S ability user. Can you have some backbone? You actually listen to Lanlan in everything. Ha ha ha. Well done. If you don't know, you would think Lanlan is your mother. A mama's boy. Right. Pointing, Yusang really never lets me down. He really knows that Lanlan is much better than him. Seeing that the bottle of water was really put down by them, Wei Chong couldn't bear it anymore. It seems that he can only use force. But, with his mental power concentrated in his hands, Wei Chong's cold eyes slowly focused on Yusang's neck. Should he attack Yusang now? Yusang is still very weak now. If he does it, he does have a chance to succeed. However, the little girl of unknown fighting ability is next to him. If she makes trouble again, can he still seriously injure Yusang within 3 moves? It must be within 3 moves. Because once he attacks Yusang with more than 3 moves, the organizer will determine that he has violated the rules and force him to withdraw from the competition. And his mission will be completely failed. Should he look for another chance? But he has been exposed. Is there another chance? The thoughts in his heart are getting more and more chaotic. And just when Wei Chong has not thought of a countermeasure, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from a distance. Someone is coming. Wei Chong immediately looked forward. And the next second, he saw Swell running over quickly. It's over. There's no hope now. Dad. The little girl saw Cuss' dad and immediately ran over to hug his dad's thigh. Cuss picked up Lanlan and pinched the little girl's arm nervously. Looking around. Just now Muyu said that Lanlan was in trouble. And he was so anxious on the way here that his heart was about to jump out. Now he saw that it was okay. There was no injury. But why was the child's face so black? Cuss wiped Lanlan's face. At this time, Wei Chong on the other side had closed his eyes tightly. He was thinking, what other ways could he use to reverse the situation? Although his identity has been exposed, only the little girl knows about this matter for the time being. Can he convince her to keep it a secret for him? Wei Chong racked his brains with cold sweat, and behind him, Shirshu also came at this time. When Shirshu came over, his face was not good. The air pollution in the forest was getting more and more serious. Goosebumps kept appearing on his forehead and back. Cough. At this moment, Yusang, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly covered his mouth and coughed hard. He coughed and coughed a large mouthful of blood. Before, Yusang was bleeding from all 7 orifices. But now, he was just coughing up blood, which was much better. But Yusang didn't know. He stood up in horror. No. Go! The organizer was too much. He actually used gasification weapons. Is this also a kind of climate training? This thing is too anti-human. Shirshu didn't say anything. He clenched the short knife in his hand, and still looked at the young man in front of him with a vigilant look. It's just that the young man is holding the little girl now. So Shirshu can't make trouble for him. Cuss also knew that Shirshu would not take action. In fact, in his opinion, even if this stinky boy took action, he didn't have much strength. The harm of the scum was almost beyond the highest range that these new Generation 3s could bear. However, thinking of this, Cuss glanced at Wei Chong over there again. Before, he was still wondering who had created the scum. Now he knew it was this Wei Chong. Shirshu and Yusang. 2 3s ability users, could not withstand the attack of the scum. They either vomited blood or broke out in a cold sweat. Only this 2's level Wei Chong was still fine. Who would believe that he had not drunk the anti-drug potion in advance? This person is a member of the rebel army. But why did the rebels participate in the fatal training ground? Cus thought about it for a while, and figured it out. It was probably because of Shirshu, Yu Sang, and Mian Feng, the 3 new Generation 3's ability users. It was probably because the villain army wanted to eliminate these 3 rising stars of the Empire in advance. Who would give such an order? Donald. Cus' face turned cold instantly. He didn't care whether the rising stars of the Empire lived or died. And he didn't care how Donald led his people now. He only knew one thing. If Donald really did something to hurt Lanlan by mistake, he would break his bones with his own hands. HU. In the hotel room, Donald, who was still watching the live broadcast, suddenly sneezed for no reason. He frowned and rubbed the tip of his nose. When he looked at his father and sister on the screen, Donald was still immersed in the previous topic. Does the commander look like her? Or do I look like her? Subordinates, Subordinates were silent for a while. And the sentence it seems that neither of them looks like was stuck in their throats. In the end, they changed it abruptly to, we are all family. And we seem to be quite similar. This answer seemed to be the answer that Donald was most satisfied with. A rare smile appeared in his eyes. And he said slowly, indeed. A family should be neat and tidy. Subordinates looked at the young marshal without understanding. Donald ordered, make arrangements. The game is over. Welcome the commander. The young master is back. The subordinate immediately stood up excitedly. Yes. Donald added, go buy some history books related to Blue Star. Children will not be interested in anything for no reason. She likes Blue Star so much. Probably because of the influence of her elders at home. Although she doesn't know when her father fell in love with Blue Star culture. Since they are a family, he naturally can't fall behind. The subordinate looked at the young commander, who wanted to integrate into the world of his father and sister, and felt a little distressed. So he quickly ordered a lot of supplementary teaching materials for the young commander. He also enrolled the young commander in 2 history cram schools run by the Blue Star Existence Party. It was an hour later when we returned to the cave from the mountains. Yuzhang and the prince were not in a good situation. When they heard that there was air pollution in the mountains, everyone started to discuss it. And at this time, Lanlan, come here. Wei Chong walked to the little girl lightly, and pulled the corner of her clothes. Lanlan was startled by the sneaky look of the bad brother. She immediately took 2 steps back, staring at the bad brother with her big eyes. Not saying anything. Wei Chong forced a smile. Just say a few words at the door. It will be quick. Dad and the older brothers are here. Lanlan is not afraid of the bad brother. Thinking that the bad brother did not tell brother Yusang before that it was Lanlan who stabbed the bad brother, the little girl muttered hesitantly, just 2 words. Lanlan can count. Okay. Okay. Wei Chong brought the little girl to the door. He lowered his voice and said with a sad face, Lanlan, my mother is sick. Lanlan was stunned. She looked at the bad brother in surprise. Ah. Wei Chong sighed. It's a genetic disease. An incurable. Chronic diseases require a stay in the treatment cabin every 7 days, which costs 10,000 interstellar coins. My mother disease had been incubating before, and it suddenly broke out 3 years ago. My father couldn't bear the bottomless medical expenses and chose to divorce my mother. Do you know what divorce is? Lanlan listened to her bad brother blankly and nodded hesitantly. Lanlan knows a little. There is also divorce on Blue Star. Lanlan knew that divorce means that mom and dad separated. And then, their children could no longer have both dad and mom at the same time, and could only choose to have dad or mom. Lanlan thought that if she had to choose between daddy and mommy, which daddy or which mommy, Lanlan couldn't accept it. Lanlan likes every daddy and every mommy. Lanlan doesn't want to choose. Lanlan wants to be with daddy and mommy forever. The 2 sentences were over. But the little girl obviously wanted to listen more. So Wei Chong continued pitifully, my father took the money from the family and left, and soon formed a new family, while my mother was still spending money on medical treatment. I had no choice but to work continuously to earn more money for her medical treatment. This competition is very important. If I win the championship, I can get a lot of money, and this money may be able to save my mother. Lanlan scratched her head. She didn't understand. What competition? Lanlan doesn't know. Wei Chong was stunned. Realizing that the little girl didn't know that the fatal training ground was a competition, he rolled his eyes and said, "It's now. It's a competition. And everyone, is my opponent. I need to defeat them to become the champion and save my mother." Lanlan hadn't figured out why it was a competition now, and she heard the bad brother mention the word defeat. The little girl immediately raised her eyes sharply. "Bad brother. You are going to bully brother Yusang again." "Shoo." The little girl spoke too loudly. Wei Cheng quickly stopped her and explained, "I won't hurt anyone. I think it's clear. Since it's a competition, I should win openly. And I shouldn't do those crooked tricks. So what I did before was wrong." Lanlan looked at the bad brother and said nothing. Wei Cheng smiled again. "Lanlan, you are a good kid. Are you willing to give me a chance to reform? Don't tell them what happened before. Just keep it a secret between the two of us. Okay? Lie to the kids. Lie to the kids. Lie to the kids. Help. Someone is lying to the kids here." I checked Wei Cheng information specially. Both his parents are dead. And his mother who farts is sick. Lanlan, don't agree to him. Tell the truth quickly. Let them get rid of this cancer. This Wei Cheng is a time bomb. Don't give him a chance. When the barrage was anxious, Lanlan lowered her head, pinched her fingers, and didn't say anything. Wei Cheng was waiting anxiously. He still had a chance to complete the task, as long as he continued to stay with the target and wait until the pursuit training. He could still fish in troubled waters. But if things broke out now, it would not be so easy for him to get close to them later. Lanlan, just think of it as my filial piety. Wei Cheng begged again. Lanlan felt a little soft-hearted, but she didn't dare to believe the bad brother. Just when the little girl was in a dilemma, Ku's father in the cave suddenly called her, Lanlan. The little girl was instantly pardoned. She hurried back to her father, hugged her father, and buried her little face in her father's belly, not looking at the bad brother outside. Wei Cheng stood at the entrance of the cave, frowning fiercely. It seems that there is no hope. Kus glanced at Wei Cheng outside, lowered his head, touched the back of the little girl's head, picked up the little girl, and asked softly, "What did he say to you?" Lanlan had not promised the bad brother to keep it a secret, so Lanlan could tell her father about the previous things. The little girl mumbled and told her father about the matter. Then she asked sullenly, "Dad, the bad brother mother is in poor health and has to see a doctor all the time. The bad brother also said that he has corrected his mistakes. Should Lanlan help him?" The little girl couldn't make up her mind. She felt that the bad brother was very bad, but he seemed very pitiful. Kus was silent for a moment, and asked softly, "Does Lanlan want to forgive him or not?" Lanlan doesn't know. The little girl buried her face in her father's neck and muttered, "But Lanlan hopes that the bad brother can be a good person. That's probably hanging. The children raised by Donald must not be good." But Kus thought for a moment, and still said, "Then give Lanlan another chance. Lanlan is a kind child. If you don't give him a chance, Lanlan will feel bad. So, do it according to your idea. Dad believes that he will not do bad things again. If he does it again, he will break his neck." "Really?" Lanlan opened her eyes wide and looked at her father. Her expression was very surprised. Kus pinched the little girl's nose. "Dad and Lanlan will supervise him together. Okay?" "Yes." Lanlan nodded heavily immediately. She believed in her father. Wei Cheng was thinking whether to leave here now. If the little girl exposed his affairs, these people would probably not let him go. And the matter of Mian Feng poisoning, I'm afraid it will not be covered up. He was annoyed that the good plan was disrupted because of a little girl. But at this time, the little girl who ran back to the cave ran out again. Wei Cheng looked at her immediately. Lanlan pinched her pants with her two little hands. She walked in front of the bad brother and looked at the bad brother with her big eyes timidly. Wei Cheng asked tentatively, "You?" Lanlan told the truth. Dad said that Lanlan should give big brother a chance. Wei Cheng's heart sank suddenly. The little girl had indeed told the story. But that swell said to give him a chance? Wei Cheng immediately looked at the young man in the cave, but saw that the young man was staring at him quietly. Those deep eyes, how to say, actually made him feel oppressed that his bones were seen through by this person. "So, big brother, Lanlan will keep it a secret for you." After Lanlan said this, she pursed her lips and took out a red rope from her pocket. The little girl handed the red rope to the blond boy. Wei Cheng was stunned for a moment and subconsciously took the rope. This is the red string on Lanlan hairpin. Lanlan took it off and gave it to Big Brother. In Chinese civilization, red string means health and peace. I hope Big Brother mother can recover soon. After the little girl finished speaking, she turned her head and quickly ran back to the cave and hugged her father again. The young man took the little girl into the cave, until the figures of the two were blocked by other people walking around. Wei Chong lowered his head and looked at the red string in his palm. This is not an ordinary rope, with woven patterns on it. It should have been a knot, but it was taken apart by the little girl and turned into a winding red rope, the length of which can be tied around the wrist of an adult. Wei Chong's slightly cold fingertips gently clenched the red rope. Some moving emotions flashed through his heart. But soon, these emotions were coldly dispelled by him. You can't have feelings for the Imperials. The interstellar space belongs to the rebels. After silently reciting the organization's slogan, Wei Chong put the red rope into his pocket, pursed his lips, and walked into the cave. Wei Chong, you'd better remember the opportunity that Lanlan gave you today. She made a great decision to believe in you. If you dare to let her down, I will spray you to death. Also, Rick is dead. What does this mean? It means that betrayers will die. Be more careful. Fuck. What did you say before? Rick is dead? When did it happen? Although his legs were cut off by Yu Sang at that time, he found the optical brain in time and withdrew from the competition. Logically, he should be fine. Right? He died today. There is news on the Star Network. Indeed, he has withdrawn from the competition. Although his legs are broken, his life can definitely be saved. And he can also install intelligent prostheses later. It basically won't affect his normal life. He just can't be a single soldier anymore. But I don't know why he suddenly died in the early morning this morning. I heard that someone said that he didn't die of natural causes. But, was he retaliated? It's not surprising. After 2 competitions, he has harmed so many people. This ending can only be said to be reasonable. So Wei Chong, you should take this as a warning. Please be a decent person. Yaxing. In a hover car speeding in the suburbs. The latest interstellar news is being reported on the car stereo. Sophia is sitting in the back seat, tilting her head back slightly, closing her eyes to rest. At present, contestant Rick's parents have taken his body back. According to the life and death contract signed before the game, contestant Rick's death is a normal death during the game, and the program team does not bear any legal responsibility. It's off. A cold female voice suddenly sounded from the back seat. The driver turned off the noisy sound system, and the car suddenly fell into silence. The woman in the back seat was still dozing off. Her slender hands were folded on her thighs, her right hand on top of her left hand, and her right hand's soft fingertips gently stroked the ring with patterns on her left index finger. Squeak! At this moment, the hover car stopped abruptly. The cold and beautiful woman frowned unhappily, and her cold eyes opened. The next second, she saw another black hover car in front of their hover car, blocking their way. The driver pressed the warning horn, but the car in front was still blocking the way. The driver had to change direction and pressed a few buttons to turn the car to another lane. As a result, as soon as they moved, the black hover car on the opposite side also moved, blocking them without bias. The driver couldn't help but blurt out, "Are you sick?" He opened the car window and was about to curse the black car. The next second, the passenger seat of the black car opened, and a black-clad bodyguard on a suspended metal platform moved over from the opposite side. The metal platform stopped beside them, and the black-clad bodyguard knocked on the rear window. Sophia pressed a button lightly. The window slid down, and the bodyguard outside said dutifully, "Miss, my boss invites you over." Sophia looked at the tightly wrapped black suspension car leisurely. Her soft eyebrows raised slightly, and sneered, "What is your boss?" The bodyguard's face changed. He lifted the hem of his clothes and deliberately revealed the laser gun holster on his waist, which was printed with an exclusive symbol of President Guard. Obviously, this is a presidential guard. "Miss, I say it again. My boss wants you to come over." The bodyguard's tone was commanding and condescending, and it was obvious that he was used to treating people in this way. The president dog should be more noble. "Right?" Sophia mocked coldly. The bodyguard's face suddenly turned dark. Sophia didn't want to waste time with these minions. She just said to her driver lightly, "You like to block the road? Right? Hit that black car for me. If you don't, you will lose your salary this month." The driver was one of Sophia's private soldiers. His soldier's character also came up. He immediately pressed the accelerator, and the hover car instantly hit the black car in front. The black car didn't seem to expect them to be so bold. When the two cars were about to collide, the black car suddenly turned to the side. Sophia's hover car brushed the door of the black car and smashed the rearview mirror of the black car. The hover car then slowly stopped. The two cars were parked in parallel, and at this moment, the rear window of the black car finally slowly lowered. The powerful man showed his cold and majestic face. He was looking at Sophia in the opposite car with a pair of quiet and dark eyes. Sure enough, he caught up with her. He caught up with Yaxing. Sophia tilted her head slightly, looking at the man's face that was both familiar and unfamiliar, which was only a few meters away from her. She smiled at the man. The next second, she raised her right hand and gave the high and mighty current Interstellar president a middle finger, which represented courtesy and peace. Chapter 67. The man's expression was very ugly. He calmly stared at the woman opposite for a long time. After a while, he moved. The guard next to him immediately opened the car door for him. The nobleman stepped out with his long legs and got out of the car, as if to show that he could always accommodate the woman in front of him. He came towards the hovercraft here. Swoosh! But at this moment, the hovercraft carrying the woman flew into the sky, as if it had no intention of paying attention to the president who condescended to him. The hovercraft not only drove away without looking back, but also left a kind exhaust gas for the noble president. In the flying hovercraft. The driver smiled smugly. Chief, am I right? Sophia chuckled and leaned her head back on the chair again. She praised, very right. However, the anger was vented, but she had to return to the reality. This guy has really chased after Yaxing now. What exactly does he want to do? Will he interfere with them in Lanlan affairs? Besides, he blocked her on the road. Obviously he has already grasped her whereabouts. Then what about the whereabouts of others? Does he know how she came to Yaxing? Who she came to Yaxing with? And where she came from? At first, she deliberately hid in the Death Star to avoid this man. Her family members had passed away. She was alone and had no worries. She didn't want to fall into his hands again, so she hid herself. This time she came out again for her daughter. But she couldn't avoid continuing to have entanglements with this man. The most important thing is not to implicate other people, let alone Lanlan. Thinking of this, Sophia rubbed her eyebrows irritably. The trouble was caused by her, so she had to solve it. Should we go back and talk to that person? No. That rubbish is not worthy of her turning back. Sophia suddenly opened her eyes and said to the driver, drive faster. Don't let him catch up. The driver pressed the accelerator, and the hovercraft flew out even faster, because they were not sure whether the air pollution in the forest would continue to spread outside. They decided not to wait until tomorrow and set off now. Anyway, to leave Crazy Canyon first. The mountain road was slippery, and they were carrying wounded people, so they did not walk very fast, because Lanlan had short arms and legs. Any stone on the roadside was taller than her. Everyone was afraid that she would fall downhill, so they simply took turns carrying her. In this way, everyone walked for most of the day, and when it was dark, they finally reached another peak in the canyon. There are 2 peaks in Crazy Canyon. After they walked from the left valley to the right valley, they could clearly find that there were many more trees on the right valley than on the left valley, because it was not suitable to travel at night. Everyone decided to find a cave to stay overnight. But according to the instructions on the map, when we arrived at the place marked with a cave, we found that there was no cave here, only a big tree. Is it the wrong version of the map? Is this an advanced map? Yusang said, taking out his own map from his backpack. But after comparing, there was no difference. The map did mark that there was a cave here, but there was no cave here. How about going to the next place to have a look? Yusang pointed to another marked point on the map. It shows here that there will be an open space after crossing a stream. If you can't find a cave, you can spend the night in the open space. At least there is open space around, and you can see any danger immediately. Everyone kept walking in the direction of the open space according to the instructions on the map. As a result, they walked and walked, but they didn't see the open space, and even the stream. Lanlan woke up from a nap, and when she opened her eyes, she found that everyone was still walking in the dark forest. Lanlan yawned, rubbed her eyes, and muttered vaguely, Dad, haven't we arrived yet? Cus touched the little girl's hair and whispered, You go to sleep. Lanlan hugged her father's neck with her two little hands, her chin resting on her father's shoulder, staring at the dark forest behind her. And the more she looked, the more confused she became. Hey, didn't they just pass by here? Stop. At this moment, Shirshu, who was walking in front, suddenly spoke. He looked around with a stern look. After a moment, he reached out and touched a big brown tree next to him, and his fingertips stroked a sharp scratch on the tree. Yusong saw the scratch and was puzzled. This is... I left it, Shirshu said, frowning tightly. Sure enough, the worst situation happened. The boy pursed his lips. We are lost. Lost? How could we get lost? Didn't they follow the map? Besides, even if there is no map, after so many fatal training grounds, how big is the territory? What is the route of each area? Even if it is not particularly clear, there is more or less some impression. Are you sure we are lost? We are clearly following the correct route. Yu Sang still couldn't believe it. Mianfeng had actually been suspicious before. His poison wound had not healed yet, and his face had turned pale after walking for so long. He found a stone to sit down, spread out the map, and slowly examined every mark on the map. After a while, the boy suddenly said, Who remembers how we came from the opposite mountain? Everyone gathered around, gesturing at the map, pointing the way to Mianfeng. It's here. This line. No. No. It's clearly this way. You remembered it wrong. I remember starting from this fork in the road and going to the right. It seemed that everyone remembered the location differently. When everyone was talking, Cus only stood outside with Lanlan and didn't squeeze in to join in the fun. Dad? Are we lost? The little girl asked softly. It's not lost. It's a maze. These contestants only discovered it now. But Cus actually noticed something was wrong as soon as he entered the mountain. The arrangement of trees here is very similar to a forest maze he encountered on the Polar Star before. At that time, Cus led the team across a polar forest. From that forest, they could reach the rear of the Polar Star Empire's garrison at the fastest speed. As long as the sneak attack is successful, they can occupy the entire garrison camp, and then use the garrison camp as a starting point. They can capture at least 2 surrounding planets at the fastest speed before the Imperial reinforcements arrive. Everything was going well, but changes occurred in the forest halfway. First, the signal device began to fail, and then the navigation system of the mecha also became spinning in place. Finally, the map was completely useless because the crust in the forest was changing at will. They were completely trapped in the forest and couldn't even find a way back to the original place. Fortunately, they brought enough military supplies. After wandering around in the forest for a month, they finally got out, but they never dared to get close to the polar forest again. The interstellar population is huge. Half of the land in the universe is used by humans, while the other half is the territory of strange beasts and plants. These strange beasts and plants are powerful and changeable. Humans have always been passive in the battle with them. Therefore, when they cannot grasp a certain wild environment, humans can only try to stay away from it and not provoke these monsters. And now the Crazy Canyon seems to be the same as the polar forest. However, the Crazy Canyon is small in area and not as vast as the polar forest, so it should not be too difficult to break through this maze? Of course, no matter how difficult it is, Cus doesn't intend to say anything more. At present, it seems that they are just going around in circles and have not suffered any substantial damage. He has no reason to risk exposure and push himself to the forefront. His purpose of entering the arena is just to protect Lanlan. The life and death of others are not within his scope of concern. It doesn't matter. You continue to sleep. Cus picked up the little girl a little more and told her not to worry about anything else. He is still there when the sky falls. Lanlan was indeed very sleepy. She didn't take a nap at noon today. If she didn't take a nap at noon, she would want to sleep very much at night. After agreeing to her father's words in a daze, Lanlan continued to curl up in her father's arms and fell asleep in a daze. The teenagers over there discussed for a long time, but they couldn't discuss a result. Everyone remembered a different route. At this time, someone came to ask Cus. Cus stepped forward and pointed to a road he remembered. But everyone was even more confused. It's another new road. Why does everyone remember it differently? Cus frowned. Are they all different? In the polar forest, no one had memory deviation at that time, and everyone knew how they got lost. So it seems that the situation here in Crazy Canyon is a little different from that in the polar forest. Not only is the environment in Crazy Canyon changing, but even people consciousness is affected. Cuss' expression became serious. If the five senses are affected by the environment, then there must be something else hidden in this environment. There was a long silence in the crowd, and time passed by minute by minute. After an unknown amount of time, Su-Ming tried to speak. Now it seems that the map is completely useless. Otherwise, we try not to follow the map. Leave marks while walking, and see if we can find a way out? There is no other way now. We can only try it first. The crowd continued to move forward, and then half an hour later, they returned to the original place again. Everyone's expression was ugly. Mian Feng suddenly looked at Wei Chong behind the crowd. Don't you have a mecha? In an instant, everyone's eyes immediately looked at Wei Chong, who was still thinking about whether he could use the lost path to complete his mission. Suddenly being stared at by everyone, Wei Chong quickly put away his thoughts and said innocently, "Ah." Mian Feng was still very wary of Wei Chong, but now they really needed this person. Put on the mecha and fly up to the sky. Look down from above, and see what's going on now. Wei Chong understood what he meant and nodded. Yu Sang came over and bumped Wei Chong's arm. Awesome. You actually picked up the mecha supplies. You are so strong. What's so strong about it? Because he received information in advance? His companions outside told him which supply bag contained the mecha, and he got it for a purpose. Not just because of good luck. Then I fly up and take a look. Wei Chong took out his mecha necklace. When the huge and towering C-class mecha appeared in front of everyone, a group of proud people outside who usually wouldn't even look at the B-class mecha almost drooled at the C-class mecha in front of them. After hiking and climbing in Tejiazu for a long time, the C-class mechas look handsome. Wei Chong sat in the mecha cabin. He controlled the mecha, flew straight into the sky, his body getting higher and higher. Everyone looked up at the sky, the metal mecha shining in the moonlight, and Indy appeared in their eyes again. Mecha is still good. When Wei Chong rushed into the sky, he was a little absent-minded, and he was still thinking about how to complete the task. He glanced down inadvertently, and the next second, Wei Chong was stunned. As the mecha flew higher and higher, the picture below Wei Chong saw became wider and wider. 10 minutes later, Wei Chong controlled the mecha back to the ground. The moment he opened the mecha cabin, Wei Chong immediately met the burning eyes of countless eyes. Frowning, Wei Chong's expression was not good. I didn't see anything. Everyone was stunned. Mian Feng narrowed his eyes. What do you mean you didn't see it? Wei Chong simply squatted on the ground and picked up a branch to draw on the ground. We all know how big Crazy Canyon is. Logically, since I'm so high up in the sky, I should be able to see the entire Crazy Canyon. But what I see is still the Black Forest. I can't see the edge. I can only see this valley. Even though I'm flying so high, the edge of the valley seems to be extending. I know it's ridiculous to say this, but my mecha has really reached the upper limit of the height. But I still can't see farther. I can only see this forest. And the scenery of the entire forest is completely different from the map. Wei Chong drew the whole picture of the forest in his impression. Everyone looked at it, and their faces became uglier and uglier. At this time, Cuss had already seen it completely. It really is a maze. Only Yu Sang still didn't quite believe it. He looked at Wei Chong questioningly. Are you kidding? How can you not see the edge when flying so high? I testify. This bad guy is really not kidding this time. The forest has indeed turned into a maze. I saw it too. Why is this happening? Has this happened in Crazy Canyon before? After searching the star network, there are two possibilities for this situation. One, the local strange plants have changed the landform. And the other is that the Earth's crust has changed. At the beginning, Asia Star did not have a special state at all. It was also during a crustal earthquake that a special state suddenly emerged. Then many strange beasts and strange plants like to grow in the special state. Even the special state formed a special area, which is a group of mountains with volcanoes and the sea. It is very strange. Yes, it was because after the formation of Tejiazu, the landform was too strange, and there were too many kinds of strange beasts and plants inside. So someone later reserved this place and made it a deadly training ground. So what happened to Tejiazu? Ah, why did it change suddenly? Everything was normal before. Shit. I remembered something. Didn't Asia Star shake once before? Could it be that after that Asia Star shook, the crust of Crazy Canyon moved? Oh my god. This is really possible. After all, before this competition, Crazy Canyon was fine. Not only before, but also a few dozen days ago. Weren't there contestants who came here before? They didn't encounter a maze at that time and left safely. So it was really the sequelae of the Asian Star turmoil? And a maze was shaken out? You are worthy of you. Special Corner State. Every time you shake out strange landforms. At Organizer. Is this a bug? There is no maze marked here on the map. And the contestants came in without knowing it. And now they are trapped. When the barrage was sent, Wei Chong threw his mecha to him directly under Yu Sang, repeated questioning. Go and see for yourself. Yu Sang held the mecha necklace and widened his eyes excitedly. You let me drive? You trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I will run away with the mecha? Wei Chong sneered. You are a talent if you can escape. 10 minutes later. As expected, Yu Sang, who could not escape, returned to the ground in disgrace. He reluctantly returned the mecha that he had not yet driven to Wei Chong, and nodded timidly to the others. It is true. Looking down from the sky. This is really a maze. And there is no exit at all. There is really no edge around. No one spoke for a while. After a long while. So you asked? So why is it like this? No one answered. No one knew. Since there was really no way out. Everyone could only decide to rest in place and wait until dawn. Cuss put the supply bag on the ground. Took out a few clothes from it. Built a soft nest temporarily. And then laid the little girl, who was sleeping uncomfortably in his arms, flat in the nest. Shu, who was opposite, looked at the young man from a distance. Looking at the other party. He seemed to be afraid of waking up the little girl. And every move was cautious. Shu pursed his lips. There must be something wrong with this swell. But the polluted air in the forest before should not be caused by him. Shu had fought with him before. And he found that this man's strength seemed to be higher than his. Shu's strength was blessed by 3S mental power. But this man was only an S-level ability user. Logically, his strength should be lower than his. But his acuity was surprisingly high. He had been attacking and the other party had been defending. But under his attack, the other party did not reveal any flaws in defense. Which in itself was very telling. This person led him. This was what Shu discovered later. So this swell might not be the one who caused the air pollution. After all, he must have had some intention to release the gasification weapon after spending so much effort. But this person did not hurt him. His thoughts became more and more confused. And Shu lowered his eyelids and raised his hand to press his eyebrows. Everyone decided to take turns to keep watch that night. The first one to keep watch was Suyu. After running around all day, everyone was tired. Soon, they closed their eyes and fell asleep, either leaning or lying down. The night wind in the forest passed slowly. The sound of the wind moved the bodies of all things. In the quiet and dark black forest, where no one could see, in the little girl clenched fist, a small black mole that had been sleeping due to lack of energy since the last tornado suddenly moved slightly. The next morning, Lanlan was awakened by the puppy. The ground was hard under her body, and the puppy wet saliva covered Lanlan's face. Lanlan hummed sleepily, buried her face in the puppy belly hair, mumbled and slept for a while, then opened her eyes drowsily and said in a low voice, "Good morning, puppy." The wind wolf lay beside the little girl. It lowered its body, and its big head pressed on the little girl's chest. Lanlan then hugged the puppy big head and poked its nose and asked, "Are you hungry?" The wind wolf could not understand human words. Its pair of green eyes were beautiful and cold. It rubbed the little girl's fingers with its itchy big nose, and then lay there without saying anything. Lanlan pulled the puppy ear. "Okay. Then Lanlan will get up and feed the puppy breakfast." The little girl sat up from the ground. She subconsciously looked around. And then for a moment, the little girl was stunned. The surroundings were empty. In the lush green forest, there was actually no one. Lanlan, At the same time, in other places in the black forest, Suyu woke up by the stream. Su Ming woke up by the mountain wall. Shu woke up on the slope. Cuss woke up in front of the cliff. And everyone who woke up found that there was no one around them. Some of them used their mental power to explore and try to find their companions, but found that there was no trace of their companions within a few hundred meters. The audience, who had witnessed how the group was dispersed an hour ago, had already been completely blown away. "Help! Did you see that? I was scared to death." The prince suddenly disappeared from the spot. "Shit! Mian Feng is gone too." I quickly went to Mian Fong live broadcast room and found out how Mian Fong was teleported to a cave. Is this the cave they were looking for before? Why did he suddenly appear again? Ah, Yu Sang is also gone. He was transferred to the branch of a big tree. I hope he doesn't turn over or fall down and his head will be smashed. What's going on? Why did everyone go to other places? Shit. Where is Lanlan? The last thing I saw was Wei Chong perspective. After Wei Chong was teleported away, there should be only Lanlan and Feng Qilang left at the spot. Ah. Don't leave Lanlan alone. What? Is there no one around Lanlan? Then I can't see Lanlan again? No. I can't not see my daughter for more than a second. But, don't you think it's strange? They were teleported, but none of them woke up. The prince and his friends are 3S users. I thought about what they said before about memory disorder. And I have a bold guess. This maze is probably alive. And the consciousness of people who enter the maze seems to be affected by the maze and become disordered? When the barrage was guessing, the hot searches and discussion posts on the Star Network were also very popular. And Lanlan, who didn't know what happened outside, just sat on the ground blankly, looking at the empty surroundings. Little dog. Lanlan was stunned. She looked at the little dog beside her and asked stupidly, where are the big brothers and dad? Lanlan big brothers and dad are all gone. Lanlan got up from the ground. When she turned around, she saw her small backpack next to her. Lanlan took out half a bottle of nutrient solution from her backpack in a daze. This half bottle of nutrient solution was what Lanlan had left over. The big brothers were gone, and Lanlan had nothing to eat. The little girl saved money and fed the puppy half a bottle of nutrient solution. After feeding, Lanlan sat on the ground and waited obediently. Lanlan didn't believe that the big brothers and Cuss dad would abandon Lanlan. The big brothers and Cuss dad must have gone out for something. So Lanlan must not run around. Otherwise the big brothers and Cuss dad would be anxious if they didn't see Lanlan when they came back. The little girl waited obediently for most of the day. In the afternoon, Lanlan's stomach was rumbling a little. The little girl scratched her head. She suddenly thought of something. Didn't everyone say they were leaving the Black Forest last night? Ah. Did the big brothers and Father Cuss go out first? Then little dog. Let's go out too. Maybe we can see everyone when we go out. But why didn't everyone take Lanlan with them when they left? Is there any reason? Yes. Lanlan never felt that the big brothers and Father Cuss had abandoned her and didn't want her anymore. She believed that they liked Lanlan and would not abandon her. It's just that Lanlan's little head was stupid. She really couldn't figure out why the big brothers and Father Cuss would leave Lanlan alone. Lanlan decided not to think about it anymore. She would just ask the big brothers and Father Cuss when she saw them. A kid and a wolf shuttled through the dense woods. An hour later, Lanlan stood at the entrance of the Black Forest, blinking her eyes and looking around. Ah! Lanlan has come out. Why can't I see the big brothers and Father Cuss? Chapter 68. The high-profile mecha flew back and forth in the woods. Wei Chong had already circled dozens of times in the sky. Seeing that the energy of the mecha was about to be exhausted, he had to land and put the mecha away again. From morning till now, Wei Chong had tried every method. But not only did he not get out of the forest, he couldn't even see any other contestants. He took out a bottle of nutrient solution from his backpack and sat on a stone while drinking the nutrient solution and thinking. When he looked up at the sky just now, Wei Chong found that the whole picture of the forest he saw today was different from what he saw last night. Today's range was narrower, and the farther place was shrouded in fog, as if he was trapped in this small space. Only this space was visible, and everything outside the space was unknown. Wei Chong's face was very bad. Thinking that he couldn't waste time anymore, he drank a whole bottle of nutrient solution in one gulp, then got up and planned to continue looking for the way. But at this moment, the sound of tiny footsteps suddenly came from a distance. Wei Chong's eyes lit up. Someone! He immediately looked towards the source of the sound. And at this moment, suddenly, Wei Chong's wrist shook. It was his optical brain that was ringing. Wei Chong immediately frowned and felt the frequency of the optical brain vibration. Soon, Wei Chong interpreted the secret language of the optical brain vibration. At the same time, accompanied by the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer, a young man figure slowly entered Wei Chong's field of vision, outside the shadow of the tree. Wei Chong looked at the person who came, and the next second, he who was originally sitting on the stone suddenly stood up from the ground. He stood up straight in an instant. looking at the young man in front of him in shock and fear. It shouldn't be that he interpreted it wrong? He has always learned the secret language very well. He just interpreted it 3 times. And the content was the same every time. It is impossible that the young marshal outside made a mistake. Right? How could a powerful young marshal not recognize his biological father and biological sister? So, Swell is the commander of the rebels. Lanlan is the young master of the rebels. Oh my! Cuz sensed that there was someone here. So he passed through the layers of fog and walked in with full expectation. But after entering, he did not see the little girl he wanted to see. Cuz frowned and looked at Wei Cheng in front of him, because he was unwilling to give up. He looked around and asked again, "Only you?" "Ah?" Wei Cheng was still a little dazed. He had just received the information from the outside, but he didn't expect to see the person mentioned in the information immediately. Vanguard Commander. Wei Cheng has lived for 20 years and has never seen the commander. But the commander's deeds have been circulating among the rebels. Almost all the new recruits of Wei Cheng generation grew up listening to the legend of the commander. With his heart beating fast, Wei Cheng looked at the young man in front of him greedily. Commander. Commander. The hero of their rebel army. The invincible one that made the imperial army tremble with fear. The one who was so powerful. I'm asking, are you the only one? Cuz endured his impatience and repeated it again. Wei Cheng seemed to have just come to his senses. He stood up straighter and his voice and attitude were extremely respectful. Yes, yes. Cuz was disappointed. Lanlan was really not here. He did not stay any longer and turned back the same way, intending to find his daughter somewhere else. Hey. Seeing the commander leave, Wei Cheng quickly grabbed the bag of supplies and quickly caught up with him. Where are you going? As soon as the word came out of his mouth, Wei Cheng realized that it was a live broadcast, and he couldn't reveal the commander's identity. He changed his words quickly. But Wei Cheng was young after all. No matter how cunning he was, his face still blushed when he suddenly saw the legendary figure he had regarded as an idol since childhood. He walked beside the commander excitedly, secretly looking at his face, trying to see through his real face under the electronic disguise, and nervously said, "Who are you looking for?" Lanlan. Cuz directly stated his purpose. And he looked at Wei Cheng again. "Have you seen her?" Wei Cheng shook his head. Cuz said nothing more and quickened his pace. Wei Cheng hurriedly continued to catch up with the commander. It was strange that he had clearly walked in this direction before, but the road he saw was completely different from the road he was walking with the commander now. The blonde boy's admiring eyes could not help but fall on the commander's tall and majestic back again. He is worthy of being the commander. He easily walked out of the forest that others could not walk out of. Hey, is there anyone? Is there anyone nearby? Yuzhen climbed up a big tree, hugged the trunk, and shouted heartbreakingly, "No matter who it is, will anyone pay attention to me?" Yuzhen was tired. He felt that he was trapped in a giant circle of medium size. Every tree in this circle looked almost the same. No matter how Yuzhen walked, he always felt that every place looked exactly the same as the place where he started. Yuzhen was not a person who was good at thinking. He tried to figure out how to leave this forbidden area for a whole day, but he still couldn't figure out how to leave. He was going crazy and could only climb up a tree, trying to spread information with sound, hoping that someone nearby might hear his cry for help. I don't know if it was just luck. There were really footsteps in the distance. Yuzhen's ears moved, and he immediately raised his neck excitedly, staring at the direction of the footsteps. A few minutes later, Cuz looked at Yuzhen in front of him with a bad expression. "Are you alone?" Cuz looked around again, trying to find a miracle. Yuzhen said sincerely, "Yes. Yes. Yes. That's great. Fortunately you heard my voice. Otherwise I don't know how long I would have to wander around here. Is there any food? I borrow it. Our nutrient solution is in Su Ming's supply bag, and I'm starving to death." Cuz didn't want to pay attention to him, but considering that he is now swell, he has to do face-saving work. So he finally reached into the supply bag. But at this moment, Wei Cheng behind him threw a bottle of nutrient solution to Yuzhen. Cuz glanced at Wei Cheng and immediately met the bright eyes of the blonde boy. "Cuz." Yuzhen took the nutrient solution and drank it in a few gulps. After that, Cuz continued to walk in other directions, and the people following him changed from 1 to 2. But Yuzhen was obviously much more talkative than Wei Cheng. "Sphere. You can do it. You can find the way? How did you find the way? Why do I see every road the same?" It is normal to see every road the same. This is the result of consciousness being affected by the terrain. To describe it with a blue star word that Lanlan said, it is called a ghost wall. No matter how you walk, it is like an illusion. There is always a layer of fog in your eyes, and you can't see the truth under the appearance anyway. Kuss was also blinded by the terrain at first. But soon, with his rich combat experience, he found a breakthrough. But compared to his maturity, these new generation kids are obviously unable to deal with such a tricky situation, and can only fumble around. Swell, how did you find the way out? Teach me. Yu Sang was still talking to Kuss. Kuss was annoyed by his noise and said unhappily, I have a good sense of direction. Yu Sang, I didn't read much. Don't lie to me. There is obviously something wrong with this forest. It can't be solved by relying on the sense of direction. Okay. The three continued to shuttle through the forest. At the same time, Yi Ling, Mian Feng, Su Yu, and Su Ming in the forest were still spinning in place. But the Prince Shirshu looked at a 2's level high-level alien beast. The blood-greedy leopard, which was slowly approaching him, with a black body, green eyes, pupils dangerously vertical in a straight line, and sharp teeth. His ink-colored eyes slowly narrowed. Shirshu had never expected to meet a blood-hungry leopard in the woods. The young man held his weapon, a short knife, in his hand. He tried to gather his mental strength, but he had been damaged by air pollution before. So even if he used all his strength, he could only use less than half of his ability. At this moment, the blood-hungry leopard on the opposite side, drooling, had already roared, and pounced on Shirshu with a ferocious look. Lanlan's little stomach was already growling. She had only fed the puppy half a bottle of nutrient solution before. So now they only had a little bit of nutrient solution left. Lanlan was reluctant to leave, so she ate the last bit of the family savings. When she finished eating, the little girl even raised her little head, pointed the mouth of the nutrient solution bottle at her little mouth, and shook the last 2 or 3 drops of nutrient solution into her little mouth with great effort, and then covered the bottle cap. The little girl sighed to the little dog beside her. Little dog. The big brothers and Kuss' dad seemed to have really disappeared. What do you think Lanlan should do now? Should Lanlan go back to the previous place and continue to wait for the big brothers and Kuss' dad to find Lanlan? Or should Lanlan go to other places to look for the big brothers and Kuss' dad? Lanlan couldn't make up her mind. But Feng Qilang couldn't give her any ideas. In the end, Lanlan decided to solve the current problem first, or Lanlan should find food first. Otherwise Lanlan and the little dog will be hungry tonight, the little girl said, looking around outside the woods. After a while, the little girl found a place with strange grass. Hey, is this aloe vera? The little girl touched these thick and hard grass leaves, and a smile rose on her little face. Great! I can make aloe vera nutrient solution. The little girl did it as she said, and she started looking for firewood. Fortunately, this place is right next to the woods, and there are scattered dead leaves and branches everywhere. Lanlan easily found a lot of firewood. Then Lanlan began to look for a stone slab of the right size, and a stone suitable for making a stove. Slabs and stones are not so easy to find. After a long time, Lanlan finally found a large whole stone. The little girl scratched her head. Lanlan couldn't move or cut such a big stone, so she couldn't use it as a stove or pot. The little girl sighed regretfully, and she touched the puppy. Little puppy, this won't work. Let's go and look for other smaller stones. As she said, the child and the dog just turned around. And suddenly, there was a click sound, and something muffled suddenly came from behind. Lanlan turned her head and looked strangely, but she saw that the big whole stone behind her suddenly cracked. Then, a small square stone on the whole stone rolled in front of the little girl's toes. Lanlan bent down and picked up the small stone that looked like a square brick. She looked at the small stone, then at the big stone, and then she looked at the puppy beside her in confusion. Puppy, the little girl muttered, how could this happen? What answered her was the sudden alert growl of Feng Qilang. Woo! Woo! Hey, puppy, what's wrong with you? Why did the puppy suddenly get angry? Lanlan was puzzled, put down the stone, bent down to touch the puppy, but the puppy took a half step back, lowered its body, looked at Lanlan's little hand with a vigilant face, and continued to growl at Lanlan's little hand. Lanlan spread her palm innocently, And the next second, Lanlan found that the small black mole in the middle of her palm was gone. After searching for a long time, Lanlan finally saw the small black mole again on the tip of her little finger. Ah! Lanlan was very surprised and said to her little finger, "You moved again." The little black mole wandered on the little girl hand. It ran to Lanlan little finger for a while, then ran to Lanlan ring finger, and finally ran back to Lanlan palm. Jumping on Lanlan palm, Lanlan frowned, and she poked the little black mole with the index finger of her other hand. Pouting, "Why did you ignore Lanlan before? Lanlan has looked for you many times before. And you want to grow on Lanlan palm again. And you ignore Lanlan again. You are so bad." The little black mole continued to jump around innocently. He couldn't speak, and there was no way to explain to the little girl. He could only try his best to stick to the little girl and coax her. Lanlan puffed up her cheeks and looked at the small square stone in front of her. Is this small stone given to Lanlan by dark matter? The little black mole couldn't speak, but it jumped more actively. Yes. 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 Lanlan didn't believe it. Really? Then, if Lanlan wants 5 more small stones like this, can dark matter still help Lanlan cut them off? After Lanlan said this, she wondered if she was a little too much. Dark matter was so small. How could it cut such a big stone? Crack, 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 crack. 5 crisp sounds rang out in succession. Lanlan turned her head and saw that there were 5 small square stones rolling down from the big stone. Wow! Lanlan couldn't help but exclaimed. Her pink and white face was full of surprise. Dark matter. You are so awesome. You can really cut stones. You are even better than Brother Zero and Brother Shershu. Brother Zero and Brother Shershu took a long time to cut stones. Dark matter cut it in one go. Little black mole jumped on the little girl fingertips with some pride. Feeling proud? The little girl was so happy that she made a promise directly. Dark matter. Lanlan will stack small stones into a small stove. And after making nutrient solution, I will give it to you. This small stove is your contribution. Lanlan will give you half of the food. Little black mole couldn't say whether it was good or bad. So he continued to jump back and forth on the little girl fingertips and play with her. Lanlan looked at the dark matter running around in Lanlan palm, and suddenly couldn't help but think of something. Dark matter. Have you read Journey to the West? The little black mole didn't understand what she was talking about, and it stopped jumping, as if waiting for the little girl to continue. Lanlan covered her mouth and wanted to laugh. Finally, the little girl said embarrassedly after holding back her laughter until her face turned red, "No. It's just that Lanlan thought of a very famous plot in Journey to the West, which is the part where Sun Wukong couldn't escape from the 5-finger mountain of Tathagata Buddha." The little black mole still didn't understand, but Lanlan understood. So Lanlan laughed quietly again. Lanlan just thought of it suddenly. Lanlan said that dark matter is Sun Wukong and Lanlan is Tathagata Buddha. Lanlan just felt that they are a little bit similar. Well, dark matter. Do you want to hear the story of Journey to the West? Lanlan can tell you. You help Lanlan cut the stone, and Lanlan will tell you a story. Okay? The little black mole jumped up again. Say, okay. Okay. Lanlan began to fold the small stove while telling the dark matter a story. In the end, Lanlan's name for the dark matter was no longer dark matter, but hey hey. Hey hey. Do you know what Sun Wukong's master said after he killed a white bone demon? He said Sun Wukong was a bad monkey and wanted to drive him away. The little black mole had heard. Hearing this, it seemed to get angry suddenly, and the surrounding stones and leaves suddenly began to break into pieces with a crackling, crackling sound. Lanlan was frightened by the flying sand and rocks, and quickly comforted it. Don't worry, because Master Tang Sing doesn't know that the white bone demon has turned into a human, and Master Tang Sung can't recognize that it is a monster. The little black mole seemed to be comforted, but he was unhappy, and shrank in the little girl palm without moving. Lanlan poked. Poke it, hi hey. Do you want to continue listening? Little black mole, The little black mole followed the finger that Lanlan poked it with, from Lanlan right hand to Lanlan left hand, and then continued to circle around the little girl fingertips. Listen. Lanlan smiled gently, and she continued to tell the story. While chatting with new friends, Lanlan made the small stove. Lanlan asked Haihei to cut another thin piece of stone slab, and Haihei did it. Then Lanlan started to roast aloe vera on the stone slab. An hour later, a bottle of fragrant aloe vera nutrient solution was ready, and Lanlan took a sip. She thought it was delicious, so she fed it to the puppy next to her. The puppy seemed to be a little afraid of Lanlan palm. It pressed its body against Lanlan body, but turned its head away, not wanting Lanlan hand to get close. Lanlan had no choice but to pour the nutrient solution on the leaves and push it to the puppy. Sure enough, the puppy ate it. Lanlan asked her palm, "Hi hey, did you scare the puppy? The puppy is afraid of you." Little Black Mole said nothing, and rubbed Lanlan palm with a guilty conscience. Lanlan puffed her cheeks. "Don't bully the puppy. The puppy is very good." I don't know if Little Black Mole heard it, but the Wind-Red Wolf, who was holding the tail between his legs to eat the nutrient solution, suddenly relaxed his tail and stopped holding it, as if he didn't feel the danger. Lanlan smiled. Hi-Hey is a good boy in this way. Lanlan poured some more nutrient solution into her palm. Hi-Hey, can you drink it like this? The nutrient solution evaporated quickly in the little girl palm. And Sue? There was nothing in her palm. Wow, you can drink it. Lanlan was very happy and decided to drink it in the future. Feed Hi-Hey like this. Hi-Hey doesn't seem to be a bad boy. Hi-Hey will help Lanlan cut stones and listen to Lanlan's stories. Dark matter should be super bad, but Hi-Hey doesn't seem to be bad. Lanlan decided that if Hi-Hey wants to do something bad in the future, Lanlan will tell him not to do it. Lanlan thinks that Hi-Hey should listen, because Lanlan just told Hi-Hey not to scare the puppy, and Hi-Hey obeyed. There was only an empty nutrient solution bottle and an empty mineral water bottle in Lanlan bag. In the end, Lanlan made 2 bottles of nutrient solution like this, which is the food for Lanlan, the puppy, and Hi-Hey tomorrow. At this time, after a busy afternoon, the sky was also. It's already dark. Lanlan looked at the gloomy sky, took out small clothes from her small bag, and planned to find a big tree to make a nest under the tree and spend the night in the nest. But at this moment, there was a strange sound of clang in the distance. Lanlan looked towards the source of the sound, and her black eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Are the big brothers and dad coming to find Lanlan? The little girl quickly put on her small backpack, hugged a pile of clothes, and ran over there. 2 minutes later, Lanlan ran to a bush at the edge of the black forest. And then, the little girl saw that there was nothing behind the bushes in the afternoon. But now there was a flat open space. Inside the open space, a tightly packed, tall and wide cabin stood there. Lanlan stared at the cabin that looked exactly the same as the one she had seen in the dense forest. The little girl scratched her head and was confused. How could there be a little cabin with a clang? Lanlan couldn't figure it out. She walked over carefully and pushed open the small wooden door. Then, Lanlan was stunned again. Inside the cabin, there were 8 large backpacks of different sizes neatly placed. Lanlan was scared. She remembered that when she was in the dense forest before, Lanlan also saw a big bag in the cabin. In order to buy that big bag, Lanlan used up all her money. There are 8 big bags here. Lanlan was terrified and waved her hands repeatedly. Lanlan doesn't want it. Lanlan doesn't want it. Lanlan can't afford it. Lanlan doesn't have a penny in her pocket. The little black mole in the palm of her hand seemed puzzled. It jumped around, as if it didn't know why the little girl was scared. But it doesn't matter. If you don't want it, then don't want it. The next second, with a whoosh, all 8 bags of supplies in the cabin disappeared. Lanlan's eyes widened even more. How could this happen? Lanlan thought of something. She suddenly lowered her head and looked at her little hand. Sure enough, the little black mole stood on Lanlan's thumb as if asking for credit, jumping up and down proudly. Lanlan, Lanlan asked in surprise. Is it the cabin that Hi-Hey moved to? The little black mole jumped proudly. Lanlan was stunned. How did you do it? But this is someone else's cabin. If you move the cabin to Lanlan, then others will have no place to live. Bang. At this moment, there was a slight sound. Something fell to the ground in the cabin. Lanlan curiously looked inside and saw a small wooden board falling from the wall in the empty cabin. Lanlan picked up the small board and read the word she knew on it with difficulty. Bye. Lanlan didn't know the second word, but Lanlan knew the third word, which was have. The XU. And Lanlan also knew the last word, which was ZI. By XUZ, PS, tournament have to know. Lanlan blinked and continued to read below. Then the little girl saw the following introduction, which said that this house is called a hut, and that every hand can use the hut. But the hut is very small, so it is best not to live in the hut for a long time. Lanlan scratched her head, although there are many words that Lanlan does not know. Lanlan seems to have guessed it. Does it mean that this cabin has no owner? Everyone can live here for free. The little black mole jumped around and kept jumping. Lanlan got a positive answer and nodded. So that's the case. No wonder when we were in the last cabin, Brother Zero kept saying that we could live here. And we could live in any cabin. Lanlan didn't believe it at the time. But there was no such sign in the last cabin. Hi hey. Did you find this sign specifically for Lanlan to see? The little black mole continued to jump around, looking very happy. Lanlan smiled. Hi hey. You are really great. You even moved a cabin for Lanlan. Lanlan will definitely make some more nutrient solution for you tomorrow. By the way, Lanlan has finished telling you about Journey to the West. Lanlan will tell you another story. Do you want to listen to Ziji Tongjian? Chapter 69. With the shelter of the cabin, Lanlan slept soundly that night. However, while the little girl was enjoying a peaceful life, the others in the forest were still carrying heavy loads. Wei Chong looked at Yusang in front of him from time to time. The three of them had been walking for a day. He thought more than once whether he and the commander could completely kill Yusang. However, he never found a chance to recognize the commander. The 3 live broadcast rooms were against them. If they made a mistake, it would be easy to expose their identities. It was already dark at this time. There was a stream in front of them. Yusang was collecting water by the stream. Wei Chong sat silently beside the commander, tapping his knees with his fingers and humming a song at the same time. Kus was very worried about Lanlan now. He and Lanlan were lost. But Mu Yu had not informed him until now whether Lanlan was safe or not. What did this mean? It meant that Mu Yu probably didn't know Lanlan's current situation. In other words, Mu Yu couldn't see Lanlan. This means that Lanlan is not in anyone's live broadcast room now. This black forest is strange and bizarre. There seems to be a powerful energy in the dark, controlling every plant and tree in the forest. Who is this energy directed at? Is it these outsiders? Or, thinking of the strange abilities that Lanlan has shown since she was a child, Kus' face became more and more ugly. I am afraid that it is directed at Lanlan. Lanlan abilities are not only coveted by humans, but also by strange beasts and plants. Lanlan is liked by some strange beasts and plants. But it does not mean that all strange beasts and plants like her. No group will only have good people. My heart was in a mess, and the people around me were still humming songs out of boredom. Kus glanced at Wei Chong with displeasure. Are you happy? The blonde boy who was secretly contacting the commander-in-chief was stunned. Kus pursed his lips. You can't find them. And you're still planning to sing to celebrate? Wei Chong, it's over. The commander-in-chief is angry. But why? Didn't the commander-in-chief hear his secret words? He was asking the commander-in-chief whether he should take action against Yusang now. Doesn't the commander-in-chief want to get rid of the new generation of 3S ability users in the Empire? Such a great opportunity is in front of us. It would be a pity not to take action. Roar! At this moment, a beast roar suddenly came from a distance. Yusang heard the sound and stood up from the stream in an instant. He shouted without thinking, Wind Red Wolf. Is it Wind Red Wolf? Did you hear it? Kus frowned. That was not the sound of Wind Red Wolf just now. It should be the blood-greedy leopard. It must be Wind Red Wolf. Yusang vowed. There are only strange bears in Crazy Canyon. No other strange beasts. If it is not a strange bear, it must be Wind Red Wolf. Lanlan must be over there. Kus pursed his lips. Indeed, there are no other beasts in Crazy Canyon. And the blood-greedy leopard is a beast from Shanghai Highland. If the blood-greedy leopard appears in the Black Forest, does it mean that Shanghai Highland and Black Forest are connected? Perhaps seeing the blood-greedy leopard will give us the answer? Kus stood up and went straight to the source of the sound. Yusang and Wei Chong hurriedly followed. 20 minutes later, they arrived at an open space. There was no blood-greedy leopard here, but the ground was in a mess, with blood everywhere, and traces of beasts and humans were everywhere. There were beasts and humans here, and they fought to the death. This seems to be the prince's? Yusang picked up a broken S-level short knife at this time. The knife was no longer usable. It was covered with blood, and the blade was curled. Wei Chong looked calm, but he was excited in his heart. In other words, The roar we heard just now was a fight between a strange beast and the prince? Looking at the situation, the weapons are broken. And the prince may be in danger? Yusang didn't say anything. Cus didn't say anything either. Wei Chong realized that if he continued to talk, he might laugh out loud. So he quickly fell silent. Keep going, Cus said. There are more than one blood-hungry leopards in the Black Forest. And with your shoe life and death unknown, Cus is more and more worried about Lanlan's safety. However, after walking for more than 10 minutes, Cus suddenly stopped again. His invisible mental power passed through the earth's crust and entered deep underground. Is it an illusion? He seemed to feel that the whole forest was moving at this time. The little black mole quietly revealed a little edge from the little girl palm. After moving away the humans it didn't like who were about to approach them. The little black mole happily shrank back into the little girl palm and fell into a sweet dream with the little girl who was already asleep. The next morning, when Lanlan woke up, she saw that the small black mole on her fingertip had started to jump around again. Lanlan looked at Haihei sleepily and smiled. Haihei, you are awake. The little black mole ran around on the little girl's hands, and Lanlan simply spread her hands and watched it run. She kept watching like this, and kept watching for too long. The little black mole was embarrassed again, and it quietly got into the gaps between the little girl's fingers and hid in the gaps and didn't come out. Lanlan bent her fingers and looked for the little black mole in the gaps between her fingers. She giggled. Haihei, why are you still shy? Okay. Lanlan won't tease you anymore. Lanlan will get up and give you something to eat. The little girl came out of the puppy arms, walked out lazily, and after washing with dew, she opened a nutrient solution and had breakfast with Haihei and the puppy. After breakfast, Lanlan began to look for other edible ingredients. There was not much aloe vera, and it couldn't last for a long time. If Lanlan didn't find other food as soon as possible, she might still be hungry later. Lanlan was lucky and soon found a berry bush. Wow! It's plums! Lanlan picked up a plum, smelled it, and thought it was edible. So she took a bite and put it into her mouth. It was super sour. Lanlan couldn't even open her eyes because of the sourness. But Lanlan didn't say anything. Lanlan crushed a plum with a bad intention, put it in her palm, and said, Hey, this is so sweet. You try it. The little black mole didn't know why and went over to absorb the plum. The next second, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The little black mole, who liked to jump around, actually flew up at this time. It ran back and forth between Lanlan's hands like a little train, because it ran too fast. Lanlan couldn't see it clearly, and could only see a hurried and flustered afterimage. Puff! Lanlan couldn't help laughing. She quickly apologized. Sorry. Haihei, is it very sour? Is it very sour? Lanlan will give you some water. The little girl poured some water into her palm again. Sure enough, the little black mole immediately buried its head and absorbed all the water. As if it felt better. It felt a little wronged. Walked to Lanlan's fingertips, and jumped twice with a righteous attitude. It had to be coaxed by the little girl to stop being angry. Lanlan quickly coaxed it, and praised Haihei for a long time, saying that Haihei was great and that Haihei was handsome. Sure enough, the little black mole calmed down a little, but I don't know why. When Lanlan said that Haihei was handsome, Hey little black mole suddenly turned into a little red mole, but it turned black again very quickly. Hey, Haihei, you can change color. The little girl was very surprised. The little black mole was very proud. Lanlan thought of the beginning, when Haihei was still dark matter. He was like water, coming from the ground and drilling into Lanlan's palm. Lanlan asked, then Haihei, can you turn back to your original water drop? Or, can you turn into a human? Haihei had never changed into a human form, and he was conscious for a short time. He turned into water because he believed that water was the most powerful thing in the interstellar space, and everything could not live without water. Water was the source of life, and water was great, so he turned into water. However, if the little girl likes it to turn into a human, the little black mole began to circle in the little girl palm, turning and turning. After a while, suddenly, the little black mole became bigger and turned into a big black mole. Then, the little black mole became darker and more three-dimensional. A minute later, the little black mole on Lanlan's palm disappeared, replaced by a round and plump black water droplet. Then, The drop of water began to twist and to form. 5 minutes later, a black little water man with no facial features and a vague human figure appeared in Lanlan's palm. Lanlan was stunned. Wow! Hi hey. You turned into Thumbelina. No. You are not as big as Thumbelina. But you turned into a person. The little water man took a tentative step with his short legs. Took a step. Then, paw. With a sound, he fell on Lanlan's hand and condensed back into a small drop of water. Then merged into the little girl palm again and turned back into a small black mole. Huh? Lanlan was puzzled. Did it change back? So quickly? The little black mole lay there tiredly. Motionless. He only had one drop. And it was still very weak. So it couldn't take too long to take shape. Besides, it had already spent a lot of energy to create the maze forest. If it continued to consume energy, the maze forest would not be able to maintain itself. If there was no maze forest, those strange humans would come out. Then, she would play with those humans instead of playing with it. It only had her as a friend. But she had many friends. It didn't like her other friends. It just wanted her to chat with it all the time and tell it stories all the time. Although he really couldn't understand Ziji Tongjian. Anyway, it just wanted to stay with her for a while before it fell asleep next time. In 2 days, it will fall into deep sleep. This time, it is unknown how long it will sleep. The little black mole huddled in the little girl palm and slowly squirmed. Looking a little pitiful, Lanlan gently stroked it and poured some water for it to drink. When the little black mole was resting, Lanlan picked plums and made plum-flavored nutrient solution. She hummed songs while working. Those songs were very nice. And the little black mole would jump a few times in the middle, just like a dancer. At noon, Lanlan planned to take a nap. But at this moment, there was a sound outside. The little girl thought that the big brothers and cuss father had come. So she ran out quickly. But there was no familiar person outside. Only, woo, woo. Lanlan looked at the edge of the forest. A little cat fell to the ground, covered in blood, and barely breathing. She was startled and widened her eyes. Ah, what happened? Lanlan has been out of contact for more than 24 hours. Not only the people in the fatal training ground, but also the people outside were anxious. The audience shuttled between the live broadcast rooms every day, looking for the little girl. No. Still no. Some people took the time to pay attention to the prince, who was besieged by the blood-hungry leopards. It was too miserable. At the beginning, there was only one blood-hungry leopard, and then a group of them came. Prince, can you really bear it? Or should you withdraw from the competition? Yes, there is really no need to withdraw from the competition. The prince has no good meat on his body. This is much more difficult than when he was besieged by the Wind-Red Wolf Pack before. When fighting with the Wind-Red Wolf Pack, at least in a wide place, you can still pull, but in this forest, after running 2 steps, you actually return to the original position. Isn't this forcibly increasing the difficulty of the battle? Looking at other people's live broadcast rooms, only the prince is in danger. Quickly quit the competition. Quit the competition. Please! If there are any sequelae left, it will be troublesome. The barrage of comments is all persuading the prince to quit the competition. But the boy on the screen, even though he is covered in blood, even though he has no short knife, and only has a 2's-long whip in his hand that he is not used to using, he is still resisting bravely. The dark eyes are full of bloodshot, and the white face is stained with blood. There is hot sweat on his forehead and neck, and his emotions are always tense. He pays attention to the eyes of each blood-hungry leopard in front of him. Just then, roar! 4 or 5 blood-hungry leopards rushed forward. The boy waved the long whip, stepped on a big tree next to him, and jumped to avoid the blood-hungry leopard's attack. At the same time, the long whip sizzled, and the hind legs and waist of a blood-hungry leopard were instantly whipped by the long whip, leaving a bloody mark like a bone-breaking mark. Fuck! So handsome! I am worthy of my love. The man is really amazing. Even in this state, he can still hit the target with 1 strike. Another blood-hungry leopard has been eliminated. Let me count. Great. There are only 7 left. Fuck. There are still 7? Each of them will have to step on the prince and make him crippled. No. How did you count? Isn't it 8? Hey. It's really 8. Wait. The smaller one on the far right looks familiar. Isn't that the one that was stabbed by the prince before? And the prince's short knife broke. And a big hole was torn on its back? Is it a blood-hungry leopard? Isn't it dead? It's not dead. But it did fall down. And then the prince ran away. The other blood-hungry leopards continued to chase the prince. When the prince came back, the blood-hungry leopard had disappeared. I thought it had hidden. How come it is back now with full of energy? Brothers and sisters, quickly zoom in the picture and show me the wound on the back of the blood-hungry leopard. Is there some green grass, mud on it? Ah, familiar grass, mud. Could it be that girl? Fuck. Is it Lanlan? Is it really Lanlan? Where is Lanlan? I don't know where Lanlan is. But is the current situation like this? That is, the prince risked his life to fight the blood-hungry leopard in front. Lanlan secretly rescued the blood-hungry leopard in the back. And then the rescued blood-hungry leopard came back to continue to fight the prince? Oh no! There is a traitor. Lanlan picked up a kitten on the side of the road. The kitten was covered in blood and was seriously injured. Lanlan was frightened and quickly wiped the kitten's body with clean dew. Fed the kitten with a plum nutrient solution Lanlan had just made, and then used the small herbs picked nearby to treat the kitten's wounds. After everything was done, the kitten still didn't move. So Lanlan went to wash her hands. And when she came back, huh? Where's the kitten? Lanlan looked at the empty space, and there was still some of the kitten's blood on the ground. But the kitten was gone, and only the puppy was squatting there with an innocent look on his face. Lanlan puffed up his cheeks and poked the puppy nose. Puppy, did you bully the kitten? Scare the kitten away? The wind-red wolf came up to lick the little girl fingers. His green eyes were like a piece of clear amber. Lanlan pouted. Little dog. Little cat is injured. You just let it go. What if she falls on the roadside? The wind-red wolf didn't understand what the little girl was saying. It thought the little girl was playing with it. So it stuffed its forehead into the little girl palm and rubbed it on the little girl hand. Lanlan had to rub the little dog forehead twice. Then stood up and said, "We can't just ignore the little cat. Little dog, let's go find the little cat and see if we can see it." So, the child and the wolf went along the edge of the forest and searched along the road ahead. As they searched, they really found it. Over there. Lanlan ran over quickly. But as soon as she got closer, the little girl was stunned again. There was indeed an adult kitten on the ground. But the kitten had blood on its hind legs, not on its back. There was no blood or wound on its back. Lanlan scratched his head and asked the puppy, "Puppy, did Lanlan see it wrong? Why does Lanlan feel that this kitten is not the same kitten as before?" The kitten on the ground closed its eyes and was dying, exhaling more than inhaling. Lanlan didn't have time to think about it, and quickly squatted beside the kitten to check the injury on the kitten's hind legs. 20 minutes later, Lanlan applied medicine to the kitten's hind legs and bandaged them. At this time, the kitten also woke up. As soon as the kitten woke up, its pupils widened. It looked at the strange little human in front of it with doubts. And the next second, it dragged its upper body, which was still movable, and tried to run quickly. But as soon as it moved, its hind legs hurt so much that it screamed and turned around to roar at the little human for no reason. Roar! The wind-red wolf didn't like this blood-hungry leopard. It pounced on it unhappily and pressed the blood-hungry leopard's neck. Ah! The blood-hungry leopard was instantly aroused to resist. It ignored the blood oozing from its hind legs and desperately bit the wind-red wolf. It seemed that the wolf and the leopard were about to fight. Lanlan quickly pulled them apart and stopped them loudly. "Don't fight. Don't fight. Fighting is not good." The wind-red wolf listened to the little girl, bared his teeth unwillingly, and retreated half a step ferociously. But the blood-hungry leopard didn't listen, and it chased the wind-red wolf and bit it. As a result, at this moment, the little girl's soft little hand suddenly reached out and pinched the blood-hungry leopard's bloody mouth. The blood-hungry leopard had never seen such a scene before, and was about to bite off the human hand. But the human had already covered its mouth, then gently touched its head and coaxed it, saying, "Don't be afraid. Don't cry. Don't cry. The kitten is not uncomfortable. The kitten is not uncomfortable." The blood-hungry leopard stared at the human with its cold eyes, who was stroking its fur and putting a sour liquid on its nose. The blood-hungry leopard smelled it, and the next second, it licked the human hand frantically. It was energy liquid. The kitten's wound was not torn, and some of the nutrient solution was eaten. Lanlan saw that the kitten's stress had stabilized. So she rubbed the kitten's ears and asked, "You are not angry anymore, right?" The blood-hungry leopard looked at the human, and it swung its long tail unhappily, and the tip of the tail swung on the little human, rubbed it, and swung it away again. Lanlan simply grabbed the kitten's long tail. The kitten was not angry either, and lay there motionless. Lanlan poked the kitten's black nose with the tip of the kitten's tail. Seeing that the kitten still didn't move, the little girl stood up and said, "Lanlan, go pick some more plums. You just rest here." Lanlan worked hard to pick up a whole bunch of plums. When she came back with plums in her pocket, Lanlan, how come it's gone again? The kitten ran away again. Lanlan couldn't blame the puppy this time, because the puppy went to pick plums with Lanlan. So either the puppy bullied the kitten away, or the kitten left on its own. "Hey." Lanlan put the plums on the ground, sat down and muttered, "The kitten's legs haven't healed yet. Why did it leave? Speaking of which, are this cat and the previous cat the same?" Lanlan still thinks they are not. Roar. At this moment, a leopard roared in front. Lanlan looked up and saw the little cat coming back. But not completely, because the little cat in front of him had an intact back and hind legs, but it was blind in one eye, and its steps were awkward when it came over. The one-eyed blood-hungry leopard approached the little human tentatively, and after confirming that the smell of the little human was the same as that of the two injured companions who returned, it was seriously injured. So it sat down in front of the little human and raised its bleeding eyes to show the little human, "I heard from them that if you touch them here, you can heal your wounds and you can also eat energy. So I came here. Touch me now." Lanlan, in the prince's live broadcast room. After a whole day, Shu is already at the end of his strength. The barrage is almost speechless. The fourth one. No. The fifth one. It's the fifth one. Do you think the prince has discovered that 5 bloodthirsty leopards that he had crushed disappeared and came back? And then, their wounds were healed by 40% to 50%. And then, they continued to join the team that besieged him. He should have discovered it. After all, there are some bloodthirsty leopards. I won't name them one by one. They just acted without any pretense. They came back with bandages on their bodies. The bloodthirsty leopard with one eye blind was the most outrageous. It had an eye patch, and there was a bow tie behind the eye patch. So it has been confirmed. Right? The backer of these bloodthirsty leopards is Lanlan. Right? Hey, what is the prince doing? Fuck. After he knocked down these bloodthirsty leopards, he secretly followed a sneaky injured bloodthirsty leopard and started to go out of the woods. Lanlan felt that he was really busy today. How come there are so many kittens coming and going? Lanlan herbs are running out, and the plum nutrient solution is running out. Lanlan has even started to quietly add water to the plum nutrient solution. Roar. Just then, the whimpering roar of a cat came from the front again. Lanlan stood up helplessly and walked towards the source of the sound. It's coming. What's wrong this time? At the edge of the woods under the setting sun, Lanlan saw a kitten licking its paws. Its tail was about to break, and it fell to the ground in pain. After seeing Lanlan coming, the kitten first sniffed Lanlan's scent, and after confirming that it was this little human, it called out softly to Lanlan again, "Roar." Although Lanlan was helpless, she hurried over to check the kitten's injuries. The little girl frowned. She didn't dare to touch the kitten's tail. She just stood up and went back to get the herbs. Who knew that at this moment, the slow and dragging footsteps of humans suddenly came from the front. Lanlan looked into the tree in confusion. The next second, she saw a bloody man without a single piece of good flesh on his body, walking towards her in a trance and ups and downs. Bang! The other party had not yet completely approached. Suddenly, his body tilted, as if he could no longer bear the fatigue and torture, and the whole person fell to the ground and closed his eyes completely. But Lanlan had already recognized the other party's identity at that moment. She was shocked. "Big brother." Lanlan ran over quickly, but at this moment, more than a dozen kittens suddenly emerged from the bushes in front of them. These kittens frantically pounced on Brother Shu and opened their mouths to eat him. "No!" Lanlan ran over quickly, and she pushed the kitten standing on the big brother belly. This kitten was the kitten with one eye blind. The ferocious teeth of the one-eyed blood-greedy leopard were about to bite off the throat of the human under it. Suddenly, its body was rubbed by a pair of soft human hands. The one-eyed blood-hungry leopard looked at the little human beside him. He didn't quite understand. He leaned over and touched the little girl's chin with his forehead, as if asking, Do you want to touch again? Lanlan didn't want to play with the little cats. She continued to push the little cats. But the little cats were too heavy for Lanlan to push. Little cats. Get down. You're going to crush Big Brother. Although the one-eyed blood-hungry leopard didn't understand what the little human said, it seemed to know what the human meant. So, when the little human pushed again, the one-eyed blood-hungry leopard simply followed the little girl movements and fell to the side with its huge body, spread its furry belly, and looked at the little girl like a spoiled child. Lanlan didn't play with the little cats. After pushing the fattest one away, she quickly pushed the other kittens. You can't bite Big Brother. Go away. Go away. The little human wanted to push the blood-hungry leopards, and the blood-hungry leopards had no choice but to fall down. They all fell down in unison. Some of them put their heads close to rub the little girl hands, and some quietly tried to bite the corners of the little girl clothes. However, they were very careful not to crush the little girl when they fell down, for fear of hurting the little girl. Chapter 70. Big Brother. Are you okay? Lanlan was at a loss, and used her sleeve to wipe Shirshu face. But Shirshu face was covered with blood, and no matter how Lanlan wiped it, it couldn't be wiped clean. The little girl was anxious. She wanted to go back to get the herbs, but she was worried. Lanlan looked at the kittens around and frowned. Lanlan thinks that as soon as Lanlan leaves, the kittens will bully Big Brother. Right? The blood-greedy leopards looked at the little humans innocently, and didn't know what the little humans were saying. Lanlan hummed. Lanlan doesn't believe the kittens. Lanlan wants to take Big Brother away. As she said that, the little girl hugged Big Brother's arm directly, and pulled Big Brother with all her strength. The blood-greedy leopards tilted their heads, not knowing what the little humans were doing. After a while, the one-eyed blood-greedy leopard seemed to understand. Is it to take the prey back as food reserve? It walked over to help, bit the prey's other arm, and helped the little girl drag the prey. Ah! Little cat. Don't bite. You bit through Big Brother's arm. The one-eyed blood-hungry leopard was frightened by the sudden voice of the little girl. It quickly opened its mouth and took 2 steps back in astonishment. Lanlan hurried to look at Big Brother's hand, and really bit out 2 teeth marks. Lanlan pushed the one-eyed cat away and told the little cats not to make trouble again. Then, Lanlan continued to drag Big Brother with great effort. As a result, as he dragged her, suddenly, the Big Brother body seemed to become lighter. Lanlan could easily drag the Big Brother, who was floating like a feather, a long way away. Lanlan was shocked. Then, Lanlan immediately thought of something, and the little girl spread out her palm and looked at her palm. Only in the palm of her hand, a small black mole was slowly wriggling. It was Hai, who was helping Lanlan. Lanlan was very happy and immediately shouted, "Thank you, Hai." Hey, what did Lanlan say? Thank you? Hai? Why did she suddenly laugh? What was she thanking? What was she laughing at? I don't know. Keep watching. The little girl's little hand was strong, so she simply carried the Big Brother on her shoulders and carried him. The barrage instantly filled the screen. Wow! Lanlan suddenly has so much strength. So she was just thanking her little hand. Thank you, little hand, for making me stronger. Did Lanlan use her mental power? It was quite unexpected that such a young child could use mental power. It seems that Lanlan is also a seedling of a gifted 3S ability user. Lanlan carried the Big Brother all the way back to the cabin. But along the way, the Big Brother bled a lot again. When Lanlan checked the Big Brother wounds, she found that the Big Brother didn't know why. But the wounds on his body were very deep, and all of them were caused by excessive blood loss. If the Big Brother had just started bleeding, he would stop bleeding soon after bandaging with herbs. But the Big Brother had obviously started bleeding a long time ago. So if he just covered it with herbs, he might not be able to stop bleeding, and he would die because of excessive bleeding. Lanlan looked around anxiously. Then, Lanlan saw a few broken abandoned bamboos in a pile of dry grass and leaves. There is nothing much in this canyon, except for bamboo forests. Although Lanlan did not see bamboo forests nearby, there seemed to be many scattered bamboo branches that floated here. What Lanlan did not know was that these broken bamboos were not blown by the wind, but were brought here by the dark matter when it changed the crust. Lanlan picked up the bamboos, and after choosing for a long time, she found some relatively hard bamboos. And then she used the knife in her backpack to cut the bamboos into toothpick-like things. The blood-hungry leopards did not know what this little human was doing, so they came up curiously. smelled her hands, and used their claws to fiddle with the small bamboo branches that the little girl had cut and placed on the big rock next to her. You can't play. Lanlan quickly put away the small bamboo needles and put them in the pocket in front of her clothes, then buried her head and continued to cut the bamboo needles until she was almost done. Lanlan stood up from the kittens, walked over in 2 steps, and squatted next to her big brother. Lanlan took off all her big brother clothes. Oh my god! Is this something I can watch? Ah! He really took it off. So pitiful. The prince's body is full of wounds. His 8-pack abs are all damaged. To this I just want to say, I am a pervert. I am Shashasha. Wow. Do you have to take off your pants too? Will the prince, while unconscious, directly face the people of the entire galaxy and say confess and be lenient? Wouldn't that be bad? I think. Hurry up and do it. Just as the barrage was swiping the screen, waiting for more violent scenes to appear, suddenly, a large mosaic covered the prince. The organizer used an off-site mosaic to protect the prince's innocence with difficulty. And the barrage. Ah! I want to kill the organizer. Why can Lanlan see it? But we can't. Lanlan is a child. She shouldn't see it. So let me help her see it. What's the problem with this? Let me see it. Let me see it. The organizer ignored the barrage shouting. But they didn't understand what the little girl wanted to do by stripping the prince clean and laying him square on the ground. Major Yiling was also injured all over his body before. But the little girl didn't do that to Major Yiling. Lanlan didn't take off the big brother pants. She just pulled the big brother pants down a little, revealing the big brother waist. Then, after adjusting the big brother body to be flat, Lanlan took out the small bamboo needle from the pocket of her clothes and began to insert the small bamboo needle into the acupuncture points on the big brother body. After a while, the staff of the organizer saw that the prince had been stabbed into a thorny beast. The mosaic was put on the prince just now because they thought the little girl was going to take off his pants. Now that they found that she didn't take them off, the organizer removed the mosaic. Before the audience had time to be happy, they found that the prince was covered with bamboo thorns. Hiss! It hurts just looking at it. What is this doing? Why do you treat His Royal Highness the Prince like this? The prince has lost so much blood. But you don't apply grass mud. But you stabbed the prince here. What's wrong with Lanlan? Everyone couldn't understand the little girl operation, and just watched the little girl's small bamboo needles run out quickly. At this time, when the little girl cleaned the prince's wounds again, all the audience saw that the prince's wounds had stopped bleeding. How could this happen? No treatment medicine was taken. No hemostatic grass was used. But the bleeding suddenly stopped? Hey, the bleeding has stopped. Why did Lanlan start to pound grass mud again? Because the big brother was bleeding seriously. Lanlan used acupuncture to suppress the big brother bleeding first. But after removing the bamboo needle, the blood would continue to flow. So Lanlan had to hurry up to apply medicine to the big brother. While observing the big brother condition, Lanlan pounded a large pile of grass mud, and then began to cover the big brother wounds with grass mud. Some of the scars were very deep, and after Lanlan covered them, she also used bandages cut from torn clothes to bandage them in a simple way. The blood-greedy leopards watched the little girl busy all the time, until the little girl stopped, and 2 blood-greedy leopards quietly approached, wanting to eat the grass mud. There is energy on the grass mud. They smell it, although they don't eat grass. But they want to eat energy. No! Lanlan grabbed the fur ears of the 2 kittens, and after catching the cat stolen, she poked the kittens' noses and said, "You can't eat that. It's for big brother treatment." The blood-greedy leopards didn't understand what the little human said. They just smelled the little human's fingers and licked them. Lanlan took her little hand back. She leaned over again, kissed the kittens' foreheads, and said, "Little kittens, be obedient. Don't make trouble. You can't play with that. If you want to play, Lanlan will make toys for you." The little girl said, really picked up the rattan on the ground, and began to weave rattan balls with rattan. After the 2 rattan balls were woven, Lanlan threw them out. As expected, cats could not resist the balls. They ran out in an instant, pounced on the balls, and played with them with their claws. At this time, Lanlan continued to check the injury of the big brother. Seeing that the big brother was sweating profusely, Lanlan used a wet cloth to wipe the sweat on the big brother face. As a result, at this moment, suddenly, With a snap, a thick and cold big hand suddenly raised up and clamped the slender and soft wrist of the little girl. Lanlan was stunned. The next second, she was very surprised. Big brother, you are awake. Xirshu barely opened his eyes. His mental power was empty, and his head was a little fuzzy because of the severe pain. The boy looked at the little girl in front of him with difficulty. His last memory before he fainted seemed to be seeing the little girl standing in front of an open space behind the layers of tree shadows, bathing in the sunset. His scattered pupils slowly focused, and after confirming again and again that the person in front of him was really the little girl, the tightly clenched fingers finally relaxed. Xirshu took a breath and let go of the little girl wrist. Big brother. Lanlan didn't notice that Big brother was highly alert at that moment when he just woke up. She was just very happy. Do you feel better? He was able to wake up, so he must be better. Xirshu nodded tiredly. At this time, a breeze blew, and Xirshu felt a little cold. He looked down and saw that his upper body was naked, and his body was pierced by dense small thorns. Xirshu, Lanlan quickly explained, because Big brother injury is too serious. It will not heal if he just applies medicine. So Lanlan helped Big brother with acupuncture treatment. Wait a little longer. It will take about half an hour before the needle can be removed. Acupuncture? Sounds so familiar? Isn't it the Chinese thing that Lanlan told Su Ming about before? Ah, I remember. This is actually real acupuncture. I remembered that last time Lanlan popularized acupuncture and acupuncture. A netizen directly pierced his hand. That netizen used scissors to pierce, and thought that scissors and needles are similar. But I didn't expect there is such a big difference. So acupuncture is really useful. Right. I have read many posts on the Star Network, all saying that acupuncture is useless. And it is obvious that everyone used the wrong method. Now Lanlan is clearly using acupuncture to stop the bleeding of the prince. Hurry up and collect the playback just now. This new Blue Star Existence party wants to watch the acupuncture scene just now over and over again. Because of the needle. Even if he has woken up, Xirshu still can't move. While lying stiffly, the boy could hear the whimpering of the blood-hungry leopards from time to time. He frowned and looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a group of ferocious blood-hungry leopards surrounding two rattan balls, playing and fighting on the ground, and seemed very happy. Xirshu looked at the blood-hungry leopards with a cold face. After his eyes swept over the bandages on several blood-hungry leopards, he looked at himself. The same bandages. The boy looked at the little girl beside him with a complicated look. Lanlan didn't understand the meaning of the Big brother eyes. She tilted her head curiously. Big brother. What's wrong? Xirshu, Forget it. What can she understand? Xirshu didn't plan to say more. Just asked calmly, is there any water? Lanlan hurried to get some water. After drinking the water, Lanlan asked again, Big brother, are you hungry? Lanlan will get you a nutrient solution, the little girl said, and went to get a nutrient solution. The boy was stunned when he tasted the unfamiliar nutrient solution. He looked at the brown liquid in the little girl's hand. Newly made? He asked. Lanlan nodded, yes. The Big brothers and Cuss father were gone. Lanlan didn't know what to do, so she waited for everyone outside the woods. Then Lanlan was hungry, so she made some new nutrient solution. This is plum nutrient solution. Because plums are very sour, Lanlan added some nectar to it, so it won't be so sour. The nectar was found by the little bees for Lanlan, the little girl said, and pointed to her small kitchen next to her. In the small rattan basket in the small kitchen, there were still some unprocessed flowers. Xirshu looked at the flowers. Looking at them, he saw the stone table with the flowers. Beside the stone table, there was a square stove, and next to the stove, there was a stable little chair. Behind the little chair, there was a neat, small wooden house? Xirshu, ? Fuck. I was looking at the princess figure, and I didn't notice that there was a house here? Is this a supply house? But is there a supply house at this location? In the entire fatal training ground, it seems that only the two supply points in Shanghai Highlands and the dense forest have supply houses. Because these two places are the territory of the corrupted heart lion and the territory of the blood-greedy leopard. These two animals can climb trees. Even if the supply bags are placed on the trees, they are easily destroyed by them. So two supply houses were built. So the question is, why did the crazy? There is a supply house next to the Black Forest of the Crazy Canyon? No. I can tolerate the supply house. But are the small table and chair serious? My goodness. The backrest of that chair looks stronger than the metal chair in my house. But where did the chair come from in the wilderness? Yes. Where did the chair come from in the wilderness? Shurshu's eyes became more and more strange. And he did ask, where did these come from? The little girl blinked and pointed at the large and small furniture in the house. Those? They were made by Lanlan. Shurshu pursed his lips. How did you make it? How did you make it? Lanlan was a little surprised. Big brother. Don't you know how to make it? Didn't you help Lanlan do it before? When we were on the beach. Didn't the big brother pick up a lot of stones in the stone forest and help Lanlan build a small kitchen? Lanlan did the same thing. I'm not here. At Swallow Beach. He did help the little girl for a long time. But now that he's not here, who did it for her? Did she join the others? But there's no sign of other people living here. The little girl scratched her head and pointed to the distance. It's over there. There's a big stone over there. It can be used as a stove, a baking tray, a table, and a chair. Lanlan furniture is all made of that big stone. Because the stone is so big, Lanlan has to cut it into small pieces. So I have to trouble Hey to help Lanlan cut the stone. And then Lanlan will move the stone over and put it together. Hey? Shurshu caught a strange name. The little girl stretched out her little hand, spread it out, and showed it to the big brother. It's here. Hey. Shurshu looked at the little girl empty palm. Here. The little girl saw that the big brother didn't see it. So she tried to point to a small black mole in the palm of her hand. Hey. Little black mole. Shurshu, Puff. Ha ha. Lanlan is teasing the prince. Right. It must be. Right. Who helped me cut the stone? The mole in my palm helped me cut it. Ha. Lanlan. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Lanlan means that she cut the stone with her own mental power. But she didn't know it was mental power. And thought it was her little hand that did it. And then she saw a mole in the palm of her hand. And thought it was this mole that helped her do it? What a little friend's thinking. But now think about it. When Lanlan moved the prince just now, she also suddenly said thank you hey. And I thought she was thanking the little hand. But it turned out to be thanking the little black mole on the little hand. I can't take it anymore. I'm really going to die of laughter. This kind of not being able to recognize her own mental power is really cute. Shurshu stared at the little girl for a while. He didn't take it for granted as the audience thought. The little girl would not lie. And she was not a confused person. On the contrary. And many times before. Whether it was the sealed alien pathogen, the beacon forest magma, or the spiral turtle, what she knew was far beyond what normal people knew. She might not recognize her own mental power. But even if she didn't recognize it, she must know that it was her own ability. And she wouldn't think that it was a mole helping her. She was so sure that the little black mole was her helper. Which meant that this mole was indeed an external helper. After thinking for a long time, the prince didn't say anything else. Even if he had something to ask, he wouldn't ask it in front of the live broadcast room. He only asked, do you feel uncomfortable? He didn't know what the little black mole was like. He only cared whether it would hurt her. Uncomfortable? Lanlan shook her head. No. Lanlan won't feel uncomfortable. That's good. Shurshu stopped talking. Lanlan saw that the big brother was silent, thinking that the big brother was tired. So she wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, Big brother, take a rest. Lanlan will take out the needle for you in a while. Half an hour later, the little girl slowly took out the bamboo needle. After all the bamboo needles were taken out, Shurshu found that his body was indeed much better. Speaking of which, it was 3S, nutrient solution taken orally. 3S, herbal medicine taken externally. Plus this acupuncture with unknown effects. It's hard not to think it's not good. Shurshu took out another protective suit from his bag and put it on. He looked around and asked, have you seen them in the past 2 days? Lanlan shook her head. Lanlan has only seen Big Brother. And those cats. When Shurshu's sight shifted, he saw that the blood-greedy leopard was no longer playing rattan ball. A dozen blood-greedy leopards stood by. When they saw him sitting up, they either narrowed their eyes or stared at him with vigilance. Shurshu's face was not good either. After all, they were enemies who had been fighting to the death for 2 days. And the fighting spirit had not disappeared from them. Okay, Big Brother. You sit by the side. Lanlan is going to work. As she said, The little girl rolled up her sleeves, sat on a small chair, and waved to the kittens. Okay. The injured kittens can come and line up. That cat? Yes. That's you. The cat with a broken tail. Come here. Lanlan will fix your tail first. The blood-greedy leopard who was named dragged his broken tail over in a daze. It didn't know what this little human meant. After it came forward, it went to smell the little human hand. Lanlan put her little hand on its head and said, Kitten, lie down. After pressing the kitten to lie down, Lanlan began to check the condition of the kitten's tail, because the kitten's tail hurts when it is touched. Lanlan had to coax the kitten with plum nutrient solution. And then she used herbs, bandages and branches to fix the kitten's tail. After doing all this, Lanlan clapped her little hands and said without raising her head, Next cat. Come over. At the same time, in a hotel in Asia Star, after discovering Lanlan, Muyu, who had just notified Cuss of Lanlan condition, suddenly shuddered for no reason when he saw the little girl on the screen seeing a doctor in an orderly manner. Damn it. How can she be exactly like Val? Thinking of Val, and thinking of the fact that they left the mess of the Death Star to Val before leaving, Muyu couldn't help feeling guilty. And he didn't dare to look at Lanlan on the screen anymore, who behaved exactly like Val. At the same time, in the Death Star, Val, who was thought of by Muyu, had just sent a prisoner away. The warden went to the starport to get supplies. Yes, he hasn't come back yet. He will be gone for a few days. Muyu, Eno, took out by the warden to move goods. Hu Qingya and Sophia. I heard that they are cultivating some new type of nutrient solution behind closed doors, and will make it for Lanlan when she comes back. Cuss? Sleeping at home. It was not until the prisoners left that Val sat down on the warden's office chair with a big head, rubbing his eyebrows with his hands. Just at this time. Ding. 2 beeps. It turned out to be the office communicator on the table. Val immediately grabbed the communicator and pressed the answer button excitedly. Hello. The voice coming from the communicator was not the voice of any of Zhou Qin and the others, but a strange mechanical voice. Notice. Tomorrow the staff of the Capital Research Park will arrive at the starport to prepare for sampling of the alien pathogens of the Death Star. Please ask Warden Zhou Qin to be responsible for the reception. Val, fuck. Dr. Val, who is always polite, gentle, cursed. How could he forget this? After Lanlan checked all the kittens, it was already dark. Lanlan lit the fire, and the kittens gathered around the fire. Brother Shershu was resting in the cabin. Lanlan used a branch to poke the fire, and looked at her little hand from time to time, muttering, Hi-hey. Why are you so quiet today? Since the kittens appeared, Hi-hey has not moved. Only when Lanlan couldn't drag the big brother. Hi-hey helped Lanlan drag the big brother. The little black mole lay quietly in the palm of the little girl hand. After listening to the little girl words, it still. There was no response from the little girl. Lanlan pouted, Hi-hey, as if sensing that the little girl was unhappy. The little black mole finally moved gently twice. The little black mole was indeed unhappy. It didn't like kittens or other humans. It just wanted to play with her alone. It wanted to move all other creatures away. But she would definitely not want to. Hi-hey. Are you hungry? The little girl said, pouring some nutrient solution into her palm. The little black mole absorbed it lazily, but it ate absent-mindedly. It thought, does it have to become a human too? Otherwise, it can become a kitten or a puppy. She seems to like them more. Let's try it. It doesn't consume too much energy. That night, Lanlan, her big brother, and the puppy slept together in the cabin, while the kitten slept next to the fire. Lanlan slept very deeply, so deeply that she felt like she had a dream. When she was little, Lanlan loved to dream, and every time she dreamed, she would see some images of the blue star. Sure enough, Lanlan also dreamed of the blue star this time. But what she dreamed of was not the scenery inside the blue star, but she saw a bright blue planet in the distant Milky Way. From the outside, the blue star was more beautiful, and Lanlan felt very close to the blue star. She wanted to go over, but found that she couldn't. She looked down at herself and found that she was in a meteorite belt, surrounded by meteorites, and a large mass of black liquid. Lanlan stared at the black liquid that slowly floated to her side. The black liquid first twisted and deformed for a while, and after a while, it turned into a human form, just like the human form that Lanlan had seen before. Hey turned into a small waterman. But it was not a small waterman. It was a big waterman. He was the same height as Lanlan. It stood a few steps away from Lanlan, and its two flowing little hands were mixed together. It had no facial features, but it could make sounds, and its voice was soft and gentle. As small as a mosquito. Hello. 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 After stuttering, the head of the small waterman suddenly changed from black to red. He seemed to be blushing. Chapter 71. Lanlan stared blankly at the little waterman in front of her. Her little mouth was slightly open, with no expression on her face. But her big eyes were getting bigger and bigger. The little waterman waited for a while, because he didn't get the little girl answer. He was a little scared and couldn't help but take a half step back. Hi. But at this moment, the little girl finally spoke. The little waterman immediately raised his head. He looked at the little girl and nodded frantically. After that, he tried to emphasize, yes, it's me. He was still stuttering, but his tone was very firm. Lanlan didn't expect that she would dream about hey. People say that if you think about something during the day, you will dream about it at night. Before going to bed, Hey was still angry with Lanlan. So Lanlan was thinking about this matter in her heart. So she dreamed about Hey. Lanlan wanted to walk towards Hey, but she was standing on a meteorite now. The meteorite was uneven. She had never walked on a meteorite before, and she didn't know if she would be unstable if she walked like this. Her little body tilted, and she fell into the abyss of the universe below without warning. Oh! The little girl screamed in fear. And at this moment, almost in an instant, all the meteorites around moved. Dozens of meteorites flew towards the little girl. Their speed was faster than the speed of the little girl falling. After a while, dense meteorites gathered at the feet of the little girl, and they condensed into a flat stone platform, holding the little girl steadily. Huh? Lanlan stood on the stone platform in shock. She patted her chest, and before she came to her senses, she heard another whistling sound from the distance. The little girl looked up and saw that thousands of meteorites were flying towards this side in the distance. The meteorites were connected to the stone platform one by one. Soon, there were no more scattered meteorites around, but there was a dark, long and wide road in the universe. The road was winding and endless. Lanlan had to tiptoe very hard to see the farther part of the road. Then, Lanlan saw a person. The black little waterman was standing on the other side of the road. He was just a black figure, looking blurry and hazy. At this time, he ran over. He ran very fast. He didn't stop until he got close. He asked the little girl carefully, "Are you okay?" Lanlan came back to her senses and immediately shook her head. Lanlan is fine. Is this made by Hey? Hey is so powerful. You can make meteorites listen to you. The little waterman was praised but not happy. He lowered his head and looked very sad. Yes. I'm sorry. Lanlan was surprised. She didn't. Do you know why the little waterman apologized? Didn't Hai save Lanlan? Why did Hai say sorry to Lanlan? The little waterman voice became even lower. But I brought you to the meteorite belt. If he hadn't brought her to the meteorite belt, she wouldn't have fallen down. So it was his fault. He scared her. Lanlan took 2 steps forward, with a bright smile on her face. She touched Hey little head. Lanlan accidentally fell down. It has nothing to do with Hai. Thank you Hai for saving her. Lanlan finally dreamed of Hai, and Hai could talk to Lanlan. Lanlan didn't want to wake up yet. She wanted to chat with Hai for a while. Lanlan knew that falling in a dream, like jumping off a building or a cliff, would wake her up. Fortunately, Hai caught Lanlan. Otherwise she would have woken up. The black waterman head began to turn red again, and he muttered, "Are you willing to meet me?" Lanlan stretched out his hand to Hai. Of course Lanlan is willing to meet Hai. Lanlan and Hai are good friends. My friend. Hai. Can Lanlan hold your hand? Plop. 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 Suddenly, the little waterman red head became even redder, and he began to smoke, just like boiling water. Lanlan was startled. Hai. The little waterman was so embarrassed that he immediately stretched out his hand. But halfway through, he retracted it. Halfway through, and stretched it out again. After jumping sideways several times, the little girl grabbed the little waterman hand and stopped him from moving. The little waterman didn't dare to move in an instant, and his whole body was almost frozen. Lanlan pinched the palm of the little waterman hand, which was icy and soft like jelly. Lanlan smiled and pointed to the beautiful blue planet in the distant Milky Way and said, "Hi-hey. Lanlan will take you to the blue star to play." "Okay? That's the blue star. It's so beautiful inside." "I know," the little waterman muttered. Lanlan was surprised. "Ah, has Hi-hey been to Blue Star?" The little waterman nodded obediently, yes. While speaking, the little waterman had a thought. And in an instant, the meteorites that had condensed into the avenue were all disrupted and then reorganized. This time, the meteorite road changed direction and extended towards the direction of Blue Star. Lanlan once again exclaimed, "Hi-hey, you are really amazing." The little waterman was embarrassed. "I only know this." "It's already great," Lanlan said, pulling the little waterman hand and taking him directly to Blue Star. The two children ran out of breath. And no matter how they ran, there were always meteorites paving the way for them in front. Finally, they arrived at the periphery of Blue Star. Lanlan wanted to go in, but the little waterman didn't move. Lanlan blinked. "Hi-hey?" The little waterman shook his head and took a half step back. "I can't go in again." "Why?" Lanlan didn't understand. The little waterman looked at Lanlan fearfully for a while, then lowered his head and said, "You didn't let me in." "Ah?" Lanlan scratched his head. "Lanlan didn't let Hi-hey enter Blue Star?" "No. Lanlan is inviting Hi-hey to play on Blue Star now." The little waterman still didn't move. "No. You didn't let me go. A long time ago. You didn't let me go. A long time ago?" Lanlan tilted his head. "How long ago was that?" The little waterman thought about it carefully. He was not very good at counting. He had a long life, and he had never counted. He said, "It was a long time ago. My breath wanted to cover that place. But you wouldn't let me." It was a very vague memory. They had never communicated. But they had met each other. She was the blue planet, and he was the entire universe. He was used to letting every planet he saw be stained with his breath. But the blue planet was the only exception. She was too fierce. She wouldn't let him get close. His breath couldn't enter the blue planet, and he couldn't bury his energy in the land of that planet. So the creatures on that planet were all short-lived. But she seemed to be unaware. So she was so overbearing that she didn't allow him to get close. Only she could feed the creature she gave birth to. And she didn't want other energies to invade her territory, even if he had good intentions and wanted to help her creatures live longer. The little waterman pointed to the place under his feet, and then said softly, "I can only go here at most." He drew a 38th parallel in the air. "You said, beyond this, it's not allowed." "Ah?" Lanlan was stunned. "What if it exceeds this?" The little waterman was at a loss. "What do you mean?" Lanlan said, "It's just that Hi-hey said that Lanlan can't." Hi-hey went over. And if Hi-hey insisted on going over, what would Lanlan do? Will she beat Hi-hey? The little waterman shook his head. "You can't beat me." Lanlan blinked. "Then why doesn't Hi-hey go over?" The little waterman said, "As a matter of course, you don't want me to go over. You will be unhappy." Lanlan looked at Hi-hey for a while. Then she scratched her face. "But we are here. It's a pity not to go to Blue Star. It's really beautiful inside. I've seen it." Although he couldn't get close, he could peek from a distance. And he had peeked. It was really beautiful inside. The little girl had no choice but to say, "Then let's walk around. Lanlan can point to Hi-hey from here." "Hi-hey. Look. This side is the Pacific Ocean. This side is the Atlantic Ocean. And this is China." The little girl kept introducing it. And the little waterman didn't urge her. Just listened to her. Later, the little girl became curious again. "Hi-hey. You said Lanlan is launching. But why is Lanlan launching? Do you know?" The little waterman shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that you have always been launching. And you are still launching now." The little girl was confused. But Lanlan is not launching. Lanlan is Lanlan. The little waterman didn't know how to explain it. He was not very good at speaking. And maybe what he wanted to say was not what he said. The two children were very anxious. After a while, Lanlan simply didn't care. She grabbed Hi-hey and said, "Anyway, Lanlan can play with Hi-hey now. Hi-hey. Lanlan will take you to see the moon." The two children held hands and walked on the meteorite road and went to the moon again. The moon was so gentle, covering them with its soft light, like an elder who indulged children. The two children played on the moon for a long time. And then the little waterman took the little girl to play in other parts of the universe. They went to different planets. Every time they arrived at a planet, the little waterman would introduce it to the little girl. They would also go inside the planet to see the scenery inside. But some planets were too stuffy. Even more stuffy than the Death Star. Lanlan felt uncomfortable as soon as she entered. The little waterman quickly took the little girl away. Sorry. I forgot that you don't like my energy. Those planets are all rich in dark matter, or have exploded with many alien pathogens. Those planets are called Death Stars by interstellar humans. There are no living creatures in them for a long time. In fact, there is nothing to see. Lanlan felt much better after coming out. She muttered, hey, don't explode so often in the future. Look, the good planets are all broken. The little waterman covered his mouth and didn't say anything. Lanlan tilted his head, hey, what's wrong with you? The little waterman was a little aggrieved. My breath is not bad. It's good. Lanlan was puzzled. But your breath has broken the planet. The little waterman tried to refute himself. But good and bad need to coexist. I can increase their lifespan. Living creatures need to evolve and evolve. The little waterman couldn't explain it clearly. So he repeated a few words incoherently. That was the knowledge that had been implanted in his memory. It was what he was sure he would do. He felt that it was right. But the results might not be seen until a long time later. Seeing that Hai was very anxious, Lanlan had to tell him not to worry and to speak slowly. Finally, Lanlan tried hard to distinguish the meaning of Hai words. And then she seemed to understand a little. What Hai meant was that the universe was actually a chaos. And Hai was the strongest energy substance born in the chaos. Energy substances like him could cover the entire universe. And the universe also needed him. He used his energy to nourish every planet that was born. And living things would slowly grow on these planets. It's just that in the process of bearing energy, some planets are too fragile and can't bear this energy. So they will break down. But it doesn't matter. On the broken planets, there will naturally be living things that can adapt to this energy. Just like the earliest time of Blue Star. For 0.6 billion years ago, Blue Star was not suitable for the birth of living things at that time. But in the subsequent evolution, Blue Star gradually grew living things that can adapt to the environment of Blue Star. It's just that this process really takes a long time. So, these broken planets now are almost equivalent to the Blue Stars 4.6 billion years ago. If we give them billions of years, they will gradually get better. Lanlan told Hai what she understood. And Hai nodded vaguely. Anyway, I am helping them. Lanlan agreed. Okay. Hai is not a bad boy. Lanlan will not say Hai is a bad boy. Hai is helping others. Maybe not long after, there will be a second blue star. A third blue star appears. All of which are Hai credit. The little waterman immediately became nervous. Don't want a second blue star. Don't want a third blue star. One blue star is enough. Lanlan blinked. One blue star. Hai. Do you mean Lanlan? But Hai. Didn't you say that Lanlan is very fierce? If there are other planets, they should like Hai very much. The little waterman muttered, but I only know you. We have known each other for a long time. There is only me in the universe. I am so lonely. Later you came. I often went to secretly see you. Until you disappeared. The children you cared for were exposed to the cruel environment of the universe. You love them too much. You think I am a bad person and never let me get close to you. But I should get close to you. We should train them together. They were not tempered by me, but only received your love. Without you, they could not adapt to the difficulties of the universe. I worked hard to save them and made them all mutate. Then you came back too. The little waterman looked at the little girl in front of him pitifully. He thought of something sad at this time. He muttered, I will fall asleep tomorrow. I don't know how long I will sleep. After I fall asleep, will you forget me? Lanlan was stunned for a while. The little girl thought that she always called Xiao Haizi for a while. But Xiao Haizi ignored her. Could it be that Hai was sleeping at that time? The little girl nodded immediately. Lanlan will remember Hai. Hai is Lanlan good friend. Wait. Hai wakes up. Lanlan will play with Hai again. The little waterman was happy again. He nodded excitedly. Okay. Then, the little waterman tried hard to guarantee, next time I will definitely grow eyes, nose and mouth. Just like you. Lanlan also smiled. If Hai has eyes, nose and mouth. Hi-Hey can smile. Just like Lanlan. The little waterman looked at the little girl bright smile. His black head blushed again. And then he said, if you don't forgive me, I will smile. Lanlan also repeatedly guaranteed, no. Lanlan will never forget Hi-Hey. Who? There was a snoring sound of animals with hot air in her ears. When Lanlan opened her eyes dazedly, she found that it was already light outside. And beside her, 2 kittens had gotten into the cabin at some point. They were sleeping next to Lanlan, and the hot air from their big noses hit Lanlan's ears. Lanlan rubbed her ears. As soon as she moved, the 2 kittens woke up. They stretched and squeezed their foreheads into Lanlan's neck. Lanlan was squeezed into the corner by the kittens. She quickly sat up from the 2 kittens. As soon as she sat up, the 2 kittens also sat up, looking at Lanlan from the left and right. Lanlan scratched her head in confusion. Lanlan remembers that Lanlan slept with the big brother and the puppy. How come the big brother and the puppy have become kittens? At this moment, there was a sound outside the house. Lanlan looked outside and saw that the big brother had just come back with water, and the puppy was lying at the door with his teeth bared. From the looks of it, it should be to prevent more kittens from entering the cabin. Hearing the sound coming from the cabin, Feng Qilang immediately turned back. Lanlan greeted the puppy. Good morning, little puppy. The wind-red wolf jumped up to the little girl and sniffed the little girl head with his nose. He smelled a leopard smell, so he licked the little girl hair to cover the stinky leopard smell. Good morning, big brother. Lanlan let the puppy lick her hair, and she greeted the big brother in the distance. Shu put down the water bottle in his hand, looked at the little girl surrounded by the blood-greedy leopard and the wind-red wolf, and said, good morning. After a while, Lanlan, who had finished washing, started to eat breakfast. Shu suddenly asked at this time, are you tired? Lanlan was stunned, and she looked at the big brother in confusion. It's the first time I see you. You can't get up in the morning. The little girl always gets up early. Since the swallowing beach, she is basically the first person to get up. Even if she is not the first, she will wake up when others wake up. This is the first time she has slept so late, and it is almost noon now. Lanlan blushed a little and said embarrassedly, Lanlan played with Hey for too long last night, so Lanlan can't get up today. The boy frowned. Hey again? He looked at the little girl hand. Lanlan smiled and stretched out her little hand to show the big brother the little black mole on her palm. Yes, it was Hey. Lanlan dreamed of Hey last night, and then Hey took Lanlan to play in the universe. We stepped on pieces of meteorites and ran around in the universe, because we played crazy. Lanlan couldn't get up. Shu. In short, the dream was too busy and tired of dreaming. Traveling in the universe with a mole. Baby, you really want to make me laugh to death, right? Or you stepped on a meteorite. Lanlan, I give you some science. You can't step on meteorites. They float, and there are radioactive materials near the meteorite belt. You can only get close to them in a battleship or in a mecha. Otherwise you will die. Why would I care about radioactive substances in my dreams? I am still a 3S ability user in my dreams. Shu looked at the little girl with a complicated expression. After a while, he said, do you want to sleep a little longer? You were so tired from playing last night. Your Highness, are you going to make me laugh to death? He believed it. He actually believed it. You believe everything Lanlan said, right? Believe everything will only hurt you. Lanlan shook her head. Lanlan is not going to sleep anymore. Hey will go to bed at noon today. Lanlan will make more nutrient solution for Hey so that Hey can eat well before going to bed. Oh, by the way, Hey said that after Hey goes to bed, other people in the forest will come out, and then Lanlan can see the big brothers and dad. Shu raised his eyebrows. He kept speculating in his heart. What kind of existence is this little black mole? For the whole morning, the little girl was talking to the little black mole in her palm. At noon, she went to the corner and kept pouring nutrient solution into her palm, saying that she was feeding the little black mole. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that the little girl came over with a sigh and said regretfully, Hi-Hey is asleep. He ignored Lanlan. Shu didn't know what to say. He didn't hear the mole say a word all day. Finally, he could only say, don't be sad. Lanlan smiled. Lanlan is not sad. Lanlan will wait for Haihei to wake up, and then play with Lanlan. Besides, the Big Brothers and Cuss Dad will come out soon. Lanlan misses the Big Brothers and Dad. I don't want to hit Lanlan. But, Lanlan, your Big Brothers and fake Dad are still going around in circles. Yesterday, the prince also came out with a blood-greedy leopard when he was dazed. If there was no blood-greedy leopard leading the way, he would still be trapped inside. I think we should not count on others. I read the announcement on the official website. The most difficult pursuit training will start the day after tomorrow. The prince should take Lanlan to the Beacon Forest first. If they are chased in this forest, they will die if they are caught. There is no way to escape. So you don't care about others? Isn't it bad? They can withdraw from the competition. They won't die. The key is that they definitely can't come out. Don't waste time here. Lanlan. The words in the barrage haven't been finished yet. At this moment, Yusang's voice suddenly sounded unexpectedly. Countless viewers were stunned for a moment. They looked in shock at the direction of the woods over there, only to see a young man and two teenagers coming out of the forest in a mess at the edge of the forest. Damn! That's not right. Sphere. Yusang and the others were clearly turning in the same place before. How come they came out after turning a corner? Oh my god! What's going on? Lanlan said they would come out soon. And they really came out soon? How did Lanlan know? Lanlan said that it was the little black mole who told her. Don't be too outrageous. You really believe that a mole can control the Black Forest of Crazy Canyon? Just when the barrage was typing question marks, indicating that they didn't understand what was going on at all. In a certain edible crop restaurant in Yaxing, the chef just served the carefully cooked meat and vegetables. This restaurant has been reserved for lunch today, so there is only one table occupied in the entire restaurant. Sitting at this table are a man and a woman. The man is cold and deep, and the woman is gorgeous and beautiful. They sat facing each other, but they didn't speak for a long time, and the chef quietly withdrew. It was not until a long time later that the bright and dazzling woman finally spoke. You blocked me and insisted that I have this meal with you. What's wrong with you? Sophia's tone was so cold. This man really knows how to use his presidential privileges in order to get her to have this meal. He even closed the hotel where she lived. Abuse of power is really his specialty. The man sitting opposite listened to the woman's complaints calmly. He glanced at the food next to him and said, "Eat first. If you don't want to eat, just say it if you have something to say." The woman didn't give him any face. The man's cold brows showed displeasure. After a while, he finally said, "We just met once. Is it that serious?" Sophia stood up directly. "Let's go." Seeing the woman throw down her napkin and really leaving, the man behind suddenly said, "You are Lanlan Sophia's mother, right?" The little girl had leaked this name in the live broadcast, and he thought it was just a coincidence at first. But, a few days after the little girl appeared, she, who had been missing for decades, also appeared, and the place she came from was also Yaxing. Too many coincidences together are not coincidences. The man was almost certain that the woman he once loved deeply had 1,000 connections with the little girl with strange abilities that he was interested in. Sophia turned her back to the man and stopped immediately. She felt a little annoyed. This man was indeed the old fox he was at the beginning, and would not miss any clues. Knowing her relationship with Lanlan, if we investigate further, wouldn't Hu Qingya, Zhou Qin, and the others be exposed? Sophia frowned slightly, thinking about how to make up for her relationship with Lanlan. Then the man behind her suddenly asked in a cold voice, "So, why does she call you Mom? What is your relationship with Li Jie?" Sophia was stunned, and suddenly she had an idea. She turned around in an instant and blurted out with a smile, "He and I are unmarried. What kind of relationship can we have? It's just that we have a child together." President, Chapter 72. The man's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Sophia in front of him, as if he wanted to confirm whether the other party was lying from her provocative and flamboyant expression. Perhaps it was really too long since they had seen each other. Her leisurely and arrogant look made him a little confused for a while. After a long silence, the man said, "Sit down." Sophia frowned slightly. She turned around and left without looking back at the other party's condescending and almost commanding tone. As expected, as soon as she arrived at the door of the restaurant, the other party's guards, who were like lackeys, blocked her and surrounded her. Sophia touched her bracelet. In the silver bracelet, there was a bright red mecha, ready to be summoned at any time. Go down. At this time, Footsteps came from behind, and the man's voice of ordering. Sophia didn't look back. But the other person walked in front of her. He was 2 heads taller than her. When he lowered his head to look at her, his eyes were full of helplessness. Don't be willful. Tell me, what is your relationship with Ligia and that child? The little girl also called another young man dad cuss. So how many fathers did she have, and who gave birth to her was still in doubt. The man knew that Sophia said it in anger. But even if it was in anger, he didn't want to hear her admit that she had a relationship with another man. So he showed his displeasure. But now she is no longer the obedient her of the past. She is sharp, with deep resentment towards him, and no longer cares about his emotions. To be honest, it hurts a little in my heart. With a light breath, the man softened his eyebrows and said in a gentle and persuasive way, I am not the only one watching that child now. The live broadcast targets the entire galaxy. With her ability, the rebels are likely to have taken a fancy to her. The man stepped forward and approached the woman. Susu. I won't hurt her. But the rebels will. Do you understand? You know what I mean. Sophia looked at the nonsense man in front of her expressionlessly. He really hasn't changed at all. And he still does whatever it takes to achieve his goals. He lied to her before. And he's lying to her now. If she didn't know the rebel commander. If she didn't know from Inno that the rebel commander had issued an internal order to respectfully call Lanlan the young master, and was enrolling in a class to learn the history of Blue Star in order to please Lanlan, she would have almost believed his lies. Sophia was silent for a moment. And then she suddenly lowered her eyebrows with some pain in her eyes. How do you want me to believe you? The woman's weak expression made the man's expression change slightly. He winked at his men. And when everyone left, he took the woman's hand and took her back to the restaurant. Sophia resisted the urge to give this man a big slap, and followed him back to the restaurant obediently. After sending her to her seat, he sat around to the other side of the restaurant, took the plate in front of her, cut the meat and vegetables into small pieces for her, and then sent it back to her. He was as considerate as he was back then, and said, Eat first. Sophia ate slowly. She hadn't eaten such bad food for a long time. Of course, ordinary edible ingredients must be completely different from the 3S ingredients grown by Lanlan. Tell me first, what happened to that child? When eating, people's defenses will be relaxed. And the man asked about the inside story. He wanted to know without leaving any trace. She is indeed Ligia child. And Ligia and I do have feelings for each other. Sophia said calmly. President, The man put down the spoon and stared at her solemnly. Sophia looked innocent. You are married. And I can't develop new feelings? Why? Do I have to stay with you? Your son is so old. What qualifications do you have to ask me? The man pursed his lips. But he also had other children with other women. Didn't he? That doesn't matter, Sophia said sullenly. The man raised his eyebrows. Why doesn't he care? I don't love him. The man paused for a while. Then he picked up the spoon again and asked, Then what? I don't know who gave birth to Lanlan. I haven't seen his previous woman. But one day, he suddenly sent Lanlan to me, saying that the child couldn't be taken to the capital star, and hoped that I would help take care of her for a while. Lanlan was very well behaved. She thought I was her mother, and kept calling me mother. The man said him and asked again, Did she come into contact with strange beasts and plants when she was a child? Yes. Sophia snorted again when she said this. The man looked at her. What's wrong? The cold and beautiful woman was very dissatisfied. I ask you, are you coming to me this time because of Lanlan or because of me? If I didn't know about Lanlan, would you still leave everything in your capital star and come to Asia Star to find me in person? The man chuckled but didn't answer. Speak. The woman was unhappy. The man was helpless, you know. Nothing is more important than you. Sophia sneered, her tone full of sourness. I am important? Then why did you marry someone else? Then why did you stand by and watch my family in distress without caring? The man frowned. I can explain this. Don't explain. I don't believe it, Sophia said, and stood up again. But she didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, she bit her red lips and said angrily, If you want to know about Lanlan, I can tell you. But you want a divorce. The man was stunned and tried to reason with her. Sue. This matter is very complicated. Sophia interrupted him. I don't want to listen to this. Anyway, if you figure it out, come to my hotel room tonight. I want you to call your wife in front of me and tell her that you want to divorce her. After you say it, I can tell you everything about Lanlan. After that, Sophia left again. This time, the guards outside did not stop her again. That night, in the small apartment in Yaxingwang Wine Lane, Li Jie poured himself a glass of wine. He lay on the sofa leisurely and watched the live broadcast while occasionally drinking a sip of wine. Enjoying this rare and comfortable time, the little girl on the big screen was happily talking to her friends about what happened around her in the past 2 days because she reunited with her friends. She spoke in a childish way, but everyone listened with relish. Ding ding. At this moment, Li Jie communicator rang. Li Jie communicator had been turned off, and only a few people could contact him now. He casually opened the communicator. It was Hu Qingya calling. Li Jie clicked to connect. What's wrong? Hu Qingya on the other side of the communicator said in a somewhat anxious tone. Where are you? Home. Li Jie took another sip of wine, his eyes always on the big screen in front of him. Seeing that his daughter was safe, his uneasy mood in the past 2 days also relaxed. Come over right away, Hu Qingya said. Sophia has kidnapped the president of your empire. She said she wants to send this scumbag to the slaughterhouse to be slaughtered. Inno has already helped her find the address of the nearest slaughterhouse. She is about to leave. Cough, cough, cough. A big mouthful of wine choked in his throat. Li Jie sat up instantly, put down his wine glass, and said in disbelief, What did you say? The grudge between Sophia and the president will not affect other people in the fatal training ground. After Cuz, Yu Sang, and Wei Chon walked out of the woods. Mianfeng, Yi Ling, and Su Ming also came out soon. But they waited for a long time again, but did not wait for Su Yu to come out. Do you want to go in and look for him again? Su Ming suggested that he and Su Yu were originally a multi-person team, but now there are only 2 of them left. If Su Yu is gone, then he will be the only one left. But if we go in again, will we be trapped again? Yu Sang already had a psychological trauma when he thought of the fear of being unable to get out in the past 2 days. He didn't want to step into the forest again. Lanlan immediately said, No. No. Haihei said that the forest is already fine. Haihei? Yu Sang was confused. Who is Haihei? The little girl immediately stretched out her little hand. This is Haihei. Yu Sang leaned over and stared at the little girl hand. But there was nothing. The little girl pointed to the small mole in the middle of her palm. Here. Haihei. Yu Sang stared at the small black mole. A little confused. This is Haihei? Can it talk? Lanlan nodded heavily immediately. Yeah. 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 Haihei can already speak fluently. Haihei stuttered at first, but soon he won't. Haihei learns things very quickly. Yu Sang, ? I didn't study much. Don't lie to me. Yu Sang questioned. Let it say something to me now. The little girl shook her head. Not now. Haihei is asleep now. We have to wait until it wakes up before it can talk. Yu Sang, At this time, Cus grabbed the little girl hand and wiped the small mole. Can't be wiped off. But when did a small mole appear on Lanlan palm? Why doesn't he remember? Cus asked. When did you hear it talking? Lanlan said crisply. It was last night. Last night Lanlan dreamed of Haihei. Haihei kept talking to Lanlan. Lanlan took Haihei to see the blue star. Haihei took Lanlan to see other planets. We played in the universe for a long time. Dream? Dream? Yu Sang was dumbfounded. Are you saying you were just dreaming? Ha ha ha. If it's not a dream, then it's really true. Yu Sang, you made me laugh to death. Lanlan even said that she took the little black mole to the blue star. If this isn't a dream, then what is it? Where is the blue star in the universe? Everyone thought the little girl was just joking, except Shu and Cus. Shu was innocent and clear. The little girl was too smart. Even if she sometimes didn't express herself well, she was not someone who couldn't tell the difference between dreams and reality. Since she said so, she must have her reasons. And Cus looked at the little mole on his daughter palm and was a little concerned. Lanlan was raised by them since she was a child. As parents, they knew exactly where she had moles and birthmarks. However, as people grow up, new marks will grow on their bodies. But they have only been apart for a few days. Cus thought about it and couldn't help but glance at the sky above, as if he was hinting something to someone. After a while, his optical brain vibrated. The wooden fish outside responded to him. They didn't remember that Lanlan had a mole on her palm. If men are careless. But Sophia and Hu Qingya don't remember it. This means that the mole did not exist before. There were too many people now. So Cus didn't ask again. He just waited until others started discussing whether to go into the forest to find Suyu. Then he lowered his voice and asked his daughter, Lanlan, "Are you feeling unwell?" "Ah?" Lanlan didn't know why everyone asked her if she felt unwell. When Lanlan introduced Haihei to Brother Shirshu before, Brother Shirshu also asked this question. Lanlan shook her head obediently. Lanlan is not feeling unwell. Lanlan is fine. Cus pursed his lips, feeling a little relieved, and remember to tell Dad if you feel unwell. The little girl agreed softly. Okay. It was late now, and everyone finally decided to stay outside the woods for another night. If Suyu didn't come out tomorrow morning, they would go into the woods to find him. As a result, after a night, Suyu did not show up. The next day, Yi Ling finally decided to take some people into the woods to find someone. Lanlan also wanted to go with them, but no one allowed it. Although they all came out of the woods yesterday, who knew if they would be unable to get out of the woods again today? So they firmly disagreed with the little girl taking risks. However, the strangeness in the woods seemed to have really disappeared. After Yi Ling and others entered the woods, they found that the road conditions in the woods had returned to the way they were on the map. The woods were not big. After searching for 3 or 4 times, they did not find Suyu. In the end, because they were not sure when the pursuit training would start, they had to leave quickly and go to Finghua Forest as soon as possible. Today was a rainy day. To date, 64 days have passed since the start of the fatal training ground. There were originally hundreds of contestants on the field, but now only 12 are left. Nana didn't know who else was on the field now. She was just sitting alone on the hillside near Shanghai Highland. Today, she is different from the one she was 64 days ago. She hadn't washed her hair for a long time, and her body had already smelled bad. She was so poor that she had to eat a bottle of nutrient solution in 3 meals. As the president niece, a little princess who was spoiled all the time, she now lives like a woman. She even picks her feet under the live camera. Like a beggar, she found a big tree to shelter from the rain. Nana sat on the tree branch, holding her damaged supply bag, and began to calculate how much supplies were left in it. 2 bottles of nutrient solution, 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 broken B-level short knives, and a pair of A-level gloves with an estimated durability of less than 40%. After carefully looking at the things, she put them back into the backpack. At this moment, the rain suddenly became heavier. Countless raindrops fell from the gaps between the leaves. Nana covered her head with the hood of her protective suit. She was thinking about whether to move to another place to avoid the rain, when suddenly, she heard a boom, and a flash of light suddenly flashed in the open space less than 30 meters away from her. And then a cold figure, wearing a mecha, appeared out of thin air. Nana was stunned. She looked at the mecha figure. Her eyes gradually became demented. At the same time, the barrage in her live broadcast room had exploded. Fuck. It was the simulated rebel army that was deployed. The pursuit training began. On the way from Crazy Canyon to Shanghai Highlands, Su Ming was still unhappy about not finding Suyu. Lanlan knew that Brother Su Ming and Brother Su Yu were best friends. The little girl immediately ran to Brother Su Ming and gently pulled the corner of Brother Su Ming close. Su Ming lowered his eyes and looked at the little girl beside him. What's wrong? Lanlan? The little girl said softly, Big brother, don't be sad. Lanlan has asked all the kittens to help Lanlan find Brother Suyu. If the kittens find Brother Suyu, they will tell Brother Suyu to come here to find Lanlan. Su Ming was actually guessing that Suyu should have withdrawn from the competition. After all, after solving the maze, they found that the forest was not actually very big. If Suyu was still in the forest, they would not be able to find him. Now that he disappeared, he could only withdraw from the competition. Although we don't know what danger he encountered and was forced to withdraw from the competition. The competition is cruel. If we can't persist, we can only accept it. Okay. Thank you, Lanlan. Although he thought a lot in his mind, Su Ming still thanked the little girl. And at the same time, he pulled the hood on the little girl's head. It was still raining now, and they were all wearing protective clothing. The little girl didn't have a protective clothing that fit her, and she was wearing Swell's clothes. Adult clothes were larger, and the little girl hood always felt loose. Lanlan obediently let Brother Su Ming help her adjust her hat. And then she took the initiative to hold Brother Su Ming's hand and walked with Brother Su Ming. The team continued to move forward in an orderly manner. There were 8 of them, with a wind-red wolf. Yi Ling and Yu Sang walked in front. Siwei, Lanlan, Wind Red Wolf, and Su Ming walked in the middle, followed by Mian Feng and Shu. And the last one was Wei Chong. The rain gradually became heavier. At this moment, Yi Ling, who was walking in front, suddenly said, "Wait!" Everyone stopped immediately. Yi Ling looked at the sky in front of him with an ugly face. Under the bizarre rain curtain, golden light spots were falling from the sky. Yi Ling knew what it was almost immediately. He said to everyone seriously, "The pursuit training has begun." In an instant, everyone became alert. Kus raised his hand and pulled Lanlan, who was still beside Su Ming, over. He frowned and looked at the light spots in front. Suddenly, countless light spots appeared behind them. The main content of the pursuit training is that the organizer automatically puts a large number of simulated rebels into the training ground and lets the simulated rebels chase the contestants. These simulated rebels are not real people, but intelligent robots with pre-adjusted performance. 500 robots have been placed in the simulated rebels' curry in advance. These intelligent robots will intelligently adjust the number of people to be deployed according to the remaining number of contestants. Comprehensive combat effectiveness and comprehensive cooperation. For example, there are 12 contestants left on the field. So in the first round, it is reasonable to deploy 12 simulated rebels. The main focus is one-on-one pursuit. However, the abilities of each contestant are different. An S-level contestant is assigned an ordinary simulated soldier as the enemy, but a 2S-level contestant is assigned 5 ordinary simulated soldiers as the enemy. By analogy, a 3S-level contestant is assigned 10 ordinary simulated soldiers as the enemy, plus a leader simulated soldier. If the contestants cooperate in this process, the simulated rebel army will also adjust the number of simulated soldiers considering that the combined strength of the contestants is greater than 2 when the total strength is 1 plus 1. That is to say, if 2S-level ability users cooperate, they will not be assigned 2 simulated soldiers, but 4 simulated soldiers. So, in pursuit training, the more people gather together, the better. Because once the number of cooperating contestants increases, the number of simulated soldiers against them will double several times, especially when there are high-level ability users among the contestants. This doubling base will be very terrifying. And this is just the beginning. Pursuit training usually lasts a total of 9 days. Generally, the first 3 days are one difficulty, the middle 3 days are another difficulty, and the last 3 days are the outbreak difficulty. That is to say, if the number of simulated rebels chasing you is 1 in the first 3 days, then in the middle 3 days, it will become 2. And in the last 3 days, it will become 4. 1 becomes 2. 2 becomes 4. And in the last 3 days, it is usually the time when your supplies and energy are about to run out. At this time, your enemies are not decreasing, but increasing. Can you still hold on? For the squad of Yi Ling and others, these are things that need to be considered later. What they need to consider now is that people have not yet reached the wider battlefield of Fenghua Forest. But the pursuit training has begun. And because their squad has a large number of people, there are at least 6 simulated army leaders and hundreds of ordinary simulated soldiers who are about to be deployed to them. If it is a complete victory, the squad under the command of Major Yi Ling is not unable to fight against these hundreds of simulated soldiers. However, Shu was seriously injured by the blood-greedy leopard, and the poison of Mian Feng has not been cleared. Yu Sang and Yi Ling were killed by the man-eating tree before, although they are now mostly recovered. Their combat effectiveness is only 70% of the complete victory. However, although they know that this battle is not easy to fight, they have made mental preparations before. Taking a deep breath, Yi Ling immediately ordered, "Everyone separate. Take out your weapons. And defend with a T-990 military formation." They were all military academy students, so they naturally knew what the T-990 square formation was. Everyone immediately dispersed in an orderly manner. Lanlan was standing in the middle in a daze. And suddenly, she was picked up by Kus' father. His father held her body with one hand and held a silver-cold spear in the other hand. Lanlan didn't know what was going on, but she saw that everyone was so nervous. And the little girl also became nervous. She swallowed her saliva and hugged her father's neck tightly. At the same time, the light spots in the sky continued to fall. After these light spots fell, they turned into rebels wearing mechas. How shameless. Forget about the simulation army. It's still the mecha army. We don't have any mechas. Yu Sang couldn't help but curse. How hard it is to find mecha supplies in the arena. It's hard enough for those without mechas to be chased and killed by those with mechas. And the simulated army doubled again and again, which simply left them no chance of survival. The heavy rain mixed with light spots was still falling. But gradually, everyone felt that something was wrong. Yu Sang was stunned. Is it a mistake? We only have 3/3s ability users here. No matter how much we double, there will be at most 8 team leaders. How come there are already 10 leaders? Mian Feng also said in a deep voice. Not only that, the number of ordinary soldiers is also wrong. There are already 200, but the number is still increasing. All of them should be more than 100 ordinary soldiers, plus 8 team leaders. It is absolutely impossible for the number to exceed this much. Yes, the number is completely wrong. And the people outside also felt strange. Hu Qingya ordered the staff to investigate immediately to see if there was a bug in the system. Miyu was also quickly checking through the background. Even Li Jie, who was guarding Sophia and not allowing her to push the president to the meat-chopping workshop, couldn't help but help the investigation. He looked at the unconscious president of the empire on the floor of the hotel with an unpleasant expression. Is it him who did it again? Sophia looked unfriendly beside him, so I said just kill him. Li Jie was too lazy to pay attention to her. He was thinking about how to wake up the president and ask him. Just then, his communicator rang. It was Miyu calling. Li Jie immediately answered. What's going on? Miyu tone was very bad. I don't know what's going on. The things in the simulated army warehouse are set up in advance and are not controlled by the outside. I can't directly interfere with the number of simulated soldiers deployed. And what I show here is that the number is normal. Is the president awake on your side? Li Jie said in a deep voice. No. Sophia wanted him to die, so she fed him with the hemp-vine fruit. Muyu the hemp-vine fruit planted by Lanlan. The anesthetic effect of that thing. Thou dare not use it indiscriminately. Li Jie asked again. Can you think of a way on your side? I see that the simulated army is still falling. How many will be dropped? Muyu had a headache. I don't know either. I just show that it's normal here. Damn. Wait. Just then, Muyu suddenly found a string of hidden data on the background scanning interface. The next second, Muyu stood up directly from the chair and said loudly, Fuck. It's Lanlan. What? Li Jie asked immediately. Muyu's hands were shaking. He was looking at the data code on the screen and was almost dumbfounded. When Cuss entered the competition, I completely changed his data to swells, so the system would not judge him as a 3s ability user. But I didn't expect to change Lanlan. I thought Lanlan was not a contestant and the system would not scan her. But when I made this system before, I didn't expect someone to accidentally break in. So I didn't change some small details at the time. What do you mean? Tell me quickly. Li Jie didn't want to listen to his nonsense. Muyu wiped his face and said with a dry throat, their small team plus. It was indeed determined that 8 leaders and 112 ordinary soldiers should be accepted. But, Muyu swallowed his saliva. Lanlan combat power alone was actually determined to be 10 leaders and 202 ordinary soldiers. This is considering her young age. And the system kindly reduced her number by 3 times. Li Jie? Li Jie was puzzled. What does it mean? That is to say, Muyu took a deep breath. The system believes that Lanlan alone should be counted as 5/3s ability users, so the extra people are all brought by Lanlan. Li Jie? Chapter 73. The overwhelming simulated army surrounded the contestants in the middle. As the number of simulated soldiers increased, the few who were surprised at the beginning gradually fell silent. The T-990 military formation is a well-known classic square formation in the army. The biggest feature of this square formation is that it can take into account both attack and defense at the same time. And its main feature is to win with fewer troops and change speeds. Generally speaking, if the difference in number is not too outrageous, the T-990 military formation can fight. But now it is exactly the outrageous difference in number. Do we really want to fight? Yu Sang is not a person who will retreat. Usually, even if there is a slight chance of winning, he will stick to it. But the problem is that he can't see any chance of winning now. Is the door of the simulated army warehouse broken? Why does it feel like all the simulated troops are here? Yi Ling looked very bad. As the commander of the squad, everyone is counting on him now. But even though he was experienced, he had never fought such a crushing battle. Is this called fighting? Can this be considered a training match? Real rebels are not so perverted. Retreat! One word blurted out. And with Yiling order, everyone in the squad immediately moved. They moved. And the simulated army also moved. Finally, Lanlan felt that her eyes were blurred. And she was no longer in the same place. Cuss father carried her and went to another place. And the place where they stood before. With a clang. There was a big pit. It was a big pit caused by more than a dozen weapons that suddenly fell and cracked the land. And black smoke was still coming out of the pit. Lanlan, ? Lanlan, shock. Lanlan looked at the big pit in shock. Her little hand pointed forward and called, Dad. Dad? Do you see it? There. Before she finished speaking, she moved again in the next second. It was also Cuss father, who was holding her and moving. Swish. 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 After a few quick moves, Lanlan felt dizzy, and her two black eyes began to spin. Lanlan. Be good. Hold on to Daddy. The voice of Cuss father rang in her ears. The little girl hurriedly hugged her father's neck helplessly. Her father was still holding her and running. Beside her were other older brothers, who were also running. Behind them were a group of human-shaped iron lumps, who were chasing them for unknown reasons. Close your eyes, Cuss said again. He was afraid that the little girl would be scared. Lanlan didn't know what was going on. So she had to close her eyes and bury her face in her father's neck. This was almost a disastrous escape. Now everyone didn't even know whether it was right or wrong to run to Finghua Forest. Originally, they expected that there would be at most more than 100 simulated soldiers. Among them, there were 3/3s ability users and a mecha. With Yiling excellent command ability, they could fight with more than 100 simulated soldiers in a relatively open area. The best case scenario is that they use the terrain advantage to set traps in advance, and then destroy these mechas one by one, with 3s ability users as the main force and others as cover, specifically destroying the energy cabin of the mecha soldiers, causing the opponent's performance to be paralyzed. Once the energy cabin is destroyed, the mecha soldiers will have to conduct self-repair, and the repair process usually takes more than an hour. At this time, whether it is a secondary destruction or delaying time to escape, it is fine. In short, as long as everyone works together and the venue is advantageous. More than 100 simulated soldiers are not terrible. But now, this is not more than 100 simulated soldiers. This is more than 300. The number of leader soldiers has also increased significantly. Leader soldiers are much more difficult to deal with than ordinary soldiers. And the current venue is not right. In short, the current situation is just one word. There is no fight. Damn. Are there still so many simulated soldiers behind? Is anyone looking back? Yusang himself was sweating profusely while running, and he had no time to look back. He thought that this must be a mistake. They should not be assigned to so many simulated troops. There must be a bug somewhere. Several minutes have passed. The staff outside should have fixed the bug, so the number of simulated troops will definitely decrease. There are others who think similarly to Yusang. Yiling risked a glance back, and his face changed drastically in an instant. Run! What? Yusang couldn't help but look back. And in an instant, he saw that several leading troops were almost catching up with them. At this moment, a leading troop running in the front even threw a hand cannon. Yusang saw that the hand cannon was about to hit Wei Chong, who was running the slowest. He gritted his teeth and rushed over, throwing himself at Wei Chong, who didn't know that danger was coming. Wei Chong didn't expect Yusang to suddenly attack him. As a rebel, the first thing he thought of was to resist. But before he could resist, the next second, when the two were about to fall to the ground at the same time, a boom was heard next to Wei Chong's ear, and a hand cannon exploded next to his ear. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. Wei Chong closed his eyes due to the loud noise, and his ears and side faces were directly splashed with blood because of the impact of the hand cannon explosion. The blood mixed with rain made him feel cold and hot. Bang! Wei Chong fell to the ground, and Yusang was still holding him. The pain in his body and the huge tinnitus made Wei Chong still unable to react. At this time, others also found that they were left behind. Seeing that the mecha soldiers behind him were catching up again, Mian Feng's face was turned, and a long knife was pulled out of the supply bag. He threw the long knife, like a dart, straight at the eyes of the leader. The speed of the 3s ability user was so fast that even though the leader avoided it immediately, The armor on his face was still hit. Suddenly, a sizzle sound of electricity was heard. It was the sound of the protective layer of the helmet being pierced and the circuit board inside leaking. But facial damage is not a main energy damage after all. The leader only paused for a second, took off the long knife on his face, and continued to chase forward. But in this second of delay, Yu Sang had already grabbed Wei Chong, and then pushed Wei Chong and continued to run forward. Wei Chong was pushed in front of the crowd. He staggered and almost fell. Yi Ling grabbed his arm and frowned. "Why are you distracted?" Wei Chong seemed to react at this time. He pursed his lips and ran forward with everyone. Yes, he was distracted. Otherwise, he would not have noticed that a hand cannon was thrown at him. As a 2's ability user, he still has this ability to perceive danger. Why was he distracted? Because he was calculating whether he could find a way to delay the escape time of Yu Sang, Mianfeng, or Shu. The simulated army behind was the best weapon. As long as they could be delayed for a few seconds, they would be immediately surrounded by the simulated army. But after being surrounded, what if they chose to withdraw from the competition at the critical moment? They could not be allowed to withdraw from the competition. They must be killed by the simulated army. How could they be prevented from withdrawing from the competition? He was thinking about these things in his mind. So he did not notice that he was at the end. Nor did he notice that the simulated army behind him had reached the range to attack him. At the critical moment, it was Yu Sang who suddenly hugged him and threw him to the ground to avoid the hand cannon. At the same time, Mianfeng threw out his best long sword, delaying the time for the simulated army to catch up for a second. Wei Chong's throat rolled. He couldn't tell what he was feeling now. Reason told him that it was best not to recall what had just happened. He shouldn't remember their kindness. They are enemies. But, while his legs mechanically followed the crowd, Wei Chong's eyes couldn't help but look at Mianfeng and Yu Sang beside him. Yu Sang was soaked all over, and it was unclear whether it was rain or sweat on his face. And Mianfeng's face was pale and almost transparent at this time. Yes, even if the toxins have been discharged, the damage to the organs has still been done. It will take at least a few months to fully recover the body. Although this person still has the mental strength of a 3's ability user, his aggressiveness is probably not even as good as that of a 2's ability user. In fact, as long as he keeps running like this, Mianfeng will always run out of energy. He will definitely be the first one to stop running and be surrounded and killed by the simulation army. Of course, he may be surrounded and killed, or he may withdraw from the competition. No, he can't be allowed to withdraw. If he withdraws, there will be no way to kill him. Yes, that's it. It seems that he has found a reason to convince himself. But after a while, when he found that Mianfeng's pace was getting slower and slower, and he was about to fall behind, Wei Chong got angry and grabbed Mianfeng's arm directly, before the other party could react. He suddenly lifted him up and carried him on his back without saying a word. With the physical strength of a 2's ability user, carrying a skinny boy and carrying an extra bag of supplies were no different. Others nearby heard the noise and looked over. They saw that Wei Chong was carrying Mianfeng on his back, thinking that the two had been teammates before they met them. And they heard that they were classmates. Everyone didn't think much about it, and just continued to run forward. Fuck. Can you stop chasing me? Brother? Can you let me take a breath? Nana felt that she was going crazy. She had only watched videos before, and didn't know that real pursuit training was so unreserved. Just a few minutes ago, she was hiding from the rain on a tree. But suddenly, a simulated mecha soldier appeared in front of her. The mecha soldier attacked her like crazy as soon as he saw her. Nana thought of the previous videos, where the big guys would fight against the mecha soldiers at the first time. Generally speaking, as long as the mecha soldier's energy cabin is attacked and the opponent's motherboard is damaged, the opponent will have to repair himself frequently in the future. As long as it always repairs itself, the contestant can basically survive the first 3 days without any pressure. Nana felt that she had come to this point and could not let down at the critical moment. So when the mecha soldier rushed towards her, she rushed towards it in a rush. After 2 rounds of fighting, Nana covered her broken hand and began to run away for her life. Who said that the mecha soldier's energy cabin and motherboard could be damaged casually? He has a mecha, but she doesn't. The combat power is originally very different. She still wants to use her tattered low-level weapon to pierce the opponent's energy metal shell. What a daydream! Nana finally woke up after realizing that she was just a rookie who had survived to the late stage of the game by hiding. Then she ran away. And it chased her. And she couldn't escape even if she had wings. But the speed of a human 2 legs, even with the blessing of mental power, is impossible to outrun the mecha. After a while, the opponent was behind her. Puff! Suddenly, her back was hit hard. Because of the protection of the protective suit, her body was not smashed through. But the iron fist of the mecha soldier was not something that a small body like Nana could withstand easily. A mouthful of blood spurted out. And Nana felt that her internal organs were about to shatter. She staggered and fell to the ground. While lying on the ground and shivering, Nana's fingers had already touched her optical brain. She looked back at the mecha soldier behind her. The mecha soldier had no facial features. Only a cold metal helmet. When he saw her fall, he also stopped. The next second, with a click, its arm changed. The metal arm disappeared, and the shoulder bone turned into an energy knife. It raised the energy knife high, and was about to pierce the target in front of it. No. I really have to withdraw from the competition. Nana gritted her teeth, and was about to press the button. But at this moment, boom, a loud noise came from the bottom of the mountain. The huge sound of artillery fire made Nana stunned for a moment. And at the same time, the mecha soldier who detected the energy fluctuation was also stunned. The mecha soldier's mechanical eyes flashed. And then it scanned towards the source of the sound. The camera of both eyes scanned that there were humans who were not in his pursuit setting running below. And behind those humans, there were countless of its kind chasing. The scan result was that everything was normal. So the mecha soldier turned back, and was about to continue to raise his weapon to kill his target. But at this time, there was no one on the ground in front of him. The target disappeared. The mecha soldier immediately performed a range positioning, and found that the target had run away for dozens of meters. He changed his knife hand back to the metal hand, and continued to chase in the direction of the target. Nana ran breathlessly while looking down the mountain. She was now in the upper area of Shanghai Highland. And the lower area was the lower area of Shanghai Highland. The upper area was steeper and easier to hide, while the lower area was more open and easy to expose the whereabouts. From Nana's angle, she could just see the whole picture of the flatland. Then she saw. Fuck. What is this? Was she dazzled? How did she see hundreds of mecha soldiers flying or rushing, chasing several contestants with their families? Because the distance was too far. She couldn't see the faces of those contestants clearly. She could only see that they were really running very fast. They should all be high-level ability users. So they were able to keep a certain distance from the mecha soldiers while being chased by the mechas. However, even if she was a high-level ability user, how could she be followed by so many mecha soldiers? One mecha soldier was about to kill her. But these people were being chased by a large group of mecha soldiers. Nana's scalp was numb. How the hell can we survive? Quit the competition. Nana couldn't believe that there would be so many mecha soldiers in the arena at the same time. Those contestants must all be 3S ability users to make such a big scene. Right? But that's not right. Aren't there only 3S ability users in this fatal training ground? Even if the 3 of them got together, they wouldn't make such a large group of mecha soldiers. Isn't this really a system bug? But Nana didn't care about others. She heard a whistling sound behind her. It was obvious that the mecha soldiers chasing her were about to catch up. Nana didn't dare to stop and continued running. But at this moment, she suddenly saw something. Oh my god! Why are there 8 bags of supplies neatly stacked together in the open space in front of her? 8 supply bags? 8 full supply bags. Nana almost didn't think about it, and immediately rushed over, grabbing a high-level supply bag with each hand. With a crash, all the contents were poured out, and in an instant, the ground was in a mess. Nana saw a defensive weapon, an S-level protective shield. She grabbed the protective shield in an instant and turned on the switch. Suddenly, an invisible force, like an upside-down bowl, enveloped her whole body. Ding! At this moment, the mecha soldier behind also caught up, and it punched Nana, but was blocked by Nana's protective shield. The metal arm hammered on the protective shield, and the protective shield rebounded the damage. The mecha soldier instantly retreated several steps, and the sound of shaking joints appeared in his arm. Nana looked back at the mecha soldier, and saw that the other party had been blocked by the protective shield. She immediately shook out all the supply bags. After a moment, Nana's eyes suddenly lit up. Mecha! Among the 8 supply bags, a mecha exploded. Nana picked up the mecha ring, and took back the protective shield that had lost 30% of its durability, after resisting an attack from an S-Class mecha soldier. After moving her neck and taking a sip of the newly acquired healing potion, Nana threw out the A-Class mecha she had just obtained, and put all the other weapons that exploded into the mecha weapon compartment. Nana walked into the mecha, grinning and arrogantly saying, "Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that Dad took off." While speaking, Nana switched weapons directly, holding an energy knife, and rushed over to fight with the mecha soldiers who chased her for 8 streets. Fuck. 8 supply bags were picked up in the middle of the road? What the hell? The eldest princess daughter is really treated preferentially. Right? How dare you say it's not human intervention? If it's not human intervention, can you walk on the main road and pick up 8 supply bags? Don't tell me that these 8 supply bags grew legs and ran to the road that Princess Nana must pass. It's really a bit fake. And I, a fan, can't stand it anymore. At organizer, please explain quickly. What's going on? It's not really cheating, right? Nana doesn't care where the supply bags came from. Anyway, she has turned over a serf. And now she is holding back a lot of energy and must smash the mecha soldier's head. The opponent was an S-Class mecha, and hers was an A-Class mecha. There was a huge difference in level, but the mecha soldiers were robots after all. And Nana was a military academy student who had learned serious mecha combat, even if it was downgraded to a level. In a man-machine fight, the fighting skills of humans were always higher than those of clumsy intelligent machines. After a while, the energy cabin of the mecha soldier was pierced. The opponent stopped attacking and began to repair himself on the spot. Nana originally wanted to smash this mecha soldier to vent her anger, but she thought that if this mecha soldier was completely scrapped, a new mecha soldier would be sent in immediately to replace it, thinking that this one was half dead. If a new one came in, it would be intact. So she should keep the current one. At least its combat effectiveness would be lower. After the great victory, Nana was satisfied. She looked down the mountain again and saw that the contestants had been caught up by hundreds of mecha soldiers. No, maybe they were not caught up, but they stopped on their own initiative. Why stop here? This is a large open space. How dangerous it is. There is no shelter, and you will be attacked from all directions. Nana didn't understand, but she wanted to watch. Glancing at the defeated mecha soldier, who was still studying next to her, who was estimated to have to study for at least half an hour, Nana flew the mecha to a high slope, adjusted the telescope of the A-level mecha, and began to watch the show. After using the telescope, Nana could see clearly that among the contestants below, there was her cousin, the crown prince of the empire. And that kid isn't. Nana muttered to herself. Isn't this little girl the one who saved her from the corrupted heart lion in the dense forest? She's still in the arena? According to the position set before, everyone is in position. Although this is not the beacon forest, it is also a large flat land. Yi Ling decided that he couldn't delay any longer. Continuing to escape would only consume physical strength. This battle could not be avoided and must be fought. So let's fight now. After arranging everyone's position, everyone took out their weapons. Wei Chong got on the mecha. At this time, the simulated army that was chasing them was already close at hand. Yi Ling shouted, "Attack!" The next second, Wei Chong got into the mecha directly and flew into the air. Then, he used the laser cannon on the C-class weapon compartment to directly fire at the simulated army running behind. The sound of the cannon was fierce, but the lethality was extremely small. These ordinary simulated soldiers behind were all S-class mecha soldiers. Those shell protection materials could not be hurt by a small C-class laser cannon at all. However, their purpose was not to hurt people with the C-class mechas. They fired the laser cannons only to provide cover. When the vision of the simulation army was covered by the huge dust and fog raised by the laser cannons, Shu, Yu Sang, and Yi Ling had already jumped in quickly. They started to attack the mecha army behind the dust and fog at a lightning speed. The moment the knife fell, they picked up one energy capsule after another. Even though the three were not in a very good state, they were all high-level ability users after all. The mecha soldiers on the opposite side were only S-class, and their level advantage was still there. In just 5 seconds, the energy capsules of 7 or 8 mecha soldiers had been pierced. However, the ordinary simulation soldiers reacted slowly, but the leader simulation soldiers reacted not slowly. Swish! When Yu Sang stabbed out the weapon knife again, the blade was grasped by a leader soldier. And then the opponent also showed a long knife. and the tip of the knife cut hard at Yusang's head. "Be careful," Yi Ling shouted. Yusang fell backwards, and the tip of the knife suddenly rubbed the boy's throat. If it had been 1 millimeter longer, his neck would have been cut by the knife. Hot sweat broke out on Yusang's forehead again, and his entire back was wet. At this moment, the other 2 leading soldiers also rushed up, and the 3 leading soldiers attacked Yusang together. Shu and Yi Ling had to come back to help him, although the people were saved because of Yusang's attack error this time. The attack rhythm of the 3 people was all messed up. Wei Chong in the sky was still releasing laser cannons, but it was too late. There were too many simulated soldiers. Yi Ling's arm was cut twice. His protective suit was directly torn, and a large amount of blood oozed out of his skin. Yusang was clipped and his hand bones were broken. Shu resisted the attacks of all the simulated soldiers alone, and asked the 2 to evacuate immediately. But in this 1 second of resistance, 4 or 5 heavy punches like hammers fell on the boy. Cough. Shu coughed heavily, and blood came out of his throat. Ah! At this time, Su Ming next to him screamed. A crack appeared in the vanguard barrier of the 3 people, and a huge wave of simulated troops began to pour into the middle from all directions. Su Ming was in logistics, and his strength was the weakest among these people. He was ambushed by a leader, and pierced by a laser knife in the chest. With a cry of pain, he fell to the ground instantly. Wei Chong immediately turned around, and used laser cannons to protect Su Ming. But it didn't work. There were too many simulated troops rushing up, and the laser cannons were no longer effective. Wei Chong didn't care. He gave up covering and drove the mecha directly into the large group of simulated troops. Various weapons took turns to fight, after instantly smashing 7 or 8 energy cabins. He also bought a little time for the injured to retreat, but this time was too weak. After a while, the team was submerged by the tide of simulated troops again. Lanlan hugged her father's neck, and the little girl was completely scared. "Dad! Dad! Big brother! Big brother!" she shouted incoherently, with a sobbing tone in her voice. And she was already very anxious. Cus had the best protection, and his fighting power was obviously higher than all these teenagers combined. But he had to hold Lanlan, so he could only fight with one hand, which was very limited. Moreover, Cus found that every attack move of these simulated soldiers was actually directed at Lanlan. Why is this so? Lanlan is not a contestant, and these simulated soldiers are not assigned to Lanlan. They should only attack their own targets. Why are they all attacking Lanlan? Cus looked very bad, and because he always had to take Lanlan into consideration, his resistance became weak. At this moment, 3 leading soldiers actually used laser guns at the same time. They pulled the trigger, and 3 laser bullets instantly shot towards the back of the little girl. Cus saw the scene. His pupil shrank, and he almost didn't think about it. He instantly held Lanlan and turned in another direction, and all 3 bullets shot into his body. "Ugh! Dad!" Lanlan screamed. The protective suit was pierced, and the bullet was blocked by the protective suit. Although it did not penetrate the internal organs, it was embedded in the bones. "Commander!" Before Wei Chong could shout "Commander," he had already rushed over in a mecha to help the commander resist. But as soon as he left, Su Ming, Mian Feng, Yusang, Shu, Yi Ling and others were attacked from all sides. Puff! Cough cough cough. Su Ming was hit by 2 knives again. Mian Feng tried his best to protect Su Ming behind him, but because he was not completely cured of the poison, his mental power was also problematic, so his protection was just a drop in the bucket. "Go back." Cus was shot 3 times, but he used his mental power to stabilize his mind. He scolded Wei Chong. How could he change his position at will at the critical moment of life and death in the battle? If the people behind him fell, he would be even more difficult to resist. So the others must continue to stabilize. Give him some more time. Although it will be a little slower, he can destroy most of the simulated military energy cabins. After hearing the commander's words, Wei Chong gritted his teeth and returned to Shu and Yi Ling to help the teenagers continue to resist the strong attack. The scene was too tragic. Under the human wave tactics, all strategies and tactics are paper tigers. The 3S ability users who are high above have never been so powerless for a moment. Lanlan was always protected by her father in her arms. She looked at everything in front of her. The blood blurred her eyes, making her panic and at a loss. Su Ming, withdraw from the competition. At this time, The voice of Brother Zero suddenly sounded. Lanlan looked at Brother Zero, and saw that Brother Zero's knees had been broken. He knelt on the ground. But he was talking to Brother Su Ming behind him. Lanlan looked at Brother Su Ming again. Brother Su Ming's chest was full of blood he had vomited. But he held his weapon firmly, and said with gritted teeth, "If I leave, you will be in more trouble. If you don't retreat, you will die." Brother Zero's tone was fierce. "But? Don't say but. Retreat quickly." This is what Brother Yusang said. But after Brother Yusang finished speaking, his voice hesitated again. Then, "Do we have to retreat too?" Lanlan didn't know how to retreat. If retreating meant letting those iron lumps that surrounded them and hurt them leave, then they must retreat quickly. So the little girl said directly, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" No one expected Lanlan to suddenly interrupt. Someone took the time to look at the little girl and saw that the little girl's eyes were red and she was about to cry. Although she was ignorant and might not know what was going on, she didn't want them to get hurt. The look she gave them was full of tension and worry. The boys continued to fight. After a while, Mian Feng, whose face was already pale, suddenly said, "We have withdrawn. What will you do?" Lanlan was stunned. Yiling said, "We have withdrawn. But you can't." Lanlan, "Don't be afraid. We are here. The rubbish organizer is not a human being. It's a bug. It's a bug. Why are there so many simulated armies? It's completely beyond what they should bear. You want to kill people? I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Hurry up and take back the simulated army, or I will kill you at your headquarters." Hu Qingya also wanted to take back all the simulated army. But neither the staff of the fatal training ground nor Mu Yu could perform a second operation on the simulated army. The data of these simulated armies had been completed long ago, and there was no channel to connect to the modification. Bang! At this moment, Li Jie and Sophia rushed to Mu Yu hotel room. The two looked at the screen on the big screen. Their faces were very bad. Li Jie said, "Cuss went in. Didn't you bring a mecha?" If Cuss was given a mecha, even if it was only an S-class mecha, the situation would not be like this now. Mu Yu was also very anxious. He was forcibly opening the protective net and illegally connecting with the simulated military mecha, trying to control the simulated military center. But it didn't work. He could only control a single simulated military at most, and he couldn't specify who to control. This trial and error was too slow. Hearing Li Jie question, he could only take the time to answer them. He was replaced in, and he was 100% replacing Swell. To be consistent with Swell's data, he couldn't carry any personal items on him. Where are there any mecha supplies nearby? Can they be detected? Mu Yu is a technical talent after all, and Li Jie is the one who really goes into battle to kill the enemy. So the more critical the situation is, the more Baoshan can remain calm. After his reminder, Mu Yu also reacted immediately. He quickly scanned to find out where there were any mecha supplies that had not been found near Qinghai Highlands. As long as they find the mecha supplies, any one of them can rush over to get the supplies and then bring them back to Cuss, and things will turn around. The scanning system quickly came to a conclusion. Mu Yu looked at the 10 densely packed dots on the light computer screen, and he was stunned. "What's wrong?" Li Jie asked. Mu Yu was a little confused. Their current location has 10 3S mechas, and the mechas are overlapping with them. On one of them, 3S mechas? Li Jie shook his head. Impossible. There are no 3S mechas in the supplies. The highest is only S level. At this time, Sophia suddenly thought of something. It's Lanlan. Is it Lanlan? Lanlan even wore the mecha hair band. Mu Yu was startled. It must be. Mechas can be made into various shapes. Mu Yu once made many kinds of mecha hair bands for Lanlan. He originally just thought the style was beautiful and used it as a decoration for his daughter. But Lanlan had short hair and rarely wore hairbands. So he thought Lanlan didn't bring those hairbands when she went to Asia Star this time, thinking that it was Zhou Qin who sent Lanlan to the starport. Zhou Qin must have installed all of them for Lanlan just in case. Thinking of this, Mu Yu immediately transmitted information to Cuss. Li Jie didn't understand. What hair tie? Sophia roughly explained. Li Jie also remembered at this time. Lanlan does have some hair ties. She took them out in the arena. That one turned out to be a mecha? No. You know. Why didn't you say it earlier? Li Jie suddenly thought that when Lanlan took out the hair tie, Mu Yu, Sophia and others had not come out of the Death Star. They watched the live broadcast from the time Lanlan arrived at the devouring sea. And Lanlan took out the hair tie before that. So by mistake, they didn't know that Lanlan had a hair tie. And he knew the hair tie, but didn't know that the hair tie had other uses. Ligia pinched his brows with a headache. And at the same time, Cuss in the arena had received a message. Cuss' eyes were shocked. And he immediately looked at the little girl in his arms. But the little girl was also looking deeply at the others behind her. The encirclement was getting smaller and smaller. Behind Cuss were several teenagers, who were clinging to his back. The heavy rain was pouring down. Cuss could actually still bear the current situation. But these teenagers were already extremely miserable. Lanlan just looked at them. The little girl bit her lower lip tightly. Her nose tip was red. And her two thin little hands were grabbing his clothes on his shoulders. Cuss felt that Lanlan's fingers were clenched so tightly that her whole little body began to tremble slightly. And at this moment, suddenly, Cuss felt that the ground was shaking under his feet. At the same time, Nana, who was serious on the hillside, put on her helmet and was about to rush down to help. Although she thought these people didn't need her help. After all, they could withdraw if they couldn't fight anymore. But she was still worried. The little girl didn't seem to have a light brain. So what should she do? Nana knew that she was just a rookie. Before she got the mecha, she couldn't even beat a mecha soldier. And the contestants below, at least with bare hands, had destroyed hundreds of mecha soldiers. But there was no way. These people, including her omnipotent cousin, were probably going to die. And the matter of saving the little girl could only be left to her. Hey! Just consider it as repaying your life-saving grace last time. Nana said this, driving the mecha, and was about to take off. But at this moment, suddenly, why did she feel the mountain shaking? In an instant, the deadly training ground a few days ago shook. And the overturned memory returned to her brain. Fuck. It won't happen again. Organizers, you are too much. Pursuit training is not enough. You want to add natural disasters to pursuit training. Right. You beasts. Nana cursed. At the same time, everyone outside the fatal training ground had already felt the ground shaking. The barrage exploded again. Fuck. Asia Star is shaking. Is it shaking again? Or is it my illusion? It's shaking. Shaking. I feel it here too. Fuck. Run. Help. Why is it happening again? I'm going crazy. Zhou Qin, who had been busy preparing for the follow-up matters after Lanlan came out for several days, was talking to his subordinates. Suddenly, a slight vibration came from his feet, which made him frown. The subordinates also felt the vibration and hurriedly said, Master, it seems that Asia Star is shaking again. But it should be fine. It shook once a few days ago. Before the subordinates finished speaking, Zhou Qin immediately turned on the light brain and clicked on a live broadcast room with an ugly face. When Zhou Qin saw the live broadcast and learned about the incident through the barrage, his face changed instantly. He was so busy that he didn't watch the live broadcast for a day. How could such a big thing happen? Zhou Qin also watched the video of Lanlan anger last time, which caused the Asian Star to shake. Based on his understanding of Lanlan, Lanlan was really angry at that time. The shaking came from her anger, and she wanted to destroy everything to express her unhappiness. But this time, it was different from the last time. This time it was not caused by anger. At least there was no angry expression on Lanlan's face at this time. But worry about the group of teenagers who accompanied her for several days and nights. Worry about her father Cuss. So, her excessive emotions this time came from protection? She wanted to protect them? Zhou Qin suddenly had some difficulty breathing. Lanlan had once appeared on the Death Star because of excessive emotions, which caused the Death Star to shake. After that incident, everyone on the Death Star knew that there was something different about Lanlan. And she was different from ordinary people. She was a little bit strange. And everyone saw this strangeness. But they didn't talk about it. They didn't want to find out whether Lanlan was a human or not. This little girl had been with them for too long and healed them for too long. They didn't want to take the initiative to reveal anything. They just wanted to pamper her, coax her, and let her live peacefully and happily every day. But not caring doesn't mean knowing nothing. Just like Zhou Qin, he couldn't help but analyze in his heart why Lanlan was so emotional every time. Through this judgment, his understanding of her identity would be deepened invisibly. The ground under his feet was shaking faster and faster. Zhou Qin knew that he couldn't go on like this. Things had already gotten out of hand once. Last time, no one associated the shock of yaxing with Lanlan. But it didn't mean it wouldn't happen this time. Thinking of this, Zhou Qin immediately dialed the number and planned to call Muyu. But at this moment, in the live broadcast, Cuz suddenly unzipped Lanlan's backpack. The little girl felt the movement and turned around, just in time to see Cuz's father holding Lanlan's hair tie in his bloody palm. The moment she saw the rabbit hair tie, the little girl was suddenly stunned. The words of the warden's father echoed in my ears. Lanlan, if you are in danger, just pinch here and a mecha will come out to protect you. Do you know how to use the mecha? It's similar to the bumper starship. It doesn't matter if you can't use it. These mechas have automatic defense and will actively protect you. The warden's father instructions flashed through Lanlan's mind one by one. The next second, Lanlan snatched the hair band from Cuz's father. Cuz was stunned and said hurriedly, Lanlan, give it to Dad. You don't know how to use this. The sentence you don't know how to use it hasn't been finished yet. The little girl suddenly pinched the little rabbit. All of a sudden, a huge metal rabbit suddenly ejected and hit the ground directly. Fuck. What is that? Nana thought she was seeing things. So she immediately adjusted the parameters of her telescope and stared at the rabbit that suddenly appeared in the distance. It had 2 ears standing up, a 3-petal mouth, short arms and legs, and a short tail. On the short tail, there was even a pink bow. What is this? The contestants who were watching the big rabbit from a close distance were also shocked. Suming even said in a daze, I might really die. I'm hallucinating. No one answered him. The crowd couldn't find their voices yet, because of the sudden noise. The simulated army that was originally attacking the targets was also stunned. What is this thing that suddenly appeared in front of them? The scan results showed that it was a mutant rabbit. But it was not completely a mutant rabbit. The scan results kept going wrong, and the simulated army fell into a short information error prompt. At this moment, Lanlan suddenly jumped out of Cuz's father's arms. She shouted to the big rabbit, Rabbit, here! The big rabbit mecha lowered its head, scanned it, and found its owner at its feet. So it opened its mouth and swallowed its owner into its stomach. Lanlan! Everyone shouted immediately. At this time, Lanlan had already sat inside the mecha cabin. This was a closed space. Lanlan sat crookedly in a pink children's cabin. The little girl found that she could see the scene outside through the 2 large screens in front of her. Outside were those iron lumps. It was these iron lumps that bullied the older brothers and Cuz's father. Lanlan was very angry. The little girl looked at the various panels in front of her, and these panels did look very similar to the panels on the bumper starship. Lanlan puffed up her cheeks and immediately pressed a button. So, people outside saw it. The big rabbit's round tail suddenly became longer, 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 and longer. After it became super long, this long metal tail with barbed steel needles suddenly swept across and directly swept down a large number of mecha soldiers. In the cockpit, Lanlan saw some iron lumps falling down, and she immediately pressed another button. So the people outside saw that the giant big rabbit suddenly jumped on the spot. And then its 2 ears moved. Puff! 2 laser bullets shot out of the ear holes and shot directly into the middle of the mecha soldiers. The next second, boom 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 boom, a huge explosion sounded. And after the smoke was washed away by the rain, a large number of simulated soldiers were seen in front of them, with their arms and legs flying around, falling to the ground in all directions. And the broken circuit boards collided with the rain, and the sound of sizzling electricity continued to be emitted. At this time, the simulated soldiers were also a little confused. They started scanning again. They had to find out what it was. Otherwise, how could they formulate an attack plan? Bang! Without giving the bad guys a chance to formulate a plan, the big rabbit in front of them suddenly jumped forward 2 steps, then kicked a bunch of iron lumps away, twisted its butt, and used its long tail to swing another bunch of iron lumps away. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The big rabbit punched and kicked, chasing the simulated soldiers relentlessly. When Cuz, Yi Ling and others reacted, they found that the big rabbit had chased the simulated soldiers and ran away dozens of meters. It was very fierce. It would kick the butt of a simulated soldier when it caught up with him. It also used its 2 round hands without fingers to catch a simulated soldier, threw him into the sky, caught him again, threw him into the sky, and caught him again. After making the other person dizzy, the big rabbit reluctantly squatted down, put the simulated soldier upside down on its round knees, and used its round hands to spank the simulated soldier's buttocks. After spanking, it pulled the soldier's ears, and then dragged another simulated soldier over, hitting the soldier's head, and hammered the soldier into the wet ground like a stake. Cuz, Yi Ling and others stared at the weird scene in front of them in a daze, looking around again. Wow! Except for the simulated soldiers, who fell to the ground and had lost their functions. There was no living simulated soldier around them. The living simulated soldiers were all chased and beaten away by the big rabbit. Chapter 74. The big rabbit in front of them caused a serious visual impact on the contestants. The audience, who were watching the live broadcast, were also shocked. A small question. What is this thing? Its tail can grow longer, and its ears can shoot laser bullets. The case is solved. This is a monster. Is there a possibility? I am also guessing. Do you think it actually looks a little like a mecha? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. For the appearance of mecha, please refer to the appearance of the simulated army. That is a serious mecha. Mecha cannot look like a pink rabbit. I have never seen a mecha chasing others and kicking their butts, throwing others into the sky and catching them, and hitting their heads. This is not what a mecha would do. Traditional mecha, cool and domineering. Blue mecha, rabbit. I said this is not a mecha. It is like this, sisters, because I was so surprised to see the big rabbit. I forgot to run for my life. Yaxing just shook again. Shit. It's shaking again? I'm also from Asia Star. I didn't feel it. It did shake just now, but it was very mild. And it's not shaking now. I don't know what's going on. The government hasn't issued an announcement yet. Asia Star shaking. Lanlan big rabbit. These two entries quickly became hot searches on the Star Network. The authorities of Asia Star were also confused. The total duration of the planet shaking just now was no more than 20 seconds. Unlike the explosive shaking last time, this time it just shook a little twice. And their various monitoring data didn't even have time to report errors. But the shaking did happen after all. And Asia Star reported it as soon as possible. When Marshal Yi received the communication from the planet commander of Asia Star, his eyes had just moved away from the irritable rabbit on the big screen. Marshal Yi naturally knew that the shaking just now was caused by Lanlan again. But the big rabbit appeared in time. And Lanlan anger had not had time to ferment before it was diverted by the appearance of the big rabbit. Of course, the truth cannot be told. So Marshal Yi perfunctorily said, the central government will send someone to Asia Star to investigate within 3 days at the earliest. The governor of Asia Star could only say that he hoped the investigators would go there as soon as possible. He did not want such unexplained shocks to happen again. The people of Asia Star are now in a panic. Afterwards, in order not to make a big deal out of the matter, the authorities of Asia Star issued a notice on the Star Network, stating that today's shock was an aftershock of the shock a few days ago. Now that the aftershock has ended, please do not panic too much. After the explanation, the term Asia Star shock quickly faded from the hot search. Instead, the first hot search naturally became Blue Rabbit. Everyone is guessing what this rabbit is? Of course everyone knows that this must be a mecha. After all, it came out of the pendant. But it really doesn't look like a proper mecha in any way from appearance to function. At the same time, in the hotel room, Sophia and Ligia's suspicious eyes have been on Muyu for more than 30 seconds. Their faces were expressionless, but their gazes were burning. Muyu felt uncomfortable under their stares. He could only touch his nose and explain, this is indeed the mecha I made for Lanlan. But I swear to God, its original function is really not like this. Its hands can change into different weapon forms, and its eyes can shoot laser light, because there is no gun port. The ear hole is set as a gun port. You also saw that there are indeed laser bullets shooting out of the ear hole. Even if it wants to fly, it can also shoot air from under its feet, so that the mecha can be lifted into the air and fly. Sophia and Ligia still looked at Muyu in silence. Muyu felt that he was wronged. It was Lanlan who didn't know how to use traditional mechas, so I installed a battleship panel in it. I thought Lanlan was familiar with that. But Lanlan would hack into the background to modify the battleship panel herself. So she changed the mecha function to what it is now. And it really has nothing to do with me. These are all her own understandings. Sophia and Ligia finally looked away, and the two looked at the big screen in front of them again. On the big screen, the big rabbit finally came back after chasing the simulated army for a long distance. It walked back. Its big body was crooked and looked a bit clumsy. When it came to the contestants, It looked down at everyone, then picked up its long tail on the ground, twisted its body, and stuffed its tail into its butt. Finally, the long tail turned back into a short tail. However, the big rabbit may have a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. It pulled the tip of its tail and straightened the pink bow on the tip of its tail. Then it touched its ears and put down the 2 ears that were erected high. Immediately, it changed from a rabbit with erect ears to a rabbit with droopy ears. Muyu immediately yelled. I didn't teach her that either. The long whip was originally on her hands, but Lanlan probably didn't understand why the hands turned into whips. So she moved the weapon compartment to the tail from the inside. So the tail can't retract automatically and has to be retracted manually. The same goes for the ears. Lanlan probably feared that if the gun port was always open, she would accidentally fire a laser cannon. So she physically closed the ears, and it became a rabbit with drooping ears. I really didn't teach her that. Sophia and Ligia didn't know what to say. But Lanlan didn't know how to use the mecha at all. But she operated it randomly, and really beat back the simulated army. It can only be said that it was a lucky coincidence. After closing its gun port and retracting its long tail, the big rabbit's mouth also opened. Puff. The big rabbit vomited the little girl in its stomach. Because the safe exit function was set, the little girl stood steadily on the ground after being vomited out, and did not fall. As soon as the little girl came out, the big rabbit also automatically retracted. Soon, the big rabbit in front of her disappeared, and a pink rabbit hairband lay on the ground. Lanlan ran over, put the hairband on her little hand, and ran back again. The people at the scene still didn't react, until the sound of was heard. It was Su Ming who vomited blood again, and everyone came back to their senses. Yu Sang immediately helped Su Ming sit down. The grass on the ground was wet, and it was not comfortable to sit down. Big brother, are you okay? Lanlan squeezed into the crowd and looked at brother Su Ming's injuries. The little girl was stunned when she saw it. Brother Su Ming's heart had been pierced. Such injuries can definitely not be cured by applying small grass externally. Acupuncture must be used. But Lanlan bamboo needles are not standard silver needles, so the effectiveness will definitely be greatly reduced. The crowd saw that the little girl's face was not good, and several people looked at each other. After a while, they looked at Su Ming at the same time. Su Ming smiled bitterly. If there was no treatment cabin for such injuries, he himself didn't know how to save him. Now he was just relying on the last bit of mental strength to support his life. Lanlan frowned, and she had already calculated how to acupuncture. She took out all the bamboo needles in the small backpack and was about to ask the big brothers to put brother Su Ming down flat, when suddenly, brother Su Ming spoke. You guys, do your best. After that, he said to Lanlan, Lanlan. Ah! Lanlan immediately raised her head and was about to comfort brother Su Ming, telling him not to be afraid. Lanlan would definitely cure him. Then she heard brother Su Ming say, Thank you. Lanlan was stunned for a moment, thinking that Lanlan had not yet cured brother Su Ming. So why did brother Su Ming thank Lanlan? But the next second, a piece of iron suddenly appeared in front of her. Lanlan would get nervous when she saw the iron now. Her eyes widened instantly. But then, the iron ball that came out actually ate brother Su Ming in one bite. And then, with a whoosh, brother Su Ming went up to the sky. Gone! The little girl was dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the sky still with rain. And after a long while, she reacted and pointed at the sky and shouted, Hey! Hey! Hey hey hey! Don't hey! He withdrew from the competition. Cough cough, Yu Sang said, covering his chest and coughing heavily. Lanlan didn't understand. Withdraw from the competition? Lanlan had just heard the older brothers mention withdrawing from the competition. But Lanlan didn't know what withdrawal meant. Cuz took out a bottle of healing potion from his backpack, drank it, and said, Lanlan, he is safe now. Safe? Withdrawing from the competition means safety. Withdrawing from the competition means flying to the sky. The little girl suddenly thought of something, and she muttered, The uncle also withdrew from the competition. Uncle? Yu Sang looked at him. What uncle? The little girl said, It's Lanlan uncle. Lanlan uncle flew up to the sky in a flash. And Lanlan hasn't waited for his uncle to come down from the sky yet. Everyone understood that Lanlan uncle was also a contestant in this fatal training ground. But Lanlan is so powerful. Her uncle actually withdrew from the competition so early? Lanlan looked at the sky for a while. Then she spread her little hand. looked at the pile of bamboo needles in her palm, and looked at the tattered big brothers in front of her. Little Dr. Lanlan said seriously, "Big brothers, we have to find a place to shelter from the rain quickly. Lanlan will treat your injuries." A place to shelter from the rain? Everyone couldn't help but look around, and saw that the surroundings were already in a mess. The rain was still falling in the sky, and below, the scrapped mecha soldiers were scattered all over the ground. According to visual estimation, there are at least more than 100 mecha soldiers here. So there are more than 200 mecha soldiers who have escaped. I don't know when they will come back again. I remember there is a supply house in Shanghai Highland, Yiling said at this time. Wei Chong put on his mecha helmet and flew into the air, saying, "I will find the specific location." After that, the mecha flew out. Wei Chong didn't do anything bad just now. I thought he would take advantage of the siege of the mecha soldiers to attack someone else. But Yu Sang and Mianfeng just saved him. Will he not hurt people if he saves them? Think about Rick. Rick, I'm dead. But I still want to be whipped. Right? I can only say that Rick deserves what he got for his crime. What's the saying that the dead are the greatest? Can't we scold scumbags after they die? I scold him whether he's dead or alive. Don't forget that he killed someone in the last fatal training ground. The contestant I like believed in Rick in the last game, but was indirectly killed by Rick in the end. Haha. I can only say, don't let me know where Rick is buried. If I know, I go dig his grave. Calm down. Calm down. There's no need to get angry about this kind of garbage. Anyway, I just hope Wei Chong will take care of himself and don't be the second Rick that everyone hates. When the barrage flew by, Donald's men immediately turned off the barrage. According to the previous plan, Wei Chong should have taken the opportunity to kill Yu Sang, Mianfeng, and Shu during the pursuit game. Even if he couldn't kill all three at once, killing one would be good. But just now, everything was clearly going smoothly. He only needed to deliberately fire a few laser cannons in the wrong direction, and the 3-3's ability users would definitely die. But he actually helped them wholeheartedly from beginning to end. The subordinate felt that sweat was about to break out on his forehead. He secretly glanced at the young commander on the sofa, but saw that the young commander had a calm expression, and there was no joy or anger in his expression. The subordinate felt that he had to explain. The number of simulated troops just now was too large. If 3 main combat forces were missing, the young master and the commander would probably be in danger. After all, the rule of this game is that in the case of cooperation, even if one party dies, the simulated army assigned to one party will not leave, and will continue to attack the target's companions. So if Mianfeng and the others died, these mecha soldiers would still continue to attack the commander and the young master. Wei Chong should have considered. Why are you talking so much? Donald raised his eyes unhappily and glanced at his subordinate coldly. The subordinate paused, immediately lowered his head, and stopped talking. Donald didn't care about the comments or his subordinate's words. He just touched his light brain and calmly reopened the holographic book 7 days to understand Blue Star that he had just paused. Donald, who was reading a book, paused because of the outbreak of the simulated army. Now that the crisis was resolved, he opened the book again and read it slowly again. The subordinates felt a little confused. Why? Looking at the young master like this, it seems that he is really not angry? But Wei Chong didn't complete the task, really unable to understand the young master's mind. The subordinates could only stop talking and continue watching the live broadcast. Wei Chong went out to look around, but did not find the so-called supply house. However, he found an A-class mecha hiding on a nearby hillside. Sneaking a peek below, the A-class mecha noticed him, opened the helmet, and looked at him. Through the telescope, Wei Chong saw a female face under the helmet. After recognizing it, Wei Chong, who had seen all the contestants' information, immediately recognized the other party's identity. Princess Nana, the daughter of the Empire's eldest princess, an S-level rookie. He caught a glimpse of Nana mecha, and then caught a glimpse of the S-level mecha soldier that was undergoing self-inspection near Nana. Wei Chong retracted his sight, ignored the other party, and drove the mecha away directly. 10 minutes later, Wei Chong returned to the team. He put away the mecha and said, where the map shows the supply house, there is only an open space. No supply house. No! Yu Sang was a little surprised. And then he thought of the cabin outside the black forest of Crazy Canyon, where Lanlan lived for 2 days. Could it be that the location of the supply house in Shanghai Highland has been moved outside the Black Forest? Lanlan didn't know what everyone was talking about. But she said, it won't work without a place to shelter from the rain. If everyone keeps getting wet in the rain, they won't be able to move after the acupuncture. Everyone will feel very uncomfortable. Ah, I got it. Lanlan thought of something. And she suddenly rummaged in her small backpack. And soon she took out another hair tie. Lanlan confirmed that the pendant of the hair tie was correct. And she squeezed it hard. The next moment, a big white goose with a snow-white body, a flat mouth, and short legs suddenly exploded on the spot. Everyone suddenly saw a mecha in the style of an exotic bird. And the next second, they fell silent again. Lanlan jumped up and jumped. Goose! Goose! Lanlan is here. The big goose with a red mouth turned its two green bean eyes. It bit its long neck, and saw the little master at its feet. Then the next second, the big white goose opened its mouth, wailed, and swallowed the little master, because the pink rabbit had swallowed Lanlan before. No one was too surprised when Lanlan was swallowed again this time. Lanlan went down the long throat of the big white goose, which was like a slide, and fell into the big white goose's stomach. In the big white goose's stomach was a soft children's cabin. Lanlan sat in the cabin and operated a few keys. Soon, the big white goose spread its broad white wings. The white wings grew longer and longer, until they were as long as a corridor. Then, Lanlan controlled the big white goose to move forward. When it came to the big brothers, Lanlan asked the big white goose to sit down. The two short and thin claws of the big white goose were retracted under its bulging belly. Then, the big white goose's eyes closed. This was because Lanlan turned off the energy of the big white goose mecha. Now, the big white goose became a big white goose that sat on the ground and took a nap, but spread its huge wings to protect the people around it from wind and rain. Lanlan pressed the exit button again, and the next second, the little girl was vomited out by the big white goose. After Lanlan stood up staggeringly, she quickly ran under the wings of the big white goose. The little girl raised her smiling face and said, "That's it." For a moment, the whole audience was silent. The barrage was also silent. It was not until a few seconds later that someone hesitated to send a text. What is this? If I'm not mistaken, it's a bird? Why are its wings so long? Yes, a fat bird with such long wings. The key is that it only has one wing, and it didn't fall down because of the imbalance. Help! It's so weird. I'm already numb. Where did Lanlan get so many strange mechas? This bird is too ugly. This is a big white goose, not a bird. And it doesn't look like this. In the hotel room, Muyu faced the second questioning look from Sophia and Lijia, and argued again excitedly. I made this big white goose according to the picture drawn by Lanlan. Lanlan said that this is called a big white goose, and this goose has two wings. It was Lanlan who changed the structure from the inside and grafted the other wing onto one wing. Sophia and Lijia didn't say anything either. In fact, they didn't want to admit that this thing was a mecha. If someone drove such a mecha out on the battlefield, not to mention the enemy, the friendly forces would laugh at him for 30 years. Lanlan, the older brothers, and Ku's father all hid under the wings of the big white goose. Everyone spread clothes on the grass, and then lay down according to the little girl instructions. Lanlan first sealed the blood vessels on the most serious wounds on their bodies with bamboo needles, and then she looked around to see where there were small grasses to pick. At this time, Yusang alertly hid his bag of supplies behind his back. Their small potted plants were still in his backpack. He must not let Lanlan remember that there was a hemostatic herb here. Ah! Lanlan remembered it. The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Yusang's whole body tensed up instantly, and his fingers pressed his bag even harder. Where we just ran over, there is a patch of grass. Lanlan wants to pick some grass, the little girl said, and looked in the distance. It seems a bit far. Kus said, I take you there. Lanlan smiled immediately, but after turning around and seeing that Ku's father was also injured, Lanlan shook her head again. Ku's father should stay and rest. Lanlan can go by herself. Wei Chong thought that he was not injured, so he immediately volunteered to show off in front of the young master. I go with you. Lanlan turned her head and looked at Brother Wei Chong. Her eyes slowly fell on Brother Wei Chong's chest. Lanlan thought of how she had stabbed Brother Wei Chong a few days ago, because Brother Wei Chong was a bad brother, although Brother Wei Chong said that he had reformed. But Lanlan puffed her cheeks and cautiously stepped back half a step to the side. Away from brother Wei Chong. Wei Chong, Lanlan scratched her head and said. Lanlan still has a way, the little girl said, and took out another hairband from her backpack. Walking to an open place, she pinched the small pendant on the hairband. And suddenly, another thorny beast with a very sloppy appearance and covered with thorns appeared in the same place. Lanlan walked to the thorny beast. That is, the big hedgehog. The big hedgehog opened its mouth obediently and swallowed the little master according to the procedure. After Lanlan entered the child cabin in the big hedgehog's belly, she turned on the speaker and said to the others outside, Lanlan will be back soon. After that, the little girl pressed a few buttons, and the next second, the huge hedgehog suddenly rolled up and rolled itself into a ball. Then, swoosh, the hedgehog ball gurgled and rolled away like a rocket launcher. The contestants on the scene, question marks. The barrage of comments watching the live broadcast, question marks. Sophia and Ligia looked at the wooden fish beside them for the third time. The wooden fish man was already dumbfounded. And he argued feebly, the hedgehog mecha is not used like this. If you want to hurry, you can turn on the flight function. But it's useless to say anything now. The Lanlan brand hedgehog ball has long been gone. Chapter 75. Nana sat cross-legged on the hillside, propping her chin up and looking at the group of people at the foot of the mountain. As she looked, she thought of the scene she had just seen. First, there was the weird giant rabbit, then the terrifying one-armed bird, and then the little girl rolled away and disappeared. Nana couldn't help but mutter, my knowledge in the past 18 years has not increased as much as today. Ha ha ha. You thought about it for so long. And you came up with such a truth? It's so real. Those mechas really made my eyes pop out. You may not believe it, but the official website of Mecha Fighting issued an emergency notice. The original words are, mechas are combat tools. Some high-level ability users may only have one life mecha in their lifetime. Please cherish your mecha. Don't add tails to mechas. Don't add wings to mechas. And don't roll with mechas. Ha ha ha. Every word is directed at Lanlan. Okay. The show is over. Let's go! Nana supported her knees and stood up from the ground. She didn't plan to go down and say hello to those people. Just kidding. She had seen them before. These people were being chased by hundreds of simulated soldiers. If she went up, what if the system judged that she was in the same group with them? She couldn't beat those simulated soldiers. She would have to waste her energy to fight one. Thinking of this, Nana looked at the simulated soldier next to her that was still self-repairing. Nana walked over, patted the simulated soldier on the shoulder, and said, good brother. Take your time to repair it. Don't rush to find me. After that, Nana drove her A-class mecha and jumped directly into the air and flew away. But not long after flying, Nana saw that the dense simulated soldiers who had just escaped below were actually sneaking back. A rough count showed that there were still more than 300 of them. Yes, the rules of the competition state that if the simulated army is completely damaged and cannot run, the background will automatically make up for it with new simulated army. This means that you can cripple the simulated army and let it self-check frequently. But you cannot kill it directly. The killed simulated army will be automatically replenished. Nana was not surprised that the number of simulated army became full again. What surprised her was that these simulated army actually split into teams while walking. More than 100 simulated army walked towards the underground area of Shanghai Highland, in the direction of the prince and others. And the other 200 simulated army actually walked towards the direction where the little girl rolled away. What's going on? Nana was confused. Why did those 200 simulated army go to that little girl? At the same time, the barrage was also suspicious. What the hell? Lanlan is not a contestant at all. Why chase Lanlan? Yes. And the number of people is not right. Why do the 3-3s ability users, 2-2s ability users, and 1s level ability user have only more than 100 simulated soldiers chasing after the prince? But Lanlan alone has more than 200 simulated soldiers chasing after him. Is she crazy? Lanlan is just a 4-year-old kid. If this guy dares to say it's not a bug again, I will eat up the organizer's building. At organizer, come out and get beaten. What the hell are you doing? Can't you see such a big mistake? The barrage was already angry. Nana thought about it and simply drove the mecha and followed the more than 200 simulated soldiers. She wanted to see if they were really going after the little girl. Soon, Nana saw the round rolling ball on the edge of a cliff near the crazy canyon. The rolling ball had just rolled here. After the rolling ball stopped, a dizzy little girl jumped out of it. When the little girl first came out, she couldn't walk straight. She staggered and finally held onto a big tree next to her to stabilize her body. She shook her head confusedly. And when she was a little more awake, she began to look around again, as if she was looking for something. After a while, the little girl walked crookedly towards a small meadow in front of her. The little girl squatted down to dig grass. And she dug so hard that her two little hands couldn't hold it anymore. Then she held the grass and ran back to the multi-thorn mecha, stuffed the grass into the multi-thorn mecha's mouth, and then ran back again to continue picking grass. After repeating this 3 or 4 times, more than 200 simulated soldiers really came here. It seems that they are right. They are indeed coming for the little girl. But why? Nana didn't understand. The simulated soldiers didn't rush up immediately. They first scanned the area calmly. It seemed that after confirming that there was no scary rabbit here, they rushed towards the little girl desperately. Fierce footsteps came from behind. Lanlan, who was still picking grass, turned around in surprise. In an instant, she saw a huge mass of iron rushing towards her. The little girl's big dark eyes suddenly widened. The next second, before the little girl could react, the protective hedgehog mecha detected the danger and rushed forward, swallowing the little girl with a roar. Hedgehogs are much smaller than rabbits. The simulated army had never seen a hedgehog, nor were they afraid of it. Some of them turned on their laser guns, and some waved their mecha knives. In an instant, more than a dozen weapons were put into battle, and they hit the little hedgehog's sharp back with a clang. Nana's scalp was numb when she heard the huge shock. She drove the mecha to go a little further to make sure whether the little girl was really safe. As a result, at this moment, the multi-thorn mecha suddenly shook its back, and then hundreds of metal needles on its back shot out instantly. There was a sound of crackling, and it turned out to be steel needles piercing through the metal armor of countless simulated soldiers around. Fuck. What kind of weapon needles are these? There are so many of them, and they are so hard that they can even pierce the protective shell of an S-class mecha so easily. Nana was shocked. But soon she found that although the steel needles were very hard, they could not be positioned. They were shot out randomly, and although they pierced through the shell of the mecha soldier, they did not hit the opponent's energy cabin. The shell was damaged, and it only took a few minutes of self-repair to recover, because the lethality was not strong. These mecha soldiers did not care about the steel needles on their bodies. They still swung their weapons vigorously, wishing to split this bald mecha without thorns in half with one knife. Nana frowned, and couldn't help but worry, without the thorns, will the defense of this multi-thorn mecha still work? Just as she finished muttering, the next second, she heard a sound of swoosh. It turned out that the steel needles that were pierced into the mecha soldier's shell flew out of the mecha soldier again, as if they were attracted by a magnet. After they flew out, they returned to the back of the multi-thorn mecha. At first glance, the multi-thorn mecha was still the intact multi-thorn mecha, but the mecha soldier had a lot of holes on his body for no reason. It can still be like this. Nana was a little surprised. While mumbling, she saw that the steel needles that had just returned to the back of the multi-thorn mecha shot out again. Pa! They shot into the shell of the nearby mecha soldier for the second time. Swoosh! They came out of the mecha soldier's shell for the second time. Pa! Swoosh! Pa! Swoosh! Just like that. In the next 3 minutes, the multi-thorn mecha fired out steel needles more than a dozen times, and retracted them more than a dozen times. When Nana came to her senses, she saw that the mecha soldiers closest to the multi-thorn mecha had been shot by laser guns. Nana, And this is not over yet. When some mecha soldiers were accidentally pierced through the energy cabin and had to be repaired on the spot, the multi-thorn mecha took 2 steps forward, ate a leader directly with a roar. Fuck. Nana couldn't hold it anymore. Why are you eating this thing? Can your little stomach hold such a big bunch of mecha soldiers? It turns out that it is indeed a bit difficult to hold such a big bunch of mecha soldiers. So soon, the multi-thorn mecha vomited out the mecha soldiers again. However, the mecha soldier that was vomited out was obviously short of weight. Its head was gone. At the same time, in the belly of the hedgehog mecha, Lanlan held a big iron head and opened its brain center. Sure enough, the little girl muttered, "This iron head is not a human, but a machine." Lanlan dug out a main chip from the iron head, and she inserted the main chip into the input port of the hedgehog mecha. In an instant, Lanlan saw a large string of dense data on the small screen in front of her. Lanlan was stunned by the huge code data. Lanlan had never learned the mecha code. She only learned the battleship code, which was taught by Muyu father. Lanlan tilted her head and stared at the code numbers over and over again. After a while, Lanlan seemed to understand a little bit. Ah, this seems to mean a kill order. The little girl was a little confused. Kill order? Lanlan knows. Someone ordered Tai Tua to bully Lanlan, the older brothers, and cuss father. The little girl was so angry. Who is so bad? Nana squatted on the branch of a big tree. She looked at the sturdy thorny mecha below and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. This little girl is still a little bit good. Not to mention, her mechas are weird, but the performance is really good. They are so resistant to beatings, and the penetration of the steel needles is so high. Isn't this still a 3S mecha? What? Is it still a 3S mecha? Sorry. It looks really ugly. And it doesn't look like a noble 3S mecha at all. Ha ha ha. The 3S mechas are not that bad. It is probably because the mecha soldiers cannot find a way to deal with this multi-thorn mecha in their database. So they seem helpless against this multi-thorn mecha. But if it is just a steel needle, I feel that this multi-thorn mecha is not as powerful as the rabbit mecha. The multi-thorn mecha is too single-minded in attack. I think Lanlan has already collected enough hemostatic grass, so she should go back quickly. It is always safer to go back and be with others than to be alone. Yeah. Who would have thought that staying alone could attract 200 simulated soldiers? The organizer should not play dead and fix the bug quickly. Lanlan is not a contestant. Why are there simulated soldiers chasing her? While the barrage was swiping the screen, Nana was still sitting on the big tree watching the fun. And at this moment, suddenly, the multi-thorn mecha began to swallow the mecha soldiers again. At the same time, on the open space on the other side, more than 100 simulated soldiers were gradually approaching. Shu, Mianfeng, Yu Sang, and Yiling were all pierced with bamboo needles. Before leaving, the little girl told them not to move around. But the simulated army was already close at hand. They had no choice but to pull out the bamboo needles regardless of the consequences. Cuss next to them suddenly said coldly, "Don't move." As he spoke, he drew out his weapon and glanced at Wei Chong next to him. "Get on the mecha." Wei Chong was stunned at first, and then he immediately sat in his mecha with swift hands and feet. As soon as he entered the mecha, he heard the commander outside order, "Cover me." As he said that, the young man waved a sharp knife of a low level in his bloody right hand. He quickly rushed into the large group of simulated soldiers. When he raised his hand and fell with the knife, he had actually cut through the energy cabins of 3 or 4 mecha soldiers. Wei Chong's heart trembled, realizing that this was a precious opportunity to fight side by side with his idol since childhood. The young man immediately put on a full spirit and tried his best to concentrate on assisting the commander. The 3 seriously injured 3's ability users in the back and Yiling, a 2's ability user, watched helplessly as the usually low-key and ordinary Sphere was like a god of war at this moment. Under the cover of the C-class mecha, the mecha soldiers were defeated. The 4 looked at each other. Yu Sang was the dumbest one among the 4. He couldn't think of too deep a meaning, and simply exclaimed, "Is Sphere so strong? Fuck. He seems to be glowing." The 3 people next to him didn't say anything. They were just suspicious. With such agile skills, such capable movements, and such easy access, how could the opponent be just an ordinary interstellar mecha soldier who is a little old and not very talented? With his ability, the 3 people asked themselves. They themselves could not have such means as him. Every action of his was not a burden, and he did not even use too much mental power. He really just relied on his perfect observation and judgment of the enemy, and played with a large group of mecha soldiers like cutting melons and vegetables. Shu's mood was very complicated. He thought of his suspicion that Swell was a rebel before. Very good. Now he is more suspicious. With such strength, who would believe that he has no other identity? The more than 100 simulated soldiers, who were in an offensive state at the beginning, began to evacuate after a while. The simulated soldiers are not pure mechanical fools. They will not rush forward to give their heads when they realize that they cannot beat the enemy. They simulated the real rebels, so their chip system naturally also loaded with data of countless classic battles of the rebels. They knew very well that only by evacuating in time could they preserve their strength. Don't chase after a desperate enemy. Cuz didn't chase after him and attacked again. He gestured to Wei Chong, signaling him to go back. As soon as the two returned to the wings of the big white goose, they heard Yu Sang exaggerating, Sphere. Sphere. You are so awesome. Good boy. I felt it in the black forest of Crazy Canyon before. You can actually see through the maze of the forest. You still say that you have a good sense of direction. You are obviously a master. See through the maze in the black forest? Is there such a thing? Sure Shu, Mian Feng, and Yi Ling, who were unaware of it, couldn't help but look at the sphere in front of them again. Cuz didn't say anything nonsense. He just said, there are only 100 people here. What? Yu Sang hadn't reacted yet. The others realized something instantly. There are 300 mecha soldiers in total. After more than 100 of them are scrapped, they should be replenished soon. That means 200 mecha soldiers are missing at this time? Then they... Not good. Lanlan. Go find her. Yi Ling said immediately. Cuz grabbed his supply bag and planned to leave immediately. The most likely reason for the disappearance of more than 200 mecha soldiers is to find Lanlan. Lanlan is in danger now. Cuz was about to stand up when his wrist suddenly vibrated. The young man was stunned. After carefully reading the message sent by Muyu, Cuz frowned. Muyu actually told him that Lanlan was fine and asked him to stay here? How could it be possible? How could Muyu have a vision of Lanlan? Lanlan left alone. Logically, no live broadcast room could capture her. As if guessing what he was thinking, the optical brain vibrated again. Oh! Are there other contestants nearby? Princess Nana? Cuz' worry subsided a little. Lanlan was fine. Could it be that the 200 simulated soldiers did not go to find Lanlan? Cuz thought so, pretending to flip through his backpack and gently tapping his optical brain screen. But this time, Muyu did not reply to him. Cuz was puzzled and asked, what's wrong? There was still no reply from the other side. Cuz' heart sank. And he knocked again. What happened to Lanlan? This time, Muyu finally responded. But the speed of the response was a little hesitant. She's fine. She should be back soon. But you? No matter what you see, you have to calm down. Cuz, ? Nana felt that she was no longer calm. What did she just witness? The Multithorn mecha suddenly started to eat those mecha soldiers. And they were basically the leaders. They ate for a while and vomited. After repeating this cycle many times, those mecha soldiers began to be wrong. Looking at the picture below in a daze, Nana felt that she might still be dreaming. If she was not dreaming, how could she see this extremely outrageous scene in front of her? So, you can't bully others anymore in the future. Do you understand? In the drizzling lawn, a 4-year-old girl stood on the top of the hedgehog mecha. She was facing the huge square array in front of her and gave an impassioned personal speech. Moms and dads say that good children never bully others. Do you know what bullying means? It means that you bully others because you are in large numbers. This is the behavior of bad children, and you should be spanked. Do you want to be spanked? The huge square formation below was motionless. More than 200 simulated soldiers stood straight and sharp. They were arranged in rows of 10 and stretched vertically for a full 20 rows. It was a mighty and imposing manner. You don't want to be spanked, right? Lanlan doesn't want to spank you either. But Lanlan knows that you have no choice. Someone has implanted bad commands in the brains of the Iron Tuachuos, asking them to do bad things? But it doesn't matter. Lanlan has deleted the bad commands. Now the Iron Tuachuos will no longer be forced to do bad things. The little girl was very happy when she said this. She jumped off the top of the big hedgehog's head with a pop. Then Lanlan put the big hedgehog away. Lanlan rolled over like a ball. But after rolling, Lanlan's head was very dizzy. So Lanlan didn't want to roll back. With Lanlan voiced to take back the command, the big hedgehog turned back into a hedgehog hairband with a whoosh. Lanlan put the hedgehog hairband back into the small backpack. Then she stood up and walked to the leader of the front, the Iron Tuachuo. This Iron Tuachuo was the first one eaten by the hedgehog. Lanlan pulled its head off and found that there were bad commands in its head. Then Lanlan modified the bad commands in its head and implanted the basic data of Chinese soldiers that Lanlan had seen in Blue Star before during the Chinese military parade. Now Lanlan has put the head of the Iron Tuachuo back. And then Lanlan changed the brain commands of several other larger Iron Tuachuos to let them influence other Iron Tuachuos. Now, more than 200 Iron Tuachuos have become good Tuachuos. The little girl was very satisfied with this. Except that they didn't look like Chinese soldiers. They were very similar in other places. And they were also very similar in marching and standing. The little girl stretched out her little hand, tiptoed to Tayatuotuo and said, Tayatuotuo, hug me. The tall and serious leader bent down and picked up the little bean at his feet. He put the little bean on his neck so that the little bean could have a higher vision. Lanlan also rode on the necks of their fathers. She knew how to ride on the neck without falling off. The little girl hugged Tayatuotuo's head tightly, and she pointed to the front and said, Okay, Tayatuotuo, let's go back. The big brothers are still waiting for Lanlan to take Zyokoko back. With the little girl order, the more than 200 simulated soldiers, who had been brainwashed, immediately raised their steps and strode forward in the direction pointed by the little girl. They walked in unison and were full of morale. Seeing the little girl leading more than 200 simulated soldiers away, Nana hugged the tree branch, looking a little dazed. The audience watching the live broadcast also didn't react at all. Just now, what happened? Who knows? On the other side of the big white goose open space, Yi Ling and others looked at Cus, who suddenly put down the bag of supplies and seemed not to leave, and were very puzzled. What are you doing? Cus found an open space to sit down and said in a low voice, Rest. Yi Ling instantly raised his voice. Are you going to find Lanlan? She's fine. You said it's fine? Yi Ling tried to stand up from the ground with difficulty, but he was seriously injured. As soon as he moved, the wound began to spurt blood again. Yi Ling pressed his wound. His face was bloodless. Shu took a deep breath. His condition was better than Yi Ling. He barely stood up from the ground. Shu said, I go. After he finished speaking, he was about to take off the bamboo needles on his body. But at this moment, he heard a rumbling sound of footsteps. Not only Shu, but others also heard it. Everyone looked suspiciously towards the source of the sound, and saw a gloomy anti-human formation in the distance, rushing towards this side with great momentum. It's the 200 simulated soldiers. Wei Chong blurted out. 200 simulated soldiers came to find them, which means that Lanlan is indeed fine. Everyone just breathed a sigh of relief, but found that something was wrong. These 200 simulated soldiers were different from the previous simulated soldiers. The previous ones were sparse and looked like a ragtag army, but the 200 that came now, they all had a pace and manner that was almost comparable to that of a regular army. But how could this be? Without a command? Why did the simulated army suddenly have such a unified and rigorous posture? While he was suspicious in his heart, he was thinking about how to fight this time. Suddenly, a soft and tender little girl voice suddenly sounded. Dad! Big brother! It was Lanlan's voice. Everyone immediately looked towards the source of the sound. High-level ability users have amazing 5 senses. They gathered their mental strength, endured the severe pain in their heads, and searched around with difficulty. Finally, they found it. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the head of a leader who was walking in front of more than 200 mecha soldiers. On the head of this leader, there was a person sitting at this time. It was a little girl wearing an ill-fitting protective suit, a hood, and a red face, full of joy. Everyone looked at the mecha soldiers in surprise, then looked at the little girl. They looked at the mecha soldiers again, then looked at the little girl. 3 seconds later, everyone, ? Chapter 76. Under the command of the little girl, the leader put the little girl in front of the big white goose. As soon as Lanlan landed, she ran in happily and threw herself into the arms of Cus' father. Dad! The young man took his daughter, but his eyes were still on the dense group of mecha soldiers outside. Thinking of what Miyu said before. No matter what you see, you must stay calm? Hee. Who can stay calm? Lanlan. What is going on? Yusang stuttered. It was raining heavily outside. More than 200 mecha soldiers stood in the rain curtain with iron bones. The metal armor shells were hit by raindrops and made a ding-dong sound. They straightened their backs one by one. From a distance, they looked like huge stone statues shining with silver light. It was impossible not to be shocked. In just half an hour, the previous mob turned into a well-trained and heroic state. What happened in the middle? Did the organizer come up with a plan to torture the contestants? But why didn't these mecha soldiers attack them when they saw them now? Everyone was suspicious. When the little girl saw Brother Yusang asking, she answered obediently, Big brother. These are iron Tuachuo. Big brother. Have you forgotten? We have seen these iron Tuachuo before. How could I forget? I can't forget even if I turn into ashes. I mean, How did they become like this now? Lanlan suddenly became very angry. She turned her head to hug the tall and cold Iron Toachuo, frowned and said, Big brother, do you know? The Iron Toachuo were controlled by bad guys before. The leader army received a set of basic templates of the Chinese army. The Chinese army was called the People's Soldiers when they were on Blue Star. They respect the elderly and love the young, and always treat children with full protection. Seeing that the human cub below hugged her again, the leader bent down slightly and simply picked up the little cub and held it in his strong metal arms. Lanlan became taller. She touched Taiatuotuo's bald head with heartache, and said to the big brothers and cuss Dad, it's here. There is a golden chip in Taiatuotuo's brain, which stores a lot of codes. The content of these codes is different from the code content on the Pumpung starship. Lanlan looked for a long time before she understood it. Then Lanlan found that someone was behind the scenes directing Taiatuotuo to hurt us. When the little girl said this, she couldn't help but raise her chest. There was a little boast in her expression. Lanlan discovered such a big thing. The big brothers and cuss Dad would definitely praise Lanlan. But Lanlan waited and waited. But she didn't get any praise. The little girl high chest instantly sank. She puffed her cheeks and continued to emphasize. Lanlan means that Lanlan found out that someone wants Taiatuotuo to bully us. None of the contestants spoke. They just thought in their hearts. Yeah. What else? Isn't the mission of the mecha soldiers to kill the target? A bunch of stinky straight men. How can I expect a bunch of stupid stinky straight men to understand the mind of a little girl? Muah! I'm here to praise Lanlan. I'm here to kiss Lanlan. Lanlan is really amazing. Lanlan can actually find such an obvious thing. Lanlan is simply the smartest kid in the world. Yes. Yes. Wow. It turns out that these mecha soldiers are here to hurt everyone. If Lanlan didn't say it, we really don't know it at all. The little girl scratched her head. She was a little anxious. Why didn't everyone seem too surprised? And Lanlan suddenly said something a little unconfident. That's right. After Lanlan found out that Taiatuotuo was controlled by the bad guys, Lanlan gave the order to control them to. Deleted? Delete? Yusang came back to his senses suddenly. His eyes widened. Can this thing be deleted? Lanlan thought that Brother Yusang was so strange. He was not surprised at the right places, but he was surprised at the wrong places. Lanlan muttered, it's very simple to delete the command. Just take out the chip, insert it into the input port, and then remove all the bad codes. But you can't just delete them, because the code is arranged in order. If you just delete them without adding new codes, the Iron Toachuo will be broken and can't move anymore. Then Lanlan entered other instructions in the place where it was deleted, filling in the running arrangement of the code. Because Lanlan didn't understand how the Iron Toachuo was supposed to run. Lanlan thought they looked like soldiers. So Lanlan added the data of Blue Star soldiers to them. Wait. Yusang interrupted the little girl. Are you kidding? You changed the commands of more than 200 mechas? How did you change it? Lanlan blinked. It's very simple. You don't need to change the instructions of every Iron Tutu. Lanlan found that only 10 Iron Tutu that looked different had the most complicated data codes. When Lanlan modified their chips, he found that they actually have programs that can be linked to other Iron Tutu. Everyone understood this. Lanlan was talking about the leader army. The leader army can summon and command ordinary simulation army. So to explain it, it is the code program of the leader army that can be linked to ordinary simulation army. There is nothing wrong with saying this. Then Lanlan decided to only change the data of 10 Iron Tutu that looked different, and then use the data of the big Iron Tutu to affect the data of other Iron Tutu. Anyway, the firewall defense of other Iron Tutu is very weak, and data synchronization can be achieved with a slight change. After Lanlan changed the code, he directly used data sharing, so that the instructions in the minds of all Iron Tutu were changed. The little girl was a little happy when she said this. She looked at the sky outside and said, now the Iron Toachuo will not fight anyone when they see them. They have become normal Iron Toachuo. Lanlan decided to choose a good weather and find a place to release all the Iron Toachuo. The Iron Toachuo have been listening to other people's orders. They are too unfree. Lanlan decided to give them freedom. Contestants, ? Barrage, ? Sorry. When it comes to release, I really can't hold it anymore. I didn't expect that one day I would listen to. Someone said that robots should be released. It is a knowledge that robots are mechanical objects. Not living creatures. Cannot be released. Cannot be released. Cannot be released. And use robots. Please contact the manufacturing company for manual recycling. After Lanlan finished speaking, she saw that the big brothers and Cuz dad were silent. And the little girl didn't know what happened to them. So she continued to touch Tayatuatua's bald head. And then said softly, Tayatuatua, put Lanlan down. Lanlan is going to take out Zyakoko to treat the injuries of the big brothers and Cuz dad. The leader put the little girl down obediently. At the same time, there is a learning function in his program. Just now, the human cub stroked its head. So the leader also raised his hand. He used his huge and hard palm to gently cover the top of the little girl's head, and also made a stroking motion. Lanlan looked up and looked at Tayatuatua. The warlike red laser eyes of the mecha soldier turned into a soft blue at this time. After touching the little girl, he turned around and returned to his more than 200 tribes, according to the program settings. Then, the 10 leaders issued the disband order to the Ordinary Simulation Army below. The Ordinary Simulation Army received the order and disbanded on the spot. Some began to seize the time to. Some began to inspect and repair themselves. Some began to help others with external repairs. And some simulated soldiers walked in front of the huge white goose. They used their mecha gloves to gently poke the goose's buttocks. And their eyes were scanning, wondering what kind of creature it was, and why it only had one wing. The contestants present were just staring at more than 200 mecha soldiers doing their own things in a trance. At this time, they heard a sound of puff. It was the standby white goose that didn't like someone poking its buttocks. So it farted directly. The huge airflow shook off the mecha soldiers behind its buttocks. And around, there was also a smell of engine oil. The frightened mechas. The armored soldiers didn't dare to provoke this unknown creature. They quickly retreated to their own clan. Some twisted and turned themselves into a floating car. They began to drive the car back and forth in the clan. Competitors, Audience, Should I say that some mecha soldiers are quite cute? Didn't you notice that Lanlan Animal Mecha also has a temper? Which means that Lanlan Animal Mecha has a personality module. So Lanlan probably copied this personality template from the inside of the Animal Mecha and loaded it into these mecha soldiers. I am a mecha manufacturing major. And I have to say that Lanlan idea is quite advanced. But I don't know how she did it. It's worth studying. What? Can mechas actually have personalities? You can. But it's limited to 3S mechas. Because the smart chips carried by 3S mechas are the most advanced simulation technology in the Interstellar today, which can perfectly simulate human thoughts and habits. But mechas below 3S will not use such high technology costs. So mechas below 3S usually cannot achieve unique personalities. But aren't these mecha soldiers only S level? That's why it's worth studying. I don't know how Lanlan did it. It would be great if I could dismantle a mecha soldier. When will the mecha soldiers be released? I want to pick them up. It would be fine if there were some mecha experts explaining in the comments. But at the scene, no one was proficient in mecha development. Everyone just looked at the disbanded mecha soldiers in a daze. They really set up a camp next to them without paying attention to anyone else. Everyone was in a complicated mood. Big brother, raise your hand. It was not until the little girl voice sounded again that everyone came back to their senses. Turning their heads, they saw that the little girl had smashed some hemostatic grass mud again and was about to apply it to them. Oh, okay. Yusang quickly raised his hand and let the little girl treat his wound obediently. Lanlan was busy until the evening. Seeing that it was getting dark, everyone decided to stay where they were tonight. The big white goose worked tirelessly to protect them from the wind and rain. On the other side, wow, over 200 mecha soldiers actually had a bonfire party. Lanlan finished the nutrient solution and fed the slightly injured puppy with nutrient solution. Then she told everyone to rest quickly. Only with a good rest, the injury would heal quickly. Everyone listened, and they slowly closed their eyes with the sound of rain outside, which had become smaller. After a while, Yiling thought of more than 200 mecha soldiers staying not far from him, and he was still worried. He opened his eyes and planned to keep watch. At the same time, he wanted to ask the little girl about those mecha soldiers. He spoke softly, Lanlan. There was no sound around. Could it be that Lanlan had fallen asleep? Yes. Children fall asleep quickly. Thinking of this, Yiling propped up his upper body, past the few people around him, and wanted to see the little girl. As a result, he did not see the little girl in the pink nest between Feng Qilang and Swell. Yiling? Ha ha ha. At this moment, a familiar soft laughter came from the mecha soldiers' camp in the distance. Yiling immediately used his mental power to look over there. And then he saw that Lanlan had actually run to the middle of the mecha soldiers at some point. More than 200 mecha soldiers sat around the electronic light bulb that simulated a bonfire in the middle. The little girl was sitting in the arms of a leader. The leader turned his metal arm into a rain shield, which shielded the little girl from the rain. The little girl didn't get wet, so she leaned her back on the leader's belly and happily listened to the jokes of the mecha soldiers around her. Yiling magnified his hearing and just heard an emotionless electronic sound. Once upon a time, a polar bear bought a pair of sunglasses. After putting them on, it said, "I really want to eat bamboo." Ha ha! Intense laughter suddenly exploded from the little girl's mouth. Yiling was startled. When he looked more carefully, he found that the little girl was laughing so hard that she couldn't stand up straight. She was pounding her thigh while laughing, gasping for breath, pointing in a certain direction and saying, "Over there. Ha ha ha. There are really giant pandas over there. Ha ha ha." Yiling? What? What is she talking about? What is she laughing at? What kind of bear is a polar bear? What's wrong with wearing sunglasses? Some planets have strong ultraviolet rays, and everyone must wear sunglasses when going out. This is protective equipment. So what's wrong with sunglasses? Major Yiling, who didn't understand Chinese jokes at all, fell into deep thought in the middle of the night. Also in deep thought were Shu, Yu Sang, Mian Feng, Wei Chong, and Cus, who were also awake and listening to the details of the bonfire party over there with their eyes closed. Yiling just found out that the little girl was missing, but they witnessed with their own eyes how the little girl tricked them into sleeping and sneaked out to play alone. That's why they didn't sleep all the time. And they were also afraid that the mecha soldiers would suddenly attack and hurt the little girl. Now, although the mecha soldiers did not hurt the little girl, they could not understand what they said at all. So how did the little girl and the mecha soldiers communicate without obstacles? It seemed that no matter what the little girl said, the mecha soldiers could get it. And no matter what the mecha soldiers said, the little girl could get it? Taiatuoto. How do you know so many jokes? Lanlan's stomach is about to hurt from laughing. Lanlan remembers that Lanlan only added the basic module of Chinese soldiers and random personality modules to you. But how do you know so many jokes? A leader turned on the display screen on his chest, and a search panel appeared on his display screen, searching for topics related to China. And the source of these searches is all the books and materials related to Blue Star China that can be searched on the Star Network. Some of the materials are too unpopular. Even the most senior Blue Star Existence Party does not know. These materials were written by interstellar people thousands of years ago, because they were not officially published. They belonged to the early interstellar people, and were passed down by word of mouth, because the authenticity is questionable. No one cares about them anymore. However, the mecha soldiers could not distinguish between official history and unofficial history, so they adopted all of them. Then, based on the big data, they came up with a Chinese topic ranking. Ranking 1, funny. Ranking 2, watching. Ranking 3, eating melons. In summary, it is said that the Chinese people on the ancient Blue Star discuss the above 3 topics the most. They are all very simple-minded, and like everything, they like to watch all kinds of beautiful male and female stars, beautiful humans, and even beautiful non-humans. They also like to watch other people's reputations collapse. If someone gets into trouble, they will chase after them for days and eat melons, even if they stay up all night to eat, because there must be a reason for ranking first. The mecha soldiers finally searched for how many jokes on Blue Star can you understand. If you can't understand these jokes, you don't deserve to be a Blue Star Existence Party shock. The roosters of Blue Star China can actually lay eggs and are called fighting cocks among roosters. Blue Star culture. Incomplete analysis of crosstalk art. Blue Star culture. Incomplete analysis of crosstalk art, revised edition. Lanlan looked at the dense text on the display panel. Finally, the little girl pointed at the crosstalk art and said in surprise, "Crosstalk? Can you still do crosstalk?" Lanlan hasn't heard crosstalk for a long time. Then 2 mecha soldiers really stood up. They are tall, and their cold metal armor shells look so dangerous and hard under the reflection of electronic bulbs. They opened their mouths, but the words they spoke were mechanical and poor capital star accents. One of them said, "Today, we came to the second steel plant on Almo planet." Another said, "That's not right." One said, "The second steel plant on Almo planet is full of steel." Another said, "Hey, how fresh." One said, "Do you know why Almo planet is a big steel planet?" Another said, "Why do you say that?" Yiling, Shirshu and others, What are you talking about? Almo planet became a garbage planet more than 4,000 years ago. It is said that the ancestors of Blue Star did open a steel company on Almo planet. I don't know if it was called the second steel plant, because it is too far away and has been abandoned. It cannot be traced. But why are the two mecha soldiers talking about this? This happened more than 5,000 years ago. Right? But the little girl over there was very happy to hear this. And she shouted, "Ha ha ha. It's all right." Crosstalk is like this. One is the supporting role, and the other is the funny role. Exactly the same. Exactly the same. Yiling, Shirshu and others, So what exactly happened? This evening, they listened to jokes and crosstalk. And finally the mecha soldiers performed a skit for the little girl. Whether it was jokes, crosstalk, or skits, they were all about things that the current interstellar people couldn't understand at all. At least several contestants couldn't understand at all. The next morning, Yiling and others, who had listened to all kinds of nonsense all night, had bruises under their eyes. Only Lanlan was still in high spirits. The rain had stopped at this time. After the little girl changed the medicine for everyone, she jumped and ran to play with the mecha soldiers again. Some of the mecha soldiers with more lively personality modules directly carried the little girl on their shoulders and took her to touch the leaves. Some of the more introverted personality modules silently turned into floating cars and floating flying saucers, flying around with the little girl. The most outrageous thing is that the little girl actually gave the mecha soldiers names, according to the different styles of the mechas on the mecha soldiers. He gave them many names such as Shayin, Dayan, Zhongyin, Zonxian, Zioxiaoyan. You can't say these are names, but they are really names. But who is a good person with such names? Because the sky is clear, everyone started to pack their luggage and plan to find a place to stay. Now that the little girl has made the mecha soldiers like this, I don't know what the organizers outside will do. Whether to change the chip back or arrange other mecha soldiers to come in. Anyway, no matter what, first go to a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Set up traps, and make preparations before the war. When moving forward, the contestants walked in front, and more than 200 mecha soldiers followed behind. Lanlan walked with the iron cars. She rode in the iron car. Lanlan and the little dog could sit in the car. However, the older brothers and Ku's father could not sit in. The mecha soldiers were only loaded with the character of respecting the elderly and loving the young. So they really only let children and small animals sit, not adults with healthy limbs. However, Lanlan put everyone's bags in the iron car, so that everyone didn't have to carry bags and could walk more easily. The mighty team continued to move forward in the direction of the beacon forest. After a while, more than 100 simulated soldiers appeared at the back of the huge crowd. These more than 100 simulated soldiers were the ones that were repelled by Kus before. They were ready to go, and were originally coming to continue attacking the target. As a result, they detected abnormal data. Why did their more than 200 companions not attack the target when they were clearly here, but instead stayed close to the target? More than 100 simulated soldiers couldn't help but want to go forward to connect with their companions to check the progress of the other party's task. Who knew that at this time? The two companions in front suddenly stopped and walked in front of them. A leading soldier immediately stepped forward, stared at the two companions in front, and used an internal signal to request to enter the other party's firewall. However, the two good guys who had been changed to receive the signal looked at the bad guys who were staring at them, and they opened their mouths and said, "What are you looking at?" The overly standard northeastern accent was the accent module that Lanlan added to them last night, because she felt that the little taste was not right. StarCraft has Mandarin and Beijing dialect, but no other regional dialects. Lanlan changed the pronunciation of the orthodox StarCraft language and added some colloquialisms to create a simple northeastern accent module. However, only Lanlan can understand this accent at present. So now, the bad Tuotu, who is waiting to connect with his companions, is confused. Voice recognition failed. Voice recognition failed. It can't detect what the companions are saying. You are scared. Right. The two good Tuotu are very fierce, and their gentle blue laser eyes have turned red at this time. Believe it or not, I will cut you. Bad Tuatu, eh. Chapter 77. Voice recognition failed. Voice recognition failed. After several automatic errors, Bad Tuachuo decided to open his firewall permissions and invite his companions to join his connection, so that he could still observe his companions' task progress. However, just when his firewall was opened, bang! Bad Tuachuo's scarlet laser eyes slowly moved down. He looked at the metal arm that was suddenly cut off on the ground, and then raised his head and looked at his companion, who looked almost exactly like him. Zzz. In the broken metal arm, the sound of circuit board failure continued to sound. Mecha soldiers don't joke. If they say they will cut you, they really cut you. The two good Tuachuo fiercely put away their arms that had been transformed into weapons and knives, and their red laser eyes looked at the other bad Tuachuo behind them. The skin content is a companion. The skin content is a companion. Cannot attack. Cannot attack. The bad Tuatua, whose arm was cut off, could not understand the current situation, so it began to scan frantically. But no matter how it scanned, it determined that the mecha soldier in front of it was its companion, and companions could not attack each other. It was so strange that I couldn't attack the other party. But why could the other party attack me? Report abnormal data. Report abnormal data. There was really no other way. The bad Tuatua, which was almost short-circuited, could only report the situation. At the same time, the continuous cannot attack. Cannot attack. Alarm sound also came out from the voice panel of other bad Tuatua behind. Yes, the leader army with a broken arm reported and activated the resistance mechanism. It used internal connections to ask the ordinary simulation army behind to fight back with it against the companion in front of it. But the ordinary simulation army was also restricted by the program and could not attack this companion. But it could obviously attack them. After the two good Tuachuo warned these sneaky bad Tuachuo, they looked at each other and turned their heads to leave. Before leaving, they yelled to the more than 100 bad Tuachuo behind, "Follow. Cannot attack. Can't attack." Every sentence of cannot attack showed that the bad Tuachuo wanted to kill these two traitorous companions. But due to the program settings, they could not touch a piece of the other's mecha skin no matter what. The two good Tuachuo didn't bother to care about the followers behind them. They jumped up and used the flight mode to quickly catch up with the large army in front. Lanlan, sitting in the car, had no idea what was happening behind. Lanlan was still happily riding in the car. The car was not a floating car, but a four-wheeled car. The operation mode of the car was not an operation panel, but a steering wheel. There were brakes and accelerators inside the car, and the car was even equipped with a car radio. Help! The car Lanlan was driving was too old. It seemed to be a car model from the Yuan era. Yes, I have seen a museum exhibition from the Yuan era, in which there was a replica of this car. This car was the first car to appear in interstellar history thousands of years ago. This car could only roll on the ground, could not go into the water, and could not fly. Our ancestors used it for 3,000 years before it was eliminated, and then gradually replaced with the later floating car. How could the mecha soldiers transform into this kind of car? No one knows about this kind of car now. Right? Maybe it was the bad taste of the engineers who made the mecha soldiers? Whatever. I only care about whether the pursuit training of this competition can continue. If we want to continue, we must at least clear the bugs. There are more than 200 mecha soldiers for no reason. This is the first bug. Lanlan can actually change the chip program of the mecha soldiers. This is the second bug. If these two bugs are not cleared, the competition will definitely not continue. Got it. Just take more than 200 mecha soldiers and Lanlan out of the competition venue. So when will they be taken out? At organizer. Don't pretend to be dead. You are almost unable to hold this competition. Don't you think of a solution? Daily at organizer, then spray the organizer to death. Why hasn't the rubbish organizer sent Lanlan out? It's been more than 10 days. Why haven't you been willing to intervene manually? What conspiracy is behind it? Haha. There is really a conspiracy. In the hotel room, Sophia leaned on the sofa, watching the barrage on the big screen, and glanced coldly at the man on the carpet in front of her who had fainted for a day and a night. Li Jie came in from outside at this time and just saw Sophia pressing her knees with her elbows, leaning forward, and staring at the unconscious man on the ground with a gloomy look. That expression was as if he was ready to cut the man into pieces at any time. Li Jie came in with 2 nutrient solutions. He stopped in front of Sophia and handed the nutrient solution to her with one hand. but his body blocked the woman's view of the man. Sophia sneered, took the nutrient solution, put it on the coffee table, and said coldly, "How long do you plan to guard me? I have promised that I will definitely let this man go when he wakes up." Li Jie sat on the single sofa on the other side, opened the nutrient solution bottle, raised his head and drank a sip, and did not answer at all. Sophia frowned. "You are not in love with me, are you? Deliberately find an excuse to follow me?" Li Jie, Baoshan's indifferent eyebrows and eyes swept lightly, and that expression clearly said, "Do you believe this yourself?" Sophia leaned back, and her crossed legs shook gently. "If you don't like me, stay away from me, lest I fall in love with you." The man drank the nutrient solution and threw the empty bottle into the trash can. Still without speaking, Sophia saw that he couldn't be scared away, and her delicate eyebrows twisted. She angrily twisted the mouth of the nutrient solution bottle and was about to drink. Suddenly, the man on the ground moved slightly. Both of them were 3S ability users, and Sophia and Li Jie noticed it immediately. Li Jie stood up instantly and hid in the bathroom sideways. And Sophia, she slowly walked in front of the man. When the man slowly opened his eyes, what caught his eye was a pair of exquisite and shiny red high heels. The high heels stepped silently on the thick carpet. The man's eyes moved up, along the slender long legs, and saw the woman who was looking down at him. An hour later, the guards outside the hotel finally waited for their president. The handsome man stepped into the hovercraft with a gloomy look. When the car flew into the sky, the man closed his eyes tightly and leaned back on the soft leather seat. The two guards sitting in front didn't know what happened to the president. Logically, the president stayed in the room for a day and a night, and should have had a pleasant communication with the woman. Why did he look like this now? The scenery outside the hovercraft passed by at high speed. The man with a dark face and closed his eyes to rest. The scene just now appeared in his mind again. The breathing of other men in the bathroom. He woke up lying on the ground, and the woman said to him provocatively that if he didn't divorce, she had plenty of ways to kill him. Divorce? Haha. How could he believe it? That the woman really wanted him to divorce? The look in her eyes when she looked at him clearly showed no love at all. Divorce was just an excuse, starting from when he cared about their past friendship and met her alone in her territory. First the glass of wine was something added. Then he woke up, and it was already the next day. And finally the words she said to him that were trying to cover up the truth. She asked him to divorce, trying to make him think that she did all this because she still loved him and wanted him. But I'm afraid that her original purpose of knocking him out was not just to scare him. Maybe she wanted to kill him. The man's cold eyes suddenly opened. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After a while, he asked the guards, "How is the little girl?" The guards were ordered to monitor the little girl, and immediately told her what happened in the past 2 days. After that, he emphasized, now the people have a big backlash. They hope to bring the little girl out as much as possible. But the organizers are still delaying because of your order. No need to delay. The man suddenly said coldly. The guards were stunned. You mean to let her out? But her custody is still in the hands of the violent god. If she comes out, she will definitely be taken away by the violent god. He can't take her away. The man stopped talking at this point. Originally, this matter should be resolved privately. But since some people are unwilling to communicate properly, it is not his fault to use other methods. So that night, a hot search suddenly appeared on the Star Network. The term of this hot search is, what exactly is the alien pathogen? The billions of people who are browsing the Star Network clicked on this hot search out of curiosity. And then, they saw that this was actually a public document about the alien pathogen released by the official website of the imperial government. The general meaning of the document is that the alien pathogen was originally a high-level military and political secret. But now considering that the public should have the right to know, the government officials finally chose to release the full content of the document. The content clearly popularized the alien pathogen one by one. At the end of the popularization, the public knew that the Prison Star and the Death Star, which were called the Hell Planets and frightened the interstellar public, were actually turned into this by the alien pathogen. The two core explosions caused the Death Star to release too much dark matter at once. This dark matter spread in the air, and almost immediately, flowers and plants began to wither, and strange animals began to die. Creatures with mental strength below level 3S could no longer survive in such a harsh environment. The public notice not only mentioned the Death Star, but also mentioned several other planets that had become barren stars. Waste stars. and garbage stars. These planets, without exception, have also experienced the explosion of alien pathogens. And now, they are all destroyed. There is also a seal of geological experts at the bottom of the document. Experts believe that alien pathogens are interstellar disasters and are sequelae of human evolution, because they cannot be eliminated. Usually after a planet finds an alien pathogen core, the planet leader must report it to the central government as soon as possible and immediately start evacuating the people and arranging for the people to leave the planet. The popular science of the document is very detailed. After reading it, everyone commented, "Oh my god, alien pathogens are such a terrifying thing?" So when Lanlan said that she wanted to seal the alien pathogen, she meant to seal this thing? Did Lanlan really seal it? The official website actually appeared under this comment and replied, "It was sealed." This floor was quickly topped up to high fever. Hundreds of floors were built in 1 second. Damn! Hu Qingyao closed her star network with a cold face. She called Zhou Qin immediately. "Have you seen the hot search on the star network?" Zhou Qin on the other end said calmly, "Yes." Hu Qingyao had a headache. What does he want to do? What he is doing now is completely pushing Lanlan to the forefront. He is forcing us. Zhou Qin on the other side of the communicator had a colder look in his eyes. If you emphasize that the alien pathogen is an interstellar disaster, then what is Lanlan who can seal the alien pathogen? An interstellar lucky star? No matter what she is. Such an important little girl with such precious skills. Tens of billions of interstellar people will not allow this child to disappear from the sky. If the child parents insist on taking the child away, then public opinion will become the first obstacle. No matter where they go in the future, there will always be people who will find them. And these people will become the president's eyes to track the little girl. Even if it exposes the harmfulness of the alien pathogen, the little girl must be kept by his side. If anyone wants to take the little girl away, it means that he is an enemy of the entire Interstellar. Such a child can only be raised by the president. No one else is qualified. This is the effect he wants to create. They are so blatant and shameless in snatching a child. Zhou Qin has never seen it before. Hu Qingyao asked, "What should we do now?" Zhou Qin thought of his guess about Lanlan's true identity at this time. He suddenly asked a strange question. "Have you noticed that Lanlan has grown a little taller?" Hu Qingyao was stunned. She immediately opened the live broadcast room of the fatal training ground and carefully looked at the little girl who was still playing happily with the mecha soldiers on the big screen. After a careful look, Hu Qingyao was surprised. It seems that she is a little taller. How could this be? Is it really that the climate of the Death Star is not suitable for Lanlan growth? Lanlan left the Death Star before because she had not grown for a year. Everyone was worried that the climate of the Death Star affected her health. But now, less than a month after leaving the Death Star, she has grown taller. Putting his lips slightly, Zhou Qin exhaled. "It seems that my guess is right." "What?" Hu Qingyao asked immediately. Zhou Qin did not say it directly. He just pondered in his heart. Sure enough, Lanlan growth has nothing to do with eating and drinking. She is not a human. So the nutrition she needs is not human food. She needs human faith. When she was on the Death Star, everyone loved her. And this love was similar to faith. So she grew up smoothly. But the environment of the Death Star is limited. And the number of people who love her is also limited. So when this love reaches a peak, she no longer grows, and her body falls into stagnation. After leaving the Death Star, she entered the fatal training ground. In the live broadcast environment, she gained more attention and love from interstellar humans. This love eventually turned into energy and filled her body again. So she grew taller. Zhou Qin raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows. If this is the case, then Lanlan really can no longer live in secret. Being noticed, loved, and believed in is her destiny and the nourishment for her growth. Although the president's current behavior is disgusting, it has helped Lanlan's reputation to improve once again. If this is the case, Zhou Qin thought for a while and came up with a new plan in his mind. Chapter 78. Growing taller? Under the huge crater of Fenghuolin, Cus leaned against a large red rock. He raised his calm eyes slightly and saw the little girl playing with the mecha soldier over there. Growing taller? It seems that she has indeed grown a little taller. The wrist continued to vibrate. And with the messages coming from you, Cus' originally calm expression gradually changed. After a while, the messages stopped, and Cus stood up and walked towards the little girl over there. Xiao Xiaoyin. Look! Your parts here have fallen off. So your back panel can't always be closed. Lanlan will help you fix it with screws. In this way, the back panel will be tight. But it may be a little inconvenient to remove it. But we won't remove it often. Right. A mecha soldier stood obediently in place, allowing the little girl to install the back panel with screws. After the installation, it moved around a bit and felt that it was fine. So it said honestly, "Thank you, Doctor." Lanlan waved her hand. "You're welcome." After that, she shouted in a condescending manner, "Next." When the next mecha soldier came up, Lanlan turned her head and saw Ka's father coming over. The little girl smiled with big eyes. "Dad, Lanlan is repairing the shells for the iron lumps. Although the iron lumps can repair their own programs, they can't repair their own shells. So Lanlan is helping them repair them." Cus said. He didn't care about these. He just squatted down, touched the little girl's head, and roughly measured her body shape. After confirming that she seemed to have really grown 1 centimeter taller, Cus' eyes showed a clear light. Lanlan hadn't grown for a whole year on the Death Star, and everyone had been worried. Now she has actually broken the curse of height. Cus smiled. "Lanlan, have you felt any difference in your body recently?" "Ah?" The little girl blinked in confusion and shook her head obediently. "Lanlan doesn't feel any difference. Lanlan is still the same as before." "Is that so?" Cus said, and suddenly took out a bottle of nutrient solution. "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat more nutrient solution? I see you didn't finish a bottle of nutrient solution at noon. You can grow only if you eat more." Lanlan touched her bulging belly. "Dad, Lanlan is not hungry now." "How can I not be hungry? It's been an hour." "Lanlan, Cus' father seemed to want Lanlan to eat the nutrient solution. Lanlan had no choice but to eat half a bottle of nutrient solution in front of Cus' father. After closing the lid, Lanlan was about to hand the remaining nutrient solution to her father, when she saw her father reach out and touch Lanlan's forehead. The little girl didn't move her head, but her eyes looked up in confusion. Cus thought, "It seems to have grown another centimeter?" Lanlan, After Cus' father left, Lanlan continued to check the body of the next Taituachuo. "Dadain, the joints of your left hand are twisted, because there are some gaps. You will feel a little stuck when you switch arms. It's okay. Lanlan will help you knock it flat." Lanlan said, picked up a round stone, and just as she was about to knock it, she saw another big brother coming over. Shirshu covered his chest and stood beside the little girl. Lanlan looked at the big brother chest. "Big brother, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Shirshu shook his head. His eyes swept to Swell, who had walked away, facing away from everyone, and asked with narrowed eyes, "What did he say to you just now?" "Dad Cus?" Dad Cus just asked Lanlan if she felt any difference in her body recently. Shirshu was stunned. He looked up and down at the little girl. "Is there any difference?" The little girl shook her head. "No difference." Shirshu seemed to be thinking. Lanlan ignored the big brother and started to knock on Dain's arm. As a result, the big brother said again, "You seem to have lost some weight recently." "Ah?" Lanlan was a little puzzled. Lanlan didn't lose weight. "I lost weight," the boy said confidently. And then he took out a bottle of nutrient solution from his pocket and handed it to the little girl. "Lanlan, Lanlan puffed up her cheeks. "Big brother, Lanlan just ate half a bottle of nutrient solution. Lanlan is not hungry now. But you have lost weight," the boy said with some persistence. Lanlan didn't know how to explain. She could only take the nutrient solution. "Then Lanlan can drink it later?" The boy nodded and left. After the big brother walked away, Lanlan continued to knock on Taituatua's arm. "Okay. It's almost flat. But Dadine, you still need to apply some engine oil. Lanlan will take off your shell and apply some engine oil." The mecha soldier's blue laser eyes were calm, and a voice came out of its voice template. "Thank you, Doctor." Lanlan. The little girl was about to say, "You're welcome," when she heard another voice next to her. The little girl turned her head and looked at Brother Yusang, who was walking over. Yusang sat on a big rock next to the little girl and said with a smile, "Your acupuncture is really useful. I feel that my injuries have recovered much faster than usual." Lanlan nodded, because acupuncture can help heal injuries. If it is a special needle, the effect will be better. But Lanlan doesn't have a special needle here. Yusang nodded. "When you talked to Su Ming about acupuncture before, I didn't take it seriously. It turned out to be so useful. Lanlan. What else can acupuncture do? The little girl said helplessly. Big brother. Can Lanlan tell you later? Because Lanlan still has to check Tayatuatua's body now. Yusang immediately said, yes. Yes. See when it's convenient for you. The little girl smiled and began to remove the screws of Dadane's arm. Hey. Why do you want to remove the arm? Yusang asked curiously. Because it needs oil. What oil? Engine oil. Oh. What brand of engine oil? Our school used an engine oil brand from Red Star at that time. The effect was pretty good. Half of the military academies in Capital Star use this brand. But actually my family uses. BA. Lanlan felt a buzzing in her ears. She turned her head and looked at Brother Yusang with a strange expression. She said, Big brother. Are you free? After hesitating for a while. She didn't say it out loud. But Lanlan still said tactfully, Big brother. Lanlan wants to concentrate on checking the health of the iron Toachuo. Oh. Okay. Yusang agreed readily. And then continued, I found that you are really attentive to these mecha soldiers. Do you like playing with machines? I have a classmate who also likes playing with machines. He is a machine fan. And his major is also. Blah blah blah. Brother Yusang said too much. Later. Lanlan didn't know what he was talking about until he suddenly said, Why don't you look good? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Why don't you take a rest or eat some nutrient solution to refresh yourself? The haggard Lanlan looked at Brother Yusang holding a bottle of nutrient solution and sticking it under her eyelids. She was stunned for a moment. Lanlan originally wanted to say that because Brother Yusang kept harassing Lanlan. Lanlan felt very tired and her face was not good. But thinking that Brother Yusang had no ill intentions, Lanlan could only take the nutrient solution and said that she would eat it in a while. After Brother Yusang finally left aimlessly with his hands waving, Lanlan was finally able to carefully apply engine oil to Dadane. But at this moment, applying engine oil? Lanlan. Lanlan turned her head and looked at Brother Mianfeng, who was strolling over with vigilance. The little girl pouted, Brother Mianfeng. What are you going to do? Mianfeng was holding a bottle of mineral water in his hand. He put his hands behind his back, like an old man taking a walk, and looked down at the metal arm of the mecha soldier and said, Too much. Lanlan explained, because it needs to flow into the gears inside. Lanlan will apply a little more engine oil. Oh, Mianfeng responded, and then didn't speak for a long time. Lanlan didn't know what Brother Mianfeng was going to do, so she simply lowered her head and continued to apply oil. As a result, at this time, Brother Mianfeng suddenly spoke again. The oil is viscous. Can it flow into the gears? Lanlan. Lanlan looked at Brother Mianfeng, and then turned to look at the other big brothers behind. They had already dug traps and arranged the battlefield, and were idle and looked here and there. After Brother Yusang walked away from Lanlan, he even took out his small potted plant and wiped the dust on the leaves of the small potted plant for the countless times. Lanlan felt that this was not a solution. After Brother Mianfeng left, Lanlan simply picked up a stone, squatted on the side of the road, and wrote a few crooked words. Idle people have no X, and those who look for Q's. Yiling happened to wander over at this time, and he glanced at the words. It should be idle people do not disturb. Consult Q's. Right? 4 of the 8 words were wrong. Lanlan. You don't know many words. Lanlan finished writing the words and just looked up. She saw Brother Zero. The little girl immediately narrowed her eyes and looked at Brother Zero vigilantly. Yiling was confused. What's wrong? Lanlan walked over and pushed Brother Zero's belly with her 2 little hands. After pushing Brother Zero far away, she squatted down and drew a very long line on the ground, and wrote a word on the line, door. The little girl puffed her cheeks and said, Lanlan is very busy. If you want to find Lanlan, you have to knock on the door. After that, the little girl turned around and sat back on her big rock, continuing to adjust a Da'in arm. Yiling was stopped outside the door and muttered, I just want to remind you that your legs will be numb after sitting for a long time. You should get up and walk more often. Otherwise your bones will not grow well. It is very important for children's development. Also, the sun is out. Are you going to sit here and get some sun? Drink more water. The little girl didn't even turn her head. She yelled, Lanlan knows. Ha ha ha. Irritable Lanlan. Chasing people away online. When I was having a video conference at home, My dad came into my room once an hour. And my mom brought me fruit once every half an hour. I completely understand Lanlan current mood. Parents who care too much really hate it. Don't tie the child to the belt. But can you let Lanlan be busy by herself? Don't disturb her. Fuck. Deliver fruit every half an hour? Edible fruit? Rich woman. Hug. A group of lonely old men. Dawdling. Dawdling just want to get close to Lanlan. But Lanlan only has Tayatuatu in her eyes. Tayatuatu has taken all of Lanlan's heart. And the neglected lonely old men began to frantically show their presence. Ha ha ha. Lanlan is in short supply. Because of the big brother's trouble. Lanlan didn't finish checking the bodies of 30 Tayatuatu until it was dark at night. At dinner, Lanlan was still a little unhappy and didn't talk to the big brothers. In order to please the little girl, Yusang decided to copy the plot of the mecha soldiers. Lanlan. Since we have nothing to do today, let's have a bonfire party. The little girl was stunned and looked at the big brother. The boy smiled. You and the mecha soldiers can have so much fun. I don't believe it. We have less common topics with you than the mecha soldiers have. The little girl pursed her lips. Then big brother. Do you also want to do crosstalk? Yusang choked. What is crosstalk? They probably understood it the night before. But they don't know how to say it. Yusang's eyes turned. Let's play another game. Truth or dare? Lanlan was stunned. This game also exists in Blue Star. Lanlan has seen people play it. The little girl nodded obediently. Okay. So after dinner, everyone quickly started to decorate. It didn't rain today, so they didn't use electronic bulbs. They used a real bonfire. Then a group of people sat around the bonfire. And Yusang started first. Whoever gets the mouth of this nutrient solution bottle will choose truth or dare. Everyone agreed. Lanlan sat with Cuss' father. And a sleepy puppy lay beside him. Lanlan touched the puppy's forehead and looked nervously at the nutrient solution bottle in brother Yusang's hand. Suddenly, after turning several circles, the bottle slowly stopped. Lanlan looked and found that the mouth of the bottle was facing her. Cheating. 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 3S, ability users. You can make the bottle turn however you want. Why are you plotting against Lanlan? Bad Yusang. Lanlan scratched her head and dropped her shoulders. Oh. Lanlan is going to be punished. Yusang asked with a smile. Do you choose truth or dare? Lanlan said cautiously. Truth? Yusang asked. Who do you like the most among all of us? Ha ha ha. Waiting here. I was wondering why you were plotting against Lanlan. Here they come. You are starting to compete for Lanlan heart. Right. I also want to know who Lanlan likes more. Everyone seems to be pretty good. All the burning eyes around suddenly focused on the 4-year-old girl. Lanlan was a little stunned. He looked at brother Yusang, and then at the other older brothers around him. He saw that everyone's expression was very serious, including Father Cuss. The little girl swallowed her saliva, hesitated for a long time, and said, Lanlan likes them all. You can't like them all. You have to say the one you like the most. Yusang didn't let the little girl get away with it. Lanlan scratched her head. Then Lanlan likes Father Cuss the most, the little girl said, turning around and hugging Father Cuss' waist. Of course, Lanlan likes her own father the most. Yusang's face suddenly became ugly. And he hummed, he is not your real father. The little girl didn't say anything, and buried her little face in Father Cuss' arms. Cuss touched the back of the little girl's head, satisfied, and then said, give me the bottle. Yusang gave the bottle to Cuss, and Cuss handed the bottle to Lanlan, indicating that he wanted to play more, and only Lanlan could turn it. Several teenagers didn't object. And then Lanlan grabbed the bottle and turned it. The bottle gurgled and twisted for a while. And then the mouth of the bottle was pointed in the direction of Wei Chong. Wei Chong was stunned for a moment, and then said with a smile, I choose truth. Lanlan didn't know what question to ask. She looked at others innocently. Mian Feng suddenly said, Did you poison me? When these words came out, the scene froze instantly. Everyone looked at Mian Feng, then at Wei Chong. Yusang had a look of surprise on his face. His eyes almost popped out. What? Aren't these two good friends? Mian Feng was poisoned by Wei Chong? The barrage also became noisy instantly. Fuck. It's true. I was wondering why Mian Feng was poisoned. But we who watched the live broadcast did not see when Wei Chong poisoned him. But Wei Chong did think of attacking Yusang. And he also scared Lanlan. There is no doubt that he had bad intentions. Everyone was waiting for Wei Cheng's answer. After a while, Wei Cheng answered, "No." No one spoke for a while. Mian Feng sneered sarcastically, "Truth? Is a lie still a truth?" Wei Cheng said helplessly, "You have already determined that it was me. Even if I said it was not me, you still think I was lying. You have already made up your mind. So why should I explain?" Seeing that the atmosphere on this scene was about to stalemate, Yu Sang hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Okay. Keep playing. Lanlan. You keep spinning." Although Lanlan didn't know what was going on, she quickly spun the bottle again. This time, the mouth of the bottle stopped on Ku's father. Seeing this, Shu asked directly, "Are you a rebel?" Yu Sang, ? Yi Ling, ? Mian Feng, ? Wei Cheng, shock. Bullet scream, ? Fuck. There are so many problems hidden in the seemingly harmonious and united team? What's going on? How could Sweer be a rebel? Mian Feng suspected Wei Cheng of poisoning him, and the prince suspected Sweer of being a rebel. Pretty. Do you have any secrets that we don't know? Ku's cold eyes slowly narrowed. He stared at the aggressive Shu opposite. And after a while, he said calmly, "No." Shu didn't say anything, but said meaningfully, "I hope this is really the truth." Seeing that the atmosphere was about to freeze again, Yu Sang immediately urged again, "Lanlan. Keep turning. Keep turning." This time, the bottle mouth was aimed at Shu. Shu said calmly, "The truth?" Kus asked directly, "If your father wants to hurt Lanlan, what will you do?" Shu paused. "What? The president? Why did the president hurt Lanlan?" This is the truth. The more you ask, the more exciting it is. The others around looked at the prince. And then, they looked at Lanlan. Ku's calm eyes were always fixed on the boy's face. Zhou Qi's new plan required the prince to make a clear statement. It happened that this was an opportunity to make a statement. The boy was silent for a moment, and then pursed his lips. Why? Why? Why did he hurt her? Why do you think? Kus did not give a clear answer. But the boy who was raised as an heir could not have no political sensitivity at all. Shu lowered his eyes. At the same time, outside the training ground, the president sat on the wide and soft sofa in the hotel. His legs crossed, his eyes calmly staring at the picture on the big screen in front of him. After a while, he slowly chewed a name in his mouth. Kus. The little girl always called him Kus Daddy. Originally, he thought that the child had recognized the wrong person like everyone else. But now, he heard that this person actually asked such a question. The man couldn't help but care. After a while, the man was suddenly startled, and the usually calm man frowned. George Kus? No. George Kus is still serving his sentence on the Death Star. Thinking of this, the president immediately opened his light brain and sent a message to his secretary, asking him to investigate the current situation of the Death Star. Secretary Yu Sang brother, hesitated for a moment after receiving the president message, but sent the message to Marshal Yi. Almost immediately, Marshal Yi responded. Not long after, the president clicked on the investigation results sent by the secretary and looked at the words "Everything is normal" on the Death Star. He breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, on the screen, his excellent son just answered the previous question. The young man said calmly, "A truly powerful person should not set his sights on a 4-year-old girl. If he is so narrow-minded that he thinks he can achieve something by controlling a little girl, then I can only say that he is too weak to be in his current position. Prince, you are too reckless. That's your father." I feel that Swell asked this because the outside world has not brought Lanlan out. The fatal training ground is full of dangers. Lanlan's father is still Bao Shen. When Bao Shen ignored the rules and connected the communication inside, we all thought that Lanlan would be able to come out soon. But she has not come out until today. Obviously, she encountered some resistance. The resistance that can make Bao Shen feel pressured is probably only the president. So that's how it is. Swell saw it very clearly. The prince's words are also very intriguing. What does it mean to control a little girl and achieve something? This is a hint. The prince also noticed that Lanlan has not left the field. Is it abnormal? By the way, brothers, you have all seen the hot searches in the past 2 days. The one about the alien pathogen. Since the hot searches came out, Lanlan has almost been deified. Some people even advocated that Lanlan is the hope of the empire, and hoped that the empire would give Lanlan a title and confer her the title of princess. But isn't a princess a descendant of the royal family? Lanlan's father is the violent god. Why should she be a princess? I said something is wrong. The pace of the Star Network has been really strange these 2 days. It is said that many people have sent private messages to the president's office, saying that they hope the president will protect Lanlan and give Lanlan the best treatment. What does this mean? Do all the people hope that the president will become Lanlan's new guardian? It is wrong that the source of the alien pathogen is suddenly made public. My father is a small leader in the military. He cursed when he saw the hot search. I didn't understand why he was so excited at the time. Now I seem to understand a little. The president is not using public opinion to compete with the violent god for his daughter. Right? If this is the case, then the president is a bit. What? The public opinion that was originally manipulated to be one-sided suddenly reversed. And the one who caused this reversal was actually his own son. The president looked unfriendly. But he also knew that the plan could not be promoted today, and it would take at least 2 days. He coldly ordered his subordinates behind him, notify the organizer, and ask them to issue the announcement. Don't issue it today. Yes. The subordinates immediately turned their heads and turned on the light brain, who knew that at this moment. Suddenly, a line flashed across the screen. Fuck. Everyone. Check the hot search. The organizer has issued an announcement, saying that at 12 o'clock noon tomorrow, Capital Star time, the stadium protection net will be briefly open for 10 minutes to pick up Lanlan. Chapter 79. At the same time as the announcement appeared, the entire Star Network was almost blown up. In just over 10 days, the word Lanlan has been almost all over the Star Network. No one does not know this magical little girl. Almost everything she says and does is widely circulated on the Star Network. She already has 7 fan forums, and the number of active people in each forum is over 100 million. Even if it is not in her exclusive forum, but only in the public forum, the number of her hot posts increases by hundreds every day. Even if some people are busy with work and studies, and have no time to stay in the live broadcast room every day, as long as the little girl does something, they will still know it first and immediately interpret the matter, ranging from hot searches to hot posts, and then extending to various private groups. This little girl has gained the attention of the people of the entire star in an extremely miraculous way. And now, this little girl who has been hiding in the big screen for more than 10 days, and knows nothing about the outside world is about to come out. Tomorrow at noon. Ah! I have set the robot to wake up. And I must be the first to see the live broadcast. I have bought the starship ticket to Asia Star, and I will pick up Lanlan on the spot. Which planet are you from? We are also planning to drive a hovercraft to pick you up. Do you want to join us? Sisters who want to go to pick you up can look at the top post in the forum, because many fans have posted that they will go to Asia Star to pick up Lanlan from the stadium. In order to prevent any accidents, the major forums have decided to be led by the management to count the number of people going together. When we arrive at Asia Star, we can take care of each other when we go together. In the comment area below the announcement, the number of replies exceeded 100,000 in less than 10 minutes. The interstellar population base is large, but this reply speed is still amazing. The authorities of Asia Star did not find the problem at first, until they found out that there seemed to be more than 10 million fans coming to Asia Star tomorrow. They immediately stopped it. Just kidding. If tens of millions of people really suddenly poured in near Tejiazu, they would trample the mountains. The terrain of Tejiazu is originally peculiar. Later, the Asian Star authorities and the Deadly Training Ground official website jointly issued a notice prohibiting gatherings, which curbed the enthusiasm of fans who wanted to arrive at the scene in person tomorrow and get close to Lanlan. Oh, he said it was prohibited? In the hotel room, Donald looked at the prohibition notice posted on the Star Network. His face was cold and his expression was sinister. His subordinate kindly explained, if we go secretly, it shouldn't attract the attention of the authorities. Why should I go secretly? Donald threw the Blue Star history book in his hand onto the metal coffee table, with a cold and murderous look in his eyes. My father. My sister. Why should I go secretly? Subordinates, Subordinates choked, not knowing what to say, so they could only ask, then what are you planning to do? Donald pondered for a moment, and said, immediately arrange it, and all the personnel from the nearby planetary bases will be dispatched. Before tomorrow, I want to see at least 1 million troops assembled. Subordinates wanted to smash a hole in the young martial brain with a hammer. 1 million troops? They are rebels. Can they enter the country so easily? If it is so easy to enter the country, wouldn't it be over if they just went to the capital star? Subordinate said tactfully. Maybe not so many can come. Donald narrowed his eyes, and his unfriendly eyes fell lightly on his subordinates' faces. That expression clearly said, if you can't do such a small thing, what's the use of you? Subordinates gritted their teeth and said, at most 10,000. Donald, this is too much of a reduction. At the same time, other places in Asia Star, Su Yu and Su Ming, who had already withdrawn from the competition, met again in the ward. Su Ming then learned that Su Yu withdrew from the competition because he also encountered a blood-greedy leopard. The place where he was lost was very close to the location of the prince, but he did not have the ability of the prince to fight more than 10 people. So he finally withdrew from the competition with regret. Seeing that the Star Network said that Lanlan would come out tomorrow, the two discussed that they had a good relationship with Lanlan and must go to greet her in person. Lanlan would be very happy to see them appear. On the other side of Asia Star, Hu Qingchen was living in the place arranged by his brother-in-law. His skin was still pale and colorless, but his body was much fuller. He had been eating and drinking very carefully recently. Later, his brother-in-law even asked someone to bring him some sweet nutrient solution that he had never eaten before. The nutrient solution contained vitality energy, which shocked him. After eating it for a few days, he felt that his body was much better. Now seeing the news about Lanlan on the Star Network, Hu Qingchen was very happy. He immediately opened his suitcase and searched for which clothes he had that would be suitable for picking up people tomorrow. The outside world was in an uproar because of an official announcement. And inside, Lanlan and the others were still playing truth or dare. But as the questions asked by everyone became more and more sharp, Yuseng always felt that everyone was about to tear each other apart at any time. He was about to ask if he wanted to change the game. But he heard Swell suddenly say, "It's late. Go to bed." "Ah?" Yuseng looked at his light brain. "It's only 8 o'clock. It's not late. Let's play for a while." "No. Go to bed. Cuz just received the message from you that the outside agreed to let Lanlan out tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a busy day. If Lanlan doesn't go to bed early, she will be sleepy at noon tomorrow." This is the first time that Yuseng organized a bonfire meeting, and he must want everyone to have fun. But it is probably because of the previous problems that made everyone unhappy. In the end, everyone decided to disband on the spot. At night, Lanlan slept in Cuz's father's arms. The little girl didn't have any troubles, and usually fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. When the little girl began to snore slowly, Cuz patted the little girl back and stopped. He pulled the clothes covering the little girl higher, and when he looked up again, he suddenly met the eyes of the boy who was sitting next to him with one knee bent. Cuz looked at the prince with a bad look, and was about to look away, but he found that the other party's fingers on his knees were tapping something gently. Cuz saw at a glance that this was the code of the rebels, but it was a very old version. There were spies in the rebels, and the spies bought by the Imperial Army also handed over the rebels' communication codes to the Imperial Army. So after that, the rebels would change the code sequence every few decades. The code that Shu is using now was probably used by the rebels more than 80 years ago. The content of the code is also very simple. Just one sentence. You are a rebel. It is either a question or an affirmative sentence. Cuz pretended not to see it and didn't intend to pay attention. But the boy knocked again. She would be fine. Cuz still didn't say anything. The boy knocked again. "I promise." Cuz turned his eyes away without making any statement. At this moment, the little girl in his arms seemed to have a dream. She murmured and her dark eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Cuz gently rubbed his daughter's eyebrows with his thumb, trying to spread the small bump between her eyebrows. The little girl felt a little uncomfortable, smacked her lips twice, arched her head, and arched her little face into her father's arms, rubbed it, and fell asleep again. Cuz's eyes were always gentle. He put his hand on the little girl back and patted the little girl gently again, as if to dispel the bad nightmare in her dream. Shu just watched every move of the young man calmly. If he thought before that the little girl probably recognized the wrong person and called Swell dad, then now, Shu thought, maybe it really wasn't the case. Fatherly love cannot be hidden. This man is not Swell. He is the little girl father. His action of comforting the little girl was too natural, as if he had done the same thing hundreds of times. The sound of firewood crackling was endless, and the surroundings were so empty that there was no sound at all. looking up at the bright moon in the sky. Sure, Shu's eyes were deep. He thought, maybe after going out, everything will have an answer. The next morning, when Lanlan woke up, she saw the puppy clinging to her. The puppy had been hurt by Tai Taichua before, and several parts of its fur were shaved off. Lanlan reached out to touch the place where the puppy was still applying medicine, touched the dry grass mud, and also saw the scabs under the grass mud. Feng Qilang was awakened by the little girl's actions. It opened its eyes, propped up its upper body, and turned its head to lick the palm of the little girl hand that was stroking its wound. Lanlan took the opportunity to turn her little hand and rub the puppy's forehead. Feng Qilang obediently moved forward, resting its big head on the little girl's chest. With gem-like green eyes, clear and clean. Little dog, you are so unlucky. You always get hurt. The little girl spoke to the little dog in a muffled voice. The wind wolf didn't know what the human was saying, but it leaned forward and nudged the little girl's chin with its big nose. Lanlan laughed, kissed the little dog's black nose, sat up again, and said, Lanlan will get you something to eat. After pouring the nutrient solution into the palm of her hand and feeding it to the little dog, Lanlan saw that the other big brothers and Ku's father were not awake. So she took the little dog to wash up first. This was a morning that was no different from usual. When the teenagers got up one after another, after everyone ate the nutrient solution as usual, some went to reinforce the trap, and some went to get water from nearby sources, and everyone was busy again. And Lanlan also took the little dog and continued yesterday's work to help the iron Taichua repair the shell. Kus was a little absent-minded all morning. The things have been packed up, and everything is just waiting for the arrival of 12 o'clock at noon. Meanwhile, the outside world was already in chaos. There are still 3 hours to 12 o'clock. Ah, I'm so excited. Will baby Lanlan accept the interview from the organizer? There are only 7 contestants left in the training ground now, including Lanlan. A total of 8. In the past, the top 8, as long as they were not seriously injured, would accept the post-match interview. Will Lanlan accept the interview? I'm looking forward to it. I also want to see the interview. But Lanlan is not a contestant, so there may not be an interview. Whoa. Never mind. Never mind. Ah. There are still 2 hours and 58 minutes. I can't wait. Fuck. Wait. Didn't you issue a notice yesterday that fans are not allowed to squat outside the stadium to greet? Why did I arrive outside the stadium? There were at least tens of thousands of people here. Elements of awareness. Since fans are not allowed to greet, why did you go outside the stadium? I know that Asia Star has been very strict in its entry procedure since last night, just to prevent fans from coming to Asia on a large scale. But this can only prevent fans from other planets. There will definitely be more or less people coming to Asia Star itself. Yes, I am a fan of this star. I have come here in advance to reserve a spot. Now, at a glance, there are probably more than 100,000 people around. Wow. The various welcoming banners dazzled me, and there were at least hundreds of hovercrafts floating in the sky. Are the sisters in front of me in the inner field? I am in the outer field, and can't get in at all. There are still 3 hours before the time. I can't imagine how many people will come before 12 o'clock. Not only fans are discussing the number of people gathered at the scene, but the stadium staff have also hurried to report urgently when they saw so many people outside. This traffic fortress is completely blocked, and there are even people outside who keep squeezing in. If this continues, what will happen if there is a stampede? After the organizers learned about the situation, they could only appeal to everyone not to come again on the Star Network, and ordered the security department to drive them away as much as possible. When Li Jia arrived at the entrance of the stadium with his men, he saw the scene of the huge crowd in front of him. The man was sitting in the military hovercraft. He looked down and saw that the place was full of people. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly sounded in the distance. Everyone was startled. When they turned their eyes, they found that someone was testing the fireworks in advance. The moment the fireworks exploded, 4 huge characters with gold edges appeared in the sky. Blue baby! Then, another firework went up to the sky and exploded. And it was also 4 huge characters. Sister loves you. The fans below cheered when they saw these 2 beautiful fireworks. Li Jia frowned, looked at the grand fireworks, and then looked at the thousands of banners and ribbons brought by other fans. He looked back at the dozen or so rustic military hovercrafts he brought. After the comparison, it suddenly seemed that he, as a father, came too casually. Li Jie frowned and ordered his subordinate Zhou Hongkai, call some more people. Call 10,000 people first. Zhou Hongkai immediately responded, yes. The Sha-Lai team, who had always been strong, would never let others outdo them. At the same time, in the lobby of the Yaxing starship, the vice president of the Yaxing Research Institute, along with all the senior scientific researchers, had been waiting for a long time. Finally, the person they were waiting for finally arrived. Dean Crow. Dean Crow here. Dean Crow, who was dressed in plain clothes and had a warm and friendly demeanor, just passed the gate when he heard someone calling him. He looked over and immediately saw a group of staff wearing Yaxing Research Institute work badges. Dean Crow walked out of the passage and immediately shook hands with the person in front, Vice Dean Chen. Why did you come here in person? You've worked hard. You've worked hard. Vice Dean Chen was very excited. It's not hard. It's not hard. It's our honor that Dean Crow is willing to come to our branch to give a speech. The hovercraft is waiting outside. Please come this way. Dean Crow hurriedly walked outside, followed by several assistants and mid-level researchers. After everyone got on the hovercraft, Dean Crow checked the time on his light computer. Vice Dean Chen smiled and said, it's still early. I have booked a 5-star edible restaurant. Dean Crow has worked hard all the way here. Let's have a welcoming banquet first. Oh, there's no need for a welcoming banquet. Dean Crow was startled and said quickly, I arrived at Asia Star early because I have something to do. Please just drop me off on the roadside later. Vice Dean Chen was puzzled. What do you want? If not, we can take you there. Dean Crow was a little embarrassed. Well, it's like this. Last night, I wanted to buy a ticket to Asia Star to pick up my granddaughter. But the port notified temporarily that those without work or study certificates would not be able to sell Starship tickets from last night to noon today. So I had no choice but to contact your hospital and ask you to issue a Cross-Star Work certificate. Vice President Chen choked. They said, how come they suddenly received a call from the Capital Research Institute last night saying that President Crow was going to come to their branch to give a speech in person? Their dean was so happy that he spent most of the night. Dean Crow seemed embarrassed and explained, my granddaughter and I have been separated for so many years. I miss her so much. You can drop me off on the roadside and I will pick her up. I will definitely be at your hospital before the speech at 4 p.m. Deputy Dean Chen said hurriedly. No. 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 It's okay. You are a guest. Where is your granddaughter address? We will take you there first. After we pick up your granddaughter, we will go to the welcoming banquet together. It's early anyway. Dean Crow wanted to refuse, but the other party was so enthusiastic that he could only say, thank you for your hard work. The address is at the entrance of the fatal training ground. Deputy Dean Chen, ? Dean Crow said again, my granddaughter will not be out until 12 noon. I can pick her up then. Deputy Dean Chen, ? Dean Crow suddenly turned his head at this time. By the way, where is my banner? He was asking the assistant beside him. The assistant quickly took out a colorful banner from his bag, and when it was unfolded, it was written, Lanlan. Lanlan. Grandpa is here. Lanlan. Lanlan. I am your grandpa. Vice President Chen, ? Time passed by minute, and at 11:30 noon, even if the security personnel of the stadium drove them away, there were still more than 200,000 people at the entrance of the stadium. Not only was the entire stadium exit blocked, but the open space outside was even more crowded. There were people in the sky constantly testing fireworks. The security personnel tried to stop them at first, saying that fireworks were not allowed here. Later, they found out that the person setting off the fireworks was the daughter of the richest man in Asia Star, and the father of this daughter was also the investor of their fatal training ground. The security personnel immediately dared not say anything. In short, the fans at the scene could not be controlled, and the security personnel could only report it layer by layer. And finally the problem was passed to the person in charge. Director Hu. Assistant Rice contacted Director Hu, who was on holiday today. Hu Qingya over there said immediately after hearing this, continue to send more people to drive them away. Too many fans gathering together can easily cause traffic accidents. Rice immediately agreed. But at this time, the sound of fireworks came from Director Hu's side. Rice suddenly paused, and then tentatively asked, Director Hu, where are you now? Hu Qingya was a little annoyed. I'm at the entrance of the stadium. There are too many people here. I can't squeeze in. Hurry up and have someone continue to drive them away, and make room for me. Rice, eh? Don't say Hu Qingya can't get in. Muyu. Inno. And Sophia can't get in even more. Sophia complained about Muyu. Inno, I told you to come earlier. The two men looked at Sophia, who was fully made up. Didn't you take too long to put on your makeup and delayed me for an hour? Sophia was angry. Why didn't you urge me? I urged. Will it work? Ding ding. At this moment, because they were all outside, Hu Qingya actually saw Sophia and the others, and she honked to attract their attention. Sophia and the other two also saw Hu Qingya. Two hovercrafts were parallel to each other, and Hu Qingya asked Zhou Qin where he is. Inno dialed the number, and after a while, he said, Zhou Qin said that if we can't get in, we should contact Li Jie. Li Jie has a military vehicle and can clear the road. The four of them immediately contacted Li Jie. After a while, Li Jie sent a car to pick them up. As soon as Hu Qingya left, she didn't know that right below her, her brother Hu Qingchen, wearing carefully prepared clothes, was struggling to squeeze forward in the crowd. Also squeezing in the crowd were Su Yu, Su Ming, and Ding Ju. The planetary director's communicator had been on all morning, and by noon, he was already irritable, until he received a call from his father. Who are you yelling at? The planetary director's father shouted angrily at the communicator. The planetary director realized that it was his father who called, and he quickly explained, Dad, I was so annoyed by the incident at the stadium this morning. What do you want? The planetary director's father said, Your Uncle Hubert Crow. Do you still remember him? The planetary director paused. Dean Crow of the Capital Star Research Institute? Of course I remember. I am trying my best to persuade him to transfer to Asia Star. You and Dean Crow are friends. Do you agree to help me make peace? The planetary director's father slowly said, whether to talk about peace or not, we have to wait and see. But now there is a problem that you have to deal with. Your Uncle Crow called me and told me that Lanlan was his granddaughter, and said he would pick Lanlan up at noon. I have to see if what he said is true. We agreed to meet at the entrance of the stadium, but now our cars are stuck outside of Tejiazu. We can't even enter Tejiazu. You tell me what to do. Planet Chief, ? At the same time, outside the stadium, Donald and his men who had just smuggled into the country looked at the surging crowd in front of them and fell into deep thought. The subordinate looked hesitantly at the back seat of the car, and the young marshal dark expression, and said tentatively, Young Marshal, we can't get in. There are at least 200,000 people inside, and they brought 30,000 here. How can they squeeze into the front row? Boom! At this time, the fireworks started again. Donald's expression became even darker. He said gloomily, Why didn't you remind me to buy fireworks? Subordinate, Donald pursed his lips. Everyone exit the hovercraft, enter the mecha, and fly in. Yes. The subordinate took the order and immediately gave the order. Ding dong. At this moment, the bell at 12 o'clock in the afternoon finally rang. The warm sun shone on her body. Lanlan had eaten the nutrient solution and changed the medicine for everyone. She yawned, hugged the puppy, and planned to take a nap in the soft clothes. But at this moment, bang! There was a loud thunder in the sky, as if it was going to rain. Lanlan frowned and opened her eyes, and saw that the sky was clear and there was no dark cloud. How could there be such a loud thunder? However, just in case, the little girl sat up from the ground and planned to call out the big white goose and hide under its wings before going to sleep. Just as the little hand unzipped the small backpack, suddenly, there was another thunder in the sky. Not only the little girl, but everyone looked up at the sky. Then the next second, they saw that the clouds in the blue sky were torn apart. Then, from the crack in the middle, a fast small starship swooped down from the sky. The starship appeared suddenly, and the several teenagers who were sitting next to them stood up at the same time. Their first reaction was to protect Lanlan behind them. Soon, the starship landed, the starship door opened, and a female robot housekeeper came out from inside. The robot butler said in her gentle voice, Lanlan, the stray, you are not a contestant in this fatal training ground. Please board the ship immediately, and I will escort you out of the field. Lanlan was stunned when she heard her name. Ah! What is this beautiful big sister saying? The boys understood that the people outside finally intervened manually, and wanted to release Lanlan. Everyone was silent for a while. And after a while, Mian Feng said, It's a good thing. It's better to go out than to sleep in the open air and face many dangers. There's a violent god outside, and the violent god will not let Lanlan get hurt. Yes, it's a good thing. Yu Sang turned around and picked up the little girl who was still ignorant, and hugged the little girl tightly in his arms. He muttered, Lanlan, when I pass the level, I will find you, and we will meet outside the field. Okay? The little girl blinked confusedly. She still didn't know what was going on now. Shu then asked, how long will the protective net be open? The gentle female robot replied, 8 minutes left. Shu bent down and planned to pack the little girl things. But he found that the little girl things had been packed. Thinking about it again, it seemed that Swell had been packing things in the morning. He frowned and looked at Swell on the other side. He saw that the other party was sitting far away and had no reaction to the starship that fell from the sky. It seemed that he was not surprised by the news that Lanlan was about to leave. He pondered in his heart. And the next second, Shu still picked up the little girl backpack. He walked to Yu Sang and hung the backpack on the little girl back. Lanlan muttered, Big brother? Shu said, let's go with her. Ah? Where to? Lanlan was confused and a little panicked. She couldn't understand the situation in front of her. She quickly turned her head and stretched out her hand to Cuss' father. Dad. Cuss stepped forward and hugged his daughter. He leaned slightly and whispered in the little girl's ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Lanlan. Be good and get on the starship. Your Yaya mother. Sophia mother. Muyu father. Enyo father. Warden father. And Lee father are all waiting for you outside. Get on this starship, and you will see them when you go out. Lanlan's expression of almost crying froze instantly. Have all the parents come? She was nervous again. What about Cuss' father? Cuss chuckled. Cuss' father will be here soon. After confirming that Lanlan had left. Once he received Muyu's message, he would immediately withdraw from the competition and join them. Because Cuss mentioned the names of other parents, Lanlan felt a little more at ease. When she was put on the small seat of the starship, she was not so scared. But she said, but what about the little dog? What about the big brothers? Feng Qilang jumped directly into the cabin. Lanlan immediately hugged the little dog and refused to let go. Cuss said, you take the little dog with you. As for the big brothers, they can also go out. But not now. But in a few days. Lanlan was still at a loss. Cuss rubbed his daughter's hair, stood up and said to the robot butler, let's go. The robot butler boarded the starship. Her body was the driver. And as soon as she sat in, the starship door closed automatically. Lanlan immediately lay on the starship glass, looking pitifully at the big brothers and Cuss' father outside. Several teenagers in the distance came over, and Yu Sang waved frantically, Lanlan. Let's go out and meet. Go out and meet. Lanlan shouted loudly, Brother Yu Sang. Brother Yu Sang. Lanlan. Yu Sang was heartbroken. The small starship slowly rose at this time. And Lanlan looked at the big brothers and Cuss' father, who were getting smaller and smaller below. She hugged the little dog in her arms in fear, and her rice-like teeth bit her lower lip tightly. At this time, when no one was paying attention, more than 200 mecha soldiers assigned to the little girl, after noticing that the automatic connection in the chip was getting weaker and weaker, all stood up and looked at the sky above with their blue laser eyes. The next second, with a sound of whoosh, the small starship suddenly pierced through the clouds and flew into the sky. At the same time, more than 200 mecha soldiers below suddenly took off at the same time. They were like meteors flying past at high speed, like moths to a flame, chasing the direction of the little girl, and also broke through the protective net that had not been closed in time. Chapter 80. Ah! It's out. It's coming out soon. Hey. No. What's that string following behind? Damn. Is it a mecha soldier? How come the mecha soldier is out too? Yu Sang also found that the mecha soldier actually ran out with the starship. He raised his hand in a trance and pointed at the sky confusedly. This. But at this moment, the protective net in the sky, which was originally open and had not yet been closed, suddenly began to close at a high speed. Obviously, the organizer also found that the mecha soldiers had followed and wanted to stop them quickly. But they underestimated the speed of the machine. Before the protective net was completely closed, the mecha soldiers had already run. Damn! The control center behind the organizer. The supervisor looked at the completely closed protective net and was so scared that his scalp was numb. He quickly ordered, quickly turned on the surveillance outside the stadium to see what's going on at the scene. The staff quickly turned on the surveillance, but saw that 10 seconds had passed. But neither the starship nor the more than 200 mecha soldiers came out. What's going on? There is only one way to leave the competition venue. That is to leave from the sky. For ordinary contestants, after they press the quit button, a fully configured mecha will pop up in their brains. The mecha will quickly wrap their bodies and take them to the sky. During this time, the protective net is actually open for a short time. About 1 second. After leaving the protective net, according to the predetermined route of the mecha flight, in about 2 to 3 seconds, the contestants will arrive at the entrance of the competition venue, where staff and medical personnel are waiting in real time. Now the little girl is obviously leaving in this way. It's just that they extended the time of the protective net to 10 minutes. But no matter how you calculate it, the process from the starship leaving the protective net to entering the entrance of the competition venue also only takes 2 to 3 seconds. But now, 10 seconds have passed. Why haven't they appeared yet? Could there be any accidents in this short 2 or 3 seconds? What happened? Why haven't they appeared yet? I thought I was stuck. And I refreshed frantically, but still didn't see Lanlan. I was at the scene, but I didn't see it either. There was already a quarrel at the scene, and many people were questioning the staff. Outside the entrance of the special corner state stadium, where 200,000 to 300,000 people gathered, the voices of the fans almost shattered the entire valley. They were looking for the figure of the little girl, their eyes fixed on the narrow exit all the time. Why haven't they come out? Why haven't they come out yet? The densely packed hovercrafts in the sky also honked their horns impatiently. The whole scene suddenly boiled like hot water in a pot. The entry of why Lanlan hasn't come out yet quickly became the first hot search on the Star Network. Lijia's face was very ugly. And Sophia, Hu Qingya, Muyu, and Inuo, who were sitting in the same hovercraft, also had very bad expressions. They all thought of a possibility. Who else could cause trouble in such a place? The president? Sophia hit the armrest of the car next to her, and she took out her communicator and dialed a number. No one answered the number. When the prompt tone ended, Sophia was already gritting her teeth, her eyes full of coldness. Why haven't you come out yet? Among the large group of black mechas suspended in the air, Donald's low voice came from the metal shell. The subordinates had been following him and were also confused when they heard it. It should have come out. Donald pondered for a moment, and he didn't know what he thought of. Suddenly, he leaned over and actually flew down with the mecha. Seeing this, the other rebels behind him hurriedly followed. The mighty group of black mechas rushed directly to the front of the stadium entrance, crossed the metal fence, and Donald grabbed the collar of a staff member. Where are the people? The fans in the front row who were originally dissatisfied with the black mechas who cut in line also shouted, "Yes! Where are the people? Where is Lanlan?" At the same time, Zhou Qin sat silently in a room in a hotel in Yaxing. He changed his face and leaned casually on a single sofa. And sitting opposite him was the high and mighty president of the empire. The other party's light computer on the table kept ringing and hanging up, until another 10 seconds passed. Seeing that the figure of the little girl still did not appear on the big screen next to him, Zhou Qin suddenly chuckled. How did you do it? He did not go to the scene to pick up his daughter, but came here to stare at the most unstable factor in front of him. But he didn't expect that Lanlan's departure from the stadium would still have an accident. But Zhou Qin really didn't know how this person did it. Obviously, all his actions were under his surveillance, and he couldn't do anything. The Interstellar Emperor, who was in a high and proud posture, stared at the person opposite him calmly. After a while, he pursed his lips and said, "If I say it wasn't me, would you believe me?" Zhou Qin didn't say anything, just raised his eyebrows. The president began to look at the man in front of him again, and even looked at the men behind him. After a while, he said, "Are you a rebel?" Zhou Qin didn't say anything. "Star pirates?" Zhou Qin still didn't say anything. "Sent by my political enemies?" Zhou Qin still didn't say anything. The president said calmly, "You can only have 2 identities. 1. Employed by Sophia. 2. Employed by the vice president. Maybe it's not that complicated." Zhou Qin said slowly. The president nodded. "You are very strong. Each of my personal guards is selected by me personally. But your people can knock them down without anyone noticing, and can also control me, which shows your strength." He threw out an olive branch. "Have you ever thought about working for me? The reward is easy to talk about." "Huh? Zhou Qin suddenly smiled, wearing a mechanical mask. His facial features are ordinary at this time, no different from any passerby on the street. He suddenly leaned forward, his elbows pressed on his knees, and he stared at the man in front of him. His smile faded in an instant, and his eyes were cold and dead. Actually, I'm already working for you. The warden of the prison star is at least a regular position. Rounding off. Of course, he is working for the president. The president frowned slightly, obviously not expecting the other party to give this answer. Zhou Qin straightened up again, his eyes calm. I ask again. How did you do it? Where is the person now? I don't know. The president was also a little impatient. My plan is not like this. I didn't think of stealing her. Stealing and robbing are different concepts. The former is not legitimate. I spent so much effort. Isn't it for a legitimate reason? Zhou Qin narrowed his eyes, not knowing whether he believed it or not. The president said again, now, I guess someone has already gone in to look for it. Let's make a bet. If it wasn't me who did it, you take away the mechanical mask, and we will both show our true faces. What if it was you? Zhou Qin said slowly. The president smiled. I give you my head. After a short silence. The next second, Zhou Qin suddenly sneered. Why do I need your head? The president said in a low voice. You can become like me. Then you will be the president? Zhou Qin leaned back on the soft chair at the back. No way. No one still thinks that the president is a good position. Right? Sorry. President? Not even a dog. The president's face turned cold instantly. At the same time, the organizer had indeed sent 3 staff members, wearing mechas, to search inside the stadium entrance. The distance between the protective net and the stadium entrance is called the gap space, which completely blocks signals because it is a climate turbulence zone. If there is an electronic signal, the signal collides with the climate turbulence, which may cause the entire protective net to collapse. So the organizers couldn't contact the location of the starship now, and could only let the staff go in. When the staff entered the stadium and wanted to fly along the protective net while searching, suddenly, they saw below them, at the bottom of the protective net, more than 200 mecha soldiers were actually surrounding a small starship. They quickly dived down, and when they got closer, they just heard a mecha soldier speaking human words to the starship with his own mechanical voice. Release. Release. Release the hostages immediately. Otherwise, I cut you. The last 4 words were not sure what the accent was. The starship could not recognize it, and the 3 staff members who flew in did not understand it very well. But they probably understood the meaning. The 200 mecha soldiers who chased the starship out of the stadium surrounded the starship halfway. These fools thought the little girl was kidnapped by the starship, and they demanded that the starship release the hostage immediately. 3 staff members, The starship is also a robot, and it is an elegant female robot housekeeper. Her soft voice gently floated out a warning. The road ahead is blocked. Requesting support. The road ahead is blocked. Requesting support. But because there was no signal in the gap space, her order for support could not be issued. At this time, a mecha soldier heard the voice of the starship robot butler and suddenly hesitated. Brother, this is a woman. Can't we hit women? The leader called the brother mocked. Bad guys are not divided by gender. The mecha soldier in front was taught. Okay. Brother. 3 staff members, But bad guys are not divided by gender. Who the hell is the bad guy? You are blocking here, and not letting the little girl leave the stadium. Are you still good people? The 3 staff members felt that this could not go on, and were about to step forward to explain the situation. Then the little girl in the starship said against the glass window, Taya Tuotuo. It was Ku's father who let Lanlan sit in this car. Ku's father said that Lanlan can see other parents when sitting in the car. Taya Tuotuo. Don't block the car. The mecha soldiers were very stubborn. Danger. Danger? Unknown machine. Danger? It's not an unknown machine. It's the car that takes Lanlan to see her parents. Danger? Danger? The mecha soldiers still warned. These mecha soldiers have never left the warehouse for pursuit training since they left the factory. They have only seen other companions, not other machines. They can't recognize the identity of this starship. And this starship is holding the little girl. They are also very anxious. So they surrounded the starship and wanted to rescue the little girl. Lanlan didn't know how to explain it. She said helplessly, but my sister won't open the door. Taya Tuotuo. Don't embarrass my sister. Because the starship housekeeper is a woman. Lanlan calls her sister. But the iron lumps didn't listen. They were also trying to explain, danger. Danger? Unknown machine. Danger? Lanlan, The 3 staff members finally understood that these 200 mecha soldiers couldn't have a good brain. They hurried forward. But when they saw the 3 of them coming, more than 200 mecha soldiers instantly took defensive postures. The 3 staff members immediately spoke up to show their friendliness. We have no ill intentions. Don't be impulsive. More than 200 mecha soldiers looked at each other with blue laser eyes. And one mecha soldier said, "Brother, 3 foreign mechas have come. And that woman has actually called for support. What to do?" The leader said simply and rudely, "Beat them." At the command, more than 200 mecha soldiers went into battle together, and almost dismembered the 3 staff members on the spot. At the critical moment, it was the little girl in the starship who slapped the window and shouted loudly, "Iron to Achuo! No fighting!" In an instant, the more than 200 mecha soldiers who had rushed to the noses of the 3 staff members suddenly reluctantly put away their weapons. And they stepped back a few steps and retreated to the front of the starship. Lanlan asked hurriedly, Uncle, are you here to look for Lanlan?" "Sorry. The Iron Toachuo are stupid. They thought Lanlan was caught by my sister, and asked my sister to let Lanlan go." "Uncle, can you let my sister open the door?" "Only if Lanlan goes out. The Iron Toachuo will not stop my sister." The little girl was too polite, and the 3 staff members, who were a little unhappy, softened their tone immediately. "Lanlan, this is the gap between the protective net and the entrance of the stadium. There is no road here. You can only rely on flying. If you want to leave the starship, you can only fly out." "But how do you fly out?" "Without a mecha. Without a starship. People can't grow wings like monsters. Fly." Lanlan looked at the white sky above. The 3 staff members discussed, or should we get another mecha in and let Lanlan fly out in it? But they were afraid that these mecha soldiers would not recognize other mechas. They just said they were foreign mechas. We were going to beat them up. "Mecha? Lanlan has a mecha," the little girl suddenly said through the glass. "There is a mecha in Lanlan's bag. Dad said that those hairbands are mechas. Lanlan has a rabbit mecha, a big white goose mecha, and a hedgehog mecha." The staff members obviously knew what the little girl was talking about. They were helpless. "Lanlan, the mecha must be able to fly." "Lanlan, none of your 3 mechas can fly." "Ah, you want one to fly?" "Lanlan has a mecha that can fly," the little girl said quickly. "Dubai. The goose mecha can fly because it has wings. But Lanlan broke the wings of the big white goose. But it doesn't matter. Lanlan has other mechas that can fly." Lanlan has carefully looked at the pendants of other hairbands before. The 3 staff members didn't believe it. "Are you sure? We have to fly very high. If you get lost in the gap, it will be dangerous. There are 2 climates inside and outside the fatal training ground. This is because the protective net closes the real Asian climate in the gap. If someone gets lost in the gap, it is very likely to fall into climate turbulence. If you encounter a tornado or something, it will be fatal." The 4-year-old girl, through the glass, quickly began to pull something out of the small backpack. After pulling for a while, she took out another hairband and showed it to the uncles. "This is it. This one can definitely fly. It can fly better than the big white goose. Lanlan will definitely keep up with the uncles. Lanlan will not get lost. The Iron Tuatua will also keep up with the uncles." The 3 staff members were still a little worried when they saw this. But they thought that at most they could fly slower and wait for the children. So they could only say, "Okay then." As they said, the 3 staff members approached the starship tremblingly under the watchful eyes of more than 200 mecha soldiers. One of the 3 was the starship maintenance engineer. The little girl didn't come out before because they were afraid that the starship flew into the climate turbulence. So when they came in to look for people, they specially brought the starship maintenance engineer. The maintenance technician used the tool compartment in his mecha to force the starship door open from the outside. As the door opened, a leading soldier immediately approached the hatch, respectfully spread out his 2 metal palms, gently carried the little girl inside, and put her on his shoulders. Lanlan sat steadily on Tuatua's body. At this time, woo woo woo, the anxious whimpering of Feng Qilang came from the starship. Lanlan glanced at the puppy and said, "Don't worry, puppy. You and Lanlan sit in a mecha." As she said that, her soft little hand pressed the hairband pendant on her hand hard. The next second, the overwhelming, Boiling red like blood suddenly hit everyone's eyes. The black mecha masks of the 3 staff members were suddenly illuminated by the scorching red like the sun. They looked at the alien mecha that suddenly exploded in front of them in surprise. In an instant, the 3 seemed to have lost their words. Why hasn't she come out yet? Why hasn't she come out yet? Why hasn't she come out yet? The outside is still boiling. 5 minutes have passed. A full 5 minutes. Where is Lanlan? Li Jie in the military hovercraft couldn't bear it anymore. He pushed open the door, pressed his mecha out, sat in directly, and swooped down. Hu Qingya and others couldn't show up, so they could only continue to wait in the car. Sophia asked Miyu, have you found out? Miyu's optical brain was almost broken. The starship can't be located. The gap space is a signal-free zone, and it is difficult to capture the starship's trace. What should we do now? It's been so long. What if Lanlan gets into trouble? Wow. Just then, a huge exclamation suddenly broke out from the fan group below. Several people hurriedly looked down. They saw that there were already mechas flying out from the entrance of the stadium. The first to fly out were 3 black mechas, which were the mechas of the 3 staff members who had just entered the entrance of the stadium. Everyone knew them. Donald, who had forced his way into the metal fence, grabbed a staff member's shoulder and asked fiercely, where are the people? Where are they? The staff member's armor shell was deformed by the grabbing. He quickly pointed back and said in a panic, in the back. He will be out soon. Donald immediately shook off the staff and approached the exit. At this moment, a stream of hot air suddenly sprayed out from inside. Donald subconsciously stepped back a little and saw a mecha soldier leaping out quickly. This mecha soldier was covered in silver armor. It was the first mecha soldier to fly out. And behind it, other mecha soldiers suddenly emerged like a flood. The senior fans in the front row began to cheer as they watched each mecha soldier appear. Little Silver. Big Silver. Big Silver. Big Silver. They could actually call out the name of each mecha soldier. And it wasn't just one person who called out, but a large group of people called out at the same time. The mecha soldiers heard someone calling their names, but they didn't even look at them. The densely packed mecha soldiers quickly flew into the air. Then, like majestic soldiers, they stood on both sides of the stadium entrance. They were huge and their numbers were amazing. They forced the staff in the fence to retreat, and even Donald and Li Jie retreated far back. The fans didn't dare to squeeze forward anymore. They just looked up at the sky above. In a short while, the mecha soldiers used their bodies to build 2 iron walls. They blocked the mechas, hovercrafts, or people who wanted to get close to here. They cleared the middle road. Then, at this moment, a bright red light suddenly emerged from the exit. The light was too dazzling, and the faces of the people in the front were instantly illuminated by the light. The light became more and more intense, until the giant flying mecha, like a behemoth, suddenly broke through the exit with a small range. Yes, break through, not drive out, because this bright red flying mecha is too big, and the narrow exit is not enough for it to pass through. So it directly knocked a new big hole in the exit. In the hotel room, Zhou Qin and the president watched the picture on the big screen at the same time. When the president saw the huge flying mecha breaking through the exit and floating above the sky with an absolutely magnificent posture, he suddenly stood up, and a rare expression of shock appeared on his face, which was always calm and self-controlled. He had seen the form of this mecha in an ancient book of Blue Star. Even the president was shocked, let alone others. In the special corner state, where more than 300,000 people gathered, it was so quiet at this time, as if there was no one. In the center of the square, surrounded by more than 200 loyal mecha soldiers, the fiery red giant bird was slowly flapping its wings. The red light enveloped everyone. Every feather on the giant bird's wings glowed red. Its head was small, but its body was long. In its swaying long tail, it seemed as if there was fire flowing all over its body. Its whole body was blood red, but only its chest was golden. It stood high above, looking down at the people below with pride. This was not a mecha. It seemed to be a strange beast. It looked so real, and so terrifying. In the military hovercraft, Hu Qingya, Sophia, and Ino looked at the scene in front of them, and they were a little speechless for a moment. They asked in a trance, what mecha is this? Only Muyu, who made the mecha, smiled and said slowly, Phoenix, one of the ancient Chinese mythical beasts. The Phoenix. The huge mythical beast Phoenix brought a huge visual impact to the Interstellar people, who did not know the history of China. At the same time, on the back of the phoenix burning like a flame, a mecha hatch slowly opened. The ignorant 4-year-old girl walked out of the hatch. So, the 300,000 people at the scene, and the hundreds of millions of interstellar netizens, who were watching the live broadcast saw at the same time, the phoenix hanging high in the sky, flapping its wings and soaring, and the little girl named Lanlan. She was standing on the back of the phoenix. The bright red divine bird was her mount. The more than 200 iron bone mecha soldiers around her were her guards. She was petite, but she seemed to be born to be so high and mighty. She was obviously weak, but she could look down on all living beings. There were countless people watching this scene in the entire Interstellar. At this moment, they were shocked. At this moment, they were crazy. Chapter 81. Ah! Lanlan! 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 Shit! What is this? Is this really a mecha? But? Why is it so beautiful? Ah! My god! Lanlan is still standing on its back. She seems to be glowing. On the Star Network, whether it is the live broadcast barrage or the hot search comments, they all exploded in an instant. The dense text quickly passed by, and the exclamations and screams in the text fully reflected how shocked the people who watched this scene were. Not only was there a commotion on the Star Network, but there were even more people howling on the scene. At the moment when they saw the divine bird proudly in the sky, the 300,000 people on the scene were silent. But after the silence, the madness that suddenly broke out was almost to the point of overturning the entire Cape State. The banners in the hands of the fans were raised high. They shouted vigorously, and their faces were flushed with excitement. Donald's 30,000 mecha subordinates silently saluted the little girl in front of them, who looked down on everyone. That was their young master. She was so dazzling. The hovercraft floating in the sky began to honk in a mess. But after a while, the rhythm of these honks became unified again, as if thousands of people were playing a drum music at the same time, and the high pitch echoed with the shouting crowd below. At the same time, boom! It was the sound of fireworks suddenly rising into the sky, and then exploding violently. The blue sky. The sun was dazzling, and under the reflection of the golden light, the gorgeous fireworks bloomed dazzlingly, as if adding a layer of halo to the girl on the divine bird. The honking of the hovercraft and the shouting of the crowd suddenly became louder, and in such a warm scene that was almost unprecedented. The little girl, surrounded by the crowd, was so scared that she shrank back into the mecha cabin. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Lanlan had already come out and was about to look around to see where her parents were. As a result, as soon as she showed her head, before she saw anything, there were sudden loud noises around. Lanlan didn't know what happened, so she hid quickly. But she was afraid and wanted to see, so she quietly showed her two eyes again, looking around in panic, because the little phoenix was surrounded by iron lumps. So when Lanlan saw it at first glance, the first thing she saw was the iron lumps surrounding her. Until she looked carefully behind the iron lumps, she saw so many people. Ah! Feng Qilang didn't know what was going on outside, and was trying to arch his head and stick his head out to see. Lanlan gave the little dog some space. Then the next second, watching the crackling fireworks in the sky, listening to the beeping of the hovercraft in the distance, and looking down, the voices of people like the raging waves, Feng Qilang was also confused. After a while, Feng Qilang quickly bit the corner of the little girl clothes and dragged her into the mecha cabin. Don't go out. It's so scary. Lanlan also felt it was so scary. She was obviously looking for her parents. But now, she seemed to have accidentally entered some strange place. Not right? They seemed to be calling Lanlan name? The little girl was confused again. She hid behind Xiao Feng Wang and Tai Tuachua stealthily, looking here and there with her big eyes timidly. After a while, Lanlan really saw her name in the sky. Lanlan baby. Yes! It's Lanlan name. Lanlan baby. The Lanlan inside is Lanlan name. Lanlan looked at the words on the fireworks, and before she could figure out what was going on, the next second, the fireworks shattered, and the words gradually dissipated like flowing light. Lanlan. 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 At the same time, deafening shouts rang out again. Everyone present was cheering, calling their favorite babies frantically. Lanlan was still hiding in the little phoenix. She mumbled and asked, "Who are you?" Lanlan. 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 The little girl voice was too soft. In the venue of more than 300,000 people, naturally no one could hear what she said. They were still reveling, and still expressing their love for the little girl fiercely. And at this moment, suddenly, behind the metal fence at the exit below, two lights, one black and one gold, suddenly moved. Donald and Ligia almost went up to the sky at the same time. They were about to approach the little girl, but were quickly intercepted by the strict mecha soldiers. The two stood outside the mecha soldiers. They took off their helmets. Donald spoke first. I am your dad. The little girl's shouting voice blurted out. Donald was stunned for a moment, thinking that I am your brother, not your father. But he found that the little girl was not talking to him, but to the person next to him. Donald had only the little girl in his eyes before, and he didn't notice that the person standing next to him was actually his old enemy, the captain of the Empire's killing hunting team 1, the violent god Ligia. Donald frowned. Lanlan was very happy to see Li's father, and she quickly drove the little phoenix towards her father. The mecha soldiers retreated a little when they saw that the little girl knew this foreign mecha. Ligia's face was gentle, and he also flew towards the divine bird mecha. As soon as he came forward, he hugged the little girl on the back of the mecha into his arms. The cold iron sheet was a bit rubbing and not soft. But in this situation surrounded by hundreds of thousands of strangers, the little girl finally saw her father, and she immediately hugged her father's neck and muttered in a muffled voice, Dad. Lanlan is so scared. The mechanical glove on the young man's right hand was removed, and he revealed his original palm. The warm palm was pressed against the back of the little girl's head, and he patiently stroked her. Lanlan is not afraid. Dad is here. The little girl was still very scared. She quietly glanced at the people around her and below. She puffed her cheeks and asked carefully, Dad, did Lanlan do something wrong? Why are you all around Lanlan? Ligia chuckled. Lanlan did nothing wrong. Everyone likes Lanlan, so they are around Lanlan. Ah? The little girl was a little unconvinced, but Lanlan doesn't know them. Why do they like Lanlan? They know you. The little girl didn't understand even more, and she scratched her head in confusion. At this time, a black mecha flew over in front. Donald was afraid of being recognized by the god of violence, so he had already closed his mecha helmet. He was wrapped in black metal and floated in front of the little girl. The young commander of the rebel army, who was always arrogant, was a little embarrassed at this moment. I am your... He wanted to say that I am your brother, but he saw Ligia, who was also looking at him. Ligia also said that he was Lanlan's father, and his father also said that he was Lanlan's father. So whose family is Lanlan? What is the relationship between his father and Ligia? He thought about it a lot, thinking that he still had 30,000 people with him. Even if he considered the safety of 30,000 rebels, he could not confess his identity in front of the god of war of the Empire. So after thinking for a while, Donald gritted his teeth and said, Fan. Ligia raised his eyebrows. He saw this kid just now, but for Ka's sake, he pretended not to see him. As long as this man does not do evil in Asia Star, he can let him go. But Lanlan didn't quite understand. She looked at this iron lump. Ah? Donald said in a serious tone, I mean, I am your fan. I like this very much. As he said that, Donald suddenly took out a book from his mecha cabin. In today's interstellar space, there are very few paper books. But because it is said that the people of Blue Star read paper books, there are many paper books related to Blue Star's history books. And the book about Blue Star in front of him is called 2 or 3 Things About Blue Star. There are 6 words on the cover, and Lanlan knows 5 of them. The little girl stretched out her hand in surprise. Ah, Blue Star. Donald's face hidden in the helmet was smiling. Yes, I like Blue Star. Lanlan immediately said, Lanlan likes Blue Star too. Donald stepped forward and wanted to say something, but Ligia took the little girl back half a step. Donald frowned, and his face instantly became extremely unfriendly. But Ligia didn't care what he thought. He just looked at the increasing number of people below, holding his daughter, and asked, Lanlan, do you want to take the mecha? Or do you want Dad to carry you? There are too many people here. Not suitable for a father-daughter reunion. Lanlan was about to say that the puppy was still in the Phoenix, and she could drive the Phoenix and follow her father. But when she saw the dense crowd below again, the little girl puffed her cheeks and suddenly asked, Dad, do these people really know Lanlan and like Lanlan? So they're surrounding Lanlan? Ligia nodded, yes. The little girl lowered her eyebrows and said, Dad, Lanlan wants to go back to the Phoenix. Ligia put her back in the Phoenix mecha and was about to remind her to follow her father closely. The little girl got into the mecha, pressed a button, and then stuck her head out with something like a microphone. The little girl coughed lightly, and the weak cough spread through the sound amplification equipment, making the noisy scene suddenly fall into silence. Lanlan held the microphone in one hand and the hatch handle of the Phoenix mecha in the other. Her hands were sweaty. She was obviously very nervous and flustered. But she still spoke in a trembling voice. Dad said that everyone likes Lanlan, so they are around Lanlan. Lanlan has never seen so many people. But Lanlan thanks everyone for liking Lanlan. The silence continued until a second later, when the excited crowd shouted again, You're welcome. Lanlan. You're welcome. The little girl heard those voices clearly. Her little face flushed, and she said again, Lanlan is leaving now. People shouted from below, Don't go. Lanlan. Don't go. Lanlan was a little stunned, but Daddy is going to take Lanlan home. No. No. Lanlan shook her head. I have to go home. Lanlan has to go home to take a shower. Lanlan is smelly. Ha ha. A lot of laughter rang out from below. The little girl was amused and laughed a little. She muttered, Goodbye everyone. After that, the little girl went back into the little Phoenix. After turning off the loudspeaker, Lanlan patted her chest and said to the little dog beside her, There are too many people. Lanlan is still so scared. The wind wolf licked the little girl's chin and rubbed against the little girl. The little girl also kissed the little dog, and then she pressed another button. The next second, the huge divine bird that was originally suspended in the sky and stopped moving began to wave its fiery red wings. Ligia put on the mask, and he drove the mecha and flew in front. The divine bird was behind him, and even further behind, a dense string of mecha soldiers followed them closely. Lanlan. Lanlan. Countless fans continued to shout, and countless hovercrafts began to follow them. Lanlan flew, and manipulated the little Phoenix to look back and down. The more she looked, the more frightened she was. There were so many people outside. Lanlan was really scared. She asked the puppy, Little puppy, do they really like Lanlan and surround Lanlan? But there are really too many people, and Lanlan really doesn't know them. The little girl started to get scared again. She swallowed her saliva and hurriedly chased her father. She didn't dare to look anywhere else. The speed of the hovercraft is naturally not as fast as the speed of the mecha. After all, the hovercraft has an aviation speed limit. But after a while, most of the people were left behind. When Ligia took Lanlan directly into the Yaxing military region, the people behind were naturally separated. The video about Lanlan stepping on the divine bird and thanking everyone is going viral on the Star Network. The crowd at the entrance of the Tejiaza competition venue, where the little girl had lost her trace, was slowly dispersing. And at this moment, no one noticed that another mecha was quietly flying out of the broken hole at the entrance. Cus, who had withdrawn from the competition, took off the competition mecha. He looked forward and saw that there were still some scattered people outside. Zila, a military hovercraft, stopped in front of him. Cus saw Muyu sitting in the driver's seat, and Hu Qingya and others behind him. He opened the back door and got in. Donald, who had just flown away with Lanlan, was not paying attention. When he looked at the live broadcast room again, he found that his father had withdrawn from the competition. Look at the sister who could no longer catch up in front. Donald narrowed his eyes and immediately led his people back quickly. But when the 30,000 mechas rumbled back to Tejiazu again, not to mention his father, even the daylily was gone. Donald, gnashing his teeth. Donald was furious. Damn it. He lost his sister and his father. He came here for nothing today. Ligia said that after getting rid of those fans, he would bring Lanlan and come to the hotel to find us directly. Hu Qingya looked at the message sent by Ligia on her laptop and said to the others in the car, Muyu is a little unhappy. We are Lanlan parents. Why are we so ashamed? Ino said with a smile, We are indeed ashamed. We are fugitives. Muyu, Hu Qingya said to Cus at this time, I just saw your son. He brought tens of thousands of people here. Cus frowned. Is he sick? Hu Qingya smiled. I don't know. Ask him yourself. Cus said nothing, just watching the city scenery passing by quickly outside the car window. Sophia suddenly said, By the way, where did Zhou Qin go? When she asked this, Everyone fell silent. Yes, Zhou Qin was absent for such an important event as picking up Lanlan. At the same time, in the hotel room, looking at the Golden Mecha and the Phoenix Mecha that had entered the Yaxing military region, the president turned his provocative eyes to the plain-looking young man opposite him. How is it? Zhou Qin asked slowly. What do you mean? It wasn't me. The president said calmly. Didn't we just agree that if it wasn't me, you would take off your mask and treat each other with sincerity? Zhou Qin laughed. Then how can you be sure that when I take off this mask, I won't show another mask? The president raised his eyebrows. It seems that this gentleman is going to be a person who can't afford to lose. Provocation is useless. Zhou Qin stood up from the sofa, looked at his light brain, and said, take a break. As soon as he finished speaking, his men behind him suddenly invaded. And then a needle was injected into the blood vessel in the president's neck. The president had practiced fighting when he was young. But that was hundreds of years ago. His fighting ability is no longer what it used to be. The dizziness came quickly. But, just before he lost consciousness, the man saw that the facial features of the young man in front of him were changing rapidly. Until the moment when his vision was completely blurred. The president saw another face. A shadowy face. But he felt very familiar. Then, the man said in a light voice, okay, the provocation method is still useful. Until the high and mighty president completely lost consciousness. Zhou Qin, who had restored his original appearance, turned around and left with his men. It was not until he walked out of the hotel that a subordinate asked in confusion, my lord, are you just going to let him go? Zhou Qin glanced at his subordinate. Then what do you want? The subordinate immediately lowered his head and dared not say a word. Zhou Qin said calmly, kill him? Do you think he is afraid of death? If he was afraid of death, he would not have been so relaxed until the end. This man has been president for more than 300 years. So he will not rely on his personal guards to save his life. Have you heard of the heart armor? The subordinates were stunned. They were in the black market for heart armor. So they had heard of it. It is said that a mecha master more than 1,000 years ago carefully forged a Super 3S mecha. No one has ever seen what the so-called Super 3S mecha looks like. But it is said that the mecha can be connected to the owner's bloodline. It is a protective mecha that can resist fatal attacks for the owner. You mean? The president mecha. Have you seen him use his own life mecha? High-level ability users all have their own exclusive mechas. But there is only one person who has never been seen using his own life mecha since he was young. Zhou Qin sat on his hovercraft, raised his head slightly, and rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. The heart armor is in his body. Once it is fatally injured, the heart armor will be passively triggered. At that time, who will die is uncertain. Protective mecha has the function of anti-injury. Of course, this is not the only reason for not killing the president. Mainly, he is still useful. The hovercraft flew into the sky and drove straight towards a remote hotel. 2 hours later, when the people were still unable to calm down because of Lanlan matter, after more than 10 days of absence, the little girl finally took a fragrant bath with a furry short hair and rushed into the room, into the arms of her fatherly. Behind the little girl, Feng Qilang, who was also washed shiny, followed out of the bathroom. After shaking his body, Feng Qilang shook the surroundings with floating hair everywhere. And then, he quickly followed the little girl and stood at the little girl's feet and spun around. Li Jia sat on the sofa, holding his daughter in his arms. He looked at his daughter's cute pink face carefully. And the more he looked, the more he missed her. Since he left 4 years ago, he really hasn't seen Lanlan for a long time. The young man rubbed his daughter's messy short hair again and asked with a smile, why is it so frizzy? After taking a bath, it can be dried automatically. After drying, most people's hair is no different from usual. But the little girl didn't comb her hair after drying, so her short hair looked like it was frizzy. Lanlan lowered her head shyly and scratched her soft hair. Come! Dad will comb it for you. Li Jia went into the bathroom and took out a comb. He asked the little girl to face away from him and began to clumsily braid her daughter's hair. Li Jia, did you? At this moment, the door of the house was suddenly pushed open, accompanied by a familiar male voice. Li Jia looked at the man who rushed in from the door with displeasure. Lanlan also turned her head and looked at the door in confusion. Fuck! It's really Lanlan. Alive Lanlan. The man at the door was instantly excited. He closed the door with his backhand and ran in quickly. Lanlan was startled and quickly hid in Li Father's arms, holding Li Father close tightly with his little hands. At the same time, Feng Qilang, who was lying next to the sofa, suddenly stood up and bared his teeth and roared at the stranger who came with bad intentions. The person who came in was the owner of the bar in Wangjiu Lane. He and the violent god Li Jia were once comrades in arms. After retiring, he ran a bar in Wangjiu Lane. Li Jia had just entered the Yaxing military region and hid for a while, and then took Lanlan back to Wangjiu Lane from the back door. After all, this is probably the quietest place in the entire Yaxing now. In the end, he was still targeted. Li Jia looked at his friend unhappily. Don't mess with it. It really bites. I almost got bitten. Li Jia pointed at his arm. After entering the military area, they put away the mecha and replaced it with a hovercraft. As a result, when getting on the car, Li Jia pushed Feng Qilang to make it move faster. Feng Qilang turned its head and bit him, almost biting Li Jia hand bones. The store owner naturally didn't dare to mess with this two's beast. He retreated carefully until he retreated to the door and sat on the small stool for changing shoes. He shrank his neck and said, I just heard the girl in the store say that you came back with a child. So I came up to see. But I didn't expect you really brought Lanlan back. Knock on the door next time. Li Jia said nothing, and continued to braid his daughter's hair. But the young man had never braided a child's hair before. And after a long time, he only braided two extremely ugly little pigtails. Lanlan didn't look in the mirror, and didn't know what she looked like now. She just held her father close obediently, and looked at the strange uncle at the door curiously. When the shop owner saw the little girl looking at him, he immediately waved at her. Hi, Lanlan. Lanlan blinked her eyes, and said softly, Hello, uncle. The shop owner's heart almost melted. Li Jia, Li Jia, Li Jia. She is really cute. Baoshan looked proud, of course. The shop owner said again, I also watched the live broadcast just now. Lanlan, your bird mecha is really cool. Hey, where are your mecha soldiers? Why are they not here? The little girl said obediently, Dad said that there are too many iron lumps, and they are too conspicuous on the road. So he put them in the chain. Lanlan picked up a blue crystal bracelet on the table. There are 11 crystals on this bracelet. Dad said that if Lanlan pinches one, 20 iron lumps will pop out. Oh, yes. They are indeed too conspicuous, the shop owner said, holding his face with both hands, looking at the little girl infatuatedly. With an ant smile on his face, Lanlan, Uncle will cook for you tonight and make delicious food. What do you like to eat? Don't worry. The edible crops made by Uncle are definitely 100 times more delicious than those sold outside. Lanlan was a little greedy. She licked her little mouth. Li Jia said directly, Next time. We have to leave in a while. The shop owner immediately sat up straight. Where to go? To meet Lanlan's other parents. Glancing at his light brain that began to vibrate again, Li Jia was speechless. Since he took Lanlan away, until now, in just 2 hours, he has received more than 300 missed calls from Hu Qingya and others. Why? They are still afraid that he will take Lanlan away and never give it back to them for the rest of his life? Wait, don't say it. They might really think so. That group of lunatics always treated him as an outsider. Thinking of this, Li Jia lowered his head and pinched his daughter's nose again, and asked, Lanlan, among all the parents, which one do you like the most? Lanlan was stunned for a moment, not knowing why Li Father suddenly asked this question. However, because she is often asked this question, Lanlan has a standard answer for this question. The little girl smiled sweetly and said, Lanlan's favorite is of course Li Father. Li Jia felt comfortable immediately, and he was very proud. I knew it. Seeing that Li Father really believed it, Lanlan quietly stuck out her tongue and patted her chest. Wal's father taught that whichever father or mother is there, just say which one you like the most, so you will definitely not make a mistake. Chapter 82. After packing up, Li Jia took Lanlan out. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the two arrived at the agreed hotel. The moment Lanlan opened the hotel room, before she could react, she was suddenly hugged by a soft body. Lanlan. Lanlan was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that it was Yaya's mother who hugged her. The little girl was very surprised. Yaya, mother, why are you here? Then the little girl looked to the side and saw that Sophia mother, Ino's father, Muyu father, Ku's father, and the warden's father were all there. Ah, Mom and Dad, are you here to see Lanlan? The little girl was so happy that she hugged Yaya's mother with her short hands. When Yaya's mother let her go, she rushed into the arms of other parents like a small cannonball. Everyone wanted Lanlan to death a long time ago. Sophia held her daughter's face and said distressfully, "Why are you thinner?" Inuo also said, "Your skin has darkened." Muyu was the most exaggerated. He touched the little girl's hand and said, "Your hand has become thicker." Li Jia closed the door of the room and sat down in a random place in the room. He said lightly, "It's almost over. It's not that serious." Everyone turned their heads and glared at him. "It's so serious. Do you care about Lanlan?" Li Jia, Li Jia was scolded by everyone and stopped talking. He found a bowl in the room, poured a bowl of water on the ground, and gave it to Feng Qilang, who followed him. "Lanlan, you have suffered a lot during this period, right?" Sophia held the little girl in her arms and touched her little face repeatedly. Lanlan hugged Sophia's mother's neck and murmured softly, "Lanlan has not suffered." Sophia mother, "Lanlan has always been eating nutrient solution." Sophia smiled. She scratched the little girl's nose. "You made the nutrient solution yourself. We all saw it. Poor thing. When has our Lanlan ever done so many things at home? Collecting grass and making fire. It's so hard." Lanlan was a little surprised. "Ah, did Mom see Lanlan making nutrient solution?" But Lanlan made the nutrient solution in the mountains. "How did Mom know?" "Lanlan, you are live streaming," Muyu said, turning on his light computer screen and showing the little girl the video playback on the screen. Lanlan saw herself on the screen. Her eyes widened in surprise, and her little expression was completely stunned. Hey! Why is Lanlan in there?" Muyu patiently explained to the little girl, who was 4 years old but only knew how to take pictures and videos, and didn't know what live streaming was. The little girl was very smart. After the explanation, she understood immediately. Oh, this is live broadcasting. Lanlan knows about live broadcasting. Lanlan has seen others live broadcasting. Muyu was stunned. "When have you seen others live broadcasting?" The little girl scratched her head. "It was on Blue Star." Lanlan saw others live broadcasting when she was on Blue Star. This is not the first time the little girl talked about what she had seen on Blue Star. In fact, in the arena, Lanlan mentioned more than once that she had seen Blue Star. The barrage thought that the little girl took some holographic videos seriously, and did not take it seriously. However, as parents who have accompanied Lanlan to grow up, everyone naturally knew that Lanlan was not talking about the video. Zhou Qin suddenly waved, "Lanlan, come here." The little girl jumped and ran towards the warden father. Zhou Qin held his daughter in his arms and asked patiently, "Lanlan, didn't you always suddenly remember something before? Then you had a headache when you remembered it. Do you still have a headache now?" Lanlan touched her little head and shook her head. "No. Lanlan hasn't had a headache for a long time." Zhou Qin pondered. Everyone saw that his expression was wrong. And Hu Qingya asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Qin pointed to another suite on the right side of the room. "Lanlan, your parents brought you a lot of delicious snacks. Can you take the puppy to eat?" The little girl's eyes lit up immediately. "Okay." The little girl came out of the arms of the warden father, and she excitedly took the puppy to the next suite. When the little girl entered the suite, Zhou Qin lowered his voice and said lightly, "You've grown taller, and you won't have a headache anymore. What do you think this means?" Everyone was silent for a while. After a long while, Hu Qingya finally spoke. "Does it mean that she is really not suitable for the Death Star? After leaving the Death Star, everything will be fine." Sure enough, the mutated climate of the Death Star affected her. Not only that, Zhou Qin pursed his lips and finally said his guess. He didn't say it before because he was still observing. Now, he is basically sure. As the young man's voice fell, the small room suddenly became silent. After a while, Sophia spoke up. "Zhou Qin, aren't you overthinking it? You said Lanlan is not a human? Lanlan is indeed amazing. We all know this. But we can't conclude that she is not a human. She has flesh and blood, needs to eat and drink water. And when we held her, she did look like a human. Didn't she?" Muyu followed up, "Yes. And when we first picked her up, she looked like a baby. Have you forgotten? She later grew up eating milk powder. And you asked someone to bring the milk powder to the Death Star." Ino nodded. "I think Lanlan is definitely a human. This is absolute. If she is not a human, What is she? A strange plant? Is it a strange beast? She just can't adapt to the land of the Death Star. But when she arrived at Asia Star, a planet more suitable for human habitation, she was fine. Everyone was unwilling to accept Zhou Qing's point of view. Of course, they knew how amazing Lanlan was, but they were unwilling to delve into another possibility behind this magic. Ino deliberately said that Lanlan was a strange beast and strange plant, because he knew that even if Lanlan was really some kind of strange beast and strange plant that mutated into a human, it would be more acceptable than her having another identity. According to Zhou Qing meaning, what is Lanlan? It is a god. It is the god of the universe. But she is obviously just a confused little girl. She just needs to be happy, be spoiled by them, grow up smoothly and healthily, and be the happiest child in the world. If Lanlan is really a god, then why did she become a little baby? How will she grow up in the future? Will she no longer be as carefree as before? Everyone is unwilling to think in this direction. The room fell into a brief silence. After a long time, Li Jie slowly said, "Does the god of the universe really exist?" Zhou Qing glanced at everyone, closed his eyes, and pressed his eyebrows. "I didn't say that Lanlan is the god of the universe." As soon as this was said, everyone looked at him again. Didn't say it? But what he meant just now was clearly a hint that Lanlan was a god. She is Lan Xing. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened. Blue Star? Lanlan is the god of Blue Star? Zhou Qing then opened his light brain, and he intercepted a report about the disappearance of Blue Star and enlarged it for everyone to see. On the screen, there were large paragraphs of text speculating why the remains of Blue Star disappeared and where the remains of Blue Star last appeared. This report was from more than 2,000 years ago. At that time, the Interstellar people did not believe in the existence of Blue Star as extreme as they do now. Everyone was still trying hard to find Blue Star, hoping to restore their past. After reading one report, Zhou Qing turned to the next one. It can be seen that he has done a lot of data investigation recently. After reading all the more than a dozen documents, the scene fell into silence again. After a while, Hu Qingya slowly said, "Elephant." She just saw that one of the documents was about the Blue Star Animal Atlas. Among them, there is an animal called elephant. It looks very thick and tall, with two curved tusks on both sides of its long nose. This animal called elephant does not exist in the interstellar space. The literature speculates that elephants are too large to be transported even if they are small. Therefore, when the ancestors of Blue Star left Blue Star and immigrated to the interstellar space, they did not take any samples of elephants with them. Therefore, there are no elephants in the interstellar space now. However, pictures of elephants are recorded in the ancient books of Blue Star, and therefore, later generations know the existence of this animal. Hu Qingya exhaled. Lanlan has painted elephants, and the portraits are in her treasure house. Although her paintings are immature, the elephants in the paintings do look exactly like the one in the picture just now. Then the question is, how did Lanlan accurately draw the appearance of an elephant without having seen an elephant? You know, Lanlan was only 1.5 years old when she first drew an elephant. At that time, she had just learned to use a children's holographic pen. No one took the random scribbles seriously, thinking that she was just scribbling. But now, seeing the elephant, Hu Qingya knew that Lanlan was not just scribbling. When she was 1.5 years old, she knew what an elephant looked like without having seen one, and could even draw it vaguely. The scene fell into silence again. After a while, Cus hesitated and said, Lanlan does know a lot about Blue Star, and no one in the Death Star told her these things. Sophia pressed her aching forehead and looked into the suite next to her. She saw the little girl still taking out snacks. She opened a jar of dried fruit, took a bite of the dried mango, and then took another one and handed it to Feng Qilang. So Lanlan is really the god of Blue Star? Blue Star is gone, but the god of Blue Star survived? Sophia felt that her worldview was shattered. The daughter she raised with great difficulty turned out to be a god? It's either a god or Blue Star. Zhou Qing frowned. Was his words so difficult to understand? God is a spirit, not a physical object, like the god of the universe. Does he really exist? No. What people revere is just the spirit of God. If there is something in the universe that is infinitely close to the god of the universe, then it is probably dark matter. After all, dark matter that changes the genes of all organisms is the overlord of the universe. In a sense, it gives new life to interstellar organisms. It is indeed the father god of all organisms. No. You mean? Lanlan is a planet? The Muyu people were stunned. You might as well say she is the god of the blue star. The god at least has an image. But the planet is a ball. Zhou Qin is talking about something very new. Something that others cannot understand. Mom and Dad. At this time, the little girl ran out holding her 2 snack cans. Behind her, Feng Qilang always followed her. The little girl walked up to the parents, took the dried fruit, and happily fed them into their mouths. Sophia ate the dried fruit, touched her daughter's face, and praised, "Baby is so good." Lanlan smiled innocently, and continued to feed other parents. After they were all fed, the little girl chewed the dried fruit by herself, sat in the arms of the warden father, blinked her eyes, and looked at everyone. After Lanlan came out, everyone stopped talking. At this time, Zhou Qin suddenly asked, "Lanlan, we are leaving Asia Star. Where do you want to go?" The little girl frowned. Leaving Asia Star? But won't Lanlan live in Asia Star in the future? When the warden father sent Lanlan to the starship from the Death Star, he clearly said that Lanlan had to live in Asia Star obediently. Zhou Qin touched the little girl's hair. It doesn't have to be an Asia Star. Lanlan can go wherever she wants. The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Then Lanlan wants to go to Blue Star. Dad? Lanlan promised Haihei that she would take Haihei to Blue Star to play. Can Dad take Lanlan to Blue Star? Lanlan wants to wait until Haihei wakes up and give Haihei a surprise. Zhou Qin knew that the Haihei she was talking about was the small black mole on the palm of her hand. The man spread the little girl palm, looked at the mole on her palm, and narrowed his eyes. Is Haihei not awake yet? Lanlan shook her head. No. I don't know how long Haihei will sleep. Zhou Qin stroked the black mole on the little girl palm, and then closed the little girl hand and said, "But Lanlan, there is no blue star in the interstellar space." The little girl disagreed as soon as she heard it. "Ah, how can there be no blue star? There is a blue star." Zhou Qin said, "That means Dad can't find the location of blue star. Can Lanlan find it?" The little girl thought about it, then scratched her head. Lanlan should be able to find it. The little girl was not sure, because she had never been to Blue Star from Asia Star. Could she get lost? Zhou Qin nodded and smiled. If Lanlan can find Blue Star, then we will go to Blue Star. At night, Lanlan fell asleep very early, and Feng Qilang slept in the same bed with her. After making sure that the little girl was asleep, everyone closed the door and sat outside to continue the meeting. Do you really want to go to Blue Star? But how do you get there? Where is Blue Star? Why don't you take Lanlan to some places with good air to play? At first, let Lanlan come to Asia Star, just because Li Jie is more convenient in Asia Star. Anyway, we are out now, so just take Lanlan to play all over the Interstellar. Ah? We are not going back to Death Star? Are you going back? What are you going back for? You have to go back. At this time, Zhou Qin, the warden, spoke suddenly. Everyone was silent and looked at him at the same time. Zhou Qin raised his cold eyes and looked at everyone. And then he clicked on a voice in his light brain. The next second, a very familiar and gentle male voice came out in the voice. Did you die outside? I watered the flowers, fed the wolves, and even took the shifts. Those researchers from the capital star who came to collect samples have been left alone in the starport for 3 days. I have a restriction chip implanted in my fucking body, and I can't leave the Death Star. No one went to pick them up. Do you know how hard it was for me to apply for permission to call you? You still don't answer. What? You just don't care about it at all? Zhou Qin? I'm asking you. Zhou Qin? The surname Zhou? Stupid. Click. Zhou Qin quickly interrupted the voice, stopping the insults behind it. The room fell into silence in an instant. The few people who were out there had indeed forgotten about the few innocent people on the Death Star. Hu Qingya asked, so we're going back now. Zhou Qin looked at Muyu, remotely unlock his chip. Muyu nodded, turned on his light brain and started running. But this prison chip has a self-destruct program. Once unlocked, it can only take effect for 2 hours at most. After 2 hours, he must return to the Death Star immediately. If he exceeds the range, he will explode. Yeah, Zhou Qin said in a low voice. 2 hours is enough. Muyu fiddled with it for nearly an hour before finally unlocking the chip. As the chip was unlocked, Val, who was still busy with his work as the warden, immediately received the shutdown prompt of the chip in his body. Val was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized something. He quickly got up, changed into a mechanical mask, and drove the Warden starship directly, and hurried out of the Death Star. And on Yaxing's side, after getting the chip, Miyu turned off his optical computer and asked again, "So where are we going next?" "Dark Star," Zhou Qin said. Dark Star is a planet in the Western universe, around the solar system. According to expert speculation, the ancient blue star is also in the solar system and is near the Western universe. It seems that the night time on Dark Star is particularly long. Right? Ino had never been to Dark Star, so he asked casually. Sophia said, according to the 24-hour system, there are 20 hours of darkness and only 4 hours of daylight there. So it is called Dark Star, because it is almost dark night inside. Hu Qingyao looked at Sophia at this time. If she remembered correctly, Sophia was from Dark Star. Her whole family also died on Dark Star. Zhou Qin then spoke again. Go to Dark Star first. Then look for Blue Star. And the time is set to 1 month. Cus asked, why 1 month? Test. Zhou Qin said. Let's test whether Lanlan can grow taller smoothly after leaving Asia Star and leaving the love and faith of the public. If she can still grow up healthily, it means that Zhou Qin guesses wrong. Lanlan was affected by the Death Star. As long as she leaves the Death Star, she can recover all her body functions. She is not a blue star that needs love and faith. But if Lanlan growth stops again at that time, it means that Zhou Qin is right. In the future, they must let Lanlan continue to gain faith. No one said anything until Zhou Qin finished speaking. After a while, Cus said, okay. Since it is for Lanlan to grow up healthily, they must reveal some truths. It was a quiet interstellar night. The heat about Lanlan on the star network has not passed. Countless people said that the fatal training ground has become ugly without Lanlan. However, it is worth mentioning that less than half an hour after Lanlan left the stadium at noon, more than 100 mecha soldiers ran out. And then Yiling and his team started a battle with the mecha soldiers. Of course, because they were well prepared in advance, the battle was smooth. But several people were still injured in the process. Princess Nana, an ordinary S-level rookie who was not favored by anyone, is likely to win the championship this time because of good luck. The next morning, Lanlan just woke up and saw Dadley sitting by her bed. The little girl was trapped in the soft mattress, and next to her was a little dog who was sleeping on such a soft bed for the first time and was a little lazy. Lanlan rubbed her eyes and yawned. Dad. Li Jie touched his daughter's hair and said, it's time to get up. We have to leave today. The little girl sat up from the bed with difficulty. Where to? Lan Xing. When Lan Xing was mentioned, Lanlan was no longer sleepy. She happily reached out to her father. Li Jie picked up his daughter. He held his daughter in one hand and opened the wardrobe with the other hand to take out the little skirt they bought for Lanlan. After a while, Lanlan came out of the bathroom and put on a princess dress with puff sleeves. Sophia had already prepared breakfast for her daughter. Everyone praised Lanlan for being so pretty. Wow. Lanlan is really a little princess. Why is Lanlan so pretty? Lanlan. Can mommy braid your hair into a princess braid today? Lanlan. Do you want to wear a crown? Would you like to wear this sapphire crown hairpin or this pink diamond crown hairpin? Lanlan was pushed to the mirror by Yaya mother. Looking at herself in the mirror, the little girl cheeks were a little red. She finally pointed at the blue hairpin and said, this. Lanlan likes blue. Okay. Then mommy will braid Lanlan hair. Li Jie sat at the dining table and accidentally glanced over here. He found that Hu Qingyao was skilled. Yesterday, Lanlan's soft and slippery hair in his hands was smoothed by Hu Qingyao in 2 or 3 strokes today. Li Jie secretly learned. Then, within a few minutes, the 3 braids were tied back, and a small sapphire crown was placed on the top of the head. A symbolic little princess appeared. Hu Qingyao asked in the mirror, Lanlan, do you look good? Lanlan looked at herself in the mirror, pursed her lips, and murmured shyly, looks good. Hu Qingyao pointed at her face. Lanlan was very smart, and immediately tiptoed to kiss her mother's face. Hu Qingyao smiled and hugged the little girl, putting her in the child's seat next to the dining table. Lanlan picked up the small cup and began to drink soy milk obediently. After drinking a mouthful of soy milk, a circle of white milk beard appeared on the little girl's mouth. Lanlan didn't know, so she reached out to take the bun again. After biting off half of the bun, Lanlan raised the remaining bun and handed it to Li Dad, who was closest to her. Dad, Eat the bun. Li Jia touched the little girl's face. Dad doesn't eat it. Lanlan eats it by herself. Lanlan ate it by herself. Took a bite of the bun. And drank a sip of soy milk. Because the cup of soy milk is relatively large, Lanlan had to hold the cup with both hands to hold it steady. In this way, after finishing breakfast obediently, the little girl was led by her parents and walked out of the room together, who knew that just as the door was opened, a tall man figure outside the room blocked everyone's way. Chapter 83. An abandoned port at the border of Asia Star. Lanlan was carried by Ino's father and entered the Flying Fish, the spaceship in front of him, which was once used by the Interstellar First Pirate Organization. Pagui has now been completely changed by Muyu. The pink shell, blue bow, and cute cartoon dolls painted all over the hull. When it was outside, no one could recognize that this spaceship was the Flying Fish of Pagui. Even the people of Pagui probably couldn't recognize it. Ino put the little girl in the cabin, and then told her, if Lanlan has anything to do, tell the robot servant. Dad will go to the main cockpit to check. The little girl sat on the soft mattress, looking at the round robot standing beside her, pouted her lips, stood up, hugged Ino's father's thigh, and muttered, Dad. Ino was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? Doesn't Lanlan want to be alone? Then Lanlan will go to the main cockpit with Dad? The little girl puffed her cheeks and nodded sullenly. Yeah. Ino took the little girl and walked towards the bow. After a while, they entered the main cockpit. Let Lanlan sit in the wide driving chair. Ino himself sat in the co-pilot chair. And then he pressed the button. Hearing the buzzing sound of the big ship starting, Lanlan immediately grabbed Ino's father's clothes. Her face wrinkled. Dad? The other parents haven't come yet. Ino was silent for a while. He turned around, bent down and squatted in front of the little girl, and said patiently, Lanlan, didn't Dad tell you? The other parents have something to do and won't go with us. But after we get to Dark Star, they will come soon. The little girl didn't say anything, but her happy face in the morning had completely collapsed now. Ino tapped his daughter's nose. Mom and Dad will come to us after they are done. Right? The little girl lowered her head, twisting her fingers with her two little hands, and muttered softly, Is it that bad, Grandpa? Ino paused. Marshal Yi? Lanlan. That is not a bad grandpa. He is your brother Zero's father. He came to Asia Star to see Lanlan specially. The little girl was stunned. She raised her head suddenly. Brother Zero's father? But he didn't talk to Lanlan. He just took Lanlan's parents away. Well, Marshal Yi is a person with a cold personality, but he has a good heart. He is looking for Mom and Dad for something. So Mom and Dad have to deal with it. They will catch up with us in a few days. Not for long. Lanlan still pouted. Then Ino, Dad. Can we wait for other Mom and Dad here? Ino shook his head. No. Because if Lanlan stays in Asia Star for one more day, there will be one more day of danger. The little girl didn't understand. Why is Lanlan in danger? Ino couldn't tell his daughter too much about the conspiracy, so he could only say, Lanlan. Do you remember those people who surrounded Lanlan at the entrance of the stadium yesterday at noon? How could Lanlan forget? She nodded immediately. There were so many people that Lanlan was scared. They liked Lanlan so much that they might steal Lanlan away. Ah? The little girl was shocked. How could they steal Lanlan away? Lanlan wants to be with her parents and can't be stolen. Yes. Ino smiled. So we have to leave quickly, so that others can't see Lanlan and won't steal Lanlan away. The little girl seemed to understand, and she lowered her head again. Ino helped the little girl straighten the crown hairpin on her head. Don't worry. Lanlan. Isn't Ino's father with you? Lanlan was still very unhappy, but in the end, she didn't say anything else and agreed to let Ino's father drive the boat away. After the spaceship started up for a while, it slowly flew into the air. Then after a while, with a sound of whoosh, the entire ship left the starport at almost the speed of light and headed for the vast universe. At the same time, in a hotel room on Asia Star, Marshal Yi finished saying everything he wanted to say, looked at the time on the light computer, stood up from the sofa, and said in a calm voice, Then I leave first. After saying that, he nodded to everyone and left directly, until the door of the room opened and closed. Among the silent people, Sophia spoke first. So, there is really no perfect solution to the unrest on Asia Star? Marshal Yi came to Asia Star from the capital star in person, because the authorities on Asia Star have listed the unrest on Asia Star as a major investigation event. Marshal Yi came here to give instructions on the work. But he came here yesterday, and today he took the risk to come to the hotel to meet them in person. This is because the determination of the Yaxing authorities to investigate the Yaxing shock incident has reached a point where Marshal Yi can no longer stop it. The first time Asia Star was shaken, Marshal Yi put the blame on a few rebels. But these rebels were dead. So the investigation was fruitless. But at least there was a murderer. So the matter could be fooled. But no one expected that Asia Star would experience a second shock afterwards. This time, Asia Star did not intend to be so unclear and perfunctory. They must investigate the real reason. After all, this is a major event related to the safety of life and property of hundreds of millions of people in Asia Star. What if there is a third or fourth shock in the future? How should the authorities resist and prevent it? In short, it is not easy to hide it. And therefore, Zhou Qin asked Ino to take Lanlan away first. And they had to stay to deal with the aftermath. Mu muttered at this time, actually, if you put it this way, Lanlan is really a bit like a god. Yesterday's topic was mentioned again. But no one responded. Cuz said impatiently at this time, you can frame the rebels once. But not the second time. Everyone was stunned and looked at him instantly. Cuz pointed outside, Donald happened to be on Asia Star. So why not put the blame on him? There was silence at the scene. After a while, Li Jie slowly spoke, Donald. Is he really your biological son? In order to save your daughter, you have to sacrifice your son. Right? Will your deceased wife really not jump out of her grave and fight you to death? Ino and Lanlan arrived at Dark Star 7 days later. The spacecraft set the location in advance and parked at night. After getting off the spacecraft, Ino put away the huge spacecraft, lowered his head, and looked at the little girl who was leaning against his legs and couldn't open her eyes due to sleepiness. Ino picked up Lanlan, touched the back of the little girl's head, and said, sleep on daddy. Lanlan murmured vaguely. Her two little hands softly hugged her father's neck, leaned her little head on her father's shoulder, closed her eyes, and soon fell asleep. Ino glanced at Feng Qilang beside him again, and said hesitantly, you look quite eye-catching. I take you to get a pet grooming and change your look so that you won't be recognized when you go out. Feng Qilang didn't know what the human was talking about. He just looked at the little girl in the human arms. The green animal eyes looked like two crystal-clear emeralds in the dark night. Ino didn't take Lanlan to stay in a hotel. Sophia gave him an address. After arriving at the address by the hover car, Ino saw a huge manor with a simple and gloomy appearance as soon as he got off the car. The outer wall of the manor was covered with black vegetation of unknown species. It was the first time Ino had seen such a place. He walked forward cautiously and knocked on the door. After knocking for a while, the door of the manor was opened with a creaky sound after a long while. Listening to the scraping sound of the rusty door leaf, Ino felt his teeth ache, and the wind-red wolf beside him had already made an attacking posture. It pressed down its upper body, clamped its tail tightly, and issued a whimpering warning sound towards the door wrapped in black vegetation. The black door opened a gap, and in the gap, a pale and withered old man's face was revealed. Ino looked at the old man, but was surprised to find that the old man had no eyeballs. There were only whites in his eye sockets. Ino's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately had the idea of why not take Lanlan to find a hotel to stay in. Who? The old man spoke at this time. His voice was hoarse and dry, as if he hadn't spoken for decades, and it made people feel uncomfortable. Ino hesitated to open his light brain. Well, I'm Sophia, friend. This address was given to me by her. She said we can stay here for a while. Ino showed the old man the address on his light brain. When he looked at the old man's face again, he saw that the screen light of the light computer was shining on the old man's face. And the old man's pale skin full of ravines began to glow green. Fuck. He was so scary. Ino quickly turned off the light screen, stepped back a little, and said hurriedly, it doesn't matter if it's inconvenient. We can find another place to live. As he said, Ino turned his head and wanted to run. But at this moment, the door creaked and opened further. The old man stepped back half a step and completely hid his body in the darker night. He said in a low voice, come in. Ino, But he didn't want to go in. He exhaled, and finally thought that Sophia would never hurt them. Ino finally hugged Lanlan and led Feng Qilang into the manor. After entering the manor gate, he saw that the inside was the same as the outside, and there were still black unknown vegetation everywhere, because the lifetime of Dark Star was short. No plants could survive. After all, Even strange plants like to bask in the sun. But this courtyard seemed to be filled with black vegetation, both outside and inside. The lawn was not grass, but vines of black vegetation. These vines were long and deep, and you would almost step on them wherever you walked. Enno walked on tiptoe until he passed through the wide and strange courtyard and came to a house that looked like a villa. The door was open, but there was no light inside. There was only a candle on the table. With just one candle, it was impossible to see the layout of the hall clearly. But fortunately Enno was a 3S ability user with amazing 5 senses, so he could see it clearly. "Why don't you turn on the lights?" Enno asked bravely. When he asked this question, the hall was so empty that his voice actually echoed. The old man who was leading the way turned back slowly. His white eyes looked even more cold and strange under the moonlight. "The power is out." Power outage? Is there a power outage in the interstellar space? Aren't ordinary households using solar energy? Oh, by the way, the light time on dark stars is short, and solar energy is basically not used, and fixed energy is used. Enno said nothing more, just followed the old man into the hall. Then, the old man picked up the candle on the table, pointed in a direction, and motioned Enno to follow him. Enno was careful all the way, and soon he was taken upstairs by the old man. They went up to the second floor, and after walking in the corridor with almost no sound for a while, the old man pushed open the innermost door. The room was relatively clean, and it could be seen that it was cleaned regularly. There was a window near the right side, and the outside of the window was dark, and the edges around the window were covered with fine and dense black vines. The old man put the candle on the table at the door, and said in his hoarse voice, "Go to bed early." After that, he closed the door and left. As soon as the old man left, Enno immediately adjusted his flashlight to the brightest, so that the indoor environment could be seen at a glance. This room was covered with wallpaper all around, and the pattern on the wallpaper was, coincidentally, the black vegetation outside. Enno walked to the window again, and saw that the courtyard was facing the window. Looking down, the black vegetation in the courtyard seemed to be more. "How much do you like that black flower?" Muttering, Enno shook his head, turned around, and put the sleeping Lanlan on the bed. The next second, Feng Qilang jumped into the air and jumped onto the bed. It licked its mouth and habitually lay down next to the little girl. Enno whispered, "Go to bed early tonight and get up tomorrow." Enno adjusted his light brain to the dark star time. Unlike the ordinary 24-hour system, the dark star time has an additional light display. The light prompt said that the light time tomorrow will be from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. That is to say, after 11 a.m., it will be dark again. A small double bed finally accommodated 2 people and a dog. In the dead of night, Enno couldn't help but send a message to Sophia, crying and saying, "The accommodation you arranged is really good QAQ." Sophia's reply came quickly, "As long as Lanlan lives comfortably." Enno glanced at the sweet and cute little girl sleeping beside him. Not to mention, Lanlan lives quite comfortably. Yes, this child can fall asleep on the back of a turtle. So where else can she not fall asleep? The next morning, Lanlan was woken up by the sun. When Lanlan opened her eyes, she saw a bright light in front of her eyes. The little girl felt uncomfortable and immediately raised her hand to cover her eyes. When her eyes gradually adapted, Lanlan put down her hand, sat up, and then looked at the strange environment she was in a daze. This is a room. The room is very big, and the bed is also very big. Lanlan saw Enno's father and the puppy sleeping beside her. Lanlan woke up. So the puppy woke up too. But Enno's father might be too tired, flying the spaceship for 7 consecutive days, so he was still sleeping. Lanlan touched the puppy head and asked in a low voice, "Puppy, where is this?" Feng Qilang licked the little girl palm and was cuddling with her. Lanlan retracted her little hand, supported the mattress, and slowly moved to the bed. There was a carpet on the ground, and when Lanlan jumped down, there was no sound. Feng Qilang also jumped off the bed at this time, followed the little girl, and walked to the window. Lanlan lay by the window and looked down. She saw a black yard below. There was an old man in the yard, sweeping the floor with his back to the house. As if sensing something, the hunched old man suddenly turned around. Under the sunlight, his white eyes without eyeballs were exposed. Lanlan looked at the old man and saw that he was looking at her. The little girl smiled and waved her hands happily at him. The old man below narrowed his eyes. His pale skin looked even more desolate under the sunlight. From a distance, he looked like he was not a living person. After a while, the old man suddenly smiled strangely at the little girl. Then, he waved to the little girl, motioning her to go down. Lanlan was stunned for a moment. She looked around and pointed at the tip of her nose. The old man smiled even more strangely, and he nodded. When Ino woke up again, he found that there was no one beside him. He sat up in a moment of shock and called out in surprise, "Lanlan?" There was no response around him, and the room was empty. The sunlight outside the window was a little dim. He glanced at the time on his light computer. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning, and the day's sunshine was about to end. Thinking of the weird old man he saw last night, Ino jumped out of bed and rushed out of the room quickly. Who knew that when the door was opened, there was a huge, rusty robot standing outside. The robot completely blocked the door. Ino was startled and subconsciously took a half step back. He saw that the robot was holding a tray with a glass of water in it, as if it was going to serve water to the guests. The robot looked very shabby. One of its mechanical eyeballs had fallen off, leaving only one eye on its face. The glasses were a little out of frame, and the blood vessels in the eyeball were exposed. Ino frowned and said to the huge robot, "Get out." The robot did not move and still stood there. Ino thought about it and raised his hand to take the glass of water. Sure enough, after the water was taken away, the light on the robot's forehead flashed, and it turned around and started to walk back. But it walked too slowly, and its size was so large that it almost blocked the entire corridor. Ino had no choice but to follow it. Finally, when the robot reached a wider corner, Ino quickly slipped to the front and ran all the way to the stairs. Looking down from the stairs, there was no one in the gloomy and dark hall. There was a dead silence below, like a tomb that had been silent for many years, without any life. "Lanlan!" Ino shouted down. There was still no response from below, and sweat began to break out on Ino's forehead. He quickly rushed down the stairs and ran out of the door. There was still no one in the courtyard outside. Ino was panicking, shouting as he walked, "Lanlan! Lanlan!" And at this moment, there was a sound of metal falling from the back of the house. Ino didn't care about anything else and rushed over. He found that this should be the back kitchen. And in the back kitchen, the old man without eyeballs, who had seen last night, was actually picking up a bloody long knife from the ground. Ino's pupil shrank suddenly, and when he looked to the side, he saw meat and bones scattered all over the kitchen sink, and there was a basin full of blood next to it. At this time, the old man opposite also saw Ino. He raised the long knife and slowly opened his mouth, revealing a pair of white fangs in his mouth. Vampires! This old man is a vampire. What about these blood and meat pieces? Ino rushed up and grabbed the old man by the collar. "What the hell did you do to my daughter?" The old man was grabbed by the collar, but remained motionless, only smiling grimly. Fuck. Ino is a 3S ability user after all. Even if he does not specialize in fighting, his mental strength should not be underestimated. He clenched his fist and was about to punch the old man in the head. And at this moment, "Dad?" A tender female voice came from behind. Ino turned his head and saw a confused little girl standing there in a door in front of him, with cream cake on her mouth. Ino looked at Lanlan, and then at the pale old man in his hand, hesitantly letting go of the old man. Ino swallowed his saliva, and quickly ran over to pick up his daughter. "Why did you leave the room by yourself? You scared Dad to death." Lanlan was a little silly. She hugged her father's neck and blinked her eyes, but Lanlan asked Debeo to give Dad a note. When Dad opened the door, didn't he see Debeo? Lanlan asked Debeo to bring water to Dad. There was a note under the water cup. Lanlan wrote that Lanlan was playing with Grandpa downstairs. Ino recalled that there seemed to be something under the cup of water. He thought it was a coaster, but he was so anxious at the time that he didn't care about the note. "Then you shouldn't have run out by yourself." Lanlan felt guilty. She was actually hungry. And then Grandpa called her. So she wanted to go downstairs to ask Grandpa where to buy nutrient solution, because Daddy was very tired from flying the spaceship. Lanlan didn't wake him up. Seeing that the little girl didn't say anything, Ino realized that his tone was too harsh. He let out a sigh and said, "I'm sorry, Lanlan." Daddy was too anxious. The little girl shook her head, hugged her father's neck, and clung to him. At this moment, there was a ding sound, and the electric stove in the kitchen rang. The old man who was released put down the cleaver in his hand, wiped his hands, turned around and walked to the stove and turned it on. Suddenly, a food aroma that could attract people's souls filled the whole kitchen. Goo-goo. Ino couldn't help it. His stomach growled. A minute later, Lanlan took his father to the dining room outside the kitchen. As soon as Ino entered the dining room, he found that Feng Qilang was sitting next to the dining table. Its belly was like a pregnant female wolf, bulging out a big circle. It was lying limp on the ground, and there was a half bowl of unfinished steak in the wolf bowl next to it. Looking at the dining table again. Wow! The table is full of edible food. There are 3 cream cakes that cost 70,000 to 80,000 Interstellar coins. Not to mention other things, such as steaks, vegetables, soups, stir-fried dishes. On the super long table that can seat 10 people, half of the seats are filled with food. Lanlan is sitting in the main seat. There is only an empty plate in front of her, indicating that she has only finished one portion of food. But the little girl is full. Watching the old man put the freshly baked fragrant meatballs on the table again, Lanlan covered her belly and muttered, "Grandpa, Lanlan really can't eat anymore." The old man used a separate small bowl to take out another small half of the fragrant meatballs, and then put this small half in front of Feng Qilang, who was already full. Feng Qilang was frightened by this. He bared his teeth and roared at Xiang Wanzi, asking Xiang Wanzi to retreat. Retreat! Retreat! After the old man distributed the meatballs, he stood up and showed a strange smile on his face again. He said hoarsely, "Eat until you are full. There is more." As he said that, he went into the kitchen again. Seeing the old man disappear, Ino swallowed his saliva and asked in a trance, "What is he doing? How to make so much food? Who can eat it all?" Lanlan sighed, "Dad, Lanlan thinks Grandpa is too lonely. No one should have eaten the food made by Grandpa before." So Lanlan said he was hungry, and Grandpa made a lot of delicious food for Lanlan to eat. He was afraid that Lanlan would not be full. Ino was stunned, and then fell silent. After a while, Ino asked greedily, "Then these, can I eat them?" Lanlan was about to say, "Of course you can." Then a gloomy old man poked his head out of the kitchen, staring at Ino with his unfocused eyes, and said coldly, "No. Lanlan, Ino, Chapter 84. In the end, Ino didn't get to eat the food made by the old man himself. He ended up eating nutrient solution, which was the cheapest kind sold outside. While he was eating the nutrient solution, Lanlan was still eating a steak opposite him. The steak was dipped in sauce. I don't know what sauce was on it. It smelled so delicious from a distance. When the old man went to the kitchen again, Ino tried to reach out and quietly touch the cake in front of him. As soon as his hand touched the edge of the plate, suddenly, the robot chirped beep, beep. Ino was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand, and the old man walked out of the kitchen slowly. After looking outside, the old man's eyes without white scanned the restaurant. Ino turned his head and continued to drink the nutrient solution, while Lanlan buried his little head, feeling guilty and not daring to look at his grandfather's face. The old man walked to the door of the restaurant and pressed the button of the humanoid robot parked there. The robot stopped chirping, and the old man walked into the kitchen again. Because there was a spy, Ino didn't dare to steal food, so he ate his own nutrient solution honestly. By the time breakfast was over, the puppy was so full that he couldn't move. Lanlan was also full. She sat on the soft sofa and rubbed her belly repeatedly. Turning her head, the old man actually brought out another plate of fruit for Lanlan. "Grandpa, Lanlan really can't eat anymore." The little girl face was wrinkled into small pimples. The old man just said slowly, "Digestion." Lanlan had no choice but to take a piece of apple and nibble it slowly. Ino's eyes were red when he saw this. He tried to reason with the old man. "Well, old man, I'm Sophia friend. Sophia and I have a good relationship." The old man turned around and went into the kitchen without even looking at him. In the end, Ino could only comfort himself. Forget it. Lanlan just had enough. It was about 10:50 in the morning, and the sky outside was approaching dusk. Lanlan didn't know why this was happening. She stood at the door, tilting her little head, and looked at the sky curiously. 10 minutes later, the sky outside was completely dark, and the moon and stars came out. Ah! The little girl was surprised. She pointed her little hand at the sky and asked Ino's father, "Dad, Dad, why is the sun gone? This is dark star." Ino explained the timeline of Dark Star to his daughter. Lanlan listened and became suspicious. Won't everyone be calcium deficient if they don't get some sun? Ino shrugged. I don't know. Maybe they took calcium supplements? However, because it is not suitable for human habitation. The permanent population of Dark Star is not large. Most of those who linger on Dark Star are desperate criminals or criminals. And they probably don't pay much attention to their health. Crunch. Crunch. At this moment, the old robot came out again with water. Debeo. Lanlan ran over and called to the robot without eyes. The robot stood there. Its not-so-flexible eyeballs rolling back and forth in its eye sockets, as if it wanted to focus its attention on the little girl at its feet. But because the parts were too old, after turning for a long time, the eyes still didn't turn to the right position. Lanlan touched Debeo's rusty iron sheet and shouted to the kitchen, Grandpa. Lanlan wants to check Debeo's body. In the kitchen, the old man with blood on his hands, who was preparing lunch, walked out gloomily. No matter how many times he saw this old man, Ino still wanted to rush up and punch him when he saw this posture. But Lanlan obviously didn't think the old man was scary. She pointed at the broken robot and said, That's what Lanlan said before. Lanlan wants to fix Debeo. Grandpa, do you have a toolbox at home? The old man didn't answer, but just patted another robot standing at the door of the restaurant. The robot walked towards the warehouse at the back. And soon, it took out a toolbox. Lanlan walked over and hugged the toolbox. But it was too heavy for Lanlan to hold. Lanlan was almost dragged backward by the toolbox. At the critical moment, Ino supported his daughter. He took the toolbox with one hand and put it on the ground. Thank you, Dad, Lanlan said, opening the dusty toolbox and looking at some old tools inside. Lanlan selected. Then she took out the not-so-small wrench, walked to Debeo, and asked Debeo to sit down. But Debeo tried several times and couldn't sit down. Finally, Lanlan had no choice but to ask Ino's father to let Debeo lie down. There was no power outage today, and there was plenty of light in the hall. Lanlan first disassembled the energy cabin on Debeo's chest. In this big house, there were only the old grandfather and two robots, named Debeo and Xiaobao. Debeo was very old, and Xiaobao should have been bought more than 10 years ago. He was still quite flexible, but looked older. The old man can't repair robots, and he probably hasn't asked anyone to repair robots. But he can charge the robot, so Debeo can still move. But it can only move after Lanlan opened the energy cabin. She found that many parts of Debeo's inner tank were corroded, and all of them had to be replaced with new parts. Lanlan asked the old man, Grandpa, where can I buy parts nearby? The old man stood at the door of the kitchen in silence, and after a long while, he shook his head. Ah? Lanlan was puzzled. Is there no place to buy it? But Grandpa can buy vegetables. The old man's hoarse voice sounded, deliver. The edible ingredients were delivered. But how to buy the parts? But I don't know how to tell the delivery person. Ino said, this place is far from the city. When I came here last night, there was only this manor around. I guess there is really no other place to buy parts. Lanlan showed Ino's father the inner tank of Debeo, but this one can't be used anymore. It has melted. If it is broken, it can be repaired. But if it is melted, it can only be replaced. The old man shook his head again at this time, as if to say that if it can't be repaired, then don't repair it. Debeo lay flat on the ground, and the power supply had been cut off. At this time, it really looked like a pile of scrap metal. Lanlan pursed her lips and looked at Ino's father eagerly. Ino had no choice but to let her daughter look at him like this, so she could only say, then Dad will buy it. Lanlan immediately laughed. Ino tapped her daughter's little nose. You tell me, what kind to buy? Ino's father is not your Miyu father. I don't understand these. As the chief disciple of Miyu father, Lanlan immediately drew what the inner tank she wanted to buy looked like for Ino's father. Lanlan drew very well. Ino saved the picture in the optical computer and stood up and said, Okay, Dad will be back soon. As he said that, Ino glanced at the direction of the kitchen again, approached Lanlan, and whispered in his daughter's ear, if there is any danger, crush the bracelet on your hand immediately. Remember? Lanlan didn't know what danger there would be in the house, but she still nodded obediently. Lanlan knows. After Ino's father left, Lanlan felt bored and ran to the kitchen to play with her grandfather again. The old man pushed the little girl out, indicating that the kitchen was dirty and asked her to play in the house. There was nothing fun in the house. So Lanlan ran to the yard to play. The yard was dark, and there was no light. Lanlan walked carefully to the lawn. With a click, she stepped on some leaves. Lanlan squatted down and looked carefully at the black vines under her feet. But at this time, the black vines moved by themselves. Lanlan was stunned. Eyes widened. Huh? Dark places always breed a lot of evil. Because there are no cars and almost no people from the manor to the city. Ino drove the mecha. The mecha just stopped at a corner near the city. Ino turned his head and saw a few people fighting in the dark alley. Shaking his head. People who have lived in the Death Star for decades don't feel anything about violence. Ino continued to walk forward. But the more places he walked, the more evil he saw. Until he was blocked by someone. Someone saw him as a stranger and tried to blackmail him. Ino looked at the several burly men in front of him. Smacked his lips. Hooked his fingers at them. Come on together. In an instant, several people rushed up. 3 minutes later, they fell to the ground in a mess. Each with a bruised face. And every piece of good meat on their body was gone. Ino patted his blood-spattered hem, and was about to walk past the gangsters impatiently. But suddenly he stopped. Ino squatted down and grabbed a gangster's arm. Ah! The gangster screamed in pain. Ino just twisted the gangster's arm and frowned and asked, "What kind of flower do you have?" The black vine tattooed on the gangster's arm actually looks exactly like the black vegetation in the manor. The thug was just an ordinary B-level ability user, being threatened by a 3S ability user. He quickly said everything. This is called the Doomsday Demon Vine. It is the planet flower of the Dark Star. According to legend, the reason why the ancient blue star was destroyed was because of this demon vine. We Dark Star people all worship this flower. Destruction of the blue star. Doomsday Demon Vine. It's over. Ino didn't care about anything else. And quickly summoned the mecha. Turned around and ran back. The black little vine seemed to like the little girl in front of it very much. It slowly climbed from the little girl's fingertips to her wrist. It wandered back and forth in the blood vessels of her wrist, as if it wanted to pierce her fair skin and bury itself completely in her bones and blood. Lanlan looked at the black vine in her hand. She tilted her head and muttered softly, "Little vine, why do I feel like I know you?" The black vines continued to climb up. And gradually, they climbed to the little girl's arms and continued to surge to the little girl's neck. Roar! At this moment, a huge wolf howl sounded. The black vines began to recede instantly, and they came down from the little girl and returned to the ground. Then, like black water, they quickly surged back and finally shrank back into the darkness in the corner of the courtyard. Lanlan looked at the black vines that left, and then turned her head to look at the little dog behind her. The wind-red wolf came over, sat beside the little girl, stretched out its head to lick the little girl's fingers, as if it wanted to eliminate the breath left by the black vines. Lanlan touched the little dog head. Then she stood up, took another look at the courtyard outside, and took the little dog back to the house. Just when no one was paying attention, where many black vines were piled up, hidden in the depths of the complicated and mottled vines, a bulging thing suddenly emerged. That thing tried hard to squeeze out of the vine leaves. And finally, it squeezed out. It turned out to be an eye. A human eye. But strangely, the eye grew on a vine. In the middle of the long and black vine, an eyeball suddenly appeared, as if it had grown fruit. The eyeball was clearly black and white, and it just quietly looked at the brightly lit house in front of it. Then, the eyeball began to roll, and it rolled to the outer wall of the manor villa. Then it slowly climbed up, and climbed to the outside of the glass window of the room where Lanlan and the others lived. After a while, Lanlan, who was playing with a puppy in the hall, suddenly heard a sound coming from the second floor. Dong dong. Dong dong. Lanlan was stunned for a moment. She looked up at the stairs, and then she shouted to the kitchen, "Grandpa." The meat grinder was in use in the kitchen, and it was so loud that the old man didn't hear the sound outside. "Grandpa." Lanlan shouted again. But there was still no response from the kitchen. The little girl stood up and walked to the stairs by herself. She looked upstairs and slowly walked upstairs. When they reached the corridor on the second floor, Lanlan heard the sound coming from the room where she and Ino's father lived. The little girl continued to walk towards the room quietly. With a creak, she pushed open the half-closed door. The next second, Lanlan looked at the scene in the room. and her big eyes widened in an instant. Behind her, the wind-red wolf rushed in front of the little girl, and it roared at the room vigilantly. "Awoo! Awoo!" Ino hurried back and just entered the gate of the manor. His first reaction was to see the black vines all over the courtyard. The dense black vines seemed to be more than what he saw last night. Lanlan. Ino rushed into the hall regardless of the hot sweat on his forehead. Then the next second, he was stunned. In the hall, the little girl was standing by the coffee table, using a small shovel to transplant a black vine into a flower pot. Because the vine was soft, the little girl used a small wooden stick to prop it up. Seeing that it was her father who came back, the little girl's eyes lit up, and she ran over immediately. She smiled and spread her dirty little hands. "Dad, you bought DeBeo's new liner so soon." Ino pulled Lanlan over, away from the black potted plant on the coffee table, and asked, "How did you get that thing into the house?" Lanlan wanted to say that when Lanlan returned to the room, she saw this vine coming in from the window outside, because some of its limbs were broken. Lanlan transplanted it out, but seeing that her father didn't like the little black vine, Lanlan didn't say anything. At this time, the old man who had been busy in the kitchen for a day came out. When he saw Ino, he didn't react at first, but when he saw the potted plant on the table, he was stunned for a moment, especially when he saw the eyeball-sized black fruit on the top of the potted plant. His whole face instantly became gloomy. Ino asked, "Old man, what are these black vines? I see a lot of them in the yard." The old man said casually, "Dark vines." After that, he walked into the kitchen again. Ino frowned and thought. At this time, Lanlan pulled the corner of her father's clothes, and she looked at her father eagerly. "Dad, where is DeBeo's new liner?" Ino pulled the little girl's muddy hands away and said, "Dad forgot something and came back to get it. I haven't bought it yet. Dad will go upstairs to get it first." After Ino went up to the second floor, he did not return to the room. He just stood by the railing and looked downstairs. At the same time, he used his optical brain to dial a communication number. After a while, the call was picked up by someone, and Sophia's voice came from there. "What's wrong?" Ino's nerves were almost exhausted from last night to today. He asked directly, "What is the address you gave me? Is it your home?" Sophia was stunned for a moment and said, "This is the house where my grandfather lived before he passed away." "What's wrong?" Ino asked again. "Who is the old man without eyes?" "You mean Uncle Ming?" "Uncle Ming was my grandfather's servant. After my grandfather passed away, Uncle Ming has been taking care of the house. By the way, although Uncle Ming is blind, he has mechanical prosthetic eyes, so he can see things and is not disabled." Ino asked again, "Why do you have so many black vines in your manor?" "Black vines?" Sophia recalled. "You mean dark vines? Only one kind of vegetation can grow on the dark star, called dark vines. Dark vines are the planetary flowers of the dark star. Generally, every household will raise some." Ino looked downstairs again and saw Lanlan walk to the coffee table again to get the potted plant. Ino was always uneasy. "Sophia, I plan to move with Lanlan. This place is very strange. I searched the dark vine you mentioned on the optical brain. It has another name, called the Doomsday Demon Vine. It is said that when the Doomsday Demon Vine is eaten by people, infectious diseases will appear in the human body. 3,000 years ago, experts concluded that it was the spread of this disease that led to a sharp decline in the population of Blue Star, foreshadowing the extinction of Blue Star in the future as a dark star." Sophia had of course heard these rumors, but she felt that they were all nonsense, and she never took them seriously. However, seeing Ino so nervous, she still said, "If you think that house is not suitable, take Lanlan and move away. I haven't been back for a long time." After hanging up the call, Ino looked downstairs again, and saw that Lanlan and the potted plant were gone, and Feng Qilang was gone too. "Lanlan!" Ino immediately went downstairs to find his daughter. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Lanlan holding a potted plant, sitting on the steps at the door looking at the stars, and Feng Qilang was next to her. Ino walked closer and heard the little girl talking to herself. "Little Vine, I don't know why. Lanlan feels you are very kind. Has Lanlan seen you before?" "Impossible. Lanlan has never seen this kind of black vine. Lanlan grew up on the Death Star since she was a child, and there is no such black vine on the Death Star." Ino was thinking behind, but he didn't know that the potted plant held by the little girl suddenly swayed at this time, And then the flower buds on the top of the potted plant suddenly bloomed slowly. And in the blooming flower, it was not the stamens that bloomed, but an eyeball. Huh? Lanlan looked down and saw the eyeball. She was stunned for a moment. And the next second, she saw the eyeball blink. It was really an eye. Ah! The little girl was very surprised. Why is this happening? What's wrong? Ino stepped forward immediately. Almost at the same time, the flower that had just opened its eyes closed again in an instant. Ino looked at the vine that was no different from before, and didn't understand. Lanlan was about to say that Xiao Tung Tung had just opened her eyes, but she saw that Xiao Tung Tung had closed her eyes again. Lanlan looked at Xiao Tung Tung, then at her father. Then, she suddenly stood up, hugged Xiao Tung Tung, and ran quickly to the courtyard. Lanlan, where are you going? Ino shouted hurriedly. The little girl said without turning her head, Lanlan is in the yard. Lanlan wants to whisper to Xiao Tung Tung. Daddy can't eavesdrop. Seeing from a distance that the little girl was indeed by the swing in the courtyard, holding a potted plant and talking. Ino had a headache. I'm not afraid of anything. How can you be so brave? Thinking of this, Ino looked back in the direction of the kitchen. He gritted his teeth, walked into the kitchen, and asked in a tough tone, Uncle Ming, what's the matter with the black vine? If you don't explain it clearly, I will take Lanlan away immediately. The old man who was cutting meat paused for a while, and looked at the young man with his white eyes without eyeballs, then lowered his head and continued to cut meat, saying, Mark. What mark? Ino was puzzled. The old man said that it is a mark. It's really an eye. Beside the swing in the courtyard, the little girl held the flower bud of the small potted plant. Sure enough, without her father peeping, the small potted plant opened its eyes again. Lanlan didn't seem to think it was a terrible thing for a potted plant to have eyes. She was just surprised. Little Tung Tung, why do you have eyes? The vine swayed in the wind and didn't answer. Lanlan asked again. Lanlan thinks Xiao Tung Tung looks familiar. Xiao Tung Tung, do you think Lanlan looks familiar? The wind seemed to have changed, and the vines actually swayed up and down, as if nodding. Wow! Lanlan immediately laughed. Xiao Tung Tung, you also think Lanlan looks familiar? Then Xiao Tung Tung, do you remember when Lanlan and you met? The vines began to spread over the little girl. It had crawled over Lanlan for a while before, but Lanlan didn't feel it at the time. But now, suddenly, a memory suddenly emerged in the little girl's mind, as if it had been sealed for a long time. In the memory, Lanlan seemed to see a planet exploded. The blue star exploded. The whole planet was shattered, and all the creatures were wailing and screaming. In the shattered light of the planet, a blue star fragment, holding a most ordinary green leaf, escaped from the explosion tremblingly. They wandered in the dark interstellar universe. And finally, after an unknown amount of time, the blue star fragment threw the leaf into the solar system. Another uninhabited planet. It left a mark here. This place is the mark of the blue star. Time passed day by day. This leaf that was left behind began to grow freely on this uninhabited planet. Over the long thousands of years, the leaves were also affected by the dark matter and mutated. It became darker and darker, adapted more and more to the climate of the dark star, and also grew spiritual intelligence. Advanced strange plants have spiritual intelligence. Just like the master of the dense forest, the man-eating tree, it has spiritual intelligence. In addition to intelligence, this leaf also has other desires. It wants to become a human, but it can't become a human, no matter how it mutates. It can only grow a human eye at most. With this eye, it observes every inch of land and every person on the dark star every day. Finally, it saw the blue star fragment that left it. It wanted to tell her that it was the mark she had left. When she saw it, she found the location of the blue star. But it had no mouth and couldn't speak. It could only crawl into her room. It even broke its branches because it was clumsy when opening the window. Fortunately, she was kind. She still gently tolerated it and took care of it like she did in the blue star before. She picked it up and transplanted it into a flower pot. It was very happy. Because it was happy, it wanted to blend with it, just like it grew in her arms a long time ago, enjoying her nourishment and feeding. Thinking of this, the black vine suddenly stretched out its leaves and began to quietly put the leaves into the little girl palm. But at this moment, suddenly, the leaves were burned. The eyeball that grew alone on the top of the potted plant couldn't help but look into the little girl hand, and saw a small red mole in the little hand, which was glowing unhappily. The black vine was confused. It touched the palm of the little girl again. Puff! This time, the red mole directly burned a hole in its leaves. Black vine, eh? The black vine carefully retracted its leaves, and it looked at the little red mole aggrievedly. It didn't know why the little red mole was so overbearing, only allowing itself to be in the palm of the little girl hand, not allowing others to be in the palm of the little girl hand. It was a bit too much. Chapter 85. This fatal training ground finally ended on the 68th day. More than 300 contestants have left the field. Shu was the last one to leave. When they were discussing on the Star Network that the champion was indeed the Crown Prince, Shu had already sat in the hovercraft sent by his family to pick him up. In the car, the family doctor was treating his wounds. The boy leaned back against the hard leather seat with his eyes closed. After a while, he suddenly asked, "Where is the little girl?" The doctor was stunned for a moment, then realized that the Crown Prince was talking to him, and hurriedly replied, Lanlan? Lanlan has not shown up since the second day of the competition. It has been more than 10 days now. I heard that the god of violence has secretly taken her back to the capital star. The boy opened his eyes and looked at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window without saying a word. After a while, he spread his hands, light brain, sitting in the co-pilot seat. The president personal guard hurriedly handed him the Crown Prince's light brain. He hadn't turned on his computer for more than 2 months. As soon as he turned on his optical computer, he received a lot of messages, all congratulating him for winning the championship. The prince turned off the communication function, blocked all sounds, and turned on the Star Network. The Star Network was flooded with news about Shu winning the championship of this year's fatal training field. The boy frowned slightly, skimmed over these useless information, and directly searched for the word Lanlan. But all the results were old news, as if someone was deliberately suppressing the popularity. Baoshan? After all, it was right not to want his daughter to be too eye-catching. After thinking about it, the boy turned on the communication function again and planned to call Baoshan's number. But at this time, another call came in, looking at the word mother on it. The prince pursed his lips and finally picked up the phone. Hello. Half an hour later, the hover car stopped at the door of the best luxury hotel in Asia Star. The boy, who was covered in blood and had no time to change his clothes, got off the hovercraft and walked directly into the hotel. He took the elevator all the way to the supreme suite on the highest floor of the hotel. The moment he opened the door, the boy saw that there was not only his mother sitting in the room, but also another strange woman. The woman was bright and beautiful, and was talking to her mother. When she turned around and saw him, her brows were slightly frowned. Shu stopped at the door and did not move. This child is so reckless. The elegant and noble president wife sighed lightly. Her hand was holding the beautiful woman beside her. Seeing her son coming, she let go of the woman's hand and smiled at her son. Come in. Shu walked in, and the door behind was immediately closed by the president wife's maid. The bright and beautiful woman stood up from the sofa at this time. She did not look at the prince again, but walked into the bathroom. There was no one else in the room, and the smile on the president wife's face deepened. Come here quickly. Shu walked to his mother. The president wife is gentle and tender. She married the president early, and is only 150 years old now. Her face is smooth. Standing with the prince, they look more like siblings than mother and son. She looked at the wounds of all sizes on her son's body with heartache and asked him to sit beside her. You have suffered. Shu was no longer at the age of intimacy with his mother. He stepped back a little stiffly and pursed his lips and said, No. Is the wound serious? No. How could it not be serious? The president wife was obviously watching the live broadcast throughout the whole process. The scenes her son experienced were full of dangers, which made her tremble with fear. Your father is really... She complained a little, but the complaint was very light. In her life habits, she did not say bad things about her husband behind his back. She is a lady in the traditional sense. When she was a child, she was strictly educated by her parents at home. When she grew up and got married, it was natural. She is also the most formatted and the best kind of wife. Okay. Take good care of yourself after the game, and come back to the Capital Star with me tomorrow. Thinking that the child should also return to the Capital Star, Shu didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, which was considered an agreement. At this moment, the door of the bathroom opened, And the bright and beautiful woman, stepping on slender high heels, walked out again. Shu subconsciously looked at the other party, but saw that the other party did not look at her, but just raised her eyebrows at his mother. And the two seemed to be making some eye contact. And his mother obviously received this eye contact, and even urged him, okay, you go back quickly. Shu was driven to the door. When he left, he subconsciously looked back again, and saw that his mother held the woman's hand again. The two sat together intimately. The mother face, which was always gentle and elegant, rarely showed a trace of playfulness. She put her ear close to the woman, and the two whispered in a low voice. The door was closed. Shu frowned, and asked the waitress at the door, who is she? The waitress said respectfully, this is Miss Sue. She is the lady's friend. New friend? Shu asked again. The waitress hesitated for a moment, and said, old friend. Old friend? But he had never seen it before. Looking at their intimacy, it was indeed not like they had just met. But, Shu didn't know why, but he felt that the woman looked familiar. Recalling carefully for a while, it seemed that he had seen the woman photo in his father's study. Father knows her too? The waitress seemed to have not expected the prince to get to the bottom of it. She hesitated and said, I know her. Shu didn't say anything more, and went into the next room. 3S. Ability users have amazing hearing. As long as Shu wants to listen, he can easily hear what the people next door are saying through a wall. But he never did such sneaky things before. But today, silently closing his eyes, the conversation in the next room vaguely entered his ears. Is Lanlan in Dark Star now? This is his mother's voice. Shu opened his eyes instantly. Lanlan? Then, the bright woman voice sounded again, yes. I live in the house where my grandfather lived. Do you remember? I remember. When I was a child, I went there to play. Your grandfather planted a yard of dark vines. I told you that I saw a human eye in the dark vines, and you said I was seeing it wrong. Yes. The bright woman smiled and said, since then, you dare not sleep alone, and want me to sleep with you. Don't say it. The mother voice was a little embarrassed. I was so young at that time. It seems that I was not much older than Lanlan. Speaking of which, why didn't you wait for me for 2 more days? I didn't see Lanlan. Why didn't you see her? Didn't you see her in the live broadcast? How is it the same? She doesn't know that I am her. Shu. At this point, the bright woman suddenly interrupted her mother's words. What's wrong? The mother asked. The bright woman chuckled with a narrow smile in her tone. Nothing. Just found an extra little ear. Shu was stunned. Did he notice him? No. He did not release his mental power. Unless the other party is also a 3S ability user, he should not be noticed. At this time, the woman's smiling voice sounded again. Little ear is not retracted. Auntie will be angry. Shu, eh? It is indeed him. Shu retracted his 5 senses, pursed his lips, and stared at the metal wall in silence. Is the other party really a 3S ability user? Lanlan. Dark Star. Mother wanted to say. Who is Lanlan? For more than 10 days, Lanlan lived happily in the dark big house. She has repaired Dabao, and also renovated and maintained Xiaobao. Now Dabao and Xiaobao have become very smart. They can help Grandpa Ming do a lot of things. Then Grandpa Ming still made a lot of food every day to feed Lanlan and the puppy. Ino's father said that Lanlan's little face had become fatter, and said that the puppy didn't need beauty treatment, and no one would recognize it if it was taken out. Lanlan looked at the puppy quietly, and saw that the puppy was fatter than Lanlan, and had gained a circle of fat. The chubby Lanlan and the chubby puppy were very sad. Lanlan also complained to Xiaotingting. Lanlan feels that Lanlan is like a gas tank now. Do you remember what a gas tank looks like? The wind blew the vine up and down, as if the vine was nodding. Lanlan sighed. You still remember it? Xiaotingting. Do you often think of launching? The vine nodded again. The little girl pouted. Lanlan also misses Blue Star. But where is Blue Star? Little vine. Lanlan has forgotten. Lanlan only remembers that Lanlan took you and ran away from the explosion. And then Lanlan didn't know the way. Lanlan wandered around in the solar system, and saw an uninhabited planet without life. Lanlan put you on this uninhabited planet. And then Lanlan continued to drift. Lanlan has found you now. Logically, you should be near Blue Star. But Dad said that there are no other planets near Dark Star. So where did Blue Star go? Little Vine didn't know either. It just swayed its vines, and used its leaves to hook the little girl fingers. It didn't dare to get into the little girl palm. There was a small black mole on the little girl palm. When it got angry, the mole would turn red. And when it turned red, it would burn the leaves. Its leaves had been burned a lot, and it didn't have many intact leaves. How about we go and look for it? The little girl pointed to the dark sky and said, "There are so many stars in the sky. If we look for them one by one, we will definitely find the blue star." Right? The vine nodded again. Anyway, as long as she was with her mother, she could go anywhere. Lanlan made up her mind and told Inno's father about it during dinner. But Inno's father disagreed after hearing it. The routes in the solar system are complicated. I don't have as good control over the flying fish as your Miyu father. What if I get lost? So, let's wait for your Miyu father to come. The little girl was unhappy, but when will Miyu father come? Inno father, you said that Lanlan came here? And other parents will come soon. But they obviously didn't come. 13 days have passed. Inno was also a little guilty. It's coming soon. It's really coming soon. Lanlan didn't listen. She buried her head in eating, and ran back to the room after eating. At night, in the middle of the night, the little girl, who was sleeping sweetly and softly, suddenly felt itchy on her face. The little girl scratched her face, and scratched her face again. After scratching for a long time, her face was still itchy. Finally, the little girl got angry, and she sat up from the bed with her cheeks puffed up. Turning her head, the little girl realized that it was not her face that was itchy, but the little vine on the bedside table, which quietly stretched out its branches and leaves to tickle Lanlan. Lanlan pouted, "Little vine, what are you doing? Why don't you go to sleep and bully Lanlan?" The little vine was not bullying Lanlan. Its black leaves suddenly extended out of the window, and then it pointed to the starry sky. Lanlan walked to the window, looked at the sky outside, and rubbed her eyes. Stars. What's wrong with the stars? The little vine tried harder to express itself with its branches and leaves. Finally, after a long while, Lanlan figured it out. You want Lanlan to go to the sky? No, little Ting Ting. Lanlan can't go to the sky. Inno's father said that Lanlan can only go to the sky after Miyu father comes. Little Ting Ting seemed very anxious and continued to gesture, meaning that if you go to the sky, you can find the blue star. Today is the best time to find the blue star. Lanlan tilted her head. Why today? Little Ting Ting didn't know. It continued to point to the sky. Lanlan looked at the moon in the sky. It seems that the moon today is particularly round? Finally, Lanlan was tossed around by Little Ting Ting and lost her temper. So she could only go to Inno's father. But Inno's father was sleeping. And when Lanlan called him, he vaguely hugged Lanlan and wanted to take Lanlan to sleep with him. Lanlan emerged from Inno's father's arms, stroking her furry little head. She looked at the sky outside and muttered, "Lanlan has a little phoenix. The little phoenix can fly very high. I wonder if it can fly into the universe." Xiao Tung Tung immediately encouraged the little girl. Today. Blue star. Blue star. Finally, Lanlan had no choice but to leave the room and walk into the yard. Standing in the black courtyard, Lanlan yawned, holding a little bird hair band in her hand. After a while, she gently pinched it, and suddenly a giant fiery red mecha appeared on the scene. The light of the mecha enveloped the entire courtyard, and the beautiful head of the phoenix drooped slightly. It shook its head towards the little girl on the ground, and its golden tail was raised high. The little potted plant in the little girl's arms danced wildly in an instant. Lanlan almost couldn't hold Xiao Tung Tung. She told Xiao Tung Tung not to be so excited. It's a phoenix. It's a phoenix. But it's not a real phoenix. It's a lumpy phoenix. Xiao Tung Tung, don't move. You're going to fall. Lanlan finally stabilized Xiao Tung Tung. When Xiao Tung Tung spread its branches and leaves wildly and wanted to get close to Xiao Feng Wang, Lanlan could only hold Xiao Tung Tung and walked into the phoenix cabin. After entering the cabin, Xiao Tung Tung calmed down immediately. It's really not a real phoenix. Lanlan thought Xiao Tung Tung was too cute. She was awake now. She opened the energy cabin of Xiao Feng Wang and said, "Then Lanlan will take Xiao Tung Tung to the sky to take a look. But we must come back before dawn. Otherwise Inyo's father will be worried." Xiao Tung Tung hurriedly urged Lanlan to walk faster. It couldn't wait. The fiery red phoenix spread its broad wings. As the phoenix took off, In a room on the first floor where no one could see, Uncle Ming, who had no eyeballs, was standing by the window, quietly watching the scene outside the window. The Phoenix mecha flew higher and higher. And finally, it flew out of the sky and into the universe. The magnificence and vastness of the universe cannot be described in words. This is not the first time that Lanlan has seen the universe. The first time Lanlan saw the universe was when she went from the Death Star to the Blue Star. She saw the beautiful galaxies outside through the window of the starship. Then a while ago, when she and Inno's father came here on a spaceship, they also sailed in the Interstellar for 7 days. Until now, this should be the third time that Lanlan has seen the universe. But for some reason, she seems to be very familiar with this place. This is the solar system, and the solar system is her home. Subconsciously, she had such an idea. The huge sense of intimacy seemed to reduce the fear of the little girl who secretly ran to the interstellar space behind her father back. Lanlan began to drive the Phoenix mecha and travel in the solar system. She saw the stars, sun, and the moon. The surface of the moon was still as bumpy as before. Lanlan floated near the moon and shouted to the outside, "Moon, moon. Do you still remember Lanlan? Lanlan came to play with you again." Hey, why did Lanlan say again? The little girl tilted her head in confusion. Outside, the grand and majestic moon stood there quietly. Lanlan began to circle the moon. After turning for a long time, Lanlan suddenly felt that something was wrong. The petite phoenix stopped next to the moon. Suddenly, the phoenix poked its head out and looked forward. In an instant, a mass of black covered by the moon's light suddenly spread from the front. Lanlan immediately wanted to drive the little phoenix away from the black mass. But the black mass with mottled golden light swallowed the tender phoenix mecha into its mouth. Ah! The phoenix mecha began to spin wildly in the black mass. Lanlan sat in the inner cabin and began to stagger. The little girl bumped into the armrest and the control panel, and the little vine next to her fell to the ground. The Phoenix mecha made a twisting sound of crackling. It was like the iron shell was about to be crushed by the black mass. Finally, after swinging like this for an unknown period of time, the rotation finally disappeared. Lanlan fell crookedly in the soft seat in the inner cabin, curled up in a ball, holding a small potted plant that was also shivering in her arms. Feeling the dizziness from the outside world disappear, the little girl and the little vine, realizing that they had caused a big disaster, finally quietly opened their eyes. Lanlan's eyes were full of circles, and she stared at Xiao Tinting's eyes, which were also full of circles. After staring at each other for a long time, Lanlan shook her head, and Xiao Tinting also shook her leaves. Finally, they both became clear. Lanlan looked around in a daze, feeling that the mecha seemed to have stopped running. The little girl finally supported the seat and sat up clumsily. Through the two electronic eyes of the little phoenix, Lanlan saw the outside scene on the big screen. Here was also a vast and misty starry sky. Next to it was also a huge and dim moon. So they had been turning for so long, but they were just turning in circles. Lanlan always felt that something was wrong. The little girl carefully manipulated the little phoenix's head, twisting it around and looking around. Suddenly, Lanlan suddenly stopped. Behind the little phoenix's butt, in a large area of suffocating black, a blue and crystal blue planet was floating there calmly. It was like a dream. This blue planet appeared so abruptly and so beautifully. Lanlan stared at the planet in a daze. As she stared, she was stunned. Xiao Tingting's single eye, which was clearly black and white, also looked at the planet. After a while, it stretched out its leaves, which were flat on the screen, and it seemed to be caressing the planet. Lan, blue star? Xiao Tingting, is this blue star? Lanlan's voice was a little stuttering. Without thinking, she immediately controlled the Phoenix mech to get closer to the planet. But at this moment, the vortex-like black mass swallowed the weak mech again. Ah! The little girl was forced to spin again in the same rotation as before. Wait until the bumps ended again. Lanlan immediately climbed up, but found that the blue planet in the electronic eyes of the Phoenix mech had disappeared again. Next to it was still the moon. Lanlan stared at the moon emitting warm light. And after a while, she understood. The little girl pursed her lips. The unknown black mass in the universe is either a black hole or a wormhole. Black holes like to swallow everything. If what we just encountered was a black hole, it would swallow us and not spit us out. But we are back now. So what we just encountered was a wormhole. Xiao Tung Tung. It turns out that the position we are staying now is the position of the blue star. Yes, Lanlan does remember that the blue star is next to the moon. But now, there is no blue star next to the moon. But through the wormhole, we can see the blue star again. The wormhole can travel through time and space. So we just traveled through the wormhole and saw the blue star in the past. But is that the blue star? Or is it just the illusion of the blue star? Because Lanlan didn't have time to get close to it. She came back again. The little girl's thoughts were very confused. Her little brain kept turning and turning. After turning for a long time, she looked at the moon in front of her again, pursed her lips and said, "Sister Moon, did you let Lanlan go through the wormhole? You are telling Lanlan that blue star is gone. If Lanlan wants to see blue star again, she can only go through the wormhole and go back to the past. The moon is still releasing its light gently. In the silent solar system, no one can answer the little girl question. Lanlan knows," the little girl said. She looked back at the large black, empty interstellar space next to her. Her eyes were firm, and a certain thought in her heart broke through her brain and blurted out from her little mouth. Lanlan will be here, and blue star will reappear. There is no need to go through the wormhole, and there is no need to look back at the past glory. Blue star will grow again, because Lanlan is still alive. The little girl covered her chest, and she suddenly felt that she didn't want to leave. She wanted to leave the Mecca and return to the position where blue star should be. It seemed that as long as she did this, blue star would appear again. No! Suddenly, something sounded in my ears. Lanlan looked down at the little vine in her arms. The little vine looked confused. It couldn't speak. Lanlan looked at the moon outside again. The moon couldn't speak either. What was that? After a moment of silence, the little girl suddenly spread her palms and looked at her hands in shock. The black mole in her palm shook. Then, the young and unfamiliar boy voice sounded a little awkwardly. "You can't become blue star. Because you are too young. You have to grow up to become blue star. It's because you want to go to blue star too much. Plus today's time. The opportunity just happened. I will let you go through the wormhole to see the blue star in the past. But you have to come back immediately. You can't stay there for too long. If you stay for too long, you will be lost in the wormhole time, and you will never come back." When the boy said this, he felt that he didn't emphasize the point. So he said the point again. "I mean, it was me who helped you see the blue star just now. Not your sister Moon. It doesn't have this ability. I have it." He must make it clear about the credit. Because he was so anxious to defend his credit. He was so anxious that he could speak human language. Chapter 86. Lanlan waited for the little boy to finish his words. Only after the little boy stopped talking did Lanlan stare at her little hand in a daze. Blinking her eyes, "Hey! Hey!" The little black mole moved shyly, indicating that it was him. Lanlan opened her eyes wide. "Hi, hey. Are you awake? And? Can you still speak?" The little boy voice suddenly became very small. I didn't wake up. But I felt that you were unhappy. So I woke up." Because he got into the little girl body. The dark matter could feel whether Lanlan was happy or not. She was unhappy a few days ago. Until today. When she came to the moon, her mood fluctuated greatly. And she wanted to see Lanlan very strongly. And she would be even more unhappy if she couldn't see her. So, he opened his eyes and took her to see Lanlan. He wanted her to be happy. He actually hadn't slept enough yet. If he didn't sleep enough, he couldn't condense into a human being. Or in other words, he could only condense into a smaller human being. He doesn't want to be short and stocky. He wants to grow tall. Taller than her. The little boy said, "Don't be unhappy. I'm very sleepy now. I may have to sleep again in a while. When I fall asleep, no one will make you happy." Lanlan pouted her lips and said obediently, "Okay." Lanlan promised Hey Hey that Lanlan will not be unhappy. But Hey Hey. Lanlan has some questions to ask Hey Hey. Can Hey Hey answer Lanlan questions before going to sleep? The little boy agreed happily. "Sure. I can sleep later." Asked. Lanlan asked quickly. "Hey Hey. You said that Lanlan can become Lanlan when she grows up. Then how long will Lanlan grow to? How old do you have to be become a blue star?" Lanlan is 4 years old this year. When she is 5 years old, can she become a blue star? The little boy said, "No. 5 years old is also very young." Lanlan scratched her head and muttered, "Is 5 years old still young? But 5 years old is already a full year older than 4 years old. Then 6 years old is okay?" The little boy roughly calculated. You have to be 4 billion years old to become a blue star. 41 years old? Lanlan was stunned. 41 years old minus 4 years old. Lanlan still has to wait. The little girl counted on her fingers and tried hard to calculate. But she couldn't do addition, subtraction, multiplication and division above 10 in her mind. So she had to use a notebook to calculate. Lanlan was just looking for a notebook to calculate. Then, the little boy said, not 41 years old, it's 4 billion years old, billions of billions. Lanlan, Lanlan, question mark. The little girl was stunned. What? The little boy didn't know why she was surprised. For billion years passed quickly, just like me. I have lived for countless billions of years. When the universe was born, there was me, and then there was you. Lanlan couldn't accept it, but it will take so long. The little boy murmured weakly, not long. Lanlan didn't say anything. She looked at the black universe outside and felt wronged. Lanlan will become a blue star in 4 billion years. She will become a blue star when she becomes an old lady. She felt that her mood had deteriorated again. The little boy thought for a moment and said, if you can recover the memory of the past 4 billion years, you can immediately become a blue star. Huh? The little girl immediately looked down at the little black mole. Memory? The little boy muttered, it's about your memory from childhood to adulthood, when you were still a small planet without consciousness. Later you became conscious. Life was born in your body. Then day by day, you change every day. The life in your body also changes every day. These things, you have forgotten. If you can remember, you will know how to become a blue star. Lanlan scratched her little forehead. But how can Lanlan remember? Lanlan knew. What is Hai talking about? Lanlan has many memories of launching in her mind. But she can only remember a little bit occasionally. And most of the time she can't remember. I don't know. Hai also doesn't know something. Maybe, after you have enough nutrition, you can remember it. You are malnourished now. Ah? Lanlan was shocked. Is Lanlan malnourished now? But Lanlan has been fed by Grandpa and has become fatter. Ino's father calls Lanlan a piglet. It's not the body. It's the spirit. Your spirit is malnourished. Hai couldn't explain it clearly. He couldn't describe it. Your spirit is not enough and not strong now. You need to have enough spirit. And a strong spirit. Lanlan lowered her head and began to think. After a while, the little girl still didn't figure it out. But she suddenly caught a glimpse of the time in the lower right corner of the big screen. Oh! It's almost 7 o'clock. Lanlan has to go back quickly. Otherwise Ino's father will be worried when he wakes up and can't see Lanlan, the little girl said, and quickly pressed the control panel of the Phoenix mecha, trying to control the mecha to fly back. But no matter how she pressed the button, it didn't work. Hey, it's broken. Seeing this, the little black mole immediately felt guilty. It should be when crossing the wormhole. The mecha was twisted by the wormhole and the energy cabin was damaged. But wormhole crossing is like this. He can't do anything about it. The little black mole began to think of ways to send the little girl home. He could pave the road with meteorites like he did in his dream last time. And let the little girl walk on it. But he woke up without getting enough sleep. And he didn't know if his ability could support him to pave the road. Lanlan didn't think of asking Hai to send her back. The little girl rolled up her sleeves and saw that she had a hairband on her left and right wrists. The one on her right wrist was the empty little Phoenix hairband, and the one on her left wrist was another yellow hairband. Luckily, Lanlan brought an extra mecha doll with her. Lanlan was ready to open the hatch of the little Phoenix mecha with a smile, so that she could go out and release a new mecha. But thinking of what Brother Yusang said before, the little girl hesitated again. Hai. Lanlan can't go into the universe without wearing any protection. Will she die? The little boy didn't understand. Why would she die? Lanlan muttered. It's because Lanlan told the big brothers about the last time she dreamed of playing in the universe with Hai. And then Brother Yusang said that the meteorite. It is impossible to pave a road with stones. It is also said that people cannot leave the starship or mecha and walk alone in the universe. Because the human body cannot withstand the pressure of the universe or something like that. The little boy was confused. But you are not the human body. You are a planet. Planets are supposed to stay in the universe. Lanlan patted her head. Yes. Lanlan is Lan Xing. Or Hey told Lanlan. As she said this, the little girl carefully opened the hatch of the mecha and tentatively stretched out a finger. The finger was exposed in the black universe outside the mecha. But there was nothing wrong with it. Then, Lanlan stretched out another hand. an arm. And finally, she stood on the back of the little phoenix. Well, I didn't feel anything. There was no pressure, as Brother Yusang said. Lanlan shrugged and took off the yellow mecha doll on her right wrist. With a whoosh, another golden mecha appeared next to the fiery red little phoenix. After 3 days of sailing, the distance between the private starship and the Dark Star has been getting closer and closer. Shirshu sat in the starship cabin, and the robot servant brought him a special healing potion. The injuries he suffered in the fatal training ground still need to be recuperated. He took the healing potion that his family doctor had modified the formula. He will have to drink it for at least a month before his body can fully recover. After Shirshu finished drinking the healing potion, he asked, "Have you reached the solar system?" The robot servant timely retrieved the location. Locate the real-time address. It is in the solar system. The remaining journey to the Dark Star is about 690,000 square kilometers. And the remaining time to the Dark Star is estimated to be 3 hours and 22 minutes. There are still 3 hours. The boy threw the finished potion bottle into the trash can and was about to dismiss the robot servant. But at this moment, he glanced out the window and suddenly saw something. In the distance, in the dim black universe, a long golden beast was traveling in the Interstellar without any defense. The young man frowned and ordered, "Detect biological information." The robot servant issued a command to the Starship Center, and the Starship Center immediately detected the suspicious creatures in front, but could not detect any results. The alarm sounded in the private starship. No attribute creatures. No life signs. Suspected to be non-living things. Suspected to be non-living things. Non-living things? Shirshu narrowed his eyes. Detect non-living things. This time, the scanning system gave the answer. The front is an alien mecha. Performance 3S level. Attribute Protective Defense Mecha. Protective Mecha. The young man looked at the long golden object outside again, because the distance was still far. Even if he used his mental power, he couldn't see clearly what the thing looked like. Continue to the Dark Star, the young man finally ordered. Other things were not what he should care about. At present, he just wanted to reach the Dark Star. The starship continued to move forward along the established route. But what they didn't expect was that after driving for another half an hour, they actually encountered the alien mecha up close. It was not until he got closer that Shirshu could see clearly that it was such a majestic behemoth. The size of the mecha was far beyond the size of the ordinary mechas he had seen before. It had a majestic head, a winding body, and sharp legs. In his memory, a biological form in the ancient books of Blue Star that he had read before came to his mind. Dragon. This turned out to be a 5-clawed golden dragon. The golden light enveloped the dragon's body, with mottled dragon scales, a stern posture, and a wide body. The length of this dragon-shaped mecha was not inferior to that of a medium-sized starship. Compared with their private starship, it was more than a whole circle larger. When the two met, the golden light and shadow of the giant dragon almost enveloped the private starship next to it. Shirshu pursed his lips. When it came to alien mechas, what came to his mind was the fierce rabbit, the white goose with only one wing, and the thorny beast that would roll around. It seems that since the little girl used the alien mecha, the outside world has accepted the appearance of alien mecha. In less than half a month, someone has created such a domineering dragon-shaped mecha. Perhaps the boy's eyes were too hot, and the dragon-shaped mecha that was flying next to him suddenly turned its head. On its noble head, 2 cold dragon eyes accurately scanned the boy in the rear cabin. Shirshu guessed that the dragon's eyes should be laser eyes, and the people in the mecha should have seen him at this time. Shirshu had a blank expression on his face. He raised his hand and pressed a button, wanting to close the transparent glass and change it to one-way glass. He didn't like being peeped. But at this moment, the dragon-shaped mecha suddenly paused. Its huge body stagnated for half a second. And then, the whole dragon suddenly became agitated. Shirshu? ? Its thick long tail began to swing. Its whole body was completely twisted. Its smart head was facing the starship glass on Shirshu's side. And then, the whole dragon quickly pounced over. It was going to attack the starship. The private starship immediately issued a warning sound. Warning. Warning. It is about to be attacked. It is about to be attacked. The private starship quickly opened its protective shield. At the same time, the claws of the fierce dragon had touched the protective shield. Crack. It scratched the protective shield. Ding ding ding. In the central cabin, the uninterrupted warning sound rang again. and the red light was on inside the entire starship. Shu looked ugly, and he rubbed the silver ring on his left middle finger with the tip of his right hand. Inside the ring was his natal mecha. Count, the murderous aura of the 3S ability user, was revealed. Shu pressed count and was about to walk in. The next second, the fierce dragon was already close to him through the glass of the starship. Its big nose was sticking out of the glass, and its black nostrils were pressed into a flat shape. Its big eyes were wide open, and it blinked, and then it seemed to see who was in the starship. The next second, a little girl voice came out from the dragon's vocal system. Big brother. The boy who just entered count, Shu exited count and looked out of the glass window in astonishment. At this moment, a hatch opened between the two dragon horns on the top of the golden dragon's head. In the hatch, with a whoosh, a white and tender short-haired little head popped out. Lanlan lay on the dragon's head, and she waved vigorously at the boy in the glass window. Big brother! Big brother! It's Lanlan! Big brother! Shu, Shu shock. Inu woke up and found his daughter gone. He went downstairs to look for her, but couldn't find her. It was already bright outside. Dark star only shines for a few hours. Inu was so anxious that he turned around and saw Feng Qilang, who was also looking for Lanlan. He cursed. You too. I fell asleep. And you? You fell asleep too? How come you didn't notice that Lanlan was missing? Feng Qilang didn't understand what this human said, but seeing the red face and thick neck of this human, he must have said something bad. Feng Qilang bared his sharp fangs and prepared to bite this human. Inu could only change his words. I don't mean anything else. Keep looking. Keep looking. I go ask Uncle Ming. As he said that, Inu was about to go to Uncle Ming's room to ask Uncle Ming if he had seen Lanlan. But at this moment, a sound suddenly came from outside. The wind wolf moved quickly. It rushed out immediately. Looking at the sky above, it seemed to have smelled a familiar scent. It paced back and forth on its 4 legs, whimpering excitedly, woo, woo. Inu hurriedly followed it out. And at this moment, a sudden golden light suddenly fell from the sky. In an instant, the golden light completely enveloped the entire manor below. Inu looked at the sky in shock, and saw a huge and majestic dragon, with its ferocious dragon head, swooping down. The speed of the golden dragon flying down was too fast, and Inu subconsciously pulled Feng Qilang back into the house. Feng Qilang struggled to break free from him, ran to the courtyard again, and wagged his tail at the sky. The golden dragon did not hit the manor. It was suspended outside the courtyard. Awah! Awah! Feng Qilang continued to howl. At this moment, a hatch opened on the top of the dragon head, and a sneaky little head poked out of the hatch. Inu, After Lanlan came out of the dragon head, she quickly made a silent gesture to the little dog. Shoo! Shoo! Then she looked around quietly, and after making sure that there was no one else in the yard, she quickly stuck her butt out and climbed out of the dragon head lightly. Lanlan followed the dragon head and climbed to the dragon tail little by little. Grabbing the tip of the dragon's soft tail, the little girl jumped into the lawn with a bang. After jumping down, Lanlan took out the small potted plant hidden in her clothes and put it on the ground. At this time, Feng Qilang had already rushed over and circled around the little girl's feet. Lanlan quickly squatted down and continued to make a silent gesture, lowering her voice and saying, Little dog, don't talk. Don't let Inu's father hear it. After that, the little girl said collect, and under the voice control, the giant dragon in front of her disappeared in an instant. But a hair tie appeared in the black lawn. Lanlan picked up the hair tie on tiptoe, then hunched over and quietly went into the house. Just as she reached the door, ouch! Her little head hit a soft wall of flesh. Lanlan fell back 2 steps due to inertia. When she finally stood up and raised her head tremblingly, in front of her, Inu's father, with his hands on his chest and one leg shaking, was leaning sideways, looking at her coldly with a pair of dangerous eyes. Lanlan, Lanlan, Lanlan reacted very quickly. She rushed over and hugged Inu's father's legs. She raised her little head, pressed her chin on Inu's father's legs, and mumbled, Dad. Inu lifted his daughter's collar with one hand, dragged her, and asked, Where have you been? The little girl puffed her cheeks and pointed outside in a muffled voice, Jili Gulu. Jili Gulu. What? Inu didn't hear clearly, so he leaned over, louder. The little girl hugged her father's neck and softly shouted, "Dad!" "Hold." Ino squinted his eyes, held his daughter in his arms with one hand, and touched her nose with the other hand. "You scared Dad to death." Lanlan knew that she had done something wrong, and she didn't dare to speak. She buried her little face in her father's neck, not letting her father see the guilty expression on her face. Ino had no choice but to touch the back of the little girl's head and scolded her in a lighter voice. "This is not the Death Star. It's the Dark Star. A strange place. What if you run around and get lost?" When on the Death Star, Lanlan ran from one planet to another, ran to anyone's house, or ran to any strange beast's territory. It didn't matter, because the whole planet was her home. But outside, she couldn't do whatever she wanted. Lanlan just listened to what Ino's father said. Didn't refute, just hugged his father tightly. Ino finally stopped talking and asked again, "Have you had breakfast?" Lanlan then raised her little head and shook her head vigorously. "Go see if Uncle Ming is ready." Ino carried the little girl to the kitchen. "Wait a minute," the little girl said hurriedly, and she pointed to the yard again. "Big brother. Big brother is here too." "What big brother?" As she was talking, the sound of a small starship docking outside was heard. Ino took his daughter to the door and saw a private starship parked outside the manor. The door of the starship opened, and inside, the Prince Shershu, dressed in black, walked out. Ino, no. Lanlan was missing early in the morning. Did she go to find her big brother? Shershu's visit was something Ino had not expected. Ino did not like this brat very much. Coincidentally, Uncle Ming did not like him either, seeing that the Prince of the Empire was about to be kicked out. Ino was happy for less than 2 minutes, and the young prince took out his light brain and showed Uncle Ming a message. 5 minutes later, the prince moved into the first floor of the manor, next to Uncle Ming's room. Ino, Lanlan was very happy to see her big brother. She kept following him all morning. Ino called her several times. The little girl listened at first, but later she stopped listening. Shershu was not talkative, but he did not need her to say anything. The little girl would talk by herself. Among the chattering, the little girl mentioned her most, which was her Hey. Hai said that Lanlan wanted to regain her memory. Hai said that Lanlan was already 4 billion years old. That is, 1 billion, not 1. Hai said that he only needed to sleep for a while longer, and he would be able to wake up completely. Then, he would take Lanlan to walk in the stars. Shershu listened to the little girl muttering, and thought of the little girl who had come out of the faucet without any defense in the universe before, and she was exposed to the cosmic radiation. But nothing happened. In his heart, some guesses were slowly taking shape. In the afternoon, it was already dark outside. The little girl was trapped in the manor every day, and she already had many games that she could play alone. For example, her favorite was Minesweeper. Lanlan opened her children's optical computer that was not connected to the internet, projected the screen in the air, and demonstrated to her big brother how good Lanlan was at playing Minesweeper. Lanlan could survive for 3 minutes. After Lanlan died once, she invited her big brother, "Big brother, come and try it too. If you can't do it, Lanlan will teach you." Shershu hesitated for a moment, then clicked tentatively. 1 minute later, he passed the level. Lanlan, Shershu, The little girl covered her mouth and looked at her big brother, muttering, "Big brother seems to be better than Lanlan." Shershu, Try it again, the boy said, and opened another level. This time, he died after just 3 steps. Lanlan's eyes immediately lit up. "Oh, big brother, you can't walk here. This is connected to the previous step. It's easy to step on a landmine if you walk in a row." The boy nodded quietly, looking like he was being taught. Okay. The big and the small were having fun. And halfway through, Shershu's communication rang. He took a look and saw that it was an internal military intelligence notice. After reading the content of the notice, the boy's dark eyes narrowed suddenly. It said that the capital scientific research team entered the Death Star to collect samples, but had been missing for 15 days. It was suspected that all members had died, including Marshal Yi's second son. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Lanlan saw that the big brother was looking at the optical computer and stopped playing Minesweeper. So he stared at the big brother optical computer. The big brother optical computer was better looking than Lanlan. Lanlan had never seen such a beautiful optical computer. and it was better looking than the optical computer that the big brother and his friends used in the forest. Thinking that the child couldn't understand it, Shu handed the laptop to the little girl and let her read it, saying, "I'm reading the notice." Lanlan stared at the complicated words, and the little girl blinked her eyes. Suddenly, Lanlan saw 3 words that she was very familiar with. Ah! Death Star. Shu was stunned, and he stared at the little girl. "Do you know Death Star?" The little girl tilted her head and replied crisply, "Yes. Lanlan home is Death Star. Lanlan has lived on Death Star since she was a child. Didn't Lanlan tell her big brother?" Chapter 87. The hall suddenly became quiet, and Shu looked at the little girl in front of him expressionlessly. Lanlan hadn't found anything wrong yet. She was still looking at the words on her big brother light brain. In addition to the 3 words Death Star, Lanlan also knew many other words. But they were a little confused. "Big brother. How do you pronounce this word?" The little girl pointed to one of the words and asked obediently. Shu took a look and said, "Trace." "In?" the little girl muttered. "The trace of missing." The little girl tilted her head, as if she understood, but also as if she didn't understand. "You?" The boy spoke again at this time. His voice was a little dry. "Live in. It's time to eat." At this time, Uncle Ming came out of the kitchen and called. Lanlan immediately stood up from her big brother arms and ran to the restaurant. For dinner today, the baby and the wolf still had a big meal, and the others ate nutrient solution. Inno had been craving for the food for a long time, but Uncle Ming and the 2 robots kept a close eye on him. After more than 10 days, he hadn't eaten a single bite. "Uncle Ming, Lanlan and Feng Qilang can't finish it. What's wrong with me helping them eat some?" Inno wanted to eat it secretly again, and his fingers were about to touch it. But at this moment, his optical brain suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, Inno reluctantly gave up the food and got up to answer the call. "Hello." Shu looked at the young man back, and there was some emotion in his dark eyes. Inno didn't come back until the end of dinner. When he came back, he didn't have the mood to joke around before. He drank the nutrient solution in 2 gulps and went back to the room. At 9 o'clock in the evening, it was time for Lanlan to go to bed. She yawned a little, led the puppy, and walked upstairs slowly. As she walked, she turned back and waved to the hall. "Good night, Grandpa." "Good night, Big Brother." "Good night, Tabeo." "Good night, Xiaobao." Until the little girl entered the room. Uncle Ming turned his head and looked at the uninvited guest who came to the manor today with his eyes without eyeballs. He set the night charging for the 2 robots without any expression, and then walked past Shu. Shu was the last one to return to the room. When he sat on the bed, he turned on his light brain. Putting on holographic glasses, he entered the virtual city of the Star Network. After selecting the city number, he met the person he wanted to meet in a cafe on a street in the city. Marshal Yi had been almost exhausted these 2 days. The day before yesterday afternoon, the Capital Star sent a communication asking him to return to the Capital Star immediately. The captain of the Asia Star did not try to keep him. The cause of the Asia Star shock has been investigated, and at such an urgent moment, the person in charge wants to leave. Logically, the captain of the Asia Star should strongly oppose it. But the other party seemed to know something and didn't say a word. Returning to the capital planet, Marshal Yi met with the president, who handed him an internal briefing. More than a dozen staff members of the First Research Institute were all missing, and the bodies of 3 of them had been found. It is currently speculated that all of them died and no one survived. Looking at the suspected death list, there was also the name of his second son. Marshal Yi stood there quietly for a long time without moving. The president gave him a holiday and said that the capital planet had sent an investigation team to the death planet for investigation. If he wanted, he could go with the investigation team. After leaving the president office, Marshal Yi felt a little dizzy because of the sun in the sky. After a long time, he turned on the light brain and contacted Li Jie. This time Li Jie did answer the call, but the other party was very silent. Marshal Yi asked first, "You have been to the Death Star and are familiar with it. Do you think it is true?" Li Jie did not ask what was true. He seemed to know everything. After a while, he said, "My friend said it was." Marshal Yi exhaled. "It's just missing. Not necessarily dead. There are 3 people with abilities in the investigation team this time. We will know after a look." "Uncle Yi." Li Jie interrupted Marshal Yi. "Not only those researchers. but also a prisoner named Val, who helped the researchers with the sampling work, has disappeared. At present, the communication in the Death Star is not connected. No one knows what is going on inside. Where is the warden? Where is the warden of their Death Star? Marshall Yi's voice was a little hoarse, but he still tried his best to stay calm. The warden can't be contacted either. Ligia's words fell into Marshall Yi's ears, saying that people outside could not contact the warden inside. But only Ligia himself knew that what he said was that Zhou Qin could not contact the inside of the Death Star either. In the next 2 days, Marshall Yi followed the investigation team and was busy preparing to go to the Death Star until the internal military intelligence was notified. Marshall Yi's eldest son, Major Yi Ling, also knew that his brother's life and death were uncertain. In the virtual coffee shop, Yi Ling sat opposite Shu. There were coffee-like drinks in front of them. But in the virtual star network, these things were just data and tasted nothing when eaten. So the two of them did not move, but just kept silent. After a while, Yi Ling spoke first. Did you see Lanlan? Sure, she said him. Very good. Her face should be uneasy wherever she goes. It's better to wait until the fever subsides. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for her to go to school in the future. Yi Ling talked a lot. And after a while, he talked about his own things. I plan to go to the Death Star and want to borrow your Earl. Shu stared at his eyes, frowning. Enter the interior? Yi Ling nodded. Yes. We shouldn't be able to find anything outside. We still have to go inside. But my mecha is 2's level, and many of the casting materials will be corroded by the mutated humidity after entering the Death Star, and the mecha may be scrapped. I remember that your Earl is made of 3S materials, which can resist the corrosiveness of dark matter. You can't drive the Earl. Shu said that 2's ability users can't drive 3S mechas. This is level suppression, unless you take the Devil's Light. The banned drug Devil's Light can forcibly break through the mental power level, allowing 2's ability users to be promoted to false 3S ability users. Although the level can be increased, the side effects are severe, and there will be life-threatening. Of course, life-threatening is just a nice way of saying it. If it was just life-threatening, the Devil's Light would not become a banned drug. I still have some blue nutrient solution here, Yi Ling said. The energy and vitality contained in that nutrient solution are very huge. After drinking the nutrient solution, you can forcefully drive a 3S mecha and succeed. I have tried it with Yusang mecha. However, Yusang mecha is just an ordinary 3S mecha, and many of its raw materials are still made up of 2's materials. If it is placed in the mutated air of the Death Star, it will also be corroded. That's why Yi Ling shamelessly asked Shu to borrow the count. Shu looked at him silently. Some words were on the tip of his tongue. He wanted to say them, but when they reached his lips, he swallowed them back. Finally, he said, okay, I have someone send the count to you in 2 days. Yi Ling lowered his head and said gratefully, thank you. The two of them didn't say anything in the following time. They quietly looked at the virtual street outside the cafe. The virtual cities in the Star Network are all simulated according to the real cities in the interstellar space. Only the small food shops on both sides of the street, such as coffee shops, bun shops, steak shops, and hot dog shops, are generated according to the appearance of the legendary Blue Star shops. Coffee, buns, steaks, hot dogs. These are all Blue Star foods recorded in history books. Some people have also tried to reproduce these foods with edible ingredients, but because the cost is too high and the taste varies, they basically ended up with nothing. I'm leaving first. Shu stood up, said this, and logged out. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the Simple Manor room. It was pitch black outside the room. Through the window, the boy with amazing 5 senses could see countless complex and complicated black vines, which were slowly crawling between the walls in the darkness of the sky. Shu fell on the bed, raised his fingers, and rubbed his eyebrows. In the end, he didn't tell Yi Ling that Lanlan said her home was on the Death Star. In the next few days, Ino began to record Lanlan physical data every day. It stands to reason that after eating so much, she would gain weight and should be a little taller. But there was no change. Almost no change from the first day. Even the weight she gained was consumed faster and faster, as the little girl played more and more crazy. Ino poked his daughter's face worriedly. How come the little piglet is thin again? Lanlan was concentrating on watching cartoons. When she heard this, she pouted her little mouth and looked at Inno's father unhappily. Dad is the little piglet. Inno laughed and continued to poke his daughter's face. Lanlan raised her hand and pushed her father away, not wanting him to disturb her from watching cartoons. In the cartoons, the exotic deer named Hua Hua finally found his mother. And now is the most tense moment of the plot. Lanlan, we have to go home. The deer ate the vegetable soup made by his mother, and he could finally sleep peacefully in his mother's arms. Your father Val is missing. Not only your father Val, but also your father Mu Yu has not been heard since he returned to the Death Star. The little girl who was concentrating on watching cartoons suddenly turned her head away. Her mouth slightly opened, staring blankly at Inuo's father. Inuo rubbed his daughter's head. Leave early tomorrow morning. The next morning, when she woke up, the whole manor was silent. There was no sound of the old man chopping meat in the kitchen. No sound of the little girl watering flowers in the courtyard. And Feng Qilang did not lie down at the door to bask in the sun. The whole manor was as silent as a tomb. Shu walked around the manor, and finally met Uncle Ming at the back door. He was instructing the delivery robot that starting tomorrow, there would be no need to deliver meat and vegetables. Why not? The young man interrupted abruptly. The old man brought in the last portion of food, closed the back door, and walked to the kitchen while casually saying, "They left." The young man sank his eyes. After a while, he used his mental power and spread out his 5 senses to sense it. In the entire manor, there was indeed no breathing sound except them. When did they leave? 4 in the morning. At 4 in the morning, he did not hear any movement. So there are 2 possibilities. 1. He was sleeping soundly. And 2. They did not make any sound when they left. The first possibility is impossible, because he is sure that he can't sleep so soundly. Then it is the second possibility. Sure, Shu is a 3S ability user, but they can leave him quietly when he can't detect it. This can only mean that the mental power of the little girl father, Inno, is higher than his. 3S is already the highest, and it is impossible to be higher, which means that the other party is an experienced 3S ability user. In short, the ability is higher than his. The young man's face turned pale. The old man asked again, "Do we not need to prepare your nutrient solution in the future?" Shu opened his light brain and summoned his private starship while saying, "Yes." The notice of the disappearance of the experts from the Capital Research Institute was spread to the Star Network by someone unknown. The people of the star Interstellar immediately commented on this. Is the Death Star going to change again? According to historical records, the Death Star has experienced 2 planetary changes. If a third change occurs, does it mean that the Death Star is no longer suitable for biological survival? Will the Death Star be abolished? Where should the more than 200 Class A death row prisoners be relocated? Did the missing researchers discover the truth about the Death Star change? If the Death Star really changed, would it have a collateral impact on other planets around it? Are you sure that there is no surviving researcher? There are so many prisoners in the Death Star. Could it be that the prisoners conspired to murder the researchers? Amidst the various opinions, the starport of the Death Star has been filled with countless media reporters in the past few days. There are even many individual explorers who set up cameras at the starport under the banner of live broadcast of the Death Star mutation. When the people from the Capital Star investigation team came over, they saw such a market-like scene. The head of the Capital Star investigation team is Guanxi, and his title is an official of the Central Inspection Association. The man is dressed in a suit and leather shoes, with a pair of frameless glasses on his face, and looks gentle and refined. Clear the people. The noisy starport. If you don't know, you might think it is a tourist attraction. The idle people blocked the investigation team's hovercraft. Some people got off the car to disperse the crowd. When the car was finally able to drive in, they found that at the front of the starport, the closest position to the Death Star, many people also set up ultra-long distance exploration mirrors. They actually wanted to stand here and explore the scene inside the Death Star. Guanxi glanced at his subordinates. The subordinates immediately opened their light brains and searched the 3 words Death Star on the Star Network. Soon, 30 or 40 live broadcast rooms came out. He showed the live broadcast room to his immediate superior. Guanxi watched, but saw only foggy black in the screen. These people could not shoot anything. Occasionally, there were bullet comments. What is there to see in this pitch black? Can you shoot it more clearly? In other words, aren't you shooting the Death Star? What is this black thing? I have watched several live broadcast rooms, and it feels that I can only shoot to this extent. I specially checked that the Death Star is affected by mutant gases, and the entire atmosphere is covered with black fog. No matter how good the equipment is, you can only shoot a mass of black from the outside, and it is impossible to shoot the inside. Ah, there is nothing to watch then. Let's go! It would be great if there were pictures of the inside. Can't we go in and shoot? You can't go in. You need a special starship to fly in. How can ordinary anchors have the authority to go in? This is a prison star. It would be great if the official is willing to broadcast it. The official must be eager to suppress the matter. How can they let you broadcast it? Guanxi glanced at it, and waved his hand without interest. The subordinates took the optical computer. And at this moment, several more people came from behind. Guanxi looked at Yiling, who was walking in front. During the investigation, what annoyed him most was the involvement of family members. But this person was of high status, and he couldn't refuse. Everyone is here. Let's prepare to enter the interior of the planet. While speaking, someone took out the starship folding device, selected an open place and pressed it. In an instant, a medium-sized starship appeared in front. The anchors and media who were still trying to shoot the interior of the Death Star nearby looked at the starship, and the people next to them, who looked extraordinary. And they were more and more surprised. Did they encounter the legendary investigation team? At this moment, a small anchor standing in the corner looked at the starship, but his eyes lit up. He immediately took out a high-level unmanned probe he bought from the black market from his pocket. This probe is made of 3S materials. If he can send this probe into the Death Star, he will be the only one in the entire network who can broadcast the inside of the Death Star live. But he couldn't think of a way to send the probe in. If the probe could go in with the starship, why are there so many people? When Ino drove the spaceship and approached the Death Star, he found that the port of the Death Star was overcrowded. The hovercraft in the sky was parked in a mess, and there were searchlight-like cameras everywhere. Ino didn't want to attract attention, so he immediately drove the spaceship to the back of the Death Star, looking at the buttons on the operation panel, whose functions he was not sure about. Ino scratched his head and called out, Lanlan. Do you know which button can temporarily open the external defense of the Death Star? If the defense is not opened, we can't get in. Lanlan is filling the automatic feeder with nutrient solution for the puppy. Ino's father said that the puppy cannot enter the Death Star. If it enters the Death Star, the puppy will die. So before they come out, the puppy can only live in the spaceship. Lanlan has prepared the nutrient solution for the puppy for the next month. Hearing the voice of Ino's father, the little girl stood up from the ground. She ran over and stared at the big screen in front of her with a confused look. Defense? You don't know either? That's right. The last time you left, you were carrying supplies. At that time, there should be no need to open the defense layer. But I remember Muyu has made this function. He said that the defense layer can be kept open for 10 seconds. But I don't remember how he did it. This. Lanlan pointed to a string of codes on the screen and said, this means defense. Although Lanlan didn't know how to write the word defense, she knew what defense meant. Ino was surprised. Are you sure? Lanlan blinked her eyes and looked innocent. This is how Muyu taught Lanlan. Ino gritted his teeth. Then try it. How do I press it? Lanlan simply squeezed Ino's father away, and then sat in the cabin by herself, tapping the button back and forth with her little hands. After a while, Ino suddenly realized something. He immediately said, now. While speaking, Ino immediately pressed another button, and the spacecraft rushed into the Death Star at almost the speed of light. They entered from the north of the Death Star. At the same time, Yiling, Guanxi and others were carrying the investigation team starship, and were also entering the interior of the planet from the south of the Death Star. At the same time, a small anchor also entered the planet by accidentally bumping into someone and quietly stuffed an advanced detector into the pocket of the investigation team staff. On the Star Network, there are more and more live broadcast rooms broadcasting the Death Star. But what the audience sees is either the live broadcast of the starport or the live broadcast of the dark atmosphere of the Death Star. The audience who want to see some dry goods went in and out, and after a circle, they found nothing. The audience was very dissatisfied, and the barrage of curses continued. The same is true for Kai Xiaoyang live broadcast room. Even among the live broadcast rooms broadcasting the Death Star, because of his low popularity, his live broadcast room has even fewer viewers, with only 12 viewers online at the same time. These viewers did not speak, causing the screen to be blank for a long time. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Kai Xiaoyang live broadcast room suddenly jammed. Even though it jammed, no viewers spoke, which meant that there was probably no living person in the live broadcast room at the moment. The live broadcast room was jammed for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the dark atmospheric fog on the screen suddenly disappeared, replaced by a somewhat blurry city street scene. This street was very empty, with no one on the street, but there were quite a few houses around. From a distance, it looked like a dead city. Huh? Finally, a viewer posted a bullet comment. Then, this viewer posted a second bullet comment. I took a look at the title. Live broadcast of the interior of the Death Star? This is the interior of the Death Star? Anchor, don't just make a garbage star to fool people. How did you get into the interior of the Death Star? The anchor did not reply to this bullet comment, and the trembling and blurry picture finally became clearer as the camera moved. In this clear picture, a building quickly appeared in the center of the picture. The name of this building was on the top of the building. This building was called Warden's Office Building. Fuck. Is this true or false? Is this the interior of the Death Star? Host, you actually filmed the interior of the Death Star? What kind of camera equipment do you have? You can even film this? The number of viewers in the live broadcast room quickly increased from 12 to 90 viewers. After a while, the picture gradually approached the Warden's Office Building. This building was a little dilapidated, but it looked basically tidy. There was a small fountain outside the front yard on the first floor of the building. The camera moved to the top of the fountain and saw that there were actually fish in the fountain. Ah. Chapter 88. Lanlan. Is it the Lanlan I know? No way. Same name? This is outrageous. Is this really the Death Star? Why is there a Lanlan sign in the Death Star? I looked at the information of this anchor. A small anchor. Not very popular. How can such an anchor have the backstage to enter the Death Star? So the case is solved. This is definitely not the Death Star. No. What the hell is this? A blue fountain? I am really impressed by some blue fans. Don't you blue fans have your own forum? This is discussing the Death Star. Regarding the mutation, no one really thinks that in such a serious topic about whether a planet will perish. It is pleasing to show the presence of your idol. Right? I will report the live broadcast room. Some fans really have no brains at all. Blue fans don't take the blame. Okay. If you want to scold this anchor for having no bottom line. Why do you scold blue fans? Why are they still arguing? This is what this anchor wants to see. And the heat generated by the quarrel is also heat. In a blink of an eye, the popularity value has reached 20,000. And the popularity value was less than 100 a few minutes ago. The barrage chattered by. But there were almost no good words. Now everyone basically thinks that this anchor is not broadcasting Death Star at all. He probably just found a deserted garbage planet. And he even shamelessly put Lanlan sign in the garbage planet. If you are doing something, just mark it as something. The serious title of Death Star deceives the audience who clicked in to watch Death Star, and then uses Lanlan name to bring bad things to Lanlan, which is really a lose-lose situation. As the popularity of the live broadcast room increased, the scolding in the barrage became heavier, and soon, the camera on the screen was aimed at the 5-3s water beasts in the fountain. The camera tapped the water beasts and the small sign, conveying how shocked the person operating the camera was at this time. What do you want to say by filming the water-dividing beasts so many times? Are you trying to tell me that these water-dividing beasts are real? They must be fake. Please, host, have some common sense. The water-dividing beast is a high-level beast with very poor exclusivity. There is only one water-dividing beast on a planet. You put 5 water-dividing beasts in a pool. Are you really treating the audience as fools? Amid the noisy comments, the camera continued to move forward. The 6 words Warden's Office Building appeared in the center of the camera again. But this time, there were no exclamations from the audience. The comments were still weird. Not only did he find a garbage planet to pretend to be a death planet, he also hung a sign in it that said Warden's Office Building. He was really serious. I cried to death. There is a sign of the Warden's Office Building. And a blue sign. How many props have you prepared? I haven't left yet. Just to see how fake this live broadcast room can be. Ha ha ha. Because the content of the live broadcast is too incredible. It is suspected that the live broadcast is fake. And because the little anchor has no old fans, the doubts of the new audience almost drown the live broadcast room. Under such pressure, the camera has to continue to move forward. The camera seems to want to enter the warden's office building. But the door is locked and cannot enter without permission. After circling in front of the door for a few times, the camera turns to a green belt on the right. This green belt is obviously carefully cared for by people, and it is full of clusters of delicate and beautiful flowers and grasses. Ha! Doghead grass. Cattail flower. Aren't these the most common wild flowers and grasses that are downstairs in my house? Anchor. You haven't done your homework well. Non 3s. Creatures cannot survive on the Death Star. These are low-level wild flowers and grasses. It is impossible for them to appear in the Death Star. It's a mistake. It's a mistake. This time it's a real mistake. Even more fake than the 5 water-dividing beasts that were photoshopped just now. There was nothing to see near the office building, and the camera began to drift out again. After drifting out of the office building, there was still no pedestrian on the road. After a while, the camera found a very strange road in front. This road is not straight, but tilted from top to bottom, as if there was a hillside on a good flat ground. The camera flew to the inclined mountain road and found that there were many indentations caused by wheels in the mud of the mountain road. The camera went all the way up to see what was the highest point of the hillside. Then when it reached the highest point, everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. In front of them, there were dozens of mountain roads with the same high and low arcs and drops, which were endless and crisscrossed, spreading forward. Looking at the picture in front of them, the barrage was dumbfounded. What is this? Fuck. Is it naturally formed? It looks so shocking. I want to know which garbage planet this is. I want to go there to play. In this barren planet, there is such a spectacular mass of complicated and disordered mountain trails. Do people walk on such mountain trails? But wouldn't it be tiring to run uphill? Oh, I know. It must be the alien beasts walking there. Right. What kind of beast would run out of such a road? Host, I admit that your little trick has aroused my interest. Keep flying forward. Let me see where the end of these mountain roads is. The camera continued to fly forward, bypassing the irregular mountain road below, and flew for nearly 10 minutes before the camera flew to the other end of the mountain road. From a distance, there was also a sign on the top of the mountain at the other end. I have a bad feeling. 2 minutes later, the camera floated in front of the sign. The sign still had immature and clumsy children's words. This time it said, Blue Cloud X Roller Coaster. The "shall" word was written wrong at first, and was crossed out. And then, there was an adult's "no" behind it, which added a neat "shall" word. Another blue sign? Contains X2 blue. Host, you still dare to say you are not a blue fan? The camera stared at the sign in a daze, and then it turned to the side again, wanting to see what else was nearby. In the distance, a mutant car with hand-painted graffiti all over its shell was parked. This car is not a normal floating car. It has 4 huge wheels underneath, considering the marks left by the wheels on the mountain road. Could it be that the car is not a strange beast walking on the intricate mountain road? The camera flew to the front of the car, and then, unexpectedly, there was a line of childish words on the front hood of the car. Lanlan tool car. Contains 3 blues, which is pretty good. I count them for you. True blue fans have already started to dig their toes into the ground. Anchor, how much do you love Lanlan? But the Death Star and Lanlan really can't be connected. Please don't force the connection. Anchor Kai Xiaoyan wiped his face and looked at the barrage floating in the light brain. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. But he is really not a blue fan. Why does no one believe that this is really the Death Star? Yes, if he is a spectator, he would probably find it absurd. Is this the Death Star or the Blue Star? You said you were broadcasting the Death Star. Why is it all blue? After watching this magnificent and huge mountain road called the roller coaster, the camera simply had no purpose and flew around blindly. You can fly faster on ordinary roads. Hey, there is a big tree with a strange red ribbon hanging over there. Go over and see what it is. The camera flew to the tree and saw that the red silk was tied to the branches, and there were words written on the silk. I hope the girl grows taller quickly, because the middle part was tied with a knot. The camera couldn't see clearly what was written, but there was a name at the end of the red silk. Burke. The camera couldn't understand this red silk, so it went to see other red silks. Finally, after looking for a long time, the words on a red silk can be seen clearly. I hope Joe Chin will not come back. Every time he comes back, my daughter can't stay overnight at my house. Signed, Maple Leaf. Shou Qin? Daughter? What does it mean? The camera turned around again, and saw that there was a sign behind the big tree. Barrage, eh? Good guy. Element alert, element alert. It won't start again. Sure enough, the camera got closer and saw that the sign said, Lanlan Wishing Tree. The font of this sign looks more childish and twisted than the fonts of the previous signs, as if it was written by a younger child. The props are well received for the details, creating a feeling that this is the words written by Lanlan when she was 2 or 3 years old. The anchor is attentive, and I give the anchor a small thumbs up. Ha, why do you still want to step on it? If it was placed in another section, I might be happy to watch it. But anchor, you should change the title and category of your live broadcast room quickly. The Death Star mutation is not something that should be used as a joke. Indeed, the scene is very interesting. The props are also very attentive, and the whole work is nothing special. But the Death Star title really ruins the good impression and also attracts hatred from Lanlan. So, if you don't understand, just ask, what is a wishing tree? I searched the star network, and it seems to be a tree on the blue star where you can pray for good luck. Just like we pray for the blessing of the God of the universe when the planets are linked. The people of the blue star will hang their wishes on the tree, and the wishes will come true. Wow. So magical. I want to hang it too. I want to pray that when I test my physical fitness next year, I can detect a 3S physical fitness. Can it be realized? It's so funny. This is not a real blue star wishing tree. Do you think it can be realized? The camera finished visiting the wishing tree and continued to fly forward. And then, ding, I saw a floating bus suddenly coming in front of me. Wow! The bus? After watching for a long time, I finally saw a living thing appear on this planet. The anchor. Please zoom in to see if there is anyone in the car. The camera was obviously very excited and quickly flew to the hover car, but saw that the hover car was driving like a drunk, twisting and turning, flying all over the sky. The camera was afraid of being hit, so it quickly backed away. Fortunately, although the bus was flying as if it was about to have a car accident, it finally landed steadily in front of the bus stop. The camera quickly accelerated and flew over. Finally, the moss-sized camera flew into the bus and carefully stopped on the backrest of a seat, quietly observing the inside of the car. I saw that there was no one in the car, and the internal structure of this so-called floating bus was indeed no different from that of an ordinary interstellar bus. The camera flew to the driver's seat again. Finally, an hour after entering the Death Star, the audience in the live broadcast room finally saw the first living person in the Death Star. A bus driver who was not afraid of death and drank while driving. Xiao Zhou is an ordinary Alpha Star public security policeman. Because Alpha Star is a very small satellite star, and the permanent population on the planet is not large, the police in the public security station can hardly go out for field work once a month. Today, Xiao Zhou also stayed in his office all day. Seeing that it was almost time to get off work, he had nothing to do, so he simply opened the Star Network to check the hot news. At this time, the homepage pushed a very popular live broadcast room to him. Xiao Zhou clicked in casually, and as soon as he entered, he saw a bus driver who was operating the driving panel with one hand and holding a bottle of wine with the other hand. Looking up and drinking. Xiao Zhou, question mark. Public security policeman Xiao Zhou was stunned and typed directly. Xiao Zhou, don't drink and drive. Don't drive after drinking. Which bus company driver is so brave? Xiao Zhou, this is not taking the safety of customers' lives seriously. I want to report this driver. Xiao Zhou, I looked at the title. Death Star? Is it the prison star I know? Death Star? Don't be nervous. New viewers in front. This is a fake Death Star, and this driver is very likely to be in the same group with the anchor. To be honest, even if it was a fake Death Star, even if the driver was in cahoots with the anchor, you can't promote driving and drinking. Anchor, you really went too far. The guidance is too bad. Fake Death Star? A group? Xiao Zhou was confused. So what is the situation now? When Xiao Zhou was confused, his old colleague just came back from patrol. The colleague patted Xiao Zhou on the shoulder and asked casually, you haven't got off work yet. Xiao Zhou was about to say that he would get off work soon. But at this moment, Xiao Zhou suddenly felt his shoulder hurt. He turned his head to look at his colleague, and saw that his old colleague's face suddenly turned black. The colleague looked at his live broadcast screen with deep eyes, and the whole person was in a very wrong state. Xiao Zhou was puzzled, What's wrong with you? The old colleague pointed at the screen. Who is this man? Xiao Zhou slipped his shoulder out of the old colleague's rough hand, rubbed his shoulder, and muttered, "This driver? I'm watching it too. It seems that a host is doing some gimmick. I haven't figured out what's going on yet. He is Jules Berry." Xiao Zhou was stunned. "Ju what?" The old colleague pushed Xiao Zhou away from his workstation with a dark face, opened the internal criminal network of the office computer, and after entering the name, a man who looked exactly like the driver in the live broadcast room suddenly popped up on the screen. The old colleague frowned and said, "Jules Berry, the first bounty killer in the Interstellar, was assassinated by him. Before he was arrested, he had been hired to kill hundreds of Interstellar officials." Xiao Zhou listened to the words of his old colleague, which seemed like a heavenly book. And then he looked at the live broadcast room in front of him, and the whole person was confused. What? The old colleague looked very bad, but Jules Berry was imprisoned 20 years ago. How could he be here? Xiao Zhou, what kind of live broadcast room is this? This is not a joke. Jules Berry is a Class A felon. Xiao Zhou quickly told his old colleague everything he knew. The old colleague looked at the title of the live broadcast room, and then looked at the picture in the live broadcast room. After a long silence, he said, "I will report it first. You continue to pay attention. By the way, record the screen." Xiao Zhou quickly clicked on the screen recording function. At this moment, other people in the barrage also discovered Jules Berry's identity. I was wondering why this guy looks so familiar. Did any police academy student notice that this guy looks exactly like Jules Berry in the 9th grade supplementary textbook? The Death Row Inmates Illustrated book? I just learned this lesson recently. I noticed it too. I also looked up the news reports when Jules Berry went to court that year, and they really look exactly the same. Even the tattoo behind the ear is the same. This guy is Jules Berry, a bounty killer who specializes in killing high-ranking officials. Jules Berry. Fuck. Don't scare me. Anchor. You're not broadcasting the Death Star. Are you? Are the first few people hired by the anchor? What the hell are you talking about? No. Let me put it this way. The driver in the video is a Class A felon named Jules Berry. There are photos of him in court on the Starnet, and the surveillance video of him assassinating the president of Mia Star. It is the same person. If you don't believe it, search it yourself. I came back after searching, and my worldview is shattered now. Is this really the Death Star? Fuck. Anchor, please tell me. This is not the real Death Star. Right. Wait. If this is really the Death Star, then those signs just now. The suspended bus is bumpy. Jules Berry, the death row prisoner on duty today, doesn't care what will happen if he drives and drinks. Anyway, he will stop and punch it at the station, and the attendance points in the suspended car can be automatically filled. He doesn't plan to let people take the bus he drives. Anyway, Zhou Qin hasn't appeared much recently, and the warden is lax, so the prisoners below naturally have a lot of little actions. He tilted his head back and took another sip of wine, seeing that the bottle was almost empty. Jules tooted, and threw the bottle directly into the car. The glass bottle rolled to the back door. Jules didn't even look at it. He opened his storage box and took out another bottle of wine from it. He bit off the bottle cap and tilted his head back to drink a big sip. He drank until his eyes were blurry and he felt tired. He didn't care and continued to drive in a mess, because the car was shaking too much. The camera was dizzy, and the audience watching the live broadcast naturally felt dizzy. Finally, after a while, the car stopped by the road. Another stop arrived. The camera was confused and took the time to stop and rest. Who knew that at this moment? A faint duh. Footsteps came from the front door. There were passengers getting on the bus. The camera turned to the front door in a daze. At the same time, the drunk driver in the driver's seat also heard the footsteps. But he closed his eyes and smacked his lips to chase him away. Get out of here. What the hell? Dare to sit in my car. The footsteps of the front door, who was about to get in the car, suddenly stopped. At this time, the camera's picture has completely given the figure of the little girl who raised one foot but froze in place, with a childish and innocent face at the front door. The air seemed to stagnate at this moment. The barrage was briefly still. A second later, a large number of exclamation marks flooded the screen. Lanlan! Lanlan! Fuck. It's really Lanlan. Ah. It's my baby Lanlan that I haven't seen for 23 days. 4 hours, 29 minutes and 33 seconds. Anchor, you can actually find Lanlan. No one on the internet can find Lanlan. You actually found Lanlan. Nothing else to say. A spaceship reward? There are many other gifts blooming in the middle of the screen. At the same time, there was a sound of ding, and it was time for the bus to stop. Jules, who was drunk and dizzy, opened his eyes irritably, and was about to lean over to press the button to close the door, when he turned his head and looked at the front door casually. The next second, he suddenly froze. The little girl at the door was still hesitantly getting on the bus. She was a little confused, and her big eyes looked at the man in the driver's seat with grievance. After hesitating for a while, she slowly put her legs down and carefully stepped back half a step. The little girl held the handrails by the door with both hands. It was more difficult to get in the car than to get out. She had to hold the handrails with both hands to get down from the high steps steadily without falling. Seeing that the little girl was about to retreat out of the car with a flat mouth, the drunk man in the driver's seat suddenly had a clear mind. He stood up and shouted loudly, "Lanlan." The little girl bit her lips aggrievedly, looked up at the man in the car, and muttered very quietly, "Dad." Bang! Bang! Ouch! Jules ran out of the narrow seat in a hurry. He walked to the front door and rubbed his hands on his not-so-clean clothes. Then he carefully held the little girl outside the car into his arms, as if he was holding a treasure, because she had just been scolded by Jules' father. Lanlan shrank in Jules' father's arms, lowered her head, and twisted her hands with each other. Jules was sober now. He touched his daughter's hair with trembling fingers and asked softly, "Baby, why are you here? Didn't you leave?" The little girl didn't say anything. She just pouted her lips and suddenly glanced at Jules' father, then raised her two little hands and covered her little nose tightly with them. The little girl's soft and sticky voice came out from her palm, "Dad, you drank again. And you drank while driving." Jules quickly wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and said vaguely, "No, I didn't drink." Dad promised Lanlan that he would not drink anymore. How could Dad go back on his word? The little girl was not fooled by her father. She looked at her father's driving seat with her big eyes, and saw several empty bottles with solid evidence. Then her eyes continued to move. Soon, she saw empty bottles on the floor inside the car. The little girl's mouth pouted higher and higher, and her eyebrows slowly stood up. She was angry. When Jules saw his daughter's expression, the fearless man panicked. He quickly put his daughter carefully on the seat, stumbled to pick up the bottle, ran into the driver's seat, and cleaned the driver's seat. After stuffing all the garbage into the trash can, the infamous Interstellar killer, who was feared by the outside world, stood up stiffly. He pulled the corner of his clothes and tried to make himself look neat. Then he forced a smile and looked at his daughter like begging, saying humbly, "Lanlan, baby, don't be angry. This is the last time. Daddy promises you that Daddy will never drink again. Can you give Daddy another chance? Daddy really won't dare to do it again." Lanlan turned her head away and didn't look at her father. She puffed her cheeks and said, "When Lanlan is not at home, Daddy will not listen to Lanlan. Lanlan is unhappy. Lanlan doesn't like Jules' father anymore." Bang! In an instant, Jules felt that the sky had fallen. Chapter 89. When Jules collapsed, the audience watching the live broadcast outside also collapsed. "Can someone translate for me what they are saying now?" Lanlan called the killer named Jules Barry. "What was it? It seems to be calling him Dad?" "I'm asking Lanlan." "It's Lanlan." "What did Lanlan call Jules Barry?" "Dad." "Who called Jules Barry Dad?" "Lanlan." "What did Lanlan call Jules Barry?" After repeated review of the barrage and repeated confirmation, the audience finally accepted the reality that their baby Lanlan was really calling a Class A death row prisoner named Jules Barry Dad. Why did she call him Dad? Isn't her dad the god of war? The barrage in the live broadcast room kept swiping. The major forums related to Lanlan also instantly added hundreds of new posts. Fans attracted by the new posts were led to the live broadcast room. The popularity of the live broadcast room soon exceeded 1 million. And even more viewers were entering. Anchor Kai Xiaoyang was a little panicked when he saw this data. With such a big commotion, he would not be discovered for secretly hiding the camera in the pocket of the Central Investigation Team and sneaking into the Death Star. Right? Just as he thought about it, his optical brain communication suddenly rang with 2 beeps. Kai Xiaoyang glanced at the caller ID and saw no name. Suspiciously, he still clicked to connect. The next second, a man official voice came from the other side. Is it Anchor Kaisilyong? This is the Capital Star Police Station. Kaisilyong, Kaisilyong, shock. It's over. Something really happened. Because he had to accept the temporary interrogation of the Capital Star Police Station. Kaisilyong adjusted the camera to automatically follow Lanlan. Then he put down the live broadcast room and quickly found a quiet place to accept the video. Meanwhile, the audience didn't know that the anchor had gotten into trouble. More and more viewers poured into the live broadcast room. And the screen gradually covered the faces of the people. And inside the Death Star, in the floating bus parked at the station entrance, a father and daughter were still in a stalemate. Lanlan said she would ignore Jules' father. And she really ignored Jules' father. Even if Jules' father squatted in front of Lanlan and gently pulled the corner of Lanlan's clothes. Lanlan just pulled the corner of his clothes out. And then continued to puff up his little face like a pufferfish. Lanlan. Although Daddy drank. You see, there is no passenger in Daddy's car. If Daddy really got into trouble, it would be Daddy alone. And it would not affect innocent passengers. Jules' brain turned quickly. And immediately changed the fact that he was too lazy to pick up passengers into that he didn't pick up passengers for the safety of the passengers. But Lanlan was even angrier. Her little eyebrows were completely erected. Even if no passengers in the car were injured, Daddy would be injured too. And what if Daddy hit other parents? Other parents were walking outside. And Jules' dad's car fell down and injured other parents. Even if it didn't hit the parents. What if it hit small animals? What if it hit flowers and plants? Little Tang Monk Lanlan opened fire. Jules was scolded by his daughter so hard that he couldn't even lift his head. He had a sad face and buried his head in his chest. Lanlan didn't let Jules' father go. She put her two little hands on her round waist and asked angrily, Dad, do you still think you are not wrong at all? Lanlan is too fierce. Jules raised his head quickly and waved his hands frantically. No. 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 I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Lanlan. I just want you not to be angry. As long as you are not angry, you can ask Dad to do anything. Lanlan didn't say anything. The little girl looked at her father like a doll. Jules felt guilty under her stare. His eyes flickered. And finally asked timidly, Then Dad, can I go home and write a self-criticism? Lanlan narrowed her big eyes. Jules said with a bitter face, Write 1,000 words of self-review. 2,000 words. Not 3,000 words. Right? I have never written so many words in my life. Woohoo. Okay. 5,000 words. 5,000 words. The vicious Lanlan shook her little head and raised a finger. Jules was surprised. 8,000 words will do. Lanlan said, 10,000 words. Bang. The sky fell again. Jules looked at his daughter in disbelief. 10,000 words. That's a full 10,000 words. Does Lanlan know how many words 10,000 words are? Lanlan actually didn't know how many words 10,000 words were. But Val's father often said that his papers were all 10,000 or 20,000 words. So Lanlan felt that Jules' father should be able to finish 10,000 words. Lanlan didn't care how shocked Jules' father was. She just turned her head and looked at Che, who was full of alcohol. And then said, Che can't drive anymore. Dad has to go home and sleep quickly. Jules wanted to cry, but had no tears. It was his turn to drive today. He had been driving for most of the day. He was about to hit the attendance mark. He could not drive anymore. He would be punished by Zhou Qin again. He was going to be punished by Zhou Qin and Lanlan. People really can't drink. Lanlan finally pushed Jules' dad out of the car. Then, fearing that his dad would not be able to walk steadily after drinking, she held his big hand and led him on the road. Jules was quite sad before. But now he was happy again. He could not hide his excitement and walk hand in hand with his baby daughter. His red face, which was full of alcohol, was full of silly dad's smile. Then Jules thought of something and asked again, Lanlan, didn't you leave? Why are you back again? The little girl said obediently, Lanlan came back with Inno's father. But Inno's father left as soon as he came back, saying that he was going to find Muyu's father and Val's father, and asked Lanlan to go home first. Lanlan waited for the bus to go home at the station, and then saw Jules' father drinking again. Jules shrank his neck. Dad, this is actually the first time to drink. Lanlan turned her head and looked at her father in disbelief. Jules didn't argue anymore, and quickly turned the page over, and asked again, why did Inno bring you back? Where did he bring you back from? Oh, Did he bring you back from the starport? Before, Joe Chin took a few people to the starport to move supplies. And move for several days. Now they are back? The warden's father didn't move supplies. The warden's father was an Asia star. And Ino's father didn't move supplies either. Ino's father and Lanlan went to the dark planet. Later, Ino's father said that Muyu's father and Val's father were missing. So Ino's father took Lanlan from the dark planet back to the Death Star. Lanlan didn't know why Jules' father said that the warden's father and Ino's father went to move supplies. She pouted unhappily. Dad, you are talking nonsense because of drinking. Jules, forget it. It seems that no matter what he says, his daughter will lead the topic to his drinking. He should just shut up. A big man and a small man were walking slowly on the street. And not far from them, a camera the size of a moth was quietly following them. Jules had been drunk and confused before, so he didn't notice it. Now, he walked on the street for a while, and the wind sobered him up a little. Suddenly, he noticed something. The ferocious, tall and bald man turned his head with murderous intent. His scarred face stared at a tiny moth behind him with terrifying eyes. Fuck! He is looking at me! Oh my god! I was so scared that my hand holding the nutrient solution trembled, and the whole bottle of nutrient solution spilled. Is this the look of a perverted killer? I thought I was going to die with just one look. Did he turn away? Did he turn away? I dare not look at the screen. Did he find out that he was being broadcast live? Damn. He won't kill everyone who saw the live broadcast. I want to quit the live broadcast room. After being scanned by Jules' eyes that looked like he was looking at a dead person, the barrage was so scared that they dared not move. Fortunately, at this time, the little girl called out, "What is Dad looking at?" In an instant, it was as if the storm had cleared up. Millions of viewers watched helplessly as the man, who looked like he was going to kill everyone in the world in the previous second, changed his expression in the next second. His brutal and terrifying eyes pressed down. His sharp eyebrows relaxed. He turned his head, and his face regained a simple and honest smile like a silly father. He said softly, "Dad saw a little fly. It's okay." The little girl looked back without knowing why, but saw nothing. The little girl blinked. There is obviously no little fly. Did Dad drink too much and see things? Jules, after drinking once, he really has to be whipped by his daughter for the rest of his life. Can't he stop drinking in the future? The feeling of being spied on has not dissipated. Jules walked, thinking, where did that stinky fly come from? Thinking of Joe Chin, who had not appeared for a few days. Fuck. Could it be some new real-time monitoring device that Joe Chin brought back? My mood instantly became extremely depressed. No. After Lanlan leaves, he will take down the surveillance camera. He doesn't want to be watched by a pair of eyes wherever he goes. Speaking of which, Joe Chin was not the kind of person who would care about them before. As long as they didn't dismantle the Death Star and didn't cause trouble according to his rules, he usually didn't bother to care about them. Why did they suddenly start monitoring them? While thinking about it, Lanlan had already brought Jules' father to a 2-story villa. Jules stopped immediately when he saw the villa. He coughed lightly. Lanlan, do you want to go in? Dad is waiting for you outside. The little girl held her father's rough hand tightly. Jules' father's house is too far away. But Jules' father drank a lot of wine and must be sleepy. So Lanlan will take Jules' father to Maple Leaf's house to sleep. Jules' father can wake up before leaving. Jules waved his hand quickly. No. No. I can go back to my own home. I don't need to live in someone else's house. Lanlan didn't understand. Maple Leaf's father is a very good person. He won't disagree with Jules' father staying with him. Every time Lanlan comes to Maple Leaf's father's house, Maple Leaf's father will play hopscotch with Lanlan for a long time. Jules still wanted to refuse. But at this moment, suddenly, there was a sound of whoosh. And it turned out that the window on the second floor of the villa in front was opened. And inside, an owl with 3 heads was flying towards them quickly. Shit! A level 3's, 3-headed night beast. I can actually see a living 3-headed night beast in my lifetime. I've never seen it before. Is it a bird? Why does it have 3 heads? The Encyclopedia of Exotic Beasts says that the 3-headed night beast is a man-eating beast that doesn't sleep at night and sleeps during the day. Its staple food is humans. This thing can eat a human head with one mouth. They only like to eat human heads and don't eat other parts of people. No wonder the top killers in the Interstellar are also afraid. Then they run. Shit. What does this Jules mean? He hid himself and left Lanlan there? Is he really Lanlan father? Fuck. This thing pounced on Lanlan. Lanlan turned her head and saw a bird with 3 heads flying towards her. The little girl had a smile on her face, and she quickly raised her little hand. The owl flew over in a hurry, but when it was about to approach the little girl, it suddenly braked. It slowly landed on the little girl's arm, and then, with its 3 pairs of big, round eyes, it looked at the little girl again and again. The owl's vision is not clear under the strong light of the day, so in the daytime, it must work hard to identify what it wants to see. After confirming that it was not wrong and that this little human was really Lanlan, the 3 furry owl heads suddenly began to rub the little girl's face and neck crazily. Ouch. Ouch. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. You make Lanlan so itchy. The owl didn't listen. It continued to rub the little girl, and its 2 heavy wings were still arched against the little girl, and Lanlan was almost arched to fall. Lanlan had no choice but to pick up Doo-doo and put him on her chest. The 3 owl heads were calling. Quack. 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 As chaotic as a duckling. At this moment, a cold whistle sounded in the 2-story villa in front. The reluctant owl heard the whistle and knew that it was the owner calling it. It didn't want to go back and pretended not to hear it. Then the whistle sounded again. This time the owl didn't dare to pretend not to hear it. It stopped calling and rubbed the little girl's fingers with its 3 heads again, then spread its wings. Seeing this, Lanlan let go of Doo-doo. The next second, the owl flew into the air, looking back every 3 steps, and flew back to the villa. But it stood by the window and didn't go into the house completely. It still looked forward to the direction of the little girl. Lanlan patted the bird feathers on her body and said, Dad, let's go in too. Hey, Dad? Lanlan looked around, and then saw Jules' father hiding behind the big tree on the roadside. Lanlan tilted her head. Dad? Jules hesitated. Lanlan, I really won't go in. I wait for you here. Lanlan was suspicious, but why? Why else? Because those 3 night beasts inside will eat everyone except you. Last time, because he lived near Fengyi house. He was accidentally bitten by 3 night beasts when he went out. In the end, he slept in the treatment cabin of Val's clinic for more than 10 days before he recovered. After he recovered, he moved overnight. Lanlan couldn't convince Jules' father. She came to Fengyi father house because she wanted to find a place for Jules' father to sleep. Now, although Jules' father didn't go in, Lanlan was already at the door. She had to go in and say hello to Fengyi father. Then Dad will wait for Lanlan here. Lanlan will take Dad home later. Dad, don't run around. Otherwise Lanlan won't be able to find Dad when she comes back. Jules nodded quickly, indicating that she would definitely not go anywhere, and would wait for her daughter to come back here. After getting Jules' father's promise, Lanlan walked towards Maple Leaf's father home with her short legs. As the little girl walked forward, the moth-like camera also followed. Huh? Jules looked at the fly. Could it be that Zhou Qin brought this thing back not to monitor them, but to monitor Lanlan? Are you afraid that Lanlan is in danger? You are thinking too much. The entire Death Star is Lanlan home. What danger can Lanlan be in at home? Maple Leaf Dad? It's Lanlan. Can Lanlan come in? After Lanlan walked to the door of Maple Leaf Dad house, she knocked on the door and shouted inside. Soon, a man cold and hoarse voice came from inside. The door is not closed. Lanlan pushed the door open and walked in. It was pitch black inside, and there was no light on. Lanlan shouted, "Turn on the light." The smart lamps lit up the whole house immediately. Looking inside again, I found that this was a room that was almost entirely black. The walls were black. The floor was black. The door of the room was black. And the indoor stairs were black. And in this natural black, there were more than a dozen 3-headed owls hanging upside down on the ceiling. Seeing the little girl coming in, the owls were startled at first. And then they all flew down, densely packed, and soon completely submerged the little girl. What a terrible scene! With so many terrifying night beast heads. I'm going to have a nightmare tonight. Lanlan was surrounded by them. They won't hurt Lanlan. Will they? Probably not. The 3-headed night beast on the street just rubbed against Lanlan. They know each other. Lanlan is definitely not afraid of him. It's just us who are afraid. Wow. I embarrassed Lanlan. I'm really scared. I just want to know. How many fathers does Lanlan have? New characters are unlocked. And there is another Maple Leaf father. I am now infinitely confused about Lanlan life experience. Don't forget, Lanlan mentioned a cuss father in the arena before. And she has more than one mother. I remember. Yaya mother. Sophia mother. There are two now. When the audience's barrage flew by, Lanlan was wrapped in the middle of the birds, and was almost rubbed bald. Until a low, cold cough sounded from the second floor. In an instant, the owls, who were still somewhat reckless, froze in an instant. They flew away from the little girl hesitantly, and then looked timidly in the direction of the second floor. The live camera also turned to the second floor, and then the audience in the live broadcast room saw a handsome man sitting in a wheelchair with a cold and weak appearance. Long, very good-looking, suddenly sat up. It's a handsome guy. Is this Lanlan Fengyi father? This father is too handsome. No, this man is not. Fuck. Principal Yufeng? What is the brother in front talking about? What principal? I was also shocked. Is the one in front a senior or a junior? He is also from the Muxing Alien Beast Research Institute. There is still a statue of Principal Yufeng in front of the school square. I immediately went to the Star Network to search, and came back after searching. Yufeng, the founder of the Alien Beast Research School, the first special professor in the interstellar world engaged in advanced alien beast analysis, behavior, and psychology, founded the Alien Beast Research Institute. For more than 200 years, he has trained a large number of alien beast-related talents for the interstellar world and made great social contributions to the interstellar world. There are too many prestigious awards, humanities awards, and scientific research awards that he has won. So I won't post them here. If you are interested, go and search. In short, this person is a big shot. The big shot among big shots. Oh my god. Someone sent me the link to this live broadcast room, saying that there is a surprise in it. And tears came out instantly when I clicked in. Principal Yufeng. I am a graduate of the first class of the Alien Research Institute. The principal's wife taught our class for a semester. At that time, every day after school, we could see the principal personally waiting for the principal's wife to finish class at the classroom door. Wow. The principal has disappeared for more than 100 years. Oh my god. We all thought that the principal had. Same as the early graduates. It seems that the rumor is true. It is said that someone used Principal Yufeng's scientific research results to conduct alien beast experiments on humans. In short, the so-called alien beast man was created. That is, a deformed person with extremely high combat effectiveness. Principal Yufeng protested against this and took back all scientific research rights. Then not long after, Principal Yufeng family members all died. Fuck. What the hell? Dead? Murdered? But isn't human experimentation prohibited in the Interstellar? It was not banned at the time. But because of Principal Yufeng incident, it was explicitly banned later. Then why is Principal Yufeng in the Death Star now? Aren't prisoners held in the Death Star? It is said that after losing his loved ones, Principal Yufeng later controlled a three-headed nightless beast that his wife had raised before her death, and killed all the senior managers of the project. And then he disappeared. It seems that he is not missing, but imprisoned. So sad. Why should he go to jail for killing those beasts? It seems that he is not in jail for killing people. Maybe someone is afraid of his ability to control the beasts. So he is controlled. TSK. I dare not say it. For fear of causing trouble. Dad. The little girl's sweet and clear cry interrupted the passionate analysis of the barrage. Lanlan was covered with the hair of the three-headed birds. When the birds retreated, the little girl smiled silly and looked up at Fengyi Dad on the second floor. Yufeng chuckled, with a pale smile on her sick face. Come up. Lanlan immediately ran up, and her hair fell off as she ran. As soon as Lanlan went up, she hugged Fengyi Dad and buried her little face in his fragrant arms. Dad. The thin man raised his hand and stroked his daughter's soft black hair, with a soft color between his eyebrows. He asked, when did you come back? I came back today, the little girl said, and looked into the second floor again, tiptoed and asked, where is Mom? Inside. The little girl immediately rushed in quickly, shouting, Mom! It's Lanlan! As soon as she ran in, her little body hit a cold mechanical shell. This is a mechanical woman. The woman lowered her head. Her inorganic electronic eyes turned. And then she raised her hands and lovingly picked up the little girl. Lanlan hugged her mother neck and kissed her mother cold face. Mom, do you miss Lanlan? The mechanical woman didn't say anything, just nodded. The man who rolled his wheelchair and looked at his wife and daughter hugging each other. He still just smiled gently. And then he continued to go inside. After entering the room, following the camera, the audience saw that this was not a normal room, but a laboratory. And in the middle of the laboratory, in a container full of liquid, a human brain was floating in it. There were countless electronic circuits connected under the container. As the brain nerves in the container twitched, the mechanical woman here also moved. It was as if the action of this mechanical woman was controlled not by the chip, but by the brain. The little girl was also carried into the laboratory by the mechanical woman. Half of the laboratory was the experimental area, and the other half was the living area. There were 2 beds in the living area, one large and one small. The small bed was pink, and there were soft pillows and dolls on the bed. Lanlan ran to her crib with familiarity. She sat beside the fluffy crib, hugging a pink pillow. The little girl said softly to the brain, Mom, Lanlan, come home tonight and sleep with me. Okay. The brain moved its nerves again, and the mechanical woman over there nodded repeatedly, saying, Okay. Okay. My God. It's so weird. I suddenly had a bold idea. Could this human brain be the murdered wife of Principal Yufeng? He dug out his wife's brain and saved it. Then he made a mechanical woman to replace this brain to perform 5 senses and actions, which means that he used technology to keep his wife alive. But is this considered living? With only one brain left, would his wife really be willing to live like this? I suddenly thought of the wishing tree before. Do you remember the content of the red silk? I hope someone will not come back. Every time he comes back, my daughter can't stay overnight at my house. The signature is maple leaf. So, Lanlan is not allowed to stay overnight in this house. Because Lanlan sleeps in the same room with a brain at night? Fuck. Who wants Lanlan to stay overnight in this house? It's scary to think about it. But Lanlan took the initiative to say that she wants to stay here tonight to sleep with her mother. Woohoo. I'm already scared. Why is Lanlan not afraid at all? Of course Lanlan doesn't feel scared. Why should Lanlan be afraid of her parents? Mom is inconvenient to move. So Lanlan moved to her mother's room to sleep with her lonely mother. When Lanlan is not around, Dad also sleeps with Mom like this. Dad loves Mom very much. He doesn't want Mom to be lonely. And Mom also loves Dad. So even if it hurts, she will always stay with Dad. And Lanlan feels sorry for Dad and Mom. So if possible, Lanlan will come to sleep with Mom and Dad. Every time Lanlan comes, Mom will be very happy. And Dad will be very happy too. Of course, Lanlan is also very happy. Chapter 90. After Lanlan said that she would stay at Maple Leaf's father's house tonight, the parents were very happy and talked to Lanlan for a long time. After that, the mother mechanical body went downstairs. When she came up again, she was holding a metal tray full of fresh fruits. Damn. So many edible fruits. Grapes cost 100 Interstellar coins each, and a quarter of watermelon costs at least 30,000 Interstellar coins. There are also bananas, oranges, and peaches. Can these things appear at the same time? The poor were shocked. The not-so-poor were also shocked. This plate of grapes cost at least 200,000 Interstellar coins. My pupils were shaking, while the barrage was chattering. The mechanical woman had already put the tray on the small coffee table in front of the little girl. Lanlan reached out and took a grape, turned her head first, and fed it to Maple Leaf's father. The thin and weak man smiled faintly, ate the grapes, touched the little girl's head, and said, "You eat it." Lanlan stuffed a grape into her mouth. Lanlan didn't think that these fruits were expensive and that she should eat them sparingly. On the Death Star, food and fruits were the least valuable, because Lanlan really planted a lot of them here, and everyone could eat them. Lanlan ate the fruits, and made an appointment with her parents to come over in the evening. And then she planned to leave. Yufeng frowned. The guest room at home is empty. Just let Jules come in. Don't walk around. Aren't you tired? Lanlan smiled. Lanlan said that Feng Yi's father is the best. But Jules' father said that he still has to go back to his own home. So Lanlan still has to send Jules' father back first. Yufeng held the little girl's hand, pursed his lips, and didn't let her go. In the end, it was the mother who controlled the mechanical body and patted the father's shoulder. The father was slightly startled. and then let Lanlan go. Then, Mom took Lanlan's hand again, and said Lanlan all the way downstairs. The hall is the home of the owls. When they saw Lanlan coming down, they all flew around happily, and wanted to surround the little girl again. But they didn't dare because their owner was sitting at the second floor stairs. Lanlan waved to the birds. Goodbye, birds. Lanlan will come back later. Quack, quack, quack. The birds chirped in unison until Lanlan walked back to Jules' father. And the birds could still be heard behind. Looking back, I saw Mom still standing at the door. She was a mechanical shell with no expression on her face. But she was looking in Lanlan's direction, as if she would keep looking like this if Lanlan didn't leave. Lanlan quickly tiptoed and waved to her mother vigorously. Jules, who was squatting on the side of the road, stood up and walked towards the little girl. Lanlan handed the fruit bag that Maple Leaf father had put for Lanlan to Jules' father, so that his father could eat it too. Jules was not polite. He took out a peach and ate it while looking at the fly that followed Lanlan out again. So after entering Fengyi house, this fly was not swatted to death. It's not like Fengyi character. That person is just pretending on the surface. He looks weak, but he is actually full of bad intentions. Fengyi father house is very remote, and there are no other houses nearby. Lanlan and Jules' father walked for a long time, and didn't see anyone else. This Death Star looks really empty. Are they going to keep walking back like this? Well, we just saw them walking slowly. But the people in the Death Star are all 3S ability users. This amount of physical strength is basically nothing to them. Shit! I suddenly remembered. Yes, everyone on the Death Star is a 3S ability user. So how could Lanlan be there? Lanlan is so young. And logically her mental power has not grown at all. Generally, mental power will be barely fixed when she is in her teens. So Lanlan is already at the 3S level when her mental power has not yet fully grown? No. Mental power is like height. It will slowly increase with age. So if Lanlan is already a 3S ability user now, then when she grows up, shit, wouldn't she be a Super 3S? Does Super 3S really exist? I was confused. But what is certain is that Lanlan is definitely a 3S now. Otherwise she would not appear in the Death Star. Shit. Maybe Lanlan is really a Super 3S seedling? I don't want to witness history. The discussion about Lanlan on the Star Network has once again returned to the enthusiasm of the original Fatal Training Ground. Let's not talk about Lanlan's forum. In just a few hours, another forum reached its maximum number of registered users. So we had to create a new one. As for the hot searches, because it was a private live broadcast room, the popularity didn't rise too fast. But it was almost in the top 10 of the hot searches. In the private starship, the front is almost at the 984 universe area. Shu looks at the little girl in the live broadcast room. His face is not good. The point of discussion on the Star Network now is not only Lanlan, but also Jules Berry, who has appeared, and Yufeng, including Yufeng's wife. Some past events have been dug up again and again. Shu doesn't care how far the matter will ferment in the end. He is just worried that with such exposure, more secrets of the little girl will be revealed. For example, those 3S herbs that change the quality of the grade after passing through her hands. Didi. At this moment, the communication group suddenly rang. This communication group was created by Yusang, and all the members of the team were pulled in. Yiling, Mian Feng, Su Yu, Su Ming, Wei Chong, Si Wire, and Nana, who has a good relationship with him. Shu usually doesn't speak in this group. Today, he received a prompt that he was singled out. Clicking into the group. Sure enough, they were discussing Lanlan matter. Yusang, Lanlan is from the Death Star. Ah, I'm so dumbfounded. Isn't it said that no new life has been born on the Death Star since it was infected? Has Lanlan been there since she was a child? Nana, let's not talk about anything else. Just the mountain trails, like the roller coaster. It can't be built overnight. She is only 4 years old this year. So it's really possible that she has been there since she was born. Yusang at Yiling. Brother, didn't you say you were going to join the investigation team? Have you entered? When will you enter the Death Star? You will be able to see Lanlan when you enter. Can you help me ask Lanlan then? Ask her quietly. Don't ask her in the live broadcast. Ask her if she has been on the Death Star since she was a child. I really want to know. Yusang at Yiling. Are you there? Brother? My dear brother Yiling. You sang at Yiling at Yiling at Yiling. Did you close the group again? Nana, Major Yiling is going to the Death Star. But isn't the Death Star inaccessible to those who are not 3S capable? You sang, you could enter in a mecha or starship. But after entering, you must stay in a protected environment and cannot leave the protection. Moreover, the casting material of the protective tools must also be 3S level. Otherwise the air humidity in the Death Star will corrode the low-level casting material. And people will die. You sang at Yiling. Brother. My dear brother. Just reply to me. Reply to me, and I promise I will never bother you again. You sang at Shirshu. My dear prince. He ignored me. Please pay attention to me. Is he going to the Death Star? He said before that he wanted to borrow the Earl from you. Shirshu was tagged here. After scanning the previous chat records, Shirshu typed a line slowly. Shirshu borrowed. Nana, damn! My cousin is actually alive? I always thought this was your Smith. Sang. And changed my cousin's name to make up the number. You sang, why am I doing such a boring thing? So when did he enter the Death Star? Did he tell you? Shirshu today. After a pause, Shirshu added, he probably has entered. You sang, damn. I missed it. What I want to go in too. Nana, I want to go in +1. Suyu, +2. Su-Ming, +3. Sver, be careful +4. But big guys, I still have to say it again. You really shouldn't drag me into this group. I don't remember anything about the competition. I just remember that when I woke up, I was in the hospital. And then the staff told me that I made it into the top 10 and gave me a lot of bonuses. But I really don't remember how I made it into the top 10. You sang, I can see that you are really wrong. I still like your rebellious look at the beginning. At that time you were very good at fighting in the competition. And you had a very good relationship with Lanlan. Lanlan even called you daddy. I'm so jealous. Sver Kyekyu. I was also surprised when I watched the replay. Those were actually the things I would do. Trembling. I felt like I was possessed by the god of the universe at that time. Shirshu looked at the text sent by Sver and pursed his lips. So, the one in the stadium was not Swell himself. Cuss's father. He glanced at the live broadcast screen in front of him. Jules's father. Maple Leaf's father. So, the father named Cuss is also the father in the Blue Death Star? Then why did the other party appear in the stadium at that time? How did he leave the Death Star? There are too many questions. Rubbing his eyebrows, the boy pursed his lips. At this moment, the private starship reminded that the front was about to reach the 984 universe area. Shirshu turned on the light brain and made a call. He called the Central Inspection and Coordination General Assembly. After a while, after hanging up the call, Shirshu immediately received the authorization notice from the Inspection and Coordination General Assembly. The General Investigation Committee has specially authorized Mr. Shirshu will have the same investigation rights as the head of the Capital Investigation Team and the head of the Information Management Team, and will have special permissions to enter and exit the Death Star. Shirshu entered the permission password in the private starship, and then the starship will ignore the external defense shield of the Death Star and drive directly into the interior of the Death Star. It was already afternoon when Lanlan sent Jules' father home. Jules' house was a relatively small courtyard. As soon as they reached the door, Jules smiled and pushed Lanlan. Okay. Daddy is home safely. Lanlan should go home quickly too. By the way, don't go back. Go to your Jiaojia mother house opposite and let her take you back. Lanlan frowned and stared at the small courtyard door behind Jules' father. Lanlan hasn't seen Daddy go to bed yet. Lanlan will wait until Daddy falls asleep before leaving. Jules' forehead was sweating. Daddy will sleep. Daddy won't run around drunk. Don't worry. Daddy is an adult. Ha ha ha. Jules' father laughed so strangely that Lanlan had completely discovered something was wrong. The little girl pouted her lips and said forcefully, Dad, Lanlan wants to go in. Jules, The little girl pushed Jules' father away, and then pushed open the door. The next second, a strange stench, like a rotting corpse, rushed to Lanlan's eyes unexpectedly. Lanlan immediately covered her mouth, then turned her head and ran away, gasping for air. The live camera leaned in to take a look. Then millions of viewers in the live broadcast room saw a very fresh garbage station at the same time. If you don't understand, just ask. Which kind person would call this kind of ghost place home? I thought I was already very rough. The garbage had not been taken out for several days. And the smelly socks were thrown everywhere. Sure enough, there is a mountain that is higher than a mountain. This is living directly in the garbage dump. Look at how suffocated our Lanlan is. Just when I was about to say that if it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to stay in such a place for a minute. And then suddenly I saw clearly what the garbage was. Leftover fruit. Leftover meat jerky. Leftover rice. Is the leftover one the legendary hamburger? And what is that under the coffee table? Potato chips? What is that covered by the blanket? Pizza? These are all foods I have only seen in virtual food stores on Starnet. Help! What's going on? I actually want to eat his garbage. It shouldn't be that bad. Dad, why don't you clean up the house when Lanlan is not at home? Also, why are there so many half-eaten things? If you don't finish them, give them to the little animals. Look, it's all wasted. Lanlan pinched her nose with one hand, pointed at the messy house with one little hand, and criticized Jules' father again. Jules was afraid of this, so he didn't dare to let Lanlan in, and he didn't dare to say a word. Lanlan asked angrily, why didn't Dad clean up? The #1 killer in the galaxy, who was very impressive outside, but was nothing in front of his daughter, said cautiously, I was planning to clean up if I couldn't stand it anymore. Lanlan was very fierce. When was the last time Dad couldn't stand it anymore? Jules froze for a moment. So far, I can stand it. Lanlan, Lanlan. Lanlan was confronting Jules' father, and another surprised female voice sounded from the opposite side. Lanlan turned her head and saw Jiao Jiao mother. Lanlan tiptoed and waved to Jiao Jiao mother. Jiao Jiao mother. It's Lanlan. Mianchu Jiao was wearing a silk pajamas, which was a little transparent, revealing a large area of skin on her chest. She seemed to be out smoking. When she saw the little girl, she put out her cigarette directly, with a charming and pure smile on her face, and waved to the little girl, come here. Come to mommy. Lanlan pouted and glared at Jules' father, then ran to Jiao Jiao mother across the street. Lanlan, why are you back? Mianchu Jiao squatted down and hugged her daughter tightly. And when she squatted like this, her chest suddenly revealed more scenery. The live camera has an automatic review mechanism. And immediately, the chest of this Jiao Jiao mother was mosaicked. Shaz. No more. Why don't you let me see it? I can charge money. Let me see it. Let me see it. Ah. Jiao Jiao mother is so beautiful. Is this the legendary pure desire? She has such a pure and beautiful appearance. But her figure is too good. Nosebleed. Nosebleed. I am a girl. And my mother asked me why I drooled while watching the live broadcast. Beautiful sister sticking. TSK. Superficial people are still absorbing the beauty. And smart people have already started searching on the Star Network. Guess who this Jiao Jiao mother is? Mianchu. The first family of Pegasus. The former eldest daughter of the Mian family. Is said to have been sent to prison by her own brother, the current head of the Mian family, and the father of Mian Feng, for killing her father and mother. What? Mian family? Mian Feng? So this Jiao Jiao mother is Mian Feng aunt? Then Mian Feng and Lanlan are cousins? Killing their father and mother? Why? Do you know the reason? Could it be a misunderstanding? These outsiders definitely don't know. But outsiders know an interesting thing. Back then, Mianchu was amazing and talented. She was actually the most popular candidate for the heir of the Mian family. When she got into trouble and her parents died, the Mian family was leaderless. She went to prison and her brother became the head of the Mian family. At the same time, the Mian family and the Wei family, another family on Pegasus, also formed an alliance. You know, at the beginning, the Mian family and the Wei family were actually in a competitive relationship. Wei family. The Wei family of Wei Xuecha. I seem to understand something. So, Jiao Jiao mother couldn't defeat her brother. As the saying goes, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. That's why she is trapped in the Death Star now. After all, no matter how strong she is just a woman. Looking at the news, how old was she at that time? She was only 16 years old. She was imprisoned at such a young age, and was sent to prison by her own brother. She must have been very desperate at that time. For decades afterwards, she has not had personal freedom. It's very sad to think about it. She must have lived a miserable life these years. The barrage sighed again and again. And at this moment, a low and magnetic male voice came from the room behind. Why do I hear Lanlan voice? The audience looked at the live broadcast room and saw that under the focus of the camera, a young man with a naked upper body and an unparalleled handsome appearance walked out of Mian Chujiao house. Oh my god! Ah! So handsome. I searched again and again. The Star Network image search function is really useful. Ah! I found the information of this handsome guy. Yunli, suspected of money laundering, seems to be the boss of an entertainment company that cooperates with Star Pirates. Damn. The boss of an entertainment company is more handsome than those entertainment stars. Is this reasonable? Dad Yun. Lanlan saw Dad Yun coming out and was about to say hello to him. But her eyes were suddenly covered by Jiao mother. Mian Chuju blocked the innocent sight of the little girl. She glared at the naked man with marks all over his body. Put on your clothes. Lanlan is here. The handsome young man was surprised to see that the person at the door was really Lanlan. He was scolded by the woman in a delicate voice. He smiled helplessly. Okay. Ah. So sweet. Help. I've got it. After the man went in, Mian Chujia hugged her daughter and sat on the swing chair outside the courtyard. She asked, did Lanlan come back specially for Val's matter? Lanlan sat in Jiao mother's arms and remembered what Ino's father said before. She immediately asked, Jiao mother, Val, where did Air's father go? Why did Ino's father say that Val's father was missing? Mian Chujia shook her head. I don't know the details. I just know that some outsiders seem to have come to the Death Star a few days ago. They came in to collect something. Then I heard that those people disappeared in the Black Sea. Oh, missing means missing. Lanlan blinked. Missing? Why did they disappear? Lanlan always went to the beach to play before. And Lanlan would never disappear. Mian Chuju pinched her daughter's face. Lanlan would certainly not disappear. But they are not Lanlan. Lanlan still didn't understand. She tilted her head. It was about the disappearance of those scientific researchers. I was so excited to see Lanlan that I almost forgot. Yes. Why did people disappear on the Death Star? I heard that 3 people have died. Is the Death Star really going to be destroyed? The barrage was still guessing. At this time, a tall, handsome, disheveled man walked out of the house. The audience thought that Yuli had dressed up and came out. But the other party opened his mouth and said, Yuli said Lanlan is back? Look carefully. The young man had short golden hair, and his facial features were more delicate and charming. There were also some marks on his neck. But he subconsciously pulled up his collar, as if he instinctively wanted to appear more dignified in front of his daughter. Lanlan heard the voice and looked over there, and immediately laughed. Dad Buri. The man called Buri opened his eyes wide, and he immediately rushed up, picked up his daughter from Mian Chujiao's arms, and kissed the little girl hard on the face. Lanlan. Daddy's baby. How did you come back? Lanlan's face was deformed by Buri's father kiss, and her expression was distorted. She tried to say, Dad Buri. It hurts. It hurts. Okay. Okay. Lanlan is crying out in pain. At the critical moment, it was still Jiao mother who snatched Lanlan from the rude father Buri. And Bri was a little embarrassed. He held Mian Chuju in one hand and touched Lanlan's head with the other. The 3 of them stood together, like a harmonious family of 3. They looked very warm. But the comments were really confusing. So, am I face blind? Is this man the same man as the one just now? It's amazing. He looked like a different person after he put on his clothes. Obviously not the same person. The hair color is different. The name is different too. As he was talking, Yuli came out of the room again. This time, he finally put on his clothes. But he didn't come out alone. Next to him, there was another man with a stern expression who looked difficult to approach. This man was buttoning his clothes. There were also many marks on his white skin that was accidentally exposed on his chest. So suddenly, 3 men, a woman, and a little girl gathered in the courtyard. Is it what I thought? The man who just said that Jiao mother must have had a miserable life these years. Please stand up and take a few steps. If you don't understand, just ask, is it the sister of the Sea King? If you answer the previous one, it seems to be the sister of the Sea God. With this method of killing men, what does she think of prison? Is it her harem?